reincarnated as the first crown prince of the Jing dynasty. Jiang Changsheng was swapped at birth by a villain and sent to a Taoist temple, becoming an ordinary little Taoist priest. From prince to an unnoticed little priest, his life fell drastically. Fortunately, Jiang Changsheng activated a survival system that grants him infinite lifespan. As long as he endures life's hardships, he can receive survival rewards. He almost got killed by his senior brother during training, but narrowly survived and received the shadow leg technique. He encountered an earthquake and was nearly crushed by a beam, but was saved by his senior brother and obtained the Nine Seeking's heavenly dragon step. When demons wreaked havoc in the capital, he safely made it through and received the magic weapon demon-subduing pestle. Dynasties rise and fall. Demons run rampant, and martial arts dominate the world. This is a realm without immortals, where Taoist principles are hidden in the court and the mountains. 300 years later, the Jing dynasty, once prosperous, faces decline. Feudal lords rise, and the emperor becomes a puppet in the hands of warlords, leading to a fractured dynasty. After decades of warfare, the national power plummets, foreign tribes invade, and the people suffer, turning the realm into a hellish landscape. The puppet emperor Jiang Changsheng kneels before the Taoist temple, weeping, "My descendants are unfilial and powerless to save the situation. Please, ancestors, ascend the throne once more and continue the glory of our Jing for another 300 years." Chapter 1. The dragon falls to the mortal realm, and the murderer is Yu.I. In the first year of Kai Yuan. Your father Jiang Yuan founded the country, named Jing. You were crowned as the crown prince in the same year, but were kidnapped by villains. Fortunately, you were saved by a great master, escaping disaster and earning the survival reward of the cultivation technique, natural Taoism. In the second year of Kai Yuan, you were brought to Longqi Temple by Master Qingxiu. You encountered your senior brother practicing martial arts and almost got killed, but your second senior brother saved you, allowing you to escape disaster and earning the survival reward of the martial art shadow leg. In the fourth year of Kai Yuan, an earthquake struck the capital, and Longqi Temple collapsed. You were nearly crushed by a beam, but were saved by your senior brother, allowing you to escape disaster and earning the survival reward of the martial art Nine Seeking's heavenly dragon step. In the fifth year of Kai Yuan, a severe cold descended, and influenza spread through the capital. You unfortunately contracted the illness, but were cured by your third senior sister who gathered herbs, allowing you to escape disaster and earning the survival reward of the miscellaneous skill, spring, and automedical cannon. In the sixth year of Kai Yuan, General Chao Hu Pao rebelled, but was suppressed, but he hid in Longqi Temple, and you stumbled upon him. He attacked you, but was saved by your master, allowing you to escape disaster and earning the survival reward of the magical artifact Qilin Dust Brush. But in the early morning, the first ray of sunlight broke through the continuous green mountains, dispelling darkness, and illuminated the top floor of a building. An ancient bronze bell hung in midair, beside which stood a young Taoist priest in a daze. A night of martial arts practice had made him drowsy, but fortunately his duty was simple: to ring the bell on time every day, reminding everyone in the temple to get up and recite scriptures. Since he took on this task at the age of 6, he had not encountered any hardships, and life had become leisurely. However, with the techniques, martial arts, and medical skills he had already obtained, his life was not dull. Jiang Changsheng's survival system came from his previous life, in that life. He was a game developer who created a game with the gimmick: if you can achieve immortality, how long can you survive in the realm of cultivation? Players had unlimited lifespans, but could be killed, facing various hardships and temptations on the path of cultivation. Jiang Changsheng had tried it himself, and had lived for over 10,000 years at most. It was quite challenging. This game was not a simple choice-based game, but required actual operation and exploration. Even if one stayed in one place, they might encounter natural disasters. In short, life's fortunes and misfortunes were unpredictable. The game became popular shortly after its release, and due to excitement over the back-end data, Jiang Changsheng, who had been staying up late for a long time, died suddenly at his computer, then reincarnated in this life. In this life, he couldn't guarantee whether he would truly achieve immortality. He would need to wait decades to find out. Before that, he had to rely on survival rewards to become stronger, powerful enough to face life's tribulations. The natural Taoism technique was stuck at the second level, but he had already fully mastered the shadow leg and Nine Seeking's heavenly dragon step. The spring and autumn medical canon was vast and profound. He had only memorized the content, but had not yet applied ITAS for the magical artifact. He had not cultivated spiritual power yet, and could not use it. This treasure remained deep in his mind, waiting for him to cultivate natural Taoism too. The fourth level and refined spiritual power to master it. Currently, he only had true qi in his body, which could enhance the power of martial arts. As sunlight bathed him, Jiang Changsheng yawned, grasped the wooden post hanging nearby, and began to ring the bell. Dong. He struck once, paused for 5 breaths, and then rang it 10 times before finally letting go. Another day of idling begins. Jiang Changsheng hummed a little tune as he started down the stairs. He wore a gray-blue Taoist robe, and under the sunlight, the hem billowed in the wind, giving him an ethereal charm. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, a Taoist priest about 15 or 16 years old rushed over and stopped in front of him, panting heavily and sweating profusely. He said urgently, "Junior brother Changsheng, something big has happened. A guest died in the temple last night. Master sent for you to go to the Mingxin Hall." "Dead?" Jiang Changsheng frowned. He knew that officials from the court had come for a visit recently, but he didn't expect someone to die. Looking at his senior brother's demeanor, the deceased's identity was likely significant. He was used to quietly practicing martial arts every night, and Longqi Temple was not small. He really didn't notice anything unusual last night. Not thinking much about it, he followed his senior brother to the Mingxin Hall. "Junior brother Changsheng, you don't know. That top scholar was so impressive that he could determine the time of death, cause of death, and the activities of the deceased before death just from the body. The deceased was an official from the Ministry of Personnel, and it is said that he held considerable power. How could someone dare to assassinate an official in the capital? TSK, that's just outrageous." Listening to his senior brother, Jiang Changsheng almost rolled his eyes. "This is outrageous? I'm the first crown prince of the Jing dynasty, and damn it, I was swapped at birth. The most crucial part is that it wasn't discovered, and that counterfeit is now sitting high on the throne, known throughout the world. Is my experience outrageous?" Jiang Changsheng sighed inwardly. This is a world similar to ancient China, and Jiang Changsheng could hear the outside voices while in the womb. This world still spoke Chinese, and upon learning that he was born into the royal family, he was very excited, especially since it was the early days of the dynasty. When his father told his mother to announce him as the crown prince while he was still in the womb, he felt that his life was destined for greatness. His mother and father were a married couple who accompanied the emperor from humble beginnings, enduring hardships and conquering the world to establish a new dynasty. In such a context, he thought that once he ascended the throne, he should have a fulfilling life. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him, and the villains were despicable. The past is already past. Jiang Changsheng no longer thought much about it. He named himself Changsheng, which was enough to show his current aspirations. After a short while, Jiang Changsheng followed his senior brother to the front of the Mingxin Hall. The hall was not too big, and the courtyard was filled with disciples of the temple, with hundreds of people surrounding the place, making it impossible to get through. There were also servants of the guests waiting at the hall door, numbering around 20 or 30. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng arrive, the disciples cast their gazes towards him. Although he was low-key in Longqi Temple, his handsome appearance made him quite noticeable. "Junior brother, go in. Master is looking for you." A female disciple spoke up. Longqi Temple was not a traditional Taoist sect, but more like a martial arts faction, with both men and women. Jiang Changsheng nodded and walked into the hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a body lying on the ground covered with a white cloth. To the right stood Master Qingxiu and 3 senior disciples, while to the left were 6 guests visiting Longqi Temple. The one at the forefront was a scholar-like young man, also the top scholar Jiang Changsheng had heard about on the way. As soon as he entered the hall, Chunli began to scrutinize him. Jiang Changsheng approached Master Qingxiu, bowed, and said, "Master." Master Qingxiu was the person who saved him when he was a child, and he had always respected him. Although Master Qingxiu had a serious appearance, the temple had few rules, and all the disciples were his students. There were no seniority differences among the disciples, and their interactions were harmonious. Holding a dust brush in his hand, Master Qingxiu, with his white hair and immortal demeanor, nodded slightly and said, "Changsheng, tell Chen about where you were last night." Jiang Changsheng turned to look at Chunli and said, "Last night, I was practicing martial arts. My fellow disciples and master know about this habit of mine. How could he possibly hide for 6 years? He started practicing martial arts at the age of 6, and by the end of that year, he was caught by Taoist Qingxiu. He only claimed that he figured it out himself. At that time, his movements were disjointed, so Taoist Qingxiu didn't think much of it and offered a few pointers that in the following years, the senior brothers and sisters noticed this too, but they didn't disclose it to the other disciples, allowing him to practice late at night. To the ordinary disciples, Jiang Changsheng was just a low-key fellow apprentice to the three major disciples. He was a martial arts prodigy who could create his own martial arts at a young age. The senior brother, Li Changxing, had created a type of fist technique in his youth, which he now teaches to younger disciples. Chunli asked, "May I ask what the young Taoist is practicing?" He was very natural and not at all nervous, as he hadn't killed anyone and didn't even know the deceased. A middle-aged man next to Chunli spoke up. "I see that the young brother has delicate skin and smooth hands without calluses, which doesn't look like the hands of a martial artist. I wonder what kind of skill the young brother is practicing." His tone was aggressive, which sounded somewhat harsh to Jiang Changsheng's ears. Chunli smiled and said, "Young Taoist, please don't take offense. We have been investigating for an hour, and those around me have already proven their innocence. They're all ordinary people who don't understand martial arts, so we can only search within your temple. Of course, we are not doubting your temple. It is also possible that a thief disguised as a disciple of your temple." Disguising? Jiang Changsheng had never left the capital city since he was a child, and after entering the temple, he had never left the Taoist temple, so he was unaware of the extent to which disguise techniques had developed in the outside world. Once a disciple reaches the age of 6, they can choose their own name and learn the internal skills of Longqi Temple. Jiang Changsheng pretended to learn, but in reality, he practiced a cultivation method called Daofa Zirangong, that if he could cultivate immortality, why practice martial arts? The reason he referred to it as internal skills was that all his martial arts were related to leg techniques. What if the deceased died from this type of martial arts? That would be a coincidence. Chunli asked sharply. It is rumored that the true scripture of Longqi Temple is unparalleled in the martial world. When Emperor Zhang Yuan's power was still weak, Taoist Qingxiu defended the emperor in a time of crisis with the true scripture. Once the true scripture is activated, one's eyes become exceptionally bright, like a pearl in the night. Young Taoist has been practicing for several years, so he should have made some progress. "May I ask if you could demonstrate?" The second senior brother, Meng Qiu, smiled and said, "My junior brother is exceptionally gifted, and his internal skills must have already started, perhaps even reached a small accomplishment. Changsheng, show them." Jiang Changsheng felt embarrassed. He hadn't practiced the true scripture at all. Who would have thought that Taoist Qingxiu wouldn't check the disciples' training status? Is there a special effect to the true scripture? Why didn't I know about it? Jiang Changsheng began brainstorming. Hearing Meng Qiu's words, the disciples outside the hall began to discuss among themselves. Could it be that Jiang Changsheng is truly a martial arts genius to receive such praise from the second senior brother? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Changsheng could only confess, "Sorry, I'm not practicing the true scripture. I enjoy creating my own martial arts, and my internal skills are still in exploration." As for martial arts, Chunli interrupted, "You happen to be practicing foot techniques, right?" Jiang Changsheng was stunned and looked at Chunli in surprise. Chunli bent down and lifted the cloth covering the body, revealing that the deceased was a young and strong man. The ring on his finger indicated he was not robbed, but murdered out of revenge. Chunli opened the chest of the deceased, revealing a sunken sternum and a long injury, as if someone had stomped heavily on him. What a coincidence! Jiang Changsheng finally realized that he was in trouble. After 6 years of peace, misfortune had arrived. The deceased was involved with officials, and if he were taken away, Taoist Qingxiu wouldn't be able to protect him, which would lead to big trouble. When Taoist Qingxiu saved him, those treacherous people had seen Taoist Qingxiu's appearance, meaning they knew his whereabouts. Taoist Qingxiu had saved Emperor Zhang Yuan in the past, and the emperor was grateful. So Longqi Temple was the only martial arts sect in the capital that the government could not investigate, and the military could not enter without permission. "You young Taoist, why are you not speaking? Could it be that you are the murderer?" Chunli stared intently at Jiang Changsheng. Chapter 2. Infinite Lifespan, the Unpredictability of Life and Death. Faced with the unkind gazes of Chun Li and others, as well as the suspicious looks from his peers, Jiang Changsheng did not panic. Instead, he asked, "Indeed, I practice footwork, but may I ask how Master Qin knows this? I have observed hundreds of inner disciples. How can you be certain I am one of them? Have you checked all the disciples?" Within less than an hour, Checking the martial arts of hundreds of disciples is too tight a schedule, unless the other party is determined that the culprit comes from Longqi Temple. Chunli shook his head and said, of course not. It rained last night, and it just stopped an hour ago. Although it wasn't heavy, the mountain is muddy. If the disciples did not go out last night and came today, their boots should still have wet mud on them. Everyone is like this, except for you. Even the legs of your pants have dried mud, indicating that your legs had significant movement last night. Jiang Changsheng looked down and saw that it was indeed the case, with various mud stains of different sizes on his pant legs. The disciples outside the hall began to stir and whisper. He remained calm, looking at Chunli, and asked, the footwork speculation holds water, but what about my motive for murder? I have lived in Longqi Temple since childhood and have never been outside. I have not interacted with you in recent days. Why would I want to kill him? The Taoist Qingxiu had a blank expression, while the 3 senior disciples seemed to be pondering. Even the 5 guests behind Chun Li began to discuss in low voices. Yes, why would he want to kill? A wealthy young lady spoke up. Yeah, he died in his own room. If this young Taoist killed him, he would have had to enter his room late at night to commit murder. What kind of hatred could that be? Jiang Changsheng began to scrutinize Chun Li and the others, feeling that the murderer was most likely among them. Oh, this guy has true qi in him. Jiang Changsheng keenly detected a thin man with a very low presence. His Taoist skills were supposed to be cultivation techniques, although he had not cultivated spiritual power. His senses were exceptionally sharp, far surpassing those of ordinary people. The thin man was dressed like a merchant, and his frail body made it hard to think of him as a martial artist. Moreover, his true qi was very weak and difficult to detect, but it couldn't escape Jiang Changsheng's senses. This subtle true qi emanated from certain acupoints, meaning this person had sealed his true qi within those acupoints, creating the illusion that he did not practice martial arts. Chunli frowned and said, indeed, there is no motive. But just because we do not know the motive does not mean we can simply rely on words to conclude. We need the authorities to investigate. I wonder if the young Taoist would be willing. Jiang Changsheng suddenly interrupted and asked, Master Chun, you said earlier that the people behind you do not practice martial arts, is that right? Chunli nodded and said, that's correct. Your 3 senior brothers and sisters have checked. Then that means their martial arts skills are lacking. Why wasn't it the master who checked? He did not dare to ask more, for fear of offending Taoist Qingxiu. Jiang Changsheng asked, may I check them? Chunli became wary and said, that is not appropriate. After all, we are currently. Before he could finish, Jiang Changsheng suddenly moved, transforming into a blur and rushing past Chunli, charging towards the thin man. He raised his hand to grab, but the thin man reacted extremely quickly, jumping aside to evade his grasp. So there is someone among them who knows martial arts. The servants outside the hall rushed in and surrounded him. The thin man no longer looked nervous but instead revealed a fierce smile, staring at Jiang Changsheng and saying, Little Taoist, I didn't expect your skills to be so high that you could see through my techniques. It seems you are indeed a prodigy. Jiang Changsheng replied calmly. Your movement technique is not simple either. The wealthy young lady stepped back, fearfully asking, Shuai, how can you practice martial arts? Shuai smiled coldly and said, you know me well? The wealthy young lady fell silent. The Chu dynasty, that was the dynasty before the Jing dynasty. In the late years of the Chu dynasty, eunuchs were in power and the people suffered. A righteous man raised a rebellion, leading to the collapse of the Chu dynasty, and the world entered an era of feudal lords. Zhang Yuan was not from a noble family. He was just a martial artist, but he successfully established the Jing dynasty. A warrior became emperor, and the Jing dynasty welcomed a martial arts boom, far surpassing previous dynasties. Chunli frowned and asked, Shuai, why did you want to kill him? Jiang Changsheng did not move because he was also displeased with Chunli. This person was hastily accusing him and wanting to take him to the authorities. Humph! Taoist Qingxiu snorted coldly, stepped forward to Chunli, and struck out with his palm, colliding with Shuai's right palm. Shuai's hand bone shattered, and he spat blood as he flew out, crashing through the door and window, startling the disciples outside into retreat. This fellow actually knows palm techniques. Then why did he use foot techniques to commit murder? Jiang Changsheng suddenly felt that Shuai was deliberately setting him up. Could it be that he was caught practicing when Shuai saw him earlier? After Shuai landed, he quickly jumped up, leaping several zhang high, and disappeared into the courtyard. Follow me. Second senior brother Meng Qiu shouted as he rushed out. And immediately dozens of disciples followed him out of the courtyard. Chunli was in a state of panic, nearly collapsing to the ground. Taoist Qingxiu withdrew his palm and supported his shoulder, saying, Master Chun, although the world is stable, undercurrents still surge. As the first scholar of the Jing dynasty, you should not move about carelessly. Today's calamity will need to be addressed repeatedly in the future. Chunli quickly expressed his gratitude and then apologized to Jiang Changsheng. Seeing his sincere attitude, Jiang Changsheng did not make things difficult for him. The matter ended there, and Jiang Changsheng became the focus of attention. Those disciples who did not pursue the culprit surrounded him, inquiring about the martial arts he had just used, which were so fast. Even the eldest brother Li Changqing and third sister Meng Xiaoshuang were interested. Taoist Qingxu spoke, "Changsheng, you no longer need to attend the regular teachings. You can practice martial arts on your own. Except for ringing the morning bell, you can set your own schedule." Upon hearing this, the disciples all looked at him enviously, including Li Changqing and Meng Xiaoshuang, as the two senior disciples still had to teach their junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Changsheng was taken aback, then thanked Taoist Qingxu. Taoist Qingxu turned to leave, and the disciples outside the hall immediately surrounded him. After dealing with his fellow disciples for a while, Jiang Changsheng found an opportunity to leave. Even the wealthy young lady was interested in him, which was truly overwhelming. At Longqi Temple, there were 4 rooms in one courtyard, with 2 disciples residing in each room. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Changsheng began to organize his thoughts. He was never sure if Taoist Qingxu knew his true identity. After bringing him into Longqi Temple, Taoist Qingxu did not treat him particularly differently. He could not directly ask. Today's incident involved the previous dynasty. After exposing martial arts, Taoist Qingxu actually gave him the greatest freedom, which made him ponder. In the 12th year of Kaiyuan, you encountered the remnants of the previous dynasty committing murder. You were pulled into the calamity, but with your skills, you escaped danger and received the survival reward of the martial arts diamond howl. A line of text that only he could see appeared before his eyes, causing him to smile. Another calamity passed. If it weren't for his 6 years of consistent martial arts training, he would not have been able to force Shui Hai to reveal his abilities today. He might have been captured and then killed by those in power. He must continue to work hard in his training and not be negligent. Today's events show that as long as there is a legitimate reason, the court can still find a way to take him out. Jiang Changsheng thought silently. He also thought of one thing. Could it be that Taoist Qingxu really could not see through Shui Hai's martial arts skills? Regardless, he could not choose to trust others. He could only trust himself. After coming to this realization, Jiang Changsheng began to learn the martial arts of Diamond Howl that had emerged in his mind. Diamond Howl is a martial art that stimulates the throat meridians with true qi, allowing the voice to become extraordinarily loud, thereby injuring enemies. When practiced to perfection, it can also expel evil spirits. The mention of evil spirits made his heart tighten. Could there really be ghosts in this world? It also made sense. He had been reincarnated, so it wouldn't be surprising if there were ghosts. If this life truly resembles the game he designed in his previous life, then his lifespan would be infinite. He just needed to avoid calamities and continue to cultivate. He would eventually become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, what would he have to fear from demons and ghosts? In the following days, Jiang Changsheng was thoroughly annoyed. His disciples were extremely curious about him. During the day, he spent almost all his time dealing with his fellow sect members, and at night, he would encounter some peeking onlookers. Even his junior, who was a year younger than him, persistently clung to him. Out of helplessness, he taught him the basic footwork of the 9 Seeker-S celestial dragon step, which finally made the junior stop bothering him. Life finally quieted down, and Jiang Changsheng was practicing the Tao method of natural power in his room. Bang! His junior, Qingku, ran in excitedly and said, "Senior brother, that top scholar has come again, specifically to thank you. Master has already agreed, and he is outside the courtyard. Should we meet him?" Jiang Changsheng frowned and replied, "No need to meet. Just tell him he doesn't have to thank me." Qingku was taken aback, having grown up with Jiang Changsheng. He still listened to him on significant matters, so he nodded and turned to walk outside. "Ha ha ha, little Taoist, it seems you are holding a grudge. I was indeed abrupt back then, so I came specifically to apologize and to offer the martial arts of the Chun family as a gift, hoping you will accept it." Chun Li stepped in with a face full of enthusiasm, and the 11-year-old Qingku couldn't stop him. Jiang Changsheng helplessly said, "You are being abrupt now." Chun Li sat down on his own and took out a blue leather book with golden threads, placing it on the table. This martial art is called Qi Point. It requires the cultivation of true Qi to practice. Unfortunately, my Chun family has turned from martial to literary pursuits 100 years ago, and since then, we have had no martial prodigies. Thus, I present it to the little Taoist today. Chun Li smiled as he introduced it. His tone somewhat nostalgic as he mentioned his family history. In the martial-oriented Jing dynasty, the Chun family had a hard time surviving. If you have the heart, why not directly give it to Longqi Temple instead of presenting it to me alone? Jiang Changsheng asked, staring at Chun Li. Chun Li was taken aback. Although he had already sensed that this boy was mature beyond his years, he was still surprised. He shook his head and chuckled. What status does Longqi Temple have? How could I be worthy to forge a connection with them? It is improper in terms of etiquette, and even more so in terms of feelings. I just wish to befriend the little Taoist. You possess such martial skills at a young age. You will surely become a leader in the martial world one day. Perhaps even a martial champion serving the court. He was the top scholar from last year's examination, causing public discussion due to his background. But the knowledge of books is a heavy inheritance, mostly held by the gentry. Commoners cannot compete with them. This year, the emperor specifically implemented a dual top scholar system, with one in literature and one in martial arts. The cost of learning martial arts in this world is not high. There are many sects that accept disciples. But martial practice requires talent, just as studying does. Comparatively, commoners have an easier time making a name for themselves in martial arts. Longxi Temple is a Taoist temple appointed by the emperor, and the Qin family does not dare to directly associate with Master Qingxiu, as it would easily arouse the emperor's suspicion. Jiang Changsheng felt that what he said made sense. In life, merely evading problems cannot ensure a peaceful life. Rather, befriending some powerful individuals can also be beneficial. More importantly, although Jiang Changsheng accepted his fate, he was still unwilling to let go. He must find a way to deal with the false prince, and the powerful figures behind him cannot be overlooked. Jiang Changsheng nodded and said, "Then I will accept it. As a little Taoist, I cannot slight the top scholar's face." Chun Li smiled, feeling no sarcasm, as long as the other party accepted it. It was a good start. His enthusiasm was also influenced by his family. The Qin family desperately needed powerful martial artists. They had recruited many martial men, but each was swayed by their own interests. Jiang Changsheng was different. He was still young, and as long as they provided resources, he would eventually lean toward the Qin family. Chun Li began to talk about a murder case. It turned out that Shui Hai attempted to assassinate him, but he had been with Master Qingxiu the whole time seeking the Tao. Shui Hai was caught sneaking around by the deceased, and due to the mentality of officials being above merchants, he pressured Shui Hai, who, feeling agitated, killed him. As for Jiang Changsheng, he was entirely framed, as Shui Hai had seen him practicing leg techniques from a distance at night. I was also too inexperienced, led astray by Shui Hai's few words. Thinking I had seen through the truth, Chun Li sighed, looking quite ashamed. Seeing him admit his mistake, Jiang Changsheng's impression of him changed, and he curiously asked, "Why did Shui Hai want to kill you?" Chun Li glanced at Qingku, who was taken aback, then understood and stepped out, closing the door. "This matter involves the previous dynasty. My Qin family was originally officials of the previous dynasty, but later realized their mistakes. Shui Hai is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Killing me was merely to frame the current one, making those gentry who had defected realize that the court is not friendly to families that sided with the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, he failed," Chun Li said helplessly. The Qin family truly felt oppressed, facing difficulties in the current dynasty while also dealing with the revenge from the previous one. Jiang Changsheng felt no sympathy. After all, you are the first top scholar, and the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Standing in Shui Hai's position, one could also understand, traitors are much more detestable than enemies. Chun Li did not elaborate on the disputes in the court. Knowing that Jiang Changsheng had never come down the mountain, he began to share interesting stories from the martial world. The martial world's master single-handedly battled the 8 major sects, shaking the martial community. A divine monk was injured and tragically poisoned by a rogue innkeeper. The holy maiden of Xianin Tower was robbed by a thief who infiltrated her boudoir and stole valuables. The evil King Gui Mu was captured by the court and imprisoned in a heavenly prison. Stories like these made Jiang Changsheng listen with great interest. Chun Li also educated him on the ranks of martial artists, which are categorized from low to high as third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and then the true origin realm. Those who can use true qi to attack enemies with martial arts are considered to have entered the true origin realm. Shui Hai was a master of the true origin realm, having practiced martial arts for nearly 20 years. Jiang Changsheng compared himself and felt that killing Shui Hai would not be difficult for him, thanks to the Tao method of natural power. Having only cultivated to the second layer, his true qi was already enough for him to use the shadow leg and the 9 Seeker's celestial dragon step. Cultivating immortality is truly superior. Half an hour later, Chun Li finally left. Jiang Changsheng stared at the book on the table, lost in thought. Could there be poison in this book? As spring turned to autumn, months passed since Chun Li's departure. The leaves on the trees of Longxi Temple gradually turned yellow, and Jiang Changsheng's life returned to normal. The disciples were no longer curious about him, and Qingku, his junior, rarely disturbed him, as he too was immersed in martial arts and could not extricate himself. If there were any changes, the biggest one was that Jiang Changsheng could now practice openly during the day. His true qi continued to grow, and he had initially mastered the Vajra Howl. As for Qi Point, he had yet to practice it. He wanted to fully master the Vajra Howl before moving on to Qi Point. Chun Li had not come again. After the murder case, Master Qingxiu had not met with Jiang Changsheng alone. One day, Jiang Changsheng finally reached the 3rd layer of the Tao method of natural power, greatly enhancing his senses. He could even hear the sounds of mosquitoes 100 feet away, and he could clearly hear the breathing of other disciples. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. His true qi had not increased, but he could clearly feel that it was subtly changing, perhaps trending towards spiritual energy. Practicing the Vajra howl did not require him to shout loudly. He only needed to open up the hidden meridians in his throat. When the true qi resonated, he could gauge the power of his shout. In the past, activating those hidden meridians was quite difficult, but after breaking through the technique, he found that the process of true qi entering the hidden meridians became smooth, and the previous pain was gone. Jiang Changsheng was very happy. Indeed, the technique is the foundation, and most of his time in the future would still need to be spent on techniques. Senior brother. The second senior brother plans to take 15 disciples down the mountain for training, and specifically asked me to ask you if you would like to go. Chinku excitedly inquired. After coming up the mountain, Chinku had never gone down and was curious about everything below. He had heard from guests that a prosperous era was about to come, and there were no more wars in the world. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, I won't be going. Chinku persuaded him a few more times, but he remained firm in his decision, so Chinku had to give up. Going down the mountain? Impossible. Unless his own martial power was already unrivaled in the world. Jiang Changsheng would never go down. Longxi Temple was located in the capital, and those powerful figures who were spying on him must still be watching. After all, if his identity were to be exposed, it would mean losing his head. If the true dragon were enraged, even the highest-ranking officials would have to step down. Over the years, the emperor had purged factions, and no one knew how many of the founding officials had died. The next morning, second senior brother Meng Xiaohua took a group of disciples down the mountain, including Chinku. Jiang Changsheng did not go to see them off, but practiced in front of the Dao Bell Tower under the blazing sun. It wasn't until nightfall that he was about to get up. In the 12th year of Kaiyuan, a spy persuaded second senior brother to lure you down the mountain. But you refused, thus avoiding a disaster and earning survival rewards in miscellaneous skills and alchemy. Seeing this line of prompt, Jiang Changsheng was stunned and almost let out a curse. A spy? Is there a spy in Longxi Temple? First, he ruled out second senior brother Meng Xiaohua, who had saved him from being accidentally killed by the martial arts senior brother when he was 2 years old, and this time Meng Xiaohua was the one being persuaded. Wait, could it be the senior brother? That incident when he was 2 was not a mistake but intentional? Jiang Changsheng began to think about who had been looking at him strangely and who could possibly be the spy, even suspecting Chinku. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. However, he could be sure that going down the mountain would be dangerous, and as long as Taoist Qingxi was still in the temple, the spies would not dare to act recklessly. What Jiang Changsheng needed to do now was to grow stronger and hide his abilities. The last time there was a murder case, he merely displayed his talent in martial arts, which attracted the spy's actions. He must not reveal his skills in Shadow Leg. King Kong Hao and Dao Faz ran. Fortunately, he rarely showed off in daily life. He had already refused to go down the mountain, so the spy should still be on the mountain. Any of these people could be the spy. In the 13th year of Kaiyuan, Jiang Changsheng was 13 years old. That year, the emperor went mad and began to pursue immortality, widely recruiting talented individuals from all over the world to refine pills for him. Where are the immortals in this world? Those evil spirits are merely transformed from spirits. The emperor neglects state affairs for the pursuit of immortality, but fortunately, the prince is naturally intelligent, well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, and has already begun to help handle some state affairs. Chunli sighed. Speaking highly of the prince, Jiang Changsheng remained expressionless, but felt a bit uncomfortable inside. The little brat can wield power at 13. He has some talent. Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, is the prince really that excellent? Can you tell me about him? Chunli smiled and said, of course. The prince has indeed had a tumultuous fate. He was designated as the prince by the emperor before he was born, unique in history. However, after the queen gave birth to the prince, she fell seriously ill and was in a coma for months. When she woke up, she lost her mind, claiming that the prince was not her son. Without a mother's love and with other princes born, the prince has experienced the ups and downs of the palace, even being coldly treated by the emperor at times. Fortunately, he is naturally gifted. He recognized 1,000 characters at 3 and could compose poetry at 5, winning the emperor's favor. Hearing this, Jiang Changsheng couldn't help but think of his own mother in this life. Often hearing her talk to herself in the womb about how well she would treat him and complaining about the emperor's reckless actions, he felt a bit sour inside. It turns out that besides the villains in this world, there are also people who care about him. Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, how is the queen now? Is she still the queen? Chunli shot him a glance and said, of course, the emperor and the queen have a deep bond. Fortunately, the queen has recovered her health, and her relationship with the prince has been mended. The country is peaceful, and prosperity has returned, which is also due to the queen's efforts. Jiang Changsheng had no words to respond and felt slightly comforted. No matter what, at least she is living well. Chapter 4. The Killing Trap returns. First encounter with the true dragon. Chun-Li's visit this time was only to bring some gifts. And after chatting with Jiang Changsheng for 2 hours, he left. He had been working in the capital, so it was not easy for him to find time to visit. During this time, Chun-Li also asked about his martial arts progress, and he was very low-key, saying he was still improving without specifying how strong he was. He didn't dare to guarantee that Chun-Li was not an enemy, so he was very careful during their interactions. Half a month after Chun-Li left, the new year arrived. The Jing dynasty also had New Year gifts, signifying the transition from old to new. Longqi Temple, as a place of cultivation, was not lively during the new year. Qing Ku had lost an arm and was no longer as lively as before. When Jiang Changsheng saw him, he was shocked and asked with concern, but Qing Ku laughed it off, casually recounting his adventures in the martial world. Senior brother, you were right. The world below is not as good as up here. There is no war, but people's hearts are hard to predict. Qing Ku sighed, and Jiang Changsheng couldn't find the right words to comfort him, so he just patted him on the shoulder. The next day, Qing Ku was practicing martial arts early in the courtyard. The disciples in the courtyard already knew about his situation and did not disturb him. After Jiang Changsheng finished ringing the bell, he practiced nearby. He was used to practicing alone, which gave him a sense of security. A whole month passed, and the topics of the martial world below finally disappeared, while Longqi Temple became lively with the addition of 8 new disciples and 3 children, causing the disciples to often gather around them. Jiang Changsheng had completely mastered King Kong Howl and Qi Ji and was focused on Dao Faz Ran. Martial arts emphasize internal strength. With a strong internal force, practicing external martial arts becomes easy, and Jiang Changsheng practiced immortal cultivation techniques. Jiang Changsheng's senses had become extraordinarily strong. He felt that the true qi of the 3 senior disciples was far less than half of his, and even Taoist Qingshu's true qi was only about the same as his, which demonstrated the gap between immortal cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. Chun-Li maintained a frequency of visiting once every 6 months. Each time he saw him, Jiang Changsheng could feel his fatigue. The once spirited top scholar who pointed out the murderer had turned into a weary official. The emperor's pursuit of immortality became increasingly severe, often getting angry in the court, resulting in officials being dismissed at random, causing unrest among the court ministers. Time flew by. In the 14th year of Kaiyuan, 14-year-old Jiang Changsheng was already almost 1.7 meters tall, with a handsome face, and his long hair casually tied back with a grass rope, exposing his forehead and shoulders. His appearance stood out significantly in Longqi Temple, and some female disciples secretly admired him, but he was only focused on practicing. According to the rules of Longqi Temple, if one wanted to start a family, they had to leave the temple and go down the mountain. That year, summer, on the Dao Bell Tower, Chun-Li sat on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking worried, and said, "Changsheng, aren't you hot? Why not stay indoors to avoid the heat? You are becoming more and more like Taoist Qingshu." Chun-Li sighed, and then started to complain. The emperor is becoming increasingly foolish, actually having people dig a canal from the north to the south, reaching the seaside. This is not something that can be completed in 10 or 20 years. I heard he just wants to facilitate the transportation of pills. It's absurd, simply ridiculous. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, his expression strange. A canal? Isn't this something Yang Guang did in Chinese history? The more Chun-Li spoke, the angrier he became. Building a canal requires too much manpower, material resources, and financial resources. The national treasury is already strained, and the people are suffering. If this continues, there will be wars again, attacking other neighboring dynasties. Alas, the prosperous age will be no more. Chun-Li spoke with a worried expression for the country and its people, and Jiang Changsheng found it hard to comfort him. From the looks of it, if the Jing dynasty really fell into chaos, Longqi Temple would not be safe either. Jiang Changsheng felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although his true qi had surpassed Taoist Qingshu by far, he had many enemies. He must hurry to cultivate the 4th layer of Dao Faz Ran. Chun-Li talked for an hour before leaving. He really couldn't take it anymore and was about to faint from the heat. Jiang Changsheng watched him leave and noticed that Chun-Li had started to hunch a bit. Time truly waits for no one. Although Jiang Changsheng was 14. When considering both his past and present lives, he was already over 40 years old and had always been sensitive to the passage of time. His body was in the prime of youth, so he felt a sense of melancholy, thinking that a day on the mountain was like a year down below. A month later, senior brother Li Changqing found Jiang Changsheng and asked if he was willing to go down the mountain for training. Jiang Changsheng directly refused. Is the killing trap coming again? Li Changqing left disappointed. After all, going down the mountain could not be forced. 3 days later, Li Changqing descended the mountain with 15 disciples, the youngest of whom was 13 years old. Jiang Changsheng had been waiting for a prompt. Sure enough, at noon the next day, a line of text appeared before him. In the 14th year of Kaiyuan, a spy persuaded the elder brother, wanting to lure you down the mountain. You refused, thereby avoiding a disaster and receiving a survival reward. Miscellaneous skills in calligraphy. Calligraphy? Jiang Changsheng felt disappointed. It seemed that the severity of the calamity also determined the size of the reward. During his leisure time, he had fully mastered the alchemy skills he had obtained earlier. But unfortunately, he lacked a furnace for refining. Calligraphy was acceptable, as Longqi Temple often received high-ranking officials and guests who came to recite poetry and enjoy music. And there were many writing supplies in the temple, all given by guests. It was nice to cultivate one's sentiments during idle times. After all, life here was really monotonous apart from practicing martial arts. That day, Jiang Changsheng decided to get some brushes, ink, and paper to practice writing in his room. Thinking about the spy while practicing calligraphy. This was already the second time he had a way to find the spy. After all, this was the second time the spy had urged Jiang Changsheng to go down the mountain. He only needed to ask the elder brother. And the second elder brother could compare notes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng's right hand trembled slightly as he calmly asked, "What's so great about the emperor? Does he have more mouths than us?" Qing Ku smiled bitterly and said, "Don't say that. Be careful it gets spread around. Since you don't want to go, then don't go." Jiang Changsheng raised his hand, admiring his own characters, and said with a smile, "It's not that I won't go. Anyway, I have nothing to do." On the white paper, he wrote 3 characters, "Not a gentleman." The next day at noon, Jiang Changsheng walked on the stone path between the courtyards. Having just finished his martial arts practice and prepared to visit his father, the emperor. From 100 zhang away, he could already hear the discussions of his fellow disciples. Is that the emperor? Truly wise and martial? Yes, it is said that the emperor has cultivated the true dragon aura, like a dragon in the world. I'm curious if the emperor has found the elixir. Don't talk nonsense. If heard, you would be executed. As Jiang Changsheng got closer to the Mingxin Hall, the conversations became fewer, and soon he heard the discussion between Emperor Jiang Yuan and Taoist Qingxiu. Outside the courtyard near Mingxin Hall, there were golden-armored guards standing guard, and no idle people were allowed to approach. Meng Xiuhua and a group of disciples were waiting on the emperor's path, which was a small stream running through Longqi Mountain, with a small bridge crossing it. The flowers and grasses on both sides of the stream were lush, and a group of people were crowded in a stone pavilion beside the small bridge, with over 10 people, making it difficult to fit in. Meng Xiuhua was boasting about what he had seen and heard during the last training, and upon seeing Jiang Changsheng approach, his eyes brightened. What a rare guest. Junior brother Jiang, what brings you here? Come in, make some room. The 3 seated disciples quickly stood up, and the other standing disciples also made way. Jiang Changsheng was the only disciple whom Taoist Qingxiu had said could freely cultivate without needing to attend teachings, giving him a special status. Moreover, he usually kept to himself, making the other disciples feel a sense of distance from him and not daring to offend him easily. After Jiang Changsheng sat down in the pavilion, he smiled and asked, "Why does the second elder brother have the leisure to tell stories?" The 3 senior disciples of Longqi Temple were all martial arts enthusiasts. The eldest brother, Li Changqing, was exceptionally talented, while Meng Xiuhua had average talent but compensated with hard work, achieving victories during sparring with Li Changqing. Meng Xiuhua smiled and said, "Of course. I came to witness the true dragon aura. It is said that the Holy One is like a dragon in form. How could I not pay my respects?" The way he said pay respects showed some level of skill. Jiang Changsheng and his fellow disciples began to chat casually. The other disciples found his presence refreshing, especially Meng Xiuhua. Meng Xiuhua was very curious about Jiang Changsheng's current strength. He had approached Jiang Changsheng last year with the idea of sparring, but Jiang Changsheng had directly conceded, saying he was not qualified. As a senior brother, Meng Xiuhua could not force him to fight, so he had to give up. Half an hour later, a group of golden-armored guards approached, and the figures of Taoist Qingxiu and Jiang Yuan appeared in the sight of the disciples. The disciples all walked out of the stone pavilion and knelt to pay their respects, and Jiang Changsheng did the same, bowing to his biological father, which was not inappropriate. As Jiang Yuan walked closer, Jiang Changsheng couldn't help but look up, and he met Jiang Yuan's gaze. Jiang Yuan was dressed in a golden dragon robe, wearing a light imperial crown, with a stern expression and graying hair at his temples. He was just walking over, his eyes lowered, and they coincidentally met Jiang Changsheng's gaze. Jiang Changsheng stiffened and quickly lowered his head. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Jiang Yuan, even considering directly revealing his identity. But how could he make Jiang Yuan believe him? There were no witnesses. Taoist Qingxiu had only happened to save him outside the palace. This little Taoist raised his head. Just as Jiang Changsheng's heart was in turmoil, Jiang Yuan's voice came. He didn't look up, thinking Jiang Yuan was calling other disciples. Taoist Qingxiu's voice rang out, "Changsheng, His Majesty is calling you." Jiang Changsheng instinctively looked up, meeting Jiang Yuan's gaze again. He did not hide his nervousness, noticing that the emperor was calm, which felt suspicious. He noticed an old eunuch behind Jiang Yuan, with his head lowered, back bent, and his body extremely frail, as if half of him had already entered the ground. Such powerful true energy, even stronger than Taoist Qingxiu. Jiang Changsheng remembered him. It was this old dog who had taken him out of the palace. But it was not this old dog he had fought against Taoist Qingxiu, as he had been handed over to many people along the way. Jiang Changsheng did not pay much attention to the old eunuch, but lowered his eyes and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Chapter 5. Life and Death Seal. The prince seeks a master. The Dao Faz Ran Gong is a cultivation method for immortality. Although Jiang Changsheng had cultivated true energy, the essence of Dao Faz Ran emphasizes unity with nature, so his true energy aura was undetectable by mere martial artists, at most sensing that he possessed true energy. A faint trace of it. Jiang Yuan gazed at Jiang Changsheng, who was kneeling in front of the pavilion, feeling a moment of daze. He sighed. "I heard from Chun Li, that little Taoist. You possess remarkable martial arts at such a young age, indicating extraordinary talent. The Grand Jing needs geniuses like you." It turned out that Chun Li had spoken highly of him. Chun Li had suggested more than once that he should take the martial examination. And although he did not know how strong Jiang Changsheng was, he had been amazed by him at the age of 12. Jiang Yuan smiled and continued to walk away. Jiang Changsheng lowered his head. He felt an impulse to stand up and acknowledge his father. But reason told him that the timing was not right, and it was too dangerous. After more than a decade apart, how could he acknowledge his father? Would it be through blood recognition? How could he practice while living in constant fear? He needed to possess strength that could face any danger before revealing his true identity. Suddenly, Jiang Changsheng felt a gaze upon him. He could sense without looking up that it was that old eunuch. There were spies within Longqi Temple, and the old eunuch naturally knew his identity. This gaze did not linger long, and after they left, Jiang Changsheng and the others finally stood up. Meng Qiuhua exclaimed excitedly, "Not bad, junior brother Changsheng. Even His Majesty remembers you." The other fellow disciples were also very excited, and the female disciples looked at him with sparkling eyes. At their blooming age, young girls inevitably had romantic feelings, especially since Jiang Changsheng's handsome look stood out in Longqi Temple. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and smiled. "It's of no use. It might even bring trouble. I'll take my leave now. You all continue chatting." With that, he left on his own. Meng Qiuhua did not stop him, but pondered a question. How strong is junior brother Changsheng now? He needed to find an opportunity to spar. Back in his room, Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing. The Dao Faz Ran Gong was profound and extensive. He was unsure of how many layers there were. Only after successfully practicing would he unlock the memory of the next layer. Since experiencing the martial world, Qing Ku had become taciturn, immersing himself in martial arts. And his appearance and demeanor seemed more mature than his actual age. Qing Ku glanced at Jiang Changsheng but did not say much, also sitting on the bed to practice. Days later, Chun-Li came to visit Jiang Changsheng again. Beside the bell, Chun-Li exclaimed excitedly, "That's great, Changsheng. His Majesty actually praised you. During yesterday's morning court, His Majesty mentioned the great Jing martial arts, hoping to attract martial artists to take the martial champion exam and join the army. He specifically mentioned you, saying there is a young Taoist in Longqi Temple who, at just 14 years old, already possesses the strength of a top expert." Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, "My martial arts are not strong enough yet, and I am still young, so it is not suitable for me to enter the world too early." Chun-Li was taken aback and sighed. "Changsheng, at such a young age you have such foresight and see through the worldly affairs. I wonder if you are a celestial being descended to earth." He had never seen such a composed young man who remained unmoved even in the face of great benefits. He then changed the topic, saying, "Your senior brother has already made a name for himself in the martial world, but he is in trouble. Taoist Qingxiu has come down from the mountain today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes. Senior brother Li Changqing was like a family head in Longqi Temple. Although he was obsessed with martial arts, he had a gentle nature and took good care of younger disciples, so Jiang Changsheng had a good impression of him. He curiously asked, "What trouble?" Chun-Li said helplessly, "Naturally, it is about love. Somehow, he got involved with a woman from the demon sect and was captured by them. The demon sect has declared that Taoist Qingxiu must go personally to rescue him." Jiang Changsheng frowned. His first reaction was that something was amiss. Could it be that some powerful figures colluded with the demon sect to lure Taoist Qingxiu away, leaving Longqi Temple without an expert, making it easier to deal with him? This possibility couldn't be ruled out. Even if it was a coincidence, those people would not miss this opportunity. Since Jiang Changsheng arrived at Longqi Temple, Taoist Qingxiu had never come down the mountain, and this trip down was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for those powerful figures. Jiang Changsheng did not panic. In terms of internal true qi, he was already several times stronger than Taoist Qingxiu and had mastered martial arts. He just lacked practical experience. So he just needed to be careful. After all, this was the capital, and the other side should not dare to act too boldly. Chun-Li continued to talk about Li Changqing, saying that Li Changqing had traveled the martial world with his fellow disciples, acting chivalrously, and had accidentally saved a woman. That woman had thrown herself at him, only to later reveal her identity as a disciple of the demon sect and the daughter of the sect leader, which was a special status. The woman vowed to marry Li Changqing, and this matter had already spread in the martial world, even reaching the inns in the capital. Longqi Temple was the only sect located in the capital, holding a special status in the martial world. So the matter concerning Longqi Temple naturally attracted attention from the martial world. Chun-Li spoke for half an hour before leaving behind a bag of medicinal herbs and departing. This medicinal herb was suitable for martial practitioners and was very precious, hard to come by. Jiang Changsheng watched his departing figure, silently remembering this favor, and then began to think about how to face the possible enemy attack that might arise. After Taoist Qingshu left, second senior brother Meng Qiuhai took charge. That night, Longqi Temple was bustling with activity, welcoming a rare lively night in years, with disciples rejoicing and making noise. Jiang Changsheng practiced in his room, but was disturbed and felt restless, yet he was too embarrassed to go out and stop them. Suddenly, Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, squinting, and thought, are they in such a hurry? He sensed someone's presence on the roof. The crawling process made no sound at all, which a normal martial artist might not notice. Shortly after, a strange fragrance spread down from above. It's a seductive fragrance. Jiang Changsheng immediately held his breath. The Dao Fa natural skill was a cultivation method that could allow him to hold his breath for half an hour, far exceeding ordinary people. After half a stick of incense time, he pretended to collapse on the bed. A figure jumped in through the window, surprisingly. This assassin was a disciple of Longqi Temple, just over 20 years old, with an ordinary appearance, not outstanding at all. He stared at Jiang Changsheng on the bed, thinking, this guy's martial arts are surprisingly high. He's held on for so long. He drew a dagger from his sleeve, cautiously approaching the bed, and then stabbed towards Jiang Changsheng's chest. Just then, Jiang Changsheng's legs suddenly lifted, entangling the assassin's arm. He rolled backward, using the momentum to flip the assassin over and slam him onto the bed. The series of actions was so fast that before the assassin could react, Jiang Changsheng was sitting on him, capturing him. The assassin urged his true qi, trying to push Jiang Changsheng away, but to his horror, he found he couldn't budge him at all. What terrifying martial arts! This kid is definitely above the top level. The assassin was shocked, his eyes wide. Jiang Changsheng recognized the assassin's true identity and said calmly, fifth senior brother, what are you doing? The assassin suddenly gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his mouth, and actually poisoned himself to commit suicide. Jiang Changsheng had no time to stop him and felt no disappointment. He searched the assassin's body, but found nothing. Then shouted loudly, there's an assassin. He shouted repeatedly, and Qin Ku was the first to rush in, followed by other disciples. Jiang Changsheng slumped on the bed, gasping for breath, with a look of shock on his face. Meng Qiuhai squeezed through the crowd and quickly approached. When he saw the dead man, his face changed dramatically. Fifth junior brother. The other disciples were also taken aback. Although the presence of the fifth senior brother was not high, he usually did not have enmity with other disciples. Meng Qiuhai noticed the dagger in the assassin's hand, and his expression darkened. He stepped forward to inspect it and quickly concluded, poisoned himself to commit suicide. He instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. If it were an internal conflict, why would he hide poison in his mouth? He looked at Jiang Changsheng, hoping he could say something. Jiang Changsheng pretended to be shocked and angry, gritting his teeth. I also don't know why fifth senior brother attacked me. He tried to kill me, but I captured him, and then he poisoned himself. This was his room, so he had the confidence. Qin Ku added, senior brother Changsheng usually practices alone and has no enmity with other disciples. Even if there was enmity, it wouldn't be right for fifth senior brother to come to our room to attack. Moreover, he poisoned himself, clearly hiding something and afraid of being questioned. The other disciples nodded, voicing their opinions, and some even questioned Jiang Changsheng. After all, the deceased was paramount. Jiang Changsheng had no objections. Saying it was for protection also implied he was guarding, as no one knew the truth. Meng Qiuhai led the others to take the assassin's body away. Qin Ku comforted, senior brother Changsheng, don't be afraid, I will always guard outside. Jiang Changsheng nodded, watching him leave. This incident quieted the earlier liveliness of Longqi Temple, plunging it back into its usual silence. Jiang Changsheng heard many disciples discussing the matter, and they all found it strange. Why would fifth senior brother want to kill Jiang Changsheng? Inside the room, Jiang Changsheng sat down again and began to practice. He started to calculate what kind of experts the opponent would send next. In the 14th year of Kaiyuan, the assassin attacked you, was captured by you, and poisoned himself to death. You have survived a killing disaster and received the survival reward, the life and death seal. A line of prompts appeared before his eyes. While the disciples were still outside, he immediately accepted the inheritance of the life and death seal. The life and death seal was a type of true qi martial art that could create a seal imprint on the enemy's meridians, making them suffer greatly. a torturous type of martial art that was not fatal but could threaten life. This martial art was excellent. If he captured another enemy, he could interrogate them. However, Jiang Changsheng was well aware of who the enemies were, and it was temporarily unnecessary. Learning another martial art would ultimately be useful in the future. In the next 10 days, Jiang Changsheng did not encounter any attacks, perhaps because disciples were taking turns guarding the courtyard, making the enemies too afraid to act recklessly. One day at noon, a commotion was heard in the courtyard. How bold! This prince wants to see someone, and you still want to allow it? Dare not, dare not. It's just what? Junior brother Changsheng was attacked by an assassin earlier, and we are protecting him. Presumptuous. Are you tired of living? Do you think this prince wants to kill him? After a commotion, the door was rudely pushed open, and a richly dressed young boy stormed in. Looking only 11 or 12 years old. Behind him were two burly men in purple clothes, each holding a saber. When the young boy saw Jiang Changsheng, his eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over, excitedly saying, "Are you the Taoist Changsheng?" Jiang Changsheng's surname was known only to himself, and he usually went by Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng got off the bed and cupped his hands, asking, "May I ask who you are?" The young prince smiled and said, "I am the fourth prince, here to seek a master to learn martial arts." Jiang Changsheng was surprised and asked, "Why do you seek me?" The fourth prince glanced at the two guards behind him, and they immediately stepped back to the door. The fourth prince took a step forward, leaned close to Jiang Changsheng, and whispered, "Father said you are very powerful and told me to seek you as my master. Have any other princes come to you?" Chapter 6. The Imperial Prison in the Capital. The evil king attacks. The fourth prince, Jiang Yu. Jiang Changsheng knew him from what Chunli had told him. Jiang Yu was his biological brother, born of the same father and mother, and also the son of the empress. It was said that after giving birth to Jiang Yu, the empress stopped being mad. Hearing that it was the emperor's instruction for Jiang Yu to come, Jiang Changsheng's mind raced. Could it be that the emperor has recognized him? Why didn't he directly acknowledge him? Jiang Changsheng didn't want to ask directly, and instead said, "You want to learn martial arts from me?" Jiang Yu replied excitedly, "That's right. Father said you are only 2 years older than me, but have already surpassed the first-rate realm. You must be my master. Whatever you want, I will fulfill your wishes. Gold, silver, treasures, just say the word." Jiang Changsheng thought for a moment. With the prince's connection, he wouldn't be so passive in the future. He didn't need to hide. After all, his enemies already knew he was here. Since it is the emperor's order, I cannot refuse. It is also my honor to teach your highness martial arts, but I must clarify that the martial arts I teach are all self-created and not from Longqi Temple. Jiang Changsheng said seriously. Jiang Yu was overjoyed and immediately wanted to kneel and bow, causing two guards to gasp in shock. Fortunately, Jiang Changsheng quickly supported Jiang Yu. This kid is really reckless. Making a prince bow is a serious crime. Jiang Changsheng helplessly said, "I am not your master. I will only teach you martial arts. You can just call me by my name in the future." Jiang Yu straightened his back and grinned. "Okay, brother Changsheng." He urged eagerly, "Brother Changsheng, hurry and teach me. My goal is to learn unparalleled martial arts and expand our great Jing territory, pacifying the wilds. I just turned 12 a few days ago. Father didn't allow me to practice martial arts before I turned 12. You are the first person to teach me martial arts." Jiang Changsheng thought for a moment and decided to teach Jiang Yu the shadow leg technique. The shadow leg was the first martial art he had learned. Powerful enough to shatter bones with a single kick, and he had already reached the realm of externalizing his qi, kicking out powerful manifestations. Jiang Changsheng began to impart the training methods of the shadow leg, and the two guards stepped outside to avoid suspicion, closing the door behind them. Jiang Yu listened intently. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and laughed. "I am only teaching His Highness martial arts. How can I be considered a master? Don't speak nonsense." Qing Ku didn't think so. That's still very strong. In the future, the prince will be your backing. From my past experiences in the Jianghu, I found that this world is one of human relationships. The same matter, when approached from different identities and relationships, yields completely different results. He seemed to recall something sad, and his smile faded. Jiang Changsheng had always been curious about what he had experienced, but he never spoke of it. The room fell silent. After a while, Qing Ku took his leave, and only Jiang Changsheng remained, finally able to practice in peace. After the first assassination attempt failed, enemies would surely try again. Jiang Changsheng needed to grow stronger as much as possible. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Tao law of nature, he could already be proud in Longqi Temple. For now, he hadn't encountered anyone with more qi than him, but one should always be cautious. He couldn't afford to be lax. How could an immortal be killed by a group of mundane martial artists? As dusk fell, dark clouds enveloped the bustling capital, and a light rain began to fall. Vendors on both sides of the street started packing up their stalls, the rolling red buildings shrouded in a layer of mist, making the entire city seem hazy. In the western district of the capital, in front of the prison gate, Zhang Tianren, clad in armor, frowned as he looked up at the sky, worry etched on his face. A middle-aged general beside him patted his shoulder and laughed. "Young man, don't always look so troubled. The chief has already submitted your name for next year's martial arts imperial examination." Jiang Changsheng had just turned 18 this year. His mother was pregnant with him when she was imprisoned, and after giving birth, she was executed. He was raised by the prison guards, who treated him like their own son, teaching him various martial arts, and he had indeed made a name for himself through repeated achievements. Nonsense, under the emperor's feet. Who would dare to stage a prison break? The middle-aged general laughed and scolded, and the other guards nearby burst into laughter. In the capital, the prison was the safest place, and their duties were simple. They enjoyed their current life, which was not tiring but well-paid. Jiang Changsheng smiled helplessly. He also felt he might be overthinking it. Since the founding of Great Jing, although there had been several rebellions in the capital, the prison had always been the most secure. As night gradually fell, the rain stopped, and the trees by the prison dripped with raindrops, creating ripples in the puddles on the ground. Jiang Changsheng was chatting with his brothers about what to eat for dinner when he suddenly heard a melodious flute sound. He looked up. The buildings on both sides of the street in front of the prison were tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone. "What sound is that? I don't see anyone. You got your ears slapped by your wicked wife when you went to the Aroma Pavilion 2 years ago, so of course, you can't hear it." The guards were discussing when the middle-aged general's face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Not good. Cover your ears." Upon hearing this, although the guards were startled, they instinctively covered their ears, including Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng suddenly saw a thick fog rolling in from the end of the street. And within the fog, a figure appeared faintly, identifiable by the fact that he was playing the flute. Is someone trying to break into the prison? This thought flashed through Jiang Changsheng's mind just as he was about to speak, and the ground trembled violently. Boom. Everyone struggled to steady their footing. And Jiang Changsheng sensed something and instinctively turned to look. With a huge bang, the prison gate exploded, and the heavy door was smashed into countless wooden splinters. Jiang Changsheng's cheek was cut, and his eyes widened in shock. A figure stepped out from the prison, wearing tattered prisoner clothes, with hands and feet bound in iron chains, hair disheveled, and a hunched back, gasping heavily. He raised his head, revealing a pair of white eyes without pupils, glinting coldly in the darkness. The evil king with ghostly eyes. A guard trembled and said, then collapsed to the ground. The evil king with ghostly eyes stepped forward, and the iron chains on his feet were still wrapped around the neck of a prison guard, dragging him out of the darkness. The prison guard was still alive, his eyes bulging, his face red, struggling to break free from the chains. Seeing this scene, Jiang Changsheng's eyes turned red, and he immediately drew his sword, charging toward the evil king with ghostly eyes. The evil king suddenly rushed in front of him, locking his right hand around Jiang Changsheng's neck and slamming him to the ground, causing the ground to shatter. Jiang Changsheng nearly fainted from the impact, his internal organs severely injured, and he could not help but spit out blood. The evil king with ghostly eyes grinned, his smile hideous, like a demon in the human world. Just as he was about to finish off Jiang Changsheng, the flute sound abruptly stopped, and a voice floated over, "Don't forget the main task." Upon hearing this, the evil king paused, leaped several feet high, dragging the bound prison guard into the woods, quickly vanishing. A large number of prison guards rushed out from the prison door, most of them injured, and the middle-aged general ran to Jiang Changsheng's side to check his injuries. Jiang Changsheng stared intently in the direction where the evil king had disappeared, his heart full of frustration. He had thought he was strong enough, but unexpectedly, he had been defeated in a single encounter. Inside the room, the oil lamp flickered. Jiang Changsheng was sitting cross-legged practicing when he suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. He opened his eyes and thought, tonight. There are no frogs croaking. There must be murderous intent. He felt the surging qi within him and felt somewhat reassured. The enemy shouldn't be much stronger than Taoist Qingxiu. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. After a stick of incense's time, Jiang Changsheng suddenly heard shouting from the foot of the mountain. But it was too far away for him, a cultivator, to hear clearly. Could the enemy be trying to force their way in? Jiang Changsheng frowned, thinking that no matter what, this was the capital, and it was a Taoist temple appointed by the emperor. If things escalated, it would surely attract the emperor's investigation. Meanwhile, on the mountain road halfway up the mountain, the evil king with ghost eyes walked on the stone steps, each hand gripping a Taoist's neck, while a bloodied prison guard dragged behind him, barely recognizable as human. Under the moonlit night, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and a lightning bolt split the night sky, illuminating the capital as if it were daytime. The evil king's face was momentarily lit up, revealing a terrifying, ferocious expression. How daring! You dare to storm Longqi Temple! A Taoist's angry shout came from above. A Taoist wielding a sword charged down, leaping into the air and thrusting his sword forward, the blade cutting through the night sky, emitting a chilling gleam. The evil king with ghost eyes snapped the neck of the Taoist in his right hand and then slapped out with his palm, unleashing his true energy, which transformed into a gust of bloody wind that collided head-on with the sword-wielding Taoist. Poof! The sword-wielding Taoist was struck by the bloody wind, spitting blood and being sent flying, like a kite with a broken string, crashing onto the steps. He clutched his chest, trying to stand, but the blood surged to his head, and he slumped over, unconscious. Longxi Temple? It's nothing more than that, just favored by the true dragon, the evil king scoffed, his hoarse voice dripping with disdain. He quickened his pace, darting up the mountain like a ghost. The door swung open, and Chinku rushed in, terrified. Senior brother. Thieves are attacking the mountain. Senior brother commands you to go and assist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng immediately rose and stepped out with Chinku. Arriving in the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng leaped and vanished into the night, leaving Chinku stunned in place. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly chased after him. In front of the main gate of Longxi Temple, the evil king with ghost eyes stopped, loosening his grip, letting 2 corpses drop. Thunder rumbled across the night sky, illuminating the stone steps behind him, which were littered with bodies, blood flowing down the steps and spreading into the darkness. Inside the gate, Meng Qiuhua stood on a small bridge with his sword, glaring at the evil king with ghost eyes, and sternly shouted, "Who are you? And why are you slaughtering my Longxi Temple?" The evil king grinned maliciously and said, "A dying man wants to drag some others down with him. Since the old man Xingxiu is not here, you can die first." He suddenly charged at Meng Qiuhua. Moving like thunder, Meng Qiuhua's expression changed. He quickly swung his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy to strike back. The evil king struck out with his palm, the palm wind overwhelming, scattering the sword energy and sending Meng Qiuhua flying, crashing through the wall of the pavilion behind, stirring up a cloud of dust. A bunch of useless trash. I didn't expect my last battle would be against a flock of chickens and dogs. The evil king scoffed, retracting his palm. He approached Meng Qiuhua, but suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. Chapter 7. Divine legs shake the capital, sword control technique. Rumbling. Thunderclouds rolled. And it was still raining in the night, with the downpour growing heavier. Meng Qiushuang, the third disciple of Longxi Temple, stood in front of the evil king with her sword, her Taoist robe soaked by the rain. Although she was a woman, her beautiful face showed no fear. The other disciples of Longxi Temple around her watched the evil king with tension, trembling, not daring to act. The evil king stood still, not advancing, not looking at Meng Qiushuang, but staring at the night sky behind her, where a figure was watching him from a rooftop. I didn't expect that besides the old man Xingxiu, there was another master in Longxi Temple. It turns out the target is you. The evil king chuckled sinisterly. Meng Qiushuang frowned, not understanding what he meant. Ignoring her, the evil king continued, "Why are you still not making a move? Why not escape?" Only then did Meng Qiushuang understand. He wasn't targeting her at all. She turned to look behind her, where there were buildings blocking her view of the figure 100 feet away. The surrounding disciples were also weak, leaving her to wonder who this supreme master the demon spoke of was. "From your words, you're coming for me. Could it be that the earlier assassination was also arranged by you?" Hearing Jiang Changsheng's voice, Meng Qiushuang and the other disciples froze, recalling Jiang Changsheng's voice. But Jiang Changsheng was a supreme master? The evil king chuckled darkly. "Oh, another assassination? It seems it failed, but this time you are certainly dead." He leaped, landing on the rooftop behind Meng Qiushuang. The group of disciples quickly regrouped, retreating to the main gate of Longxi Temple. They looked out, finally spotting Jiang Changsheng's figure. Jiang Changsheng stood on the eaves of the Mingxin Hall. From a distance, his true appearance was unclear, but he stood upright under the thunderclouds of the night, exuding an indescribable powerful aura. "Changsheng junior brother," Meng Qiushuang murmured, tightening her grip on her sword. Jiang Changsheng looked at the evil king with cold eyes, his killing intent rising. Although the opponent's true energy was not even half of his own, it was much stronger than his master's, indicating they had seen many battles. He couldn't be careless and had to give it his all. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself, beginning to mobilize the true energy within him, his Taoist robe billowing in the wind. The evil king rushed towards Jiang Changsheng, leaping onto the eaves, the two rapidly closing in on each other, causing the disciples of Longxi Temple to feel extremely tense. Could such a demon be resisted by Changsheng? Meng Qiushuang and the other disciples thought anxiously. The evil king leaped into the air, his true energy flowing into his right palm, his smile cruel, eyes filled with excitement. "Kid die?" Under the night, amidst thunder and lightning, their figures were illuminated. When they were less than 5 zhang apart, Jiang Changsheng suddenly moved. He leaped with a speed that was hard for the evil king to catch, kicking out with a leg, his form like a ghost. His leg landing in the evil king's eyes, creating an afterimage as if dozens of legs were attacking him simultaneously. Bang! Jiang Changsheng kicked the evil king in the chest while in midair, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, true energy erupting from his right foot, sending the evil king flying away. How is this possible? The evil king's eyes widened in disbelief, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth, leaving a trail of blood as he soared past the rooftops of the disciples, over the cliff, and plummeting to the foot of the mountain, disappearing into the mist. Meng Qiushuang and the other disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. At the foot of Longqi Temple, a large number of prison guards and soldiers arrived. Zhang Tianren also running over with a spear, his neck red under the light of the torch in his left hand. Are you sure it's this direction? A general frowned and asked, puzzled. Zhang Tianren nodded. That's right, it's this direction. The general hesitated, but this is long. Before he could finish speaking, a sound of wind came from above, startling them into instinctively turning their heads. A figure fell from the sky, crashing onto the steps at the foot of Longqi Temple, shattering stones and spilling blood everywhere. The soldiers were shocked and quickly surrounded the area. It's the evil king, he's dead, a prison guard exclaimed, prompting Zhang Tianren and the general to rush over to check. They saw the evil king lying on the stone steps, his limbs twisted uncomfortably, his chest caved in, with eerie white bones faintly visible. He died with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, filled with fear. Zhang Tianren was moved, looking up at the mountain ahead. Under the night sky, with thunderclouds rolling, Longqi Mountain appeared so mysterious. After inspecting the evil king's injuries, the general said solemnly, he was killed by an extremely fierce leg technique. A single blow ended his life. The gap in strength between the two sides is vast. A vast gap in strength? He was both excited and nervous. This was his first time killing an enemy, giving it his all, and fortunately, it didn't backfire. That night was the worst disaster Longqi Temple had faced in over a decade, with at least 20 disciples dead. Jiang Changsheng sat on his bed, not feeling guilty. He was thinking about whether enemies would attack again. In the 14th year of Kaiyuan, the evil king with ghost eyes attacked you and was slain by you. You survived a massacre and received the survival reward, the sword control technique. A line of text appeared in front of Jiang Changsheng's eyes, and he smiled, realizing it was no longer just martial arts, but a spell. He immediately began to accept the inheritance of the sword control technique. A sleepless night. In the morning, Jiang Changsheng was still practicing. In the courtyard, four disciples were on guard, quietly discussing last night's events. Jiang Changsheng's performance had shocked everyone in the temple, but some were also blaming him, believing he had brought about the evil spirits. However, Jiang Changsheng was also an orphan, and they couldn't make definitive judgments, only guessing based on the words of the evil-eyed demon king. Jiang Changsheng's hearing was far superior to ordinary people, so he naturally heard these discussions. But he didn't care. He was no longer a youth. He was a grown man who had lived 2 lives. In this life, he just wanted to survive as much as possible and had no time to worry about others' deaths. Besides, with martial arts sects located in the capital, how could there be no calamities? Jiang Changsheng focused on his practice. Without a sword, he couldn't practice the sword control technique, so he mainly practiced the Taoist natural law. It wasn't until Chun-Li came to visit that his practice was interrupted. Chun-Li didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a man. This man was the Minister of Justice, Lord Yang, who was here to investigate the matter of the evil-eyed demon king. The evil-eyed demon king had not only killed disciples of the Longqi Temple, but also several prison guards, which had alarmed the court. The emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Chun-Li explained, and upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng clasped his hands in salute. In the great Jing dynasty, the ministerial position was considered the second highest official rank, and there were no more than 10 people with greater power than the Minister of Justice. Lord Yang scrutinized Jiang Changsheng, his eyes showing some unusual interest, and he asked, "Do you recognize the evil-eyed demon king? The villain who attacked the Longqi Temple last night. I heard he was killed by you." Lord Yang said expressionlessly, "Then tell me everything you saw." "Really? Your martial arts are so strong? You could even kill the evil-eyed demon king. I heard he was kicked off the mountain by you and fell to his death." Chun-Li no longer pretended to be serious and said excitedly. Jiang Changsheng's strength made him feel that his investments over the years were not in vain. Although Chun-Li had never ventured into the martial world, he had heard of the evil-eyed demon king's notorious reputation. He had previously discussed with Jiang Changsheng the matter of the evil-eyed demon king being captured by the court. Jiang Changsheng shook his head, saying, "He underestimated me because I was young." Chun-Li waved his hand, saying, "What modesty! Your leg technique surprised even the generals guarding the capital. The evil-eyed demon king is a master above the true origin realm, classified as a top-tier master in the martial world. Such martial artists can manipulate their true chi freely and are beyond the reach of ordinary people." Jiang Changsheng silently noted this. Third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, true origin realm, top-tier master. The third level of the Taoist natural law could easily kill top-tier masters. The gap between cultivating immortality and martial arts was indeed vast. Chun-Li also talked about the case's situation. The celestial prison was a crucial site in the capital, and it had been breached by a death row inmate. The emperor's face was tarnished, and the guards responsible for overseeing the evil-eyed demon king had been ordered to be executed. Investigations into the personnel of the celestial prison were to continue, which was also why the Minister of Justice personally came. If the investigation wasn't conducted well, his position could be at risk. The status of a minister was incredibly high. In other dynasties, it would not be so easy to fall. But it was different in the Great Jing dynasty, where most of the heavy officials were founders of the dynasty, and the emperor had always wanted to replace them. Almost every year, there were replacements among the ministers, so the 6 ministry ministers naturally walked on thin ice. Your identity and background are very simple. Taoist Qingshu has reported the household registration of every disciple, so you don't need to worry much. Killing the evil-eyed demon king is undoubtedly a merit. And when the time comes, the emperor will reward you. So tell me, what do you want? If the emperor brings it up in court, I can help you speak on your behalf, Chunli said, shaking his teacup with a smile. He felt quite pleased with himself. After a night, all the powerful figures in the capital knew that the Longqi Temple had produced a young top-tier master who could even kick the notorious evil-eyed demon king to death. In the martial enthusiastic Great Jing dynasty, he would undoubtedly have a bright future. All top-tier masters were proud and arrogant individuals. The Qin family had only managed to rope in one top-tier master, who was not even in the capital and could only be summoned when necessary. Jiang Changsheng was different. He lived in the capital and was an orphan, making him a potential candidate to be brought into the Qin family. Chapter 8. The famous sword tying. Breaking through the 4th level. If I can truly receive a reward, please help me get a sword. I've recently gained some insights into sword techniques and want to see if I can create my own sword technique, Jiang Changsheng said with a smile. After all, Chun Li was the top scholar, and his family head was the minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the Great Jing dynasty, which meant he could indeed speak on the court. Chun Li readily agreed, and the two did not chat for long, as Lord Yang was still outside. Once the door was closed, Jiang Changsheng was left alone in the room. The smile on his face faded, and he began to worry about whether the enemy would send stronger experts. He hoped the enemy wouldn't be too strong, as that would still allow him to reap survival rewards. From Chun Li's words, it seemed that although top-tier masters were strong, they were not rare, which indicated that there were higher realms above the top tier. After all, top-tier master was merely a title among the martial artists and not a designation of realm. Jiang Changsheng needed time to grow stronger. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Over the next few days, official soldiers came daily, and Jiang Changsheng was interviewed several times. He spoke confidently, completely unperturbed, because the strange attack by the evil-eyed demon king, which led to the death of his 5th senior brother, had already reached a conclusion. He acted in self-defense. It was reasonable, and the evidence was sufficient. The logic was sound. It was just that there was a lack of motive, leaving the officials from the government, the Ministry of Justice, and the Celestial Prison puzzled about who was driving all this and why they wanted to kill Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng originally hoped that Jiang Yuan would come to see him personally so he could lead to the truth, but Jiang Yuan did not come. The emperor was preoccupied with state affairs and was not drawn in by such cases. 5 days later, the 4th prince Jiang Yu came to visit. He excitedly said, "Brother Changsheng, the leg technique you used to kill the evil-eyed demon king is the shadow leg that you taught me, right?" Jiang Changsheng nodded. And Jiang Yu became even more excited, beginning to recount the sensational impact of the event. The palace was discussing it, and it was said that even the martial world had heard of it. Longqi Temple, Taoist Changsheng, 14 years old, killed the evil-eyed demon king. At such an age, with such achievements, it was indeed astonishing. Jiang Changsheng felt secretly pleased but also worried that it would attract more trouble. "Even my elder brother is interested in you, and said he would come to visit you if he had the chance," Jiang Yu laughed. Jiang Changsheng's expression did not change, but he felt a surge of killing intent inside. The fake prince also wanted to find him. It was better to stay low. He still needed to endure and wait until he was strong enough to take revenge decisively. The two chatted for a while longer, and Jiang Changsheng began to point out Jiang Yu's confusion regarding the shadow leg. Jiang Yu listened earnestly, and after half an hour, he gained a lot from the discussion. After expressing his gratitude, he left. This time Jiang Yu did not come empty-handed. He brought pastries from the palace. After tasting them, Jiang Changsheng found them quite delicious. Much better than the plain meals at Longqi Temple. Not bad, not bad. Next time, let him bring more, Jiang Changsheng thought happily. On that day, a military unit was dispatched to guard Longqi Mountain, bringing an end to the tense days for the disciples. All the disciples gathered in the Mingxin Hall, bowing their heads before Taoist Qingshu. The atmosphere in the hall was somber. Jiang Changsheng also lowered his head, while Meng Qiuhua and Meng Qiushuang knelt before Taoist Qingshu, their foreheads pressed tightly to the ground. Taoist Qingshu appeared visibly older compared to before descending the mountain, with wrinkles forming on his forehead, likely due to extreme worry. Alas, a heavy sigh broke the silence in the Mingxin Hall. Taoist Qingshu spoke, "You may rise. In the face of a top-tier master like the evil-eyed demon king. Even for me, there is no absolute certainty. You have done well enough. The deceased are gone, so do not dwell on it." Meng Qiuhua and Meng Qiushuang stood up, but still did not dare to raise their heads, especially Meng Qiuhua, whose fists trembled in his sleeves. Over the past month, his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer as cheerful as before and had been gloomy all day, making the other disciples reluctant to talk to him. Taoist Qingshu looked at Jiang Changsheng and said, "Changsheng, you performed well. You saved Longqi Temple." Jiang Changsheng quickly bowed and saluted, saying it was his duty. Taoist Qingshu did not dwell on this matter but continued, "Your senior brother has defected to the demonic sect. From now on, he is no longer the eldest disciple of Longqi Temple. Qiuhua will be the eldest disciple, Qiushuang the second, and you, Changsheng, will be the third disciple." As soon as the words were spoken, the disciples looked up, excitedly asking questions. Li Changqing held the position of the head in Longqi Temple and had a close relationship with the disciples, including Jiang Changsheng, who was not disliked by anyone. Meng Qiuhong's expression was extremely grim. He did not share the excitement of being promoted to the eldest disciple. Jiang Changsheng's promotion to the third disciple was not surprising to him. His achievements were evident, and the status of a disciple in Longqi Temple could be changed. Usually only when a disciple passed away would another take their place. He could understand Li Changqing's betrayal. Emotions could be quite harmful. As long as it did not affect his safety, that was enough. After all, he was a cultivator. 100 years from now, everyone around him would turn to dust. Resting beneath the earth, Qingshu Taoist said little, waving his whisk to signal the disciples to retreat. Although the disciples were fervent, they had to leave. Jiang Changsheng hesitated, thinking that Qingshu Taoist would speak to him alone, but he did not. It seemed he did not care about the deaths of the disciples. Qingshu Taoist's attitude towards him was clearly strange. Could it be that Qingshu Taoist knew his identity? He allowed him to skip the teachings. And even after such a major incident, he did not hold him accountable, which was truly odd. Jiang Changsheng thought of many possibilities, even considering that Qingshu Taoist might be an enemy. Of course, this thought was a bit dark, but in this life, he must pursue immortality. Immortality, becoming a celestial being and a deity, was his goal. Meng Qiuhong started to practice martial arts frantically and received the same treatment as Jiang Changsheng, no longer attending teachings. He immersed himself in martial arts at the edge of the cliff, causing Qingku to sigh about the new elder brother's reckless enthusiasm for martial arts. Jiang Changsheng did not meddle to comfort Meng Qiuhong. He did not have that ability. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly, the 15th year of Kaiyuan arrived, and Jiang Changsheng turned 15. His true energy kept increasing, but he was still one step away from the fourth layer of the Taoist natural law. The winter snow had not completely melted when Chunli came to visit, bringing a great gift this time. "Ha ha ha, Changsheng, you've struck gold. I helped you ask His Majesty for a precious sword." With just one word from His Majesty, after months of effort, a famous sword was retrieved from the martial world. This sword is called the Taiying sword, and it is said to be among the top 10 famous swords in the martial world. Chunli laughed, placing the sword on the table, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Changsheng asked in surprise, "His Majesty went to such lengths?" Chunli shook his head and said, "His Majesty only needed to say a word, and the people below ran themselves ragged." Longqi Temple is located in the capital and was personally designated by His Majesty as a Taoist temple. The killing of disciples by death row inmates in the heavenly prison involved too many power departments. The people below, hoping to please His Majesty, naturally had to do their utmost to smooth over His Majesty's anger. Moreover, the current martial world is weak, and the reputation of the top 10 famous swords is not as formidable as in previous dynasties. Jiang Changsheng suddenly understood. He approached the table, took the sword sheath, and drew the Taiying sword. The sword's light shone brightly, making him squint. Chunli was also dazzled and remarked, "The Taiying is definitely a divine weapon. I've tested it, cutting through iron like mud, and its light can confuse enemies." Jiang Changsheng examined the Taiying sword, which was over 3 feet long. The blade 3 fingers wide, appearing slender overall. Strange patterns were carved into the center of the blade, and the edges had a slight bluish color. The handle was also finely crafted, comfortable to grip. Not bad, I like it. "Thank you, Brother Chen," Jiang Changsheng praised, finding the sword handsome, worthy of his looks. Chunli smiled, and then spoke about the results of the case. The emperor had given a lot of money and supplies to Longqi Temple as a form of consolation. Jiang Changsheng had no objections. He did not have the right to voice any. After Chunli finished, he hurried away, as he had recently been promoted and was very busy. Jiang Changsheng did not stay indoors, but went to the Dao Bell Tower. There were few disciples around, as the nearby buildings were all storerooms for firewood, grain, and other goods. He began to cultivate the spirit energy according to the technique of sword control. first needing to make the Taiheng sword levitate before he could control it. This process was difficult, but he found it refreshing and was full of fighting spirit. Controlling the sword was what cultivation was all about. A cultivator should not always rely on martial skills to fight. After the Longqi Temple massacre, those nobles who wished to kill Jiang Changsheng settled down. His 15th year passed very peacefully without any further disasters or calamities. In the 16th year of Kaiyuan, Jiang Changsheng turned 16. On a summer afternoon, he finally mastered the 4th layer of the Taoist natural law, and the true energy within him began to transform into a stronger energy. Spiritual power. The energy of a cultivator. From this moment on, he had truly transcended the ordinary and could now practice spells and use magical artifacts. The magical artifact he obtained at the age of 6, the Qilin Whisk, was still in his mind and used, and he had long been looking forward to using it. Jiang Changsheng compared and found that his spiritual power was equivalent to 10 times that of his previous true energy, quite substantial. His senses were greatly enhanced. His hearing could cover the entire Longqi Temple, and he also developed divine awareness, which was the sight of the soul that could penetrate matter and explore the external world, grasping the essence of things. A moment of transformation. Jiang Changsheng felt elated, thinking that he would not need to worry about any enemies coming his way. Compared to when he killed the Ghost Eye Evil King, his strength had made a tremendous leap, even describable as a complete transformation. After 2 days, Jiang Changsheng consolidated his cultivation, mastering his spiritual power skillfully. He could even fly with the sword, but he did not dare to show off too much. Ending the trial after a slight attempt, he was still unsure if there were other cultivators in the world and whether there were martial artists who could match him, so he could not act recklessly. Chapter 9. The marvelous power of magical artifacts. Would you like to be the abbot? The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. In the courtyard, a group of disciples stood on the 4-sided corridor, excitedly cheering as Chinku was sparring with Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng stood his ground, not moving his feet, with his left hand resting behind his waist and his right hand blocking Chinku. No matter what attacks Chinku launched, he could easily deflect them and push Chinku back in return. At 16, he was remarkably handsome, standing out among the crowd. Chinku had practiced the 9-seeking heavenly dragon step taught by Jiang Changsheng, which was exquisite but lacked substantial offensive power. Thus, Chinku's attacking techniques were from Longqi Temple's martial arts. It must be said that most of Longqi Temple's martial arts were quite poor, in Jiang Changsheng's view. They were no different from traditional martial arts on Earth in his past life. Jiang Changsheng pushed Chinku away again with one hand, causing Chinku to retreat 7 steps. Stumbling and sitting on the ground, Chinku helplessly called out, "I'm done." The surrounding disciples cheered, praising the 3rd senior brother's prowess. Ever since reaching the 4th layer of the Taoist natural law, Jiang Changsheng occasionally guided other disciples, thus establishing the image of the 3rd senior brother and gaining increasing prestige. 3rd junior brother, you should go to bed early. Don't indulge these little rascals' mischief, Meng Xiaohong said as he approached Jiang Changsheng, speaking earnestly, with a frown that revealed a few strands of white hair at his temples. In just 2 years, he had transformed completely. The once lively and cheerful 2nd senior brother had now become a gloomy man obsessed with martial arts. Jiang Changsheng felt emotional. After all, it was due to him. If he had not been rescued to Longqi Temple, the situation would have been different. But none of this was his fault. He was also a victim. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "All right, elder brother." Meng Xiaohong stared at him, his gaze intense. 3rd junior brother, 2 years ago, you could kill the evil king. How strong are you now? When will you spar with me? After saying this, he turned and walked towards his room. Meng Xiaohong asked, "I heard that Li Changqing has already entered the peak realm. 3rd junior brother, are you thinking about going down the mountain for some adventures? So soon? Could it be that he practiced demonic arts?" Jiang Changsheng thought to himself. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to go down the mountain. I just want to stay at Longqi Temple and avoid worldly disputes." Meng Xiaohong watched him enter his room before turning to leave. Back in his bed, Jiang Changsheng furrowed his brow. What did Meng Xiaohong mean by that? Does this guy also want to learn from Li Changqing? After thinking for a while, he decided not to meddle and began to close his eyes and practice. The Qilin Whisk appeared out of nowhere in his hand. This whisk looked no different from an ordinary one, but the handle was white jade-like, resembling a piece of white bone. Holding the Qilin Whisk, he could feel the surging magical power within it. It was indeed a magical artifact, imbued with spiritual energy. After half an hour, the Qilin Whisk successfully recognized its master. After recognizing its master, the Qilin Whisk began to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was quite miraculous. When Jiang Changsheng infused spiritual power into the Qilin Whisk, its long bristles could actually extend freely, and he could control them for binding, striking, and other actions. Amazing. Once the items from the survival reward were taken out, they could only exist in reality. Although he felt a bit regretful, He accepted it. From then on, Jiang Changsheng wore the Taihang sword at his waist and held the Qilin whisk in his hand, exuding an aura of immortality. When disciples inquired about this whisk, he said it was a gift from Chun-Li, and all the disciples in the temple knew that Chun-Li occasionally visited him with the fourth prince. Not just these two, other high-ranking officials also wanted to visit Jiang Changsheng. At first, he received them, but after a while, he gently declined, as those people only wanted to see him without Chun-Li's sincerity. On a scorching summer day, the heat made the space slightly distort. Brother Changsheng, I want to join the army. I won't be able to visit you for 5 years. I hope you understand. The young man said spiritedly in front of Jiang Changsheng, hands on his hips, sweating profusely, but still full of energy. Jiang Changsheng had just finished instructing on the shadow leg technique and was about to send him away when he unexpectedly said this. Jiang Changsheng asked, "Where are you going to join the army? Not in the capital?" The dying dynasty had been established for 16 years, with internal harmony and peace. But external battles had never ceased. The North was always at war, and each year a batch of generals with outstanding military achievements was born. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Naturally to the north, I want to flatten the desert and eliminate the Gohan." The current emperor's greatest goal, aside from pursuing immortality, was to conquer the Gohan and achieve extraordinary merit. Jiang Changsheng laughed and said, "Joining the army as a prince is not so easy. You need to think it through." Jiang Yu grinned. "There's no choice. If I don't join the army, I can't compete with my elder brother." Jiang Changsheng was taken aback. This was the first time Jiang Yu had revealed his ambitions to him. The fake crown prince's faction was growing stronger, and it was said that 2 of the 6 ministries were already under his control, while the capital's offices were personally supervised by him. At 16, he already had the ability to handle political affairs, and many were looking forward to what kind of prosperous era he would bring to dying after he ascended the throne. As for the current emperor, there were many complaints among the people about him. The canal construction was indeed a burden on the people and a waste of resources. Jiang Changsheng followed up, "Then I wish you success." Jiang Yu curiously asked, "If in the coming years, my elder brother or other princes come to recruit you, would you come down the mountain?" He seemed casual, but his heart was extremely tense. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and chuckled, "Of course not. If I were after fame and wealth, I would have long followed the emperor's orders and participated in the martial arts examination." Jiang Yu smiled and turned to leave. Jiang Changsheng looked at the pastries beside him, showing a look of regret. He wouldn't be able to eat such delicious pastries for a long time. The fourth prince's departure from the capital did not stir up any waves. There were more than 10 princes in the current dynasty, and a crown prince had already been established, so the fourth prince's presence was not prominent. After Jiang Changsheng broke through to the 4th level of the Tao method of natural power, he did not slacken off and worked hard on his practice every day. Days passed, and the leaves in Longqi Temple began to turn yellow, signaling that autumn was approaching. Longqi Temple had returned to its former state, with high-ranking officials coming to burn incense and seek the Tao from time to time, as well as heroes coming to stay and cultivate their minds. Although Jiang Changsheng was the 3rd disciple, he usually did not receive guests. It was the other disciples who were responsible for that. Currently, the temple was managed by the 2nd senior sister, Meng Qiushuang. Meng Qiuha and Meng Qiushuang were biological siblings. Their parents were killed by bandits in their childhood, and they were fortunate to be rescued by Taoist Qingxiu, who took them up the mountain together. At noon, Jiang Changsheng was meditating on the bell tower, facing the blazing sun, cultivating his energy and absorbing the weather of heaven and earth. Qing Ku suddenly ran to the bottom of the tower and shouted, "Something bad has happened, senior brother. The grand senior brother has run away again." Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, got up, and leaned over the railing to look down at Qing Ku, asking, "What do you mean? Are you talking about Meng senior brother or Li senior brother?" "Of course it's Meng senior brother. To be precise, another grand senior brother has run away," Qing Ku said anxiously, his tone urgent. Jiang Changsheng frowned, leaped down like a white crane, and landed lightly. Qing Ku was already accustomed to his movement technique and immediately led the way. The two quickly arrived in front of the Mingxin Hall, where most of the disciples had gathered. Those who were not present were either guarding the mountain gate or entertaining guests. Inside the hall, Taoist Qingxiu stood with his back to them, holding a letter in silence. Meng Qiushuang gritted her teeth and said, "Master, I will go find him." Jiang Changsheng was surprised. Meng Qiuha was going down the mountain without his sister? Taoist Qingxiu sighed. "No need, respect him. Qiuha is different from Changqing. He is not seeking refuge in the demonic sect. He just wants to seek greater power. Perhaps you will see him again in the capital in the future." He turned around and looked at the disciples. Jiang Changsheng saw his calm expression and realized he must have had an inkling. Let the position of the eldest disciple be taken by Qiushuang. The other disciples will be promoted in order, Taoist Qingxiu said. Jiang Changsheng became the 2nd senior brother, feeling a bit helpless. The promotion was too fast. If it continued like this, Wouldn't he become the grand senior brother in just 2 more years? Changsheng, come with me. Taoist Qingshu waved the whisk and turned to leave. Jiang Changsheng hurriedly followed. The other disciples continued discussing Meng Qiuhe's descent from the mountain. After passing through the Mingxin Hall, they entered a long corridor, and the outside noise gradually faded away. Jiang Changsheng followed behind Taoist Qingshu, lost in thought, unsure of what he wanted to say. Jiang Changsheng was still very curious whether Taoist Qingshu knew about his background and what he thought, so he could decide how to take revenge. He was also unsure if there was anyone in the capital who could rival him, so he had to be cautious. They arrived at a quiet courtyard. The yard was not large, with an old tree standing in it, its trunk winding like a dragon's body, dense autumn leaves fluttering in the wind, and a circle of yellow leaves had already piled up on the ground. Taoist Qingshu stopped, gazed at the old tree, and slowly spoke. Changsheng, do you want to go down the mountain? Jiang Changsheng was taken aback and quickly asked, Master, why do you want to send me down the mountain? He did not expect Taoist Qingshu to mean this. Taoist Qingshu replied calmly, if you are unwilling to go down the mountain, would you be willing to become the abbot of Longqi Temple in the future? Chapter 10. The Mighty Noble, Descendant of Demonic Beasts. The abbot is the master of the Taoist temple, and in the dying dynasty, he can also be directly referred to as Taoist. Becoming the abbot of Longqi Temple? Longqi Temple was not a powerful institution, there were no intrigues, and the disciples were pure-hearted. Thus, the Taoist had no need to test his disciples. Taoist Qingshu raised his right hand, letting his sleeve fall, revealing a wrist covered with black veins that looked as if crawling with black worms, writhing on the surface of the skin, which was horrifying. Jiang Changsheng frowned. Taoist Qingshu said calmly, this poison is the most evil poison of the demonic sect. Even the true dragon aura cannot eliminate it. I can live for at most 5 more years. I will give you another 5 years to prepare for the responsibilities of the abbot. As for your senior sister, she is a woman with outstanding beauty, and she is the biological sister of Qiuhe. If she were to become the abbot, it would surely bring disaster. Jiang Changsheng found this reasonable. Longqi Temple itself was located at the center of power in the dying dynasty, and high-ranking officials frequently visited. A beautiful abbot would indeed attract a lot of trouble. 5 years. 5 years from now, he would only be 21. Isn't that too early? Although Jiang Changsheng did not reject becoming the abbot, he did not want to be too busy so soon. He wanted to focus his main energy on cultivation for now. Is there really no remedy? Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked. Taoist Qingshu shook his head and laughed. Nothing is absolute. It's just that there is currently no antidote. Changsheng, you must take this as a warning and avoid provoking the demonic sect, whether good or bad. Those who go against the great trend of the world will always bring calamity to those around them. Jiang Changsheng asked, why do you say that? Does the demon sect have some special origin? Are they rebels? Master Qingshu shook his head and said no more. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Changsheng continued, Master, do you know my background? It seems someone wants to kill me because of past troubles. No need to think too much about it. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that someone wants to eliminate Longqi Temple. Master Qingshu interrupted. Jiang Changsheng frowned again. He had finally gotten the chance to inquire and wouldn't give up easily. Master Qingshu had such a good relationship with Emperor Jiang Yuan. He had to probe. Why does your majesty take special care of me? I've heard from Chun-Li that based on just a brief encounter, he wanted to recommend me for the martial arts examination and even had the 4th prince train with me. The way your majesty looked at me last time. Jiang Changsheng didn't continue because Master Qingshu was staring intently at him, his gaze particularly unfamiliar. Jiang Changsheng had never seen Master Qingshu show such a look before. In an instant, Jiang Changsheng was prepared for a fight. He dared to ask, and his confidence came from his strength. Master Qingshu said quietly, Changsheng, I don't know who your teachings originate from, but surely there must be a great master behind them, someone whose power even I cannot perceive. Their strength is unimaginable. Likely a peerless expert beyond the spirit sense realm. But I advise you to be cautious. Do not trust others easily. Yes, your background is indeed not simple, but the complexities within it are not worth your exploration. It is very dangerous and cruel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng frowned. He didn't refute Master Qingshu. Having a fictitious backing wasn't a problem, but Master Qingshu's words made him think of more possibilities. Today I will tell you about the current realms of martial arts. From low to high, 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate, true essence, spirit sense, and beyond that, there is the heaven-reaching realm. Although His Majesty seems to lack martial power, he possesses the luck of the Emperor. Once he displays the true dragon chi, he can rival spirit sense experts. Most importantly, there is a heaven-reaching expert in the palace. That person is the true pillar of the great Jing dynasty. Master Qingshu's tone was profound and inscrutable, making it hard to discern his emotions. 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate, true essence, spirit sense, heaven-reaching. Jiang Changsheng's brow furrowed even tighter. The Ghost Eye Evil King was a spirit sense expert. Before breaking through to the fourth level of the Tao method of nature, he could easily kill the ghost evil king, indicating that at that time, he was at least equivalent to an invincible spirit sense level. Now, he was far beyond that, and should be able to compare with heaven-reaching experts. This was merely his speculation, and he didn't dare to gamble. He could only live one life without a chance of reincarnation, so he had to be cautious. Master Qingshu continued, I have already brought great calamity to Longqi Temple by saving you. I initially wanted to keep it hidden, but since you have the heart to investigate, I can only tell you this. Changsheng, you have two paths for survival. One is for me to take you to a holy place in the martial world, but you will still be unable to escape the pursuit of enemies. The other is for me to protect you for another 5 years. During these 5 years, you should grow as much as possible. After that, using the name of Longqi Temple, you can build your connections to resist those powerful nobles. The existence of Longqi Temple was established by His Majesty when he founded the nation and proclaimed it to the world. Unless Longqi Temple plots rebellion, even His Majesty cannot remove it. The great Jing dynasty is based on trust and righteousness. From the emperor to the common people, trust and righteousness are the most important. All right, you may leave now. This time, Jiang Changsheng did not press further. He clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave. Once turned around, his expression turned cold. Haha, great powerful nobles. Jiang Changsheng understood the implications of Master Qingshu's words and felt both fortunate and fearful. Thankfully, he hadn't been reckless when he met Jiang Yuan. In the quiet courtyard, Master Qingshu stared at the old tree before him as the mottled autumn leaves slowly fell, landing on the grass below without stirring a speck of dust, silently. Sigh, it's hard to balance home and country. The day after his conversation with Master Qingshu, Jiang Changsheng moved out and found a separate courtyard to live in. As the second senior brother, he naturally had this qualification. Meng Xiaoshuang, who held great power, didn't even ask a question and directly agreed. Qing Ku was reluctant to part, but when Jiang Changsheng allowed him to visit any time, the boy finally smiled. The reason for living separately was that Jiang Changsheng did not want to be disturbed and wanted to practice in peace. The heaven-reaching expert in the palace had already become his hypothetical enemy, and he had to become stronger as much as possible. As for the poison Master Qingshu had been afflicted with, he would also look for ways to see if he could detoxify it. Considering he had already mastered the spring and autumn medical canon, he just couldn't detoxify it for now. He would wait a year or two. If no danger came in those 2 years, it would mean that Master Qingshu truly meant well for him. Jiang Changsheng's move did not surprise the other disciples. Instead, they felt it was only natural that he had long overdue to move out. Having the second senior brother living in their yard made them feel somewhat constrained. After moving out, Jiang Changsheng didn't even knock on the bell anymore, passing that responsibility to the other disciples. Now that he was the second senior brother, no one dared to refuse him except Meng Xiaoshuang. Time passed quickly. Heavy snow finally arrived, covering the capital in cold white. The righteous and demonic paths gathered at Huiyang Mountain, ready for a great battle, but unexpectedly, a figure emerged from Huiyang Mountain, claiming to be Emperor Yang Zhao. With terrifying power, both the righteous and demonic paths were defeated by him alone, and his name echoed throughout the world, even in the martial world. How could someone claim to be emperor? Upon learning this, the emperor was furious and ordered the silver-armored leopard cavalry to surround Huiyang Mountain. 3,000 silver-armored leopard cavalry. The elite of the great Jing dynasty suffered over 1,000 casualties, yet Emperor Yang Zhao still escaped. Now, the bounty for Emperor Yang Zhao was posted all over the great Jing. Chun-Li recounted the events with cadence, holding a wine cup as if he were a storyteller, and Jiang Changsheng listened with great interest. In the new year, Chun-Li aged faster than time itself, with more gray in his hair and a weary look in his eyes. Every time he came to Longqi Temple, he not only brought gifts but also shared stories from the martial world and court, sometimes venting his frustrations. After hearing about the prominent figures in the martial world, Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, "Is His Majesty still obsessed with the Tao of alchemy?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Li exclaimed in indignation, "That's right, it's simply foolish." Jiang Changsheng was startled. Although his senses were sharp and he knew there was no one outside the building, Chun-Li's boldness was dangerous and could easily attract trouble. He didn't want to live a life of wandering. "You mustn't speak carelessly, Brother Chun. You should pay more attention to your words and actions. Perhaps your troubles are related to them," Jiang Changsheng said earnestly, which sobered Chun-Li a bit, but he was still very angry. Gritting his teeth, Chun-Li said, "His Majesty heavily favors the demonic path, and the demonic path is close to the second prince. Sooner or later, there will be a crisis for the throne." Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng pondered. The position of the fake crown prince was unstable. Was the closeness of the demonic path to the second prince perhaps Jiang Yuan's intention? Chun-Li raised his wine cup and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and exhaling a long breath, saying, "Changsheng, I'll take my leave now. That small box contains a snake egg, born from a demonic snake, very spiritual. If raised well, it could become a guardian spirit beast for generations. He stood up, donned his raincoat, and left with his sword. Watching his bent figure, Jiang Changsheng felt a pang of sympathy and called out, "Brother Chun, if you encounter trouble, you can tell me. I will help if I can." Chun-Li paused at the door, chuckled lightly, and said, "You little rascal. By the time I truly need your help, my Qin family will have already fallen to ruin. At that time, I won't hesitate to ask. Just focus on your training." He pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. Jiang Changsheng fell silent. It seemed the whirlpool in the capital was becoming increasingly chaotic. The emperor's obsession with pursuing longevity throughout the history of Huaxia has always been a bad omen, even potentially leading to the collapse of the dynasty. The great Jing dynasty wouldn't be like the Qin dynasty of another world, would it? Jiang Changsheng got up and walked to the table, lifting the cloth off a small box. Upon opening it, he found a white egg larger than a goose egg. When he reached out to touch it, he was surprised to find it was quite warm in the midst of winter, and he could even sense a faint, strange energy within it. Could it be a descendant of a demon beast? Jiang Changsheng felt intrigued. Raising a pet wouldn't be too bad. From what he understood, although there were demon creatures in this world, they were few and far between, certainly not enough to overturn the human dynasty. There were no celestial beings in this realm, and most cultivators were merely deceptive demon path practitioners or swindlers, often exposed by martial artists and revealing their true forms in disgrace. Chapter 11. Cutting off causality. The body of the mysterious inner dominance. Jiang Changsheng carefully made a small nest for the snake egg right on his bed, surrounded by bedding. Since he began cultivating, he had hardly slept, replacing sleep with meditative breathing at night, and he felt refreshed after dawn. He began to look forward to the hatching of the snake egg, injecting spiritual power into it daily to nourish the snake fetus. The peaceful days were interrupted after half a month. Lu Luoyin arrived. Having heard that Taoist Changsheng had killed the evil demon king, a cold voice came from outside the house, and Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes. He had already sensed that someone was approaching his home, but since the person posed no threat to him, he remained silent. Jiang Changsheng's voice floated out. "May I ask what brings Miss Lu to me?" In the courtyard, snow blanketed the ground, and a woman stood in the snow. She wore a beautiful purple outfit, dressed like a chivalrous figure, holding a treasured sword. Though her face was charming, there was a cold, murderous aura in her brows that kept people at a distance. Lu Luoyin spoke. "When I was young, the demon king slaughtered my entire family. I have wandered since childhood and learned martial arts, intending to seek revenge against him. However, upon hearing that he was killed by Taoist Changsheng, I wish to ask for your guidance. Regardless of the outcome, let this grudge be settled. If you ever need my help in the future, I will surely assist you." Jiang Changsheng was taken aback, doubting he had heard correctly. "What the heck? I helped you seek revenge, and now you want to spar with me over causality?" Fortunately, he had killed the demon king. Otherwise, this foolish girl would undoubtedly perish if she sought him out. There was still a gap in their true energy levels. Although not vast, they had an age difference, which meant an experience gap as well. Thud. Lu Luoyin suddenly knelt in the snow, her expression blank. "If Taoist does not agree, I will kneel here until I starve to death, dying within your esteemed view." As her words fell, the courtyard fell silent. Even the sound of the wind and snow ceased. Not far behind, Qin Ku frowned upon seeing this scene, ready to step forward to stop her, when the door opened, and Jiang Changsheng, dressed in a blue-green Taoist robe, stepped out. At nearly 17 years old, Jiang Changsheng had grown tall and handsome, with a straight posture. He wore the Taihang sword at his waist, and held a qilin whisk in his hand. Lu Luoyin instinctively looked up, her gaze landing on Jiang Changsheng, and she was momentarily stunned. Their eyes met, and it was as if the wind and snow on the mountain had also stopped. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, "Miss, why must you be so persistent? I did help you after all." His frown deepened. Lu Luoyin drew her sword directly, waiting for Jiang Changsheng to make a move. Jiang Changsheng sighed and said, "Then go ahead, use your full strength, lest you feel regret later." Upon hearing this, Lu Luoyin's lips curled up, and she immediately leaped into action, her right hand swiftly swinging the sword, sending visible sword qi towards Jiang Changsheng, tearing through the wind and snow. At that moment, Lu Luoyin suddenly felt everything slow down. She watched as Jiang Changsheng lifted his leg. His movements were not quick, but they exuded an unstoppable momentum. Jiang Changsheng raised his left leg to kick, scattering dozens of leg shadows that disrupted the sword qi in midair, striking Lu Luoyin. Uft. Lu Luoyin spat out blood and was sent flying, crashing heavily into a snowbank. She clutched her chest in pain, trying to stand, but coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted. Qin Ku was frightened and immediately ran over, trembling as he asked, "Senior brother, she?" Jiang Changsheng slowly retracted his leg, shaking his head with a wry smile. "She's not dead. Take her away." Killing someone in the capital was against the law unless the person was a condemned criminal like the Demon King or it was self-defense. Qing Ku breathed a sigh of relief, just crouching down when he stood up again and said, "No, I'll go call the senior sister." After saying this, he ran out. Not long after, senior sister Meng Qiushuang, along with Qing Ku and several disciples, arrived to take Lu Luoying away. This matter quickly spread, and the disciples widely discussed it, gaining a deeper understanding of Jiang Changsheng. This senior brother had become fierce after living alone. Jiang Changsheng had not severely injured Lu Luoying. He merely disrupted her true energy, causing no harm to her internal organs. She would recover in a few days. The reason he acted this way was that he feared Lu Luoying would cling to him endlessly, so he directly made her despair and cut off her thoughts. 3 days later, Lu Luoying descended the mountain and did not come to find Jiang Changsheng again. In the 17th year of Kaiyuan, the martial artist Lu Luoying sought you for a duel due to a grudge. You shattered her thoughts, and you have passed a trial of causality, earning the survival reward of the martial art's mysterious inner dominance. Is this considered a trial? It seems that if I hadn't been so ruthless, I might have had more entanglements with her. Jiang Changsheng imagined many possibilities, but did not regret it at all. There are so many women in the world. One must not be distracted on the path of cultivation. After 100 years, the other party would merely be a pile of yellow earth. No need to dwell on it. This life is destined to be lonely. Jiang Changsheng sighed, and then happily inherited the mysterious inner dominance. The mysterious inner dominance could be considered an internal martial art that tempered the body with true energy, making it as strong as iron. Difficult to pierce with blades and swords, and immune to poisons. It sounded impressive, and Jiang Changsheng planned to practice for 2 hours every day. After breaking through to the 4th level of the natural law and Tao, his progress had entered a plateau, and a breakthrough to the 5th level was still far off. However, he was still young, so he could take his time. His spiritual power could now be described as majestic, compared to the little true energy of Taoist Qingxiu. It was like a small stream compared to an ocean, or the light of a grain of rice competing with the brilliance of the full moon. He just didn't know how he compared to the powerful being in the palace at the Tongtian realm. As winter snow melted away, the spring of the 17th year of Kaiyuan arrived, and Jiang Changsheng quietly celebrated his 17th birthday. At 17, he was already considered an adult in the Jing dynasty. 20 years ago, there were many 16 or 17-year-old youths on the battlefield. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged on top of a water vat. Upon closer inspection, his legs and buttocks were 3 to 4 centimeters above the water surface. He was floating in the air, but from a distance. It appeared as though he was sitting on the water. His Taoist robe billowed continuously, and visible heat emanated from his pores, making his skin twitch like frying beans. Quite a shocking sight. Suddenly, he stood up and landed beside the water vat, his skin quickly returning to normal, and his Taoist robe dried out. After a dozen breaths, the wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open, and Qing Ku walked in, looking excited. After all these years, he had let go of his experiences in the martial world. He was no longer so silent and had regained his youthful liveliness. Ever since he learned the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps, his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, and among the disciples, it was no problem for him to rank in the top 10. Of course, the overall martial skills of the Lungqi View were quite poor. The vast majority only knew basic fist and kick techniques. Taoist Qingxiu's true energy was roughly equivalent to the true Yuan realm, perhaps displaying strength at the spirit sense realm. While senior sister Meng Qiushuang was at the level of a top-tier expert. Very weak, but fortunately, being located in the capital meant there was not so much martial competition. Senior brother, good news. Senior brother Meng Qiu has become the top martial scholar and has even allied with a 3rd-rank official from the court through marriage. It's quite glorious. Senior sister plans to take several disciples to visit him. Are you going? Qing Ku said excitedly. He still respected Meng Qiu, although he had betrayed the Lungqi View. He had remained in the capital and would treat disciples to meals whenever they encountered him, as if they were still brothers. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and smiled. I won't go. You all can. Qing Ku replied. If you go, you can eat good food. There will be meat dishes. Although Lungqi Temple does not have a custom of abstaining from meat, the disciples usually only have vegetables and fruits on the mountain, and since they have no money, it is difficult for them to go down the mountain to eat meat. Therefore, when they heard about visiting Meng Qiuhua, everyone was excited and eager to go. Jiang Changsheng still refused, and Qing Ku could only give up. He was also afraid of wasting time and missing out on the good food. How did he become the martial champion? Jiang Changsheng silently thought as he watched Qing Ku's retreating figure. He was aware of Meng Qiuhua's martial skills and found them quite ordinary. How long had he been down the mountain? Chunli had said that martial champions were usually fought over by martial artists from the Jianghu. And there had even been top experts who won the title and directly joined the army as generals, achieving great success. which attracted more martial artists to participate in the martial examination. There was something fishy about it. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and continued practicing, striving to master the xianxiaaudiobooks as soon as possible. As night fell, Jiang Changsheng frowned upon seeing a line of text. Meng Xiaohua had betrayed them? No wonder he could become the martial champion. Although he felt a bit indignant, he was more excited. There were spells to learn. This was more like it. How could a cultivator only practice martial arts? In fact, having a few small hardships was quite good, as it could make him stronger. A breath of air? This was divine technique. Jiang Changsheng felt he could go solve cases now. The snake egg had not yet hatched. If he couldn't feel the vitality inside, he would have wanted to throw it away or fry it for an egg. One day, while Jiang Changsheng was practicing, Qing Ku came to visit, looking furious. Senior brother Changsheng, someone is provoking Longqi Temple, and the disciples are no match for them. They claim that Longqi Temple does not deserve to be the only martial faction in the capital and want to replace us. Qing Ku was extremely angry. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, "In the capital, is there anyone who dares to provoke Longqi Temple?" Qing Ku gritted his teeth and said, "The other party is a demon practitioner favored by the emperor, wanting to establish a temple in the capital, but there is only Longqi Mountain here." Chapter 12. Sword Control reveals divine power, illusionary divine eyes. A demon practitioner wants to establish a temple? Jiang Changsheng's gaze turned cold. He felt that someone was pushing behind the scenes, and he immediately followed Qing Ku. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, two groups of disciples were confronting each other. Taoist Qing Su, Meng Xiaoshuang, and a group of disciples stood in front of a small bridge, while outside the mountain gate was another group of Taoists. Leading them was a middle-aged Taoist, thin and cunning-looking, with his right hand behind his back and his left hand pinching his goat beard, arrogantly staring at the Taoists of Longqi Temple. This middle-aged Taoist was the favored demon practitioner of the emperor, claiming to be the old immortal of returning yang. With 10 or so disciples, most of whom were children of nobility from the capital. Beside him was a young man, looking about 16 or 17, dressed in purple, with exquisite clothing and a jeweled crown, handsome, clearly of extraordinary origin. Taoist Qing Su, expressionless, said, "Taoist friend, do you really want to force Longqi Temple to its end?" Behind him, for disciples were being supported by other disciples, all injured, staring angrily at the middle-aged Taoist. The old immortal of returning yang laughed. "Why would I want to force anyone to death, Taoist Qing Su? Just give up this mountain. Your disciples are too weak. I suspect you haven't taught them seriously. Without the heart for martial arts, why occupy this mountain?" Upon hearing this, his disciples began to shout, each more insulting than the last. Longqi Temple should have been removed long ago. It's just that the emperor has some old feelings. Indeed, Longqi Temple contributes nothing to the court. Even the newly appointed martial champion has abandoned Longqi Temple. I see, just a bunch of useless people. Even the emperor rarely visits. Why not let our master give way to a real immortal to teach? According to Jiang Hu rules, if you can't defeat us, you should step aside unless Longqi Temple does not consider itself a martial faction. It's not that the emperor broke his promise. It's just that Longqi Temple is too useless and should give way. Facing the taunts, the disciples of Longqi Temple could hardly contain their anger and began to retort, resulting in a verbal battle. The old immortal of returning yang raised his hand, and his disciples immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Meng Xiaoshuang followed suit and urged her junior brothers and sisters to stop. Continuing would tarnish Longqi Temple's image. The old immortal of returning yang smiled and said, "Taoist friend, do you want to take action? If you can defeat me, I will immediately leave the mountain. But if you lose, according to Jiang Hu rules, you must give way." Taoist Qing Su sighed and was about to speak when a voice interrupted. "What if someone dies during the spar?" The disciples turned to look, and upon seeing the newcomer, their spirits lifted, showing excitement. Even the senior sister Meng Xiaoshuang smiled. Jiang Changsheng strolled over, with Qing Ku behind him, glaring at the old immortal of returning yang. The old immortal of returning yang stared at Jiang Changsheng and asked with a smile, "Are you the Changsheng Taoist who killed the ghost-eye evil king at 14? Your killing intent is quite strong." The purple-clad youth looked at Jiang Changsheng with a mocking expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Changsheng placed his right hand on the hilt of the Taihang sword, holding the Qilin dust whisk diagonally with his left hand, and chuckled, according to Jiang Hu rules. Martial artists spar, and life and death are determined by fate, right? The true chi of the old immortal of returning yang was only slightly stronger than that of the ghost-eye evil king. If the two fought to the death, the ghost-eye evil king might not necessarily lose. However, Taoist Qing Su had been poisoned and his true chi had been dissipating, making him no longer a match for the old immortal of returning yang. The old immortal of returning yang could not see through Jiang Changsheng's strength. He even thought Jiang Changsheng was an ordinary person, yet the record of killing the ghost-eye evil king was right there. Just as the old immortal was hesitating, his disciples began to urge him on. These disciples were all young masters. They worshipped him blindly, and some were arranged by their elders to study under him. So they did not care about his life or death at all. Jiang Changsheng looked at the old immortal of returning yang mockingly, not in a hurry. Now it was the old immortal of returning yang who found himself in a difficult position. He appeared arrogant and proud, but was actually very cautious. Otherwise, he would not have become a favorite in front of the emperor. If you dare not, then get lost. Qing Ku couldn't help but curse. And other disciples followed with ridicule. They were full of confidence in Jiang Changsheng. After all, they had witnessed the once mighty ghost evil king being kicked to death by Jiang Changsheng, a memory still fresh in their minds. The old immortal of returning yang smiled and said, "The capital is a crucial place. How can life and death be debated? If I were to kill a Taoist friend, that would be troublesome. Forget it, I'll come again next time." After saying this, he raised his hand to signal his disciples to retreat. Jiang Changsheng released the hilt of his sword and sneered, "Does Longqi Temple belong to you to come and go as you please?" As soon as the words fell, the Taiyang sword suddenly unsheathed, its blade shining brightly, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes, including the old immortal of returning yang, who felt a piercing pain and was scared to open his eyes. Others only heard the sound of the sword piercing flesh, and when they opened their eyes, they saw the old immortal of returning yang half kneeling on the ground, while Jiang Changsheng remained standing in place, as if he hadn't made a move. But the Taiyang sword at his waist had disappeared. The disciples of Longqi Temple were all dumbfounded, showing disbelief. Even Taoist Qing Su was moved. The sound of the sword cutting through the air followed, and the Taiyang sword flew over the old immortal of returning yang's head, cutting off a strand of long hair, and autonomously flew back into the scabbard at Jiang Changsheng's waist. Longqi Temple fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Even the purple-clad youth was taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang Changsheng. What kind of martial arts was this? The old immortal of returning yang's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Changsheng, his eyes bloodshot, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just now, he felt the breath of death, a sensation that reminded him of the chaotic times before the founding of the Jing dynasty, when a bandit leader once attempted to behead him, and at that time, the blade was not far from his neck. The chill he felt was exactly the same as now. Jiang Changsheng said expressionlessly, "Don't come near here again." The Taiyang sword had pierced the old immortal of returning yang's shoulder and severed some meridians, causing his true qi to dissipate. It would be difficult for him to recover in a year and a half. The old immortal of returning yang gritted his teeth and said, "Help me leave." Faced with the terrifying Jiang Changsheng, he didn't dare to utter a harsh word. His disciples hurriedly helped him down the mountain, looking utterly disheveled. All terrified by Jiang Changsheng's swordsmanship, Jiang Changsheng glanced at the young man in purple, who had 4 guards behind him, indicating that his identity was not simple. His sharp gaze startled the other party. Boldly, "Do not be disrespectful to the second prince." One of the guards shouted angrily, though his voice trembled slightly. Jiang Changsheng's swordsmanship shattered his perceptions. Martial arts can be like this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng cupped his fists towards the young man in purple and said, "Does the second prince wish to be a guest? A prince contending for power with the false crown prince." Jiang Changsheng had heard from the 4th prince Jiang Yu that the 2nd prince Jiang Ming was half a year younger than the crown prince, and his mother was the sister of the first great general of Dying, Hong Lai. After Chao Hubao's rebellion, Hong Lai became the commander of the 3 armies, holding a position comparable to a second-rank minister, and could even be said to be second only to the emperor. Naturally, Hong Lai supported the 2nd prince. So the 2nd prince's faction was very powerful, not at all weaker than that of the crown prince. Who would ascend the throne in the future was still uncertain. Jiang Ming's gaze was piercing as he stared at Jiang Changsheng and said, "Taoist Changsheng is truly impressive. That swordsmanship just now was indeed marvelous. Although this prince has not ventured into the martial world, I can still see your prowess. I wish to invite Taoist Changsheng to be my court guest. And in the future, I will strive for your official position, allowing you to enjoy the salaries of dying. As long as I am here, I will ensure that Taoist Changsheng has no worries in this life. Whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to satisfy." Upon hearing this, the disciples of Longqi Guan looked at Jiang Changsheng with envy. A 4th prince had already come to seek him as a master, and now the 2nd prince had come as well. The 4th prince could not be compared to the 2nd prince. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Your Highness, I only wish to comprehend the Tao here in this temple. My greatest pursuit is my Tao title, and worldly riches and honors have nothing to do with me." Jiang Ming stepped forward, warmly grasped Jiang Changsheng's hand, and began to say various flattering words. His words were clearly sycophantic, but his status made the effect different. Last year's top scholar had already pledged allegiance to Jiang Ming, and Jiang Ming lacked civil and military officials under his command, but he needed experts like Jiang Changsheng. Yes. The 4 guards immediately responded. Jiang Ming smiled at Jiang Changsheng and then turned to leave. After the 5 left, the disciples of Longqi Guan immediately surrounded Jiang Changsheng, each one extremely excited. Taoist Qingxiu said little and turned to leave. Meng Qiushuang approached Jiang Changsheng and said, Junior brother Changsheng, you have once again saved the Taoist temple. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, what are you talking about, senior sister? I am also a member of Longqi Guan. Compared to your usual busy schedule, I am nothing. Meng Qiushuang showed a smile of approval. She felt a deep sense of emotion. The little child from back then had now supported Longqi Guan. Time truly flies. In the 17th year of Kaiyuan, the demonic Taoist Yaoyang Laoxian came to invade, and you repelled him. You passed through a calamity and received a survival reward, the spell Illusory Divine Eye. Jiang Changsheng looked at the notification in front of him, feeling very pleased. Having someone looking for trouble was actually a good thing, as it allowed him to grow stronger continuously. As his spiritual power increased, and the gap with martial artists widened, the pressure he felt was far less than before. Even if a great army surrounded Longqi Guan tomorrow, he would not be afraid, as long as he used his sword control technique. Who in the entire capital could keep him? After completing the memory inheritance of the Illusory Divine Eye, Jiang Changsheng marveled at how terrifying it was. Once mastered, the Illusory Divine Eye could alter another's memories just by making eye contact. This process would consume spiritual power based on the amount of information altered, and the other party must be of a lower cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to see through it, and it would also cause backlash to the user. A divine skill. However, he would have to practice to know how practical the effect was. Jiang Changsheng became excited and began to cultivate the Illusory Divine Eye. Over the next month, Jiang Ming sent people 5 times, each time bringing generous gifts, including food, medicinal herbs, books, and jade. This matter also spread throughout the capital. Jiang Changsheng understood Jiang Ming's intention. This ship must be boarded. Unfortunately, he greatly underestimated Jiang Changsheng. Naturally, Jiang Changsheng accepted these generous gifts and then donated them to the Taoist temple. More than half a month after the 5th delivery, Jiang Changsheng received an astonishing piece of news. Jiang Ming had been ambushed and seriously injured. Chapter 13. The Emperor's Scheme. The White Dragon emerges. The assassin must be a top expert, capable of infiltrating the palace to assassinate the second prince and then escaping without a trace. The emperor was furious and ordered a manhunt for the assassin throughout the city. Chunli sighed, expressing that he had no good feelings for the second prince, but did not dislike him either. He was simply amazed by the strength of the martial artists. Jiang Changsheng frowned. Weren't there experts in the palace? How could they let an assassin succeed? This was outrageous. Could it be the doing of those powerful families? But could the emperor allow those people to act against another son of his? Jiang Changsheng asked, is the second prince seriously injured? Chunli replied, it is said he is seriously wounded but should not be life-threatening. Otherwise, General Hong would go mad. The second prince's mother is not a kind person. Jiang Changsheng suddenly found it hard to understand the emperor. After his previous conversation with Taoist Qingxiu, he suspected that he might have been swapped out by the emperor. Were there any greater powers than the emperor? If it was indeed the emperor's doing, then it would explain everything. With so many experts in the palace, how difficult would it be to take him away? If the emperor turned a blind eye, it could be explained. But why would the emperor allow those people to act against another one of his sons? Did he want to eliminate his own son completely? Could it be that this emperor was the one truly swapped out? Up until now, Jiang Changsheng still could not understand why the emperor wanted to have him swapped. Hearing that you had injured that demonic Taoist was quite satisfying. After the demonic Taoist was wounded, the emperor seldom saw him again. However, recently, the emperor had attended court 4 or 5 times in a month, not knowing what he was up to in the palace. Now that the second prince had been injured, the court was in turmoil, and the prime minister was even trying to seize the opportunity to have the crown prince act as regent. This was truly absurd. If a rift appeared between the father and son, wouldn't the country be thrown into chaos? Chunli spoke with indignation about the matters in the court, showing no hesitation regarding the emperor or the crown prince. Jiang Changsheng asked, did the emperor agree? Chunli said, it's unclear. On that day, the emperor did not attend court. After the officials from the 3 provinces reported the matter to the emperor, there were no further updates. The dying dynasty implemented a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries, which resembled certain dynasties in Huaxia, but was also somewhat different. The 3 provinces were the Central Secretariat, the Chancellery, and the Ministry of Personnel, holding higher status than the 6 ministries, all being second-rank officials who faced the emperor directly. The prime minister was the head of the 3 provinces, on the same level as them, but wielding more power than the key officials of the 3 provinces. Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, Brother Chen, which prince do you support? It was impossible to work in the court without taking sides. Chunli replied, naturally. I respect the crown prince. Since ancient times, the eldest legitimate son has been the rightful ruler. However, the crown prince's premature assumption of power brings more harm than good. Damn, you're actually part of the crown prince's faction. Jiang Changsheng was speechless, but he figured Chun-Li was not his enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so many rebellious words. Speaking of which, the emperor's attitude towards the crown prince had been fluctuating, and in recent years, he had even begun to neglect the empress. Perhaps the emperor had started to fear the faction of the empress, Chun-Li reflected. Jiang Changsheng asked, "Is the empress's faction very strong?" It was difficult for him to understand matters in the palace while at the Taoist temple, and Taoist Qingxiu would not say much. Chun-Li sighed and said, "Not only strong, but it can also shake the foundations of the country. The commander of the garrison stationed in the capital is the empress's brother, and 2 of the 3 provinces are the empress's younger brothers. When the emperor rose to power, he relied on the Yang family. The emperor married the empress, and the Yang family supported him wholeheartedly, allowing him to gather wealth to recruit troops. At that time, the Yang family was a prominent merchant family, spending their fortune to support the emperor, with their sons serving as soldiers and generals, and scholars acting as strategists. Through thick and thin, regardless of the emperor's victory or defeat, the Yang family has always followed him, being the most trusted force of the emperor until he established this great empire. Jiang Changsheng suddenly realized and understood why the emperor wanted to swap him. He felt a trace of sympathy for the false crown prince. This guy was destined for tragedy. If the emperor swapped him out one day, when the truth about the false crown prince not being his biological son is revealed, wouldn't that mean the crown prince could be disposed of? Although the Yang family is angry, they cannot find the true crown prince and can only allow other princes to ascend the throne, which will gradually weaken the Yang family. However, the Yang family still has a trump card, which is the 4th prince, Jiangyu. Wait, Jiangyu. Jiang Changsheng feels cold in his heart. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, but his father is truly ruthless. Over the years, fallen ministers have all been accused of rebellion, oppressing the people, and so on. Because of this, the emperor has not lost his integrity. It is those ministers who are seeking their own doom. Chun-Li chatted with Jiang Changsheng for a while, and after he left, Jiang Changsheng was still lost in thought. There is no familial affection in the imperial family. It turns out this is not an empty phrase. Jiang Changsheng sighed in his heart. He has no interest in being emperor. If he were to become emperor now, he wouldn't even know how to manage the dynasty. However, being plotted against like this, even by his own father, still makes him unhappy. As the saying goes, if this grudge is not repaid, one is not a gentleman. Jiang Changsheng's eyes flickered, gradually forming a bold idea. In the imperial palace, in the 2nd prince's quarters, the graying Jiang Yuan sat by the bed, looking at Jiang Ming with a pained expression. Jiang Ming had already woken up, but his face was pale, his lips cracked. And compared to the spirited appearance he had at Longqi Temple, he seemed like a different person. Minger, you should go out less in the future. Although the world is settled, remnants of the previous dynasty still exist. Do you understand? Jiang Yuan patted Jiang Ming's hand and sighed with worry. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "But I was not attacked outside the palace. Jiang Yuan glared and said sternly, "Is what you did at Longqi Temple not impressive enough? I don't dare to fully protect one person. How can you, as a prince, dare to think you can protect one person forever? Wouldn't others think you are arrogant?" He even boasted to the entire capital. Ridiculous. Hearing this, Jiang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Behind Jiang Yuan stood the crown prince, Jiang Qian, who had a refined demeanor, resembling a scholar. Lacking the arrogance of Jiang Yu and Jiang Ming, Jiang Qian spoke. "Father, 2nd brother is just showing off his tongue. He means no harm. Besides, he is injured." "Father, why frighten him?" Jiang Ming cast a grateful look at him. Jiang Yuan glanced at Jiang Qian and snorted, "You only know how to indulge your brothers." Jiang Qian smiled and did not respond further. Behind Jiang Qian was the old eunuch, Grandpa Li, who had been with Jiang Yuan for many years and was the one who sent Jiang Changsheng out of the palace. Grandpa Li bent slightly and said, "Your Majesty, the time has come. It is time to ask the heavens." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan shook his sleeves, stood up, put his hands on his hips, and smiled. "Take good care of your injuries. Next year when the Grand Canal is taking shape, I will take you 2 down to the south. You have never been out of the capital since childhood. I will show you the great rivers and mountains I have conquered." After saying this, Jiang Yuan waved his sleeves and left, striding away, with Grandpa Li quickly following. Jiang Qian shook his head and laughed, looking at Jiang Ming on the bed, saying, "2nd brother, take care of your injuries. I must go and get busy." Just as he turned around, Jiang Ming's voice came, stopping him. "Big brother, do you think someone in the palace wants me dead?" His tone was intriguing, and his gaze was fixed upward, not looking at Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian slightly turned his head, presenting his profile to Jiang Ming, and said, "2nd brother, read less history. Our Jiang family is a true dragon family. How could we harm each other? I will investigate personally, and I will not allow such a thing to happen. After saying this, he stepped out of the room. Jiang Ming revealed a sarcastic smile, and then slowly closed his eyes. After the second prince was injured, he did not send anyone to deliver gifts. And Jiang Changsheng enjoyed the peace, allowing him to focus on his training. A month later, the snake egg finally hatched, and a small white snake appeared. Thinner than Jiang Changsheng's pinky finger and nearly 10 centimeters long. Newly born, it looked just like an ordinary small snake. And Jiang Changsheng had to take care of it personally, feeding it carefully to avoid choking it. This year, Jiang Changsheng did not encounter danger. The second prince did not come to visit him, and those powerful figures who were his enemies did not send anyone to assassinate him. In the 18th year of the Kaiyuan era, the emperor, along with the crown prince and the second prince, took a boat into the Grand Canal and headed south. The canal, still under construction, had already been built for the most part, allowing for boat travel. The emperor leaving the capital was a significant event. The disciples of Longqi Temple also learned of this, and Jiang Changsheng heard it from Qingku. Since the establishment of the country, this was the first time the emperor left the capital. Jiang Changsheng did not care. If the emperor was not in the capital and those powerful figures came to attack, it would just give him a survival reward. He spent most of his time practicing the Tao of natural law with immense spiritual power. Compared to top masters, saying he was 1 in 1,000 would already be an exaggeration. One day, in the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng sat on the doorstep, facing 2 6-year-old children. One boy and one girl, wearing oversized Taoist robes that made them look even cuter. Upon closer inspection, the 2 Taoist children stood still, their pupils shimmering with a faint golden light, which was quite eerie. In contrast, Jiang Changsheng had golden eyes that shone brightly even in broad daylight. He was using the illusory divine eyes to alter the memories of the 2 Taoist children. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils returned to normal, and the 2 Taoist children woke up in surprise. The girl Taoist child asked cheerfully, "Brother Changsheng, why did you stop?" This was the memory Jiang Changsheng had changed, making them mistakenly believe they had been listening to a lecture when in fact they had just arrived. And Jiang Changsheng had not even started speaking. The boy Taoist child scratched his head, equally confused. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's stop here for today. Come back tomorrow, and I will teach you some martial arts." Upon hearing this, the 2 cheered and then left. Jiang Changsheng was not disappointed. Instead, he felt invigorated. As long as he became strong enough, could he directly change a person's memory of their past life, thus altering their character and even using them for himself? How domineering. A white snake emerged from the back of Jiang Changsheng's neck, flicking its tongue at his cheek, appearing very affectionate. After more than half a year, the white snake had grown to nearly half a meter long. It had a gentle personality and was intelligent. Jiang Changsheng named it Bailong, hoping that one day it would transform into a dragon. That evening, Chunli came to visit. "Changsheng, you must be careful. The emperor has left the capital, and now there are undercurrents in the capital. My family's young men have heard that the demon sect is preparing to enter the capital, likely to seek revenge for the evil king of Ghost Eyes." Chunli spoke seriously, his face full of worry. Chapter 14. I was once the crown prince. Why can't I compete for the throne? The demon sect entering the capital? Jiang Changsheng was not worried. Instead, he asked, "Where does the evil king of Ghost Eyes rank in the demon sect?" "In the top 5, was the reply. Jiang Changsheng began to anticipate the arrival of the demon sect, but of course, he would not let his guard down against their masters. He must go all out and not develop a lax mentality. He should strive to kill any enemy as quickly as possible. Jiang Changsheng reminded himself, his gaze growing firm. Seeing the change in his expression, Chunli thought he was scared and said, "If you are worried, you can stay at my Qin family residence. No matter how strong the demon sect is, they wouldn't dare to attack the minister's residence." Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but for the sake of Longqi Temple, I must stay. Don't worry." Chunli stroked his beard and smiled. "That's true. For years ago, you could kill the evil king of Ghost Eyes. How strong must you be now?" TSK, I can't imagine." Speaking of the martial world, earlier this year, a young genius appeared in the martial world. At the age of 16, he practiced divine skills and reached the pinnacle of talent, and has now become the leader of a sect, which has been renamed the Return to Origin sect. The dying dynasty emphasizes martial prowess, so such a young genius naturally catches the attention of the powerful in the court. It is said that over 10 clans have sent people to win over the leader of the Return to Origin sect. Chunli said disdainfully, "In my opinion, the real young genius is you, Changsheng. Any genius pales in comparison to you." Jiang Changsheng shook his head and smiled. "I don't want to be any genius. I just want to enjoy a peaceful life on the mountain." "What a peaceful life." Chunli admired. Ever since Jiang Changsheng got the whisk, he felt that this kid was becoming more and more ethereal, even more so than the Taoist Qingxiu. possessing a celestial demeanor. If there were young immortals in the world, they would be like this. As they chatted, Chun-Li began to recklessly discuss court politics, wildly criticizing the emperor. Jiang Changsheng suspected he was plotting a rebellion. Although Jiang Yuan mistreated Jiang Changsheng, this world belonged to the Jiang family, and Jiang Changsheng would naturally not help others overthrow his own family's regime. After half an hour of conversation, Chun-Li took his leave. Before leaving, Jiang Changsheng took out several sheets of paper with various medicinal herbs listed on them, hoping Chun-Li could help him find them. Chun-Li directly accepted, stating he would do his best. Jiang Changsheng was preparing to refine the youth-retaining pill and the antidote for the poison from the demon sect. The second prince, Jiang Ming, had sent over quite a few medicinal materials before, but it was far from enough. The combination of alchemy and the spring and autumn medical canon was indeed a perfect match. The canon had many prescriptions, though few involved cultivation, only a handful, including the youth-retaining pill. Jiang Changsheng did not want to grow old while living long. As night fell, Jiang Changsheng continued his practice. The white dragon climbed onto the windowsill, quietly gazing at the moon, its serpentine body emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. The next day, the two Taoist boys whose memories were altered by the illusion god I came to visit. Jiang Changsheng felt guilty towards them, so he taught them the Qi finger technique. Although Qi finger was a martial art of the Qin family, Chun-Li did not prevent him from passing it on. Thus, the two young Taoist boys often visited Jiang Changsheng, and he even named them. The boy was named Wanli, and the girl was named Mingwei. Another autumn arrived. With the emperor's departure, the capital became busier than ever, with more merchants and escort teams than before, and naturally, more cases as well. Recently, Chun-Li, who went to work at the capital's yamen, felt increasingly fatigued. Although he was not yet 30, he bore the weariness of someone over 40, primarily evident in his hair, which was more than half white, and his brows were filled with worry. Jiang Changsheng was very worried he might die suddenly, but there was no way to persuade him. The Yang and Hong families were secretly vying for power, each trying to woo civil and military officials, even recruiting martial experts from the Jianghu. It seemed there was going to be a conflict in the capital, and perhaps the demon sect was being drawn in by them, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate their rivals under the guise of revenge against the demon sect. Chun-Li sighed, deeply concerned. Jiang Changsheng said, "Then the Chen family must be careful." Chun-Li shook his head. The Chen family hasn't taken a side, and with the family head being the Minister of Revenue, who would dare to act against us? Only the minions of various factions are moving. Jiang Changsheng felt this made sense and did not remind him further. This time Chun-Li came primarily to help deliver medicinal materials. Over 100 types of herbs, each with nearly 10 portions, were carried up the mountain in 2 large boxes. He had prepared 9/10 of the prescriptions Jiang Changsheng provided, showing his dedication. After briefly discussing the undercurrents in the capital, Chun-Li quickly took his leave. Jiang Changsheng then began to sort through the medicinal materials. The herbs for the youth-retaining pill were already complete, but he still needed to carefully check the injuries for the antidote for Taoist Qingxiu. Subsequently, Jiang Changsheng left his room to visit Taoist Qingxiu. Taoist Qingxiu rarely showed himself, having completely entrusted all matters to Meng Qiushuang, and he had been sitting quietly in his secluded courtyard under a tree, whether practicing or contemplating life was unknown. Jiang Changsheng approached him, bowed, and said, "Master, recently I have gained some insights into medicine and alchemy. May I check your injuries?" Taoist Qingxiu did not open his eyes, but raised his hand to pull back his sleeve, revealing a terrifyingly blackened arm. The entire forearm was completely black, and the blood vessels appeared purple like long worms. Jiang Changsheng stepped forward to examine it closely. Taoist Qingxiu spoke, "Changsheng, has Chun-Li had any ulterior motives in your conversations recently?" Taoist Qingxiu hummed in response, continuing, "The Chen family has a complex background and is not recognized by the various factions in the court. This is why I allowed him to associate with you. However, the Chen family is a double-edged sword. If not handled properly, you may be led into the abyss. I know they served in the previous dynasty." "I am aware of that," Jiang Changsheng replied. "As long as you are aware, it's fine. I haven't taught you anything special from childhood to now, but seeing the person you are today brings me comfort. Both princes have failed to win you over. It seems you already have your own thoughts, rather than simply seeking the truth." Taoist Qingxiu smiled, appearing quite kind. Jiang Changsheng stared at him, unable to help but ask, "Master, could you share with me your past stories with the emperor?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingxiu fell silent. Although their conversation did not fully reveal everything, they both understood each other implicitly. Back in the day, when I had not yet become a Taoist, the emperor was not yet an emperor. We were fellow villagers. When the city was breached, our families suffered slaughter. Only he and I escaped. The world only knows I saved the emperor, but little do they know. Before I practiced martial arts, he was the one protecting me." Taoist Qingxiu opened his eyes, gazing at the leaves above, lost in infinite nostalgia. Jiang Changsheng listened attentively, wanting to understand what kind of person Jiang Yuan was. In Taoist Qingshu's story, Jiang Yuan was brave and loyal, willing to fight back against despair. And he had a great personal charm, always able to gather a loyal following wherever he went. After gaining the support of the Yang family, Jiang Yuan rose to power completely. However, after establishing his country and claiming the title of emperor, he changed. On that day, he stood atop the Tongtian platform in the palace, looking down at the civil and military officials, a vast army, as if surveying all living beings, exuding imperial majesty. I noticed the change in his eyes amidst the sea of people. He had changed, his expression shifting from pride and joy to worry and suspicion. At that moment, I knew Jiang Yuan was no longer there. What replaced him was the ambitious Emperor Kaiyuan. Since ancient times, emperors have been lonely figures. And this aspect also appeared in the current emperor. His gaze was not on the present state, nor were his expectations for the prince's ordinary paternal feelings. What he sought was the world, and he contended for eternity. Taoist Qingshu spoke with a tone filled with deep admiration. Jiang Changsheng sensed the underlying meaning in his words. The old Taoist was speaking up for Jiang Yuan. Speaking of which, in his 18 years of life, Jiang Changsheng had only met Jiang Yuan once and had never truly interacted with him. Taoist Qingshu shook his head and smiled. Everyone wants to be an emperor. But little do they know the difficulties of being an emperor. Disciple, if you were to become an emperor, what kind of emperor would you be? Jiang Changsheng shook his head and smiled. I don't know how to be an emperor and don't wish to be one. Taoist Qingshu looked at him meaningfully. The story ended, and Jiang Changsheng finished his examination, so he stood up to take his leave. Taoist Qingshu watched him depart, seemingly wanting to see through his heart. Jiang Changsheng turned his back to Taoist Qingshu, the corners of his mouth curling up. An emperor? It truly is a thrilling prospect. I was originally a prince. Why shouldn't I compete for the throne? The wild thoughts in Jiang Changsheng's heart began to sprout. Jiang Yuan had countless reasons and positions, but he could not fool his life. Jiang Changsheng thought silently. With the third level of the Tao law of nature, he could easily kill top experts. At the fourth level, he could at least match a Tongtian expert. Since he had never encountered a true Tongtian expert, Jiang Changsheng had to overestimate his opponent. When I reach the fifth level, I will go meet the Tongtian experts in the palace. As summer transitioned into autumn, the capital suddenly became desolate due to an outbreak of plague. Those infected suffered from weak limbs and became irritable if they argued with others. They could easily suffer from heart attacks, leading to ruptured organs and painful deaths. Longxi Temple had closed its doors, no longer receiving visitors. Jiang Changsheng did not think much of it. He just needed to get through it, and he even began to look forward to the survival rewards after the plague. One day, he finally produced 3 youth-retaining pills. He took one, and from then on, he remained youthful, maintaining the appearance of an 18-year-old. He was unsure how long the effects of the youth-retaining pill would last, but if he started to change, he could just take another one. The antidote for Taoist Qingshu is somewhat troublesome. According to the prescription from the Spring and Autumn Medical Classic, one ingredient is currently missing. However, he is not in a hurry. There is still 3 years' time. Chapter 15. The White Robes of Dying. The legendary sword descends. In the deep night, apart from the palace, the entire capital is dim. Shadows stand on the rooftops like ghosts, their garments fluttering in the wind. At a glance, there are at least 100 of them. They suddenly vanish from the eaves, and that night, cries and screams echo from every corner of the city, plunging the entire capital into unrest. In just one night, 186 people died, all from the residences of ministers, including young masters, young ladies, and servants. Before dawn, the whole city began to hunt for the true culprits. Jiang Changsheng, who stayed in Longxi Temple, heard some sharp cries from the city, but he did not feel curious enough to join the commotion. This situation continued for 3 days, with the capital in turmoil, and everyone felt uneasy. In the capital's official office, Chunli gazed at the corpses in the hall. His brow furrowed. A nearby junior official whispered, "Sir, the movements of the demonic sect are mysterious. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. Our strongest are only first-rate experts. We need to request the White Robes to intervene." Chunli sighed. "I don't know how to make such a request. The White Robes have refused my request." The junior official was taken aback and exclaimed angrily, "What do you mean? So many people have died and been injured in the city, with His Majesty absent. The White Robes refuse to act. They also receive salaries. How can this be justified?" Chunli did not interrupt the junior official's words. He was also very angry. But now was not the time for anger. He needed to find a way to curb the actions of the demonic sect. A constable spoke up, "Sir, according to the night watchman's observations, the demonic sect has at least 100 people. With so many people, not one has been tracked down. There must be something behind this." Chunli shot him a glare and snapped, "Does this officer not know?" The constable fell silent. "Too presumptuous. Chun-Li took a deep breath and stood up. The junior official quickly asked, "Where are you going, sir?" Chun-Li waved his sleeve and said, "Since first-rate experts cannot handle the current situation, I will go request a top expert." The junior official and the constable exchanged glances, both smiling bitterly. This official is good in every way, but he is too upright. The world is not black and white. Under the night sky, the capital fell into silence. Shadows leaped swiftly across the rooftops, dressed in black and wearing black cloth masks that revealed only their eyes, each wielding sharp blades, light as swallows. Behind them, a figure in white was pursuing with a sword drawn. The white figure, wearing a theatrical mask and holding a sword with both hands, appeared to be a woman, moving with incredible speed like a startled swan. She quickly caught up to a black-clad figure and swung her sword down. Puff! Under the moonlight, the sound of the sword piercing flesh was chilling, blood spraying onto the eaves and the street below. The black-clad figures ahead stopped and quickly surrounded the white figure. The leader among them, a burly man wielding a large knife and towering like an iron tower, stared at the white figure and coldly asked, "Does the white robes really intend to intervene in this matter?" The white figure coldly snorted, "Dying white robes, protecting the nation and the people." The burly man said in a deep voice, "Did your master not tell you not to come out at night recently?" The burly man's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he raised the large knife with one hand, unleashing his true energy like an explosion, sending the attacking white figure staggering back. "Humph, a top expert. No wonder you dare to stir the waters alone. In that case, I will send you to your death," the burly man said with a murderous intent, charging toward the white figure. Meanwhile, in front of the palace gate, Chun-Li hurried here under the escort of 4 constables. But he was stopped by the palace guards. He immediately took out a token and said, "This is the imperial decree granted to me by Her Majesty the Empress. I must see Her Majesty urgently." A guard, expressionless, replied, "The palace is closed tonight. No one may enter or leave." The guards frowned, and others changed their expressions. But they did not immediately step aside, still blocking the way. No matter how Chun-Li threatened, they refused to budge. Under Chun-Li's orders, the 4 constables began to force their way in. Presumptuous. "Chun-Li, if you force your way into the palace, even if your uncle is the Minister of Revenue, your entire family will be implicated." A sharp voice rang out, startling the 4 constables into stopping, and Chun-Li's face turned pale. It was Chief Eunuch Li, walking out from the darkness of the palace gate with a disdainful smile on his face. Chun-Li gritted his teeth and said, "Chief Eunuch Li, the situation is urgent. I trouble you to be lenient." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li's anger surged. He asked in a deep voice, "Has the conflict between the Yang and Hong families escalated to the point that it can be concealed from His Majesty? The plague has not yet been eradicated, and within days, hundreds have died in the city. Throughout history, under the feet of the Son of Heaven, in a time of peace, where is such absurdity recorded?" Chief Eunuch Li's expression instantly turned cold, and just as he was about to speak, a voice came from afar. A white figure was quickly fleeing on the eaves, pursued by dozens of black-clad figures. The white figure landed and ran toward the palace gate, while the group of black-clad figures halted beneath the eaves. Under the bright moon, in the dim night, the black-clad figures looked like ghosts from the underworld, staring at the palace gate from a distance. The white figure arrived at the palace gate, her left arm bleeding profusely, hanging limply, indicating serious injury. "Chief Eunuch Li, the demonic sect is causing chaos. Please take action to slay the demonic thieves." The white figure gritted her teeth, her voice trembling, clearly at the end of her strength. Chief Eunuch Li remained unfazed and said, "Where does this demonic sect come from? Where are the demonic thieves?" The white figure trembled all over and fell silent. Chun-Li's face was grim, and the 4 constables looked fearfully at the group of black-clad figures in the distance. Chief Eunuch Li surveyed the surrounding guards and said, "Tonight, no one may enter the palace, regardless of their identity. Whoever dares to let even one person in will lose their head." "Yes," the guards quickly responded, each one extremely tense. The white figure straightened her back, her masked face hiding her expression. Chun-Li took a deep breath, approached her, and whispered, "As for now, if you still want to live, flee to Longxi Temple." The white figure nodded slightly and turned to rush toward Longxi Temple. As she moved, the group of black-clad figures followed in pursuit, and they quickly vanished into the night. Chief Eunuch Li said with a half-smile, "Longxi Temple? If Longxi Temple is destroyed tonight, you, Chun-Li, will not escape death. That is a place His Majesty cares about." Chun-Li stared at him. "Longxi Temple will not necessarily be destroyed." Chief Eunuch Li chuckled. At that moment, a flock of black crows flew in from the nearby district, heading toward the direction the white figure had left. Under the night sky, the flock of crows flew in a grand manner. Chun-Li's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this, murmuring, "Night crows, the demon lord." Chief Eunuch Li laughed. "I wonder if that Taoist Changsheng can withstand this person?" Chun-Li immediately turned to chase after, and the 4 constables exchanged glances before following suit. "You reckless thing." Chief Eunuch Li's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, his gaze turning toward Longqi Mountain in the distance, shaking his head and murmuring, "What a pity." He turned and left, walking into the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the night sky, shooting toward the fleeing white figure. She skillfully dodged them. But her left arm bled even more. As she ran, the white figure wondered. They seemed to be deliberately driving me away, not in a hurry to kill me. Though confused, she still exerted all her strength to escape, getting closer and closer to Longqi Mountain. When she reached the foot of Longqi Mountain, she finally stopped and turned to face the group of black-clad figures. "Why did you stop fleeing?" The burly leader sneered, his words filled with mockery. The 2 sides faced off, and for a moment, no one made a move. A black-clad figure whispered, "Boss, shouldn't we act?" The burly man frowned tightly, his eyes flickering. The man in white then spoke. "I see. The reason you let me go is that you want to use me to ascend the mountain. Your target is Longqi Temple. But Longqi Temple is protected by His Majesty. If you force your way in, His Majesty will surely investigate, endangering your masters behind you. If I lead you up the mountain, then Longqi Temple will suffer collateral damage. Bad luck, right?" The burly man snorted. "A dying person talks too much. Kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, a black-clad man rushed at the woman in white with a knife. The woman in white did not dodge. She was helpless. It was not that she deliberately waited, but because she was heavily injured and exhausted, unable to ascend the mountain anymore. She intended to scare them off, but unexpectedly, they still wanted to make a move. The black-clad man raised his knife, aiming to behead the woman in white. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air pierced the night sky, and before anyone could react, a sword fell from the sky, its blade shining, directly piercing through the attacking black-clad man, blood splattering as he was pinned to the ground. Twitching, his eyes wide open in terror and despair. Everyone focused their gaze. The sword was embedded in the black-clad man's back, its body trembling, emitting a clear sound. This sword was the famous Taiyang sword. Chapter 16, The Demon Lord Bows. The burly man stared intently at the Taiyang sword, as did the other black-clad men, as if facing a great enemy. They looked towards Longqi Mountain, but could not see the sword's master. The black-clad man pinned to the ground by the Taiyang sword struggled to turn his head, trembling as he said, "Save me." The burly man was just about to step forward when the Taiyang sword suddenly withdrew on its own, flying into the sky, and then fell again, this time aiming directly at the black-clad man's nape. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were witnessing a ghost. The burly man was about to swing his knife to block it, but the Taiyang sword was simply too fast. Thud! The black-clad man's neck was pierced. His body convulsed once, completely weakened, blood gushing from the blade, and he died with wide-open eyes filled with fear. A black-clad man trembled as he stared at the Taiyang sword, and the other black-clad men were also frightened. A sword that could kill on its own was terrifying in the night. They were all masters who had roamed the Jianghu for many years. How had they ever seen such an evil sword? The burly man forced himself to remain calm and shouted, "Which expert is this? Why not reveal yourself? No need to play tricks." The Taiyang sword hovered in midair, its tip pointing at the burly man. The moonlight refracted off the blade, making the burly man feel an unprecedented chill and fear. On the mountain, at the top of Longqi Temple, Jiang Changsheng stood there, a white dragon coiled on his shoulder. The cold night wind blew through his black hair as he looked down at the mountain. The dense fog could not obstruct his gaze. His eyes were cold and indifferent. His cultivation level had increased significantly, and his senses had naturally become stronger. He could now sense the entire Longqi Mountain. When a group of true energy fluctuations approached the foot of the mountain, he arrived at this spot, witnessing the conflict below and hearing their conversation. The true energy of the black-clad men was very similar to that of the ghost Evil King. Looking at their attire, they were clearly the demonic sect that had been causing chaos in the capital recently. They dared to cause trouble at Longqi Mountain. It was no coincidence. Jiang Changsheng snorted coldly and performed the sword control technique, letting the sword move with his thoughts. The Taiyang sword, suspended in midair, immediately charged out. The burly man was frightened and leaped up, but his subordinates behind him were caught by the Taiyang sword, blood splattering across the long street. The Taiyang sword swiftly circled, slaughtering one black-clad man after another. Its target was not just the burly man. When the burly man swung his knife to strike, the blade collided with the Taiyang sword and was knocked aside by a powerful force. The burly man retreated 10 steps, his eyes bulging with disbelief. How could such powerful skill exist? The burly man was truly panicking. After all, he was a top expert. But feeling the true energy on the Taiyang sword filled him with a sense of defeat. There was a world of difference. In less than 3 breaths, half of the black-clad men lay dead on the long street at the foot of the mountain. The woman in white stood far away, quietly watching the battle. The mask covering her face concealed her features, but her trembling body revealed her inner turmoil. The burly man gritted his teeth and charged forward again. The Taihang sword suddenly accelerated, piercing through a black-clad man's chest, soaring upward, drawing a perfect arc in the night sky, and targeting the burly man. The burly man was alarmed and quickly swung his knife, true energy radiating along the blade to form a visible protective shield. But the Taihang sword directly shattered the shield and pierced through his chest. Damn it! The burly man staggered back, leaning on his big knife to support himself. Thud! The Taihang sword came from behind, piercing his throat. Thud! The burly man half knelt on the ground, still refusing to close his eyes, but did not fall down. Propped up by his big knife, his head hanging down, blood flowing like a stream. Seeing him dead, the remaining black-clad men were terrified, fleeing in all directions. Jiang Changsheng had no intention of letting them go. The Taihang sword continued to kill. In the dark night, a cold light swept across the long street, racing along the eaves, slaying one black-clad man after another. In the distance, a group of black crows was approaching, their speed increasing. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Such powerful true energy." The further the Taihang sword was from him, the less control he had over it, and the closer it was, the stronger its lethality. The Taihang sword stopped in front of the woman in white, and looking at this sword, the woman in white was extremely nervous. She could not understand whether this sword was sentient or if it had a master. She recalled the legend of the Taoist Changsheng in Longqi Temple, said to be a celestial being descended to earth, able to kill top experts by the age of 14. Just then, she saw a swarm of black crows flying over. Dense and imposing, like locusts sweeping through. The woman in white immediately spoke. "Senior, the opponent is the demon lord of the demonic sect, who has been a top expert for 30 years. Perhaps his martial arts have improved further. He should not be underestimated. No matter what, she could only rely on the sword before her now." The swarm of crows flew above the woman in white, beginning to circle. A loud voice sounded. "I didn't expect Longqi Temple to have a celestial being." At the top of the mountain, in a courtyard, Taoist Qingshu opened his eyes and quickly moved. In the dim palace, a pair of eyes opened, and they were green. Before long, the eyes closed again. There is also a celestial being? Could it be that this person is also a celestial expert? Jiang Changsheng thought silently. Forget it. I can't be bothered to ask more. Just kill him. Jiang Changsheng no longer wanted to understand who was manipulating all this behind the scenes. Anyway, he would kill one if one appeared, which was just right for him to survive and gain rewards. To kill this person, relying solely on the sword control technique was not enough. As the distance was a bit far, Jiang Changsheng leaped, disappearing into the fog. The black crows circled, confronting the Taihang sword, and under the night sky. Only the cawing of the crows remained. "Why do you not reveal yourself, slaughtering my disciples? There must be an explanation." That mysterious loud voice sounded again. The woman in white suddenly heard footsteps behind her, and she instinctively turned her head to look. A figure brushed past her, and the only pair of eyes exposed from her mask saw an extremely young and handsome face. Jiang Changsheng, dressed in a blue-green Taoist robe, with a sword sheath at his waist, holding a whisk in his hand, and a white snake coiled around his shoulder. This image made the woman in white momentarily dazed, her body tense and unable to move. Jiang Changsheng looked at the sky full of black crows and asked, "What explanation do you want?" "Illusion technique." He had already seen the figure hidden among the crows. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe, hair disheveled, suspended in the night sky, resembling an evil spirit. Quite horrifying. The black-robed man assessed Jiang Changsheng and coldly said, "You are not Qingshu. Could it be that you are the long-famous Taoist Changsheng?" Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, "Enough with your chatter, let's end this." He suddenly leaped up, kicking towards the flock of crows swirling in the night sky. This kick carried immense force, creating a strong wind that gradually dispersed the crows like phantoms, revealing the true form of the man in black robes. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately swung his palm to attack. Countless shadows of legs came crashing down like a landslide. Before the man in black could mobilize his true energy, he was struck. The man in black spat blood and was sent flying, crashing against the city wall and causing a section of it to collapse. With debris flying everywhere, he fell to the ground in a sorry state, feeling as if all his bones were shattered. Trembling, he supported himself with his hands on the ground and spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Instinctively, he looked towards the direction where Jiang Changsheng was, his eyes widening as he saw a sword rushing towards him, growing larger. "Wait, I have something to say." The man in black shouted urgently as the Taihang sword came to a stop, its tip just 5 centimeters away from his eyes, cold sweat covering his forehead. Jiang Changsheng appeared like a ghost behind the Taihang sword, reaching out to grip the hilt, looking down at him expressionlessly, and said, "I hope it's not nonsense." Otherwise you will die a very painful death. The man in black took a deep breath, sensing the killing intent, and gritted his teeth, saying, I want to live. He had initially intended to threaten the other party, but given the harshness of the attack, it was clear that the other party did not care about the powerful figures behind him. Jiang Changsheng gripped the tying sword, bringing the tip closer to the man in black. Terrified, the man in black quickly closed his eyes and trembled, saying, I am willing to be your servant. Please spare my life. Jiang Changsheng sheathed the tying sword and turned to leave with one last sentence. Come with me up the mountain. The man in black opened his eyes, feeling relieved, let out a long breath, and shakily got to his feet, stumbling along. Jiang Changsheng passed by the man in white and suddenly stopped, asking, What did you see tonight? The man in white gritted his teeth and replied, I only saw a mysterious master killing the demon cultivators and driving away the demon lord. Jiang Changsheng smiled and walked towards the steps leading to the mountaintop. This battle had greatly boosted his confidence. The experts of the Heavenly Connection realm were not as terrifying as he had imagined. The man in black, the demon lord, walked past the man in white in humiliation, silently following Jiang Changsheng. The two ascended the mountain, disappearing into the night. The man in white sat down weakly, gasping for breath. This night would be unforgettable for her. Is he really human? The man in white murmured to herself, having never seen anyone with such high martial skills. That was the demon lord, and before him, she felt completely powerless. After a while, Chun-Li arrived with 4 constables. He looked at the corpses all over the ground, his face panicking. When he saw the man in white, he immediately ran over and squatted in front of her. Who killed them? Chun-Li asked, his expression easing slightly upon seeing the man in white alive. The man in white remained silent. In front of the mountain gate, Taoist Qingshu looked down at Jiang Changsheng and the demon lord, who followed him like a ghost. Taoist Qingshu's eyes flickered as he asked, Changsheng, do you know the demon lord? Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, He's the demon lord? I don't know him. He wanted to storm the mountain, and I subdued him. Master, it seems there are indeed many people who want to deal with Longqi Temple. I'll take care of this guy. Perhaps I can find out some reasons. Taoist Qingshu's pupils widened. The master and disciple stared at each other, speechless. The night wind was gentle, the bright moon hung high, and the flowers and trees along the mountain path swayed slightly. Chapter 17. The Executioner, the Master. Jiang Changsheng smiled and continued walking, with the demon lord closely following. The disciples of Longqi Temple had already fallen asleep. They did not practice cultivation and could not hear the commotion below the mountain. Nor did they have the high cultivation level of Taoist Qingshu to sense the fluctuations of true energy. He sat cross-legged on the bed, saying, You recover while I ask you questions. The demon lord did not dare to refute. After closing the door, he sat cross-legged next to the wooden table. Having been struck by Jiang Changsheng's leg, his internal organs were severely injured, and this trip up the mountain had taken half his life. Are you an expert of the Heavenly Connection realm? Jiang Changsheng asked. The answer to this question would determine his future actions. The demon lord smiled bitterly, saying, I used to be of the Heavenly Connection. Compared to the ones in the palace, who is stronger? Naturally, he is stronger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled all the way to the capital to be one of them. I can only reach the Heavenly Connection. While he is considered one because most people in the Jianghu believe that the Heavenly Connection is the strongest, the demon lord could not help but glance at Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng asked, What do you think my chances are against him? The demon lord said without hesitation, Naturally, you are stronger. Do not speak empty words, or I will die, and you will die too. I have placed a life and death seal within you. This method allows me to easily decide your fate. I don't even know. 20 years ago, I challenged him, and at that time, facing him was like now, defeated utterly. How strong he is 20 years later. Perhaps the entire great Jing martial world is unaware. The demon lord sighed. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, he was already an invincible strongman. But only he knew that there were many more powerful individuals. He had merely taken advantage of the title of the demon sect's leader. Jiang Changsheng continued to inquire, and the demon lord answered every question sincerely, even clarifying any unclear issues. He came to the demon sect not to help the Ghost Eye Evil King take revenge, but to act as a knife for someone else. That person called himself the Executioner, wore a mask, was highly skilled, and was definitely an expert of the Heavenly Connection realm. His power was immense. He claimed that as long as the demon sect took the opportunity to eliminate the powerful figures in the city and Longqi Temple, he would support the demon sect and help it clear its name. The demon lord said with a complex tone, coughing due to his severe injuries. Jiang Changsheng also understood the situation of the demon sect. It was similar to the Qin family. The demon sect had once been the foremost sect during the Chu dynasty. But after the Great Jing overthrew the Chu dynasty, the martial world followed suit. The demon sect had sent disciples to support the Chu dynasty. Breaking the rules of the martial world, leading to their rejection by the current martial world, and the court was also arresting them everywhere, making them like rats crossing the street. The rules of the martial world dictate that martial sects must not participate in court disputes or dynasty conflicts, at least not openly. This is also a form of self-preservation for the martial world. Jiang Changsheng asked, "How dare you trust the executioner? Aren't you afraid he will deceive you?" He deeply regretted it. He shouldn't have listened to the powerful figure's words. Had he known this would happen, he would have led the demon sect away from the great Jing dynasty. The world is vast. Where can't one find a place to live? To think there are two experts of the heavenly connection. Jiang Changsheng secretly rejoiced, thankful that he hadn't acted recklessly. That's normal. No one would reveal all their strength. Not even the emperor. The demon lord's contact was the executioner. Apart from him, he had not seen any other powerful figures, which made it difficult for Jiang Changsheng to extract more information. Jiang Changsheng suspected the executioner was the emperor, but the emperor had already taken a boat south. Afterwards, he inquired about the situation of the demon sect. The demon sect had over 100,000 disciples, with more than 1,000 first-rate experts and over 50 top experts. Apart from him, there was also a deputy leader who had reached the heavenly connection realm. But the deputy leader had not come along as he needed to guard the demon sect. If the demon lord did not return, the deputy leader would automatically succeed him as the leader after a year. The demon sect was quite strong. Jiang Changsheng practiced cultivation and was stronger than ordinary martial artists. But his spiritual power was not infinite. He also needed to cultivate his own power. The demon lord was a good start. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Do you think I'm immortal?" The demon lord was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. However, thinking of the Taihang sword from earlier, he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Could it be? Based on my appearance, how old do you think I am? 17 or 18 years old? What is your actual age? The demon lord asked cautiously. Jiang Changsheng had become incredibly mysterious in his eyes. Jiang Changsheng's mind moved, and the Taihang sword on the table automatically unsheathed, swirling around the room. The demon lord trembled all over in fear. He had not seen how Jiang Changsheng had made his move at all. Earlier, he thought it was just an illusion, like his own black crow technique, meant to deceive people, but now it seemed otherwise. Jiang Changsheng spoke up, "I need people to serve me. If you obey, I can overlook the past and grant you unimaginable benefits. For example." Jiang Changsheng stared at the demon lord and taunted, "You're already 60, aren't you? You just look young. With your martial arts body, your internal ailments are numerous. How many years can you live? 10 years? 20 years? I think that's already the limit. Do you want to live longer? Do you want to pursue stronger power?" The demon lord's heart raced at the question. As one ages, the greatest fear is physical decline, especially for a martial artist. Even the emperor is searching for immortals everywhere, let alone the demon lord. That night, the demon lord's heart was in turmoil. In a dark palace, Eunuch Li stood in the hall, his expression extremely grim. In front of him, a figure was facing away, dressed in purple robes and wearing a bronze mask, with long hair tied beneath a crown, both mysterious and noble. The demon lord has disappeared, and half of the demon sect's members have been lost. The figure in purple asked, his voice indifferent, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Eunuch Li gritted his teeth and said, "The demon lord has disappeared. He is either dead or captured. Fortunately, he knows little, but the other party has the ability to easily kill the demon lord. We must reconsider him. What does your majesty mean? Is he to be eliminated or left alive? Why place him in the capital?" The figure in purple was exactly the executioner spoken of by the demon lord. The executioner turned, revealing only one cold, snake-like eye through the bronze mask, which startled Eunuch Li into not daring to meet his gaze, kneeling in fear. "I deserve to die for guessing the emperor's intentions." Eunuch Li lowered his head, trembling as he spoke, his tone filled with trepidation. The executioner stared at him and said, "What the emperor thinks is not our concern. What the emperor wants is the destruction of Longqi Temple, the Yang family, and the Hong family, but all three tasks have been botched." Eunuch Li kept his head down, not daring to breathe. The executioner continued, "From now on, all actions are halted. You should select experts from the prison and wait for my and the emperor's orders." "Yes, sir." The executioner walked toward him, his figure suddenly disappearing, and then reappearing at the entrance of the palace. He looked up at the bright moon and said, "Check which masters have disappeared from the martial world in the last 10 years. The one who allowed an 18-year-old child to achieve the celestial realm must be a master figure. Choosing longevity might be related to the remnants of the previous dynasty. Those who acted back then need to be investigated." Eunuch Li turned and said, "I understand." The executioner then vanished before the door, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. As the moon set and the sun rose, at noon in the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng was using spiritual energy to treat the demon lord's injuries. The demon lord had changed into the robes of Longqi Temple, looking like a frail old Taoist, devoid of the demon lord's wickedness and dominance. Feeling the mysterious true energy within, the demon lord was shocked. What terrifying power! What martial arts is this? His true energy is at least 10 times stronger than mine. The demon lord recalled what Jiang Changsheng had said the previous night, his heart surging. Perhaps this is indeed an opportunity. I can't understand how there can be someone at 18 who possesses power far beyond that of a celestial realm master. That young leader of the Guiyuan sect is far inferior. This Taoist must be a celestial descendant to the mortal realm, definitely not an ordinary person. Jiang Changsheng withdrew his hands and said, "You should go inside to recover. The medicine on the table is personally refined by me. You can take it." The demon lord stood up, bowed in respect, and then entered the room. The white dragon left Jiang Changsheng's shoulder and crawled towards the house. Jiang Changsheng stood up, gently brushed off the dust from his robes, then stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky and enjoying the sunlight. Not long after, 2 figures entered the courtyard. It was Chun-Li, followed by a thin constable, head down. Chun-Li quickly approached Jiang Changsheng and whispered, "Changsheng, I have something to discuss. Let us go inside." "No need to go inside. Within a radius of 30 feet, there are only the 3 of us. Oh, and a snake." Jiang Changsheng smiled. Having seen through the constable's identity as the white-clothed person from the previous night, their aura identical. Cultivators are very sensitive to aura. Chun-Li was taken aback and said, "This person behind me is from the white-clothed guards, a friend of mine. I asked her to eliminate the evil members of the demon sect, but I pulled her into a conspiracy. She has nowhere to go now, and I can't place her in the Qin family. The whole city is on high alert. I can only leave her with you. Can you agree?" "I beg you, brother." Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Of course, you can rest assured, brother." Chun-Li exhaled, the gloom on his face dissipating, and he patted Jiang Changsheng on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. He did not linger and hurriedly left, leaving only Jiang Changsheng and the disguised constable in the courtyard. After sensing that Chun-Li's aura had faded, Jiang Changsheng finally spoke. "What are your plans from now on?" The constable stepped forward, kneeling halfway, gritting her teeth, and said, "Please, senior, teach me martial arts. I am willing to give everything." Last night not only shattered the demon lord's understanding, but also crushed her faith. She suddenly felt that everything she had fought for in her first half of life was a joke. Jiang Changsheng asked, "Is it really everything? What if I ask you to kill Chun-Li?" Having a top-notch expert pledge allegiance is an opportunity not to be missed. "What is your name?" "My name is Jinshin. My surname is Hua." Chapter 18. The Art of Talismans, Supreme Martial Arts. The courtyard where Jiang Changsheng lived also had 4 rooms, making it easy for the demon lord and Hua Jinshin to stay. Longqi Temple often had guests staying temporarily, so it wasn't a problem. Usually, only Wanli and Mingyue would come to find him, making it easy to hide. Anyway, Taoist Qingxiu already knew that the demon lord had been subdued by him, so arranging identities for them wouldn't be difficult. Hua Jinshin also needed to recover, so Jiang Changsheng went into the room to get her medicine. Looking at the demon lord in his robes, her expression was complex, but she said nothing and took the medicine bottle to the next room. The demon lord smiled and said, "This girl is quite good, surpassing most men. The demon sect has killed many, and she is the only one from the white-clothed guards who came." The white-clothed guards were established in the 2nd year of the emperor's reign, directly controlled by the emperor. No one knows how many there are, but they handle tasks such as intelligence, arrests, assassinations, and escorts. Over the years, the white-clothed guards have captured countless martial artists, including the Ghost Eye Evil King, thus earning a fearsome reputation in the martial world. The white-clothed guards of Dying protect the country and the people. This statement inspired countless passionate youths to join, but the examinations of the white-clothed guards are extremely strict, and those who stand out are at least first-rate experts. Jiang Changsheng nodded slightly, and then sat down in the room to practice. He did not avoid suspicion because the demon lord could not learn his Dao techniques just by watching, with the demon sect suffering significant losses and the demon lord missing. The remaining disciples fled the capital, though some unfortunate souls were captured by the imperial army. The crisis in the capital was finally over, and the only remaining issue was the plague, which would take time to resolve. In this ancient world, the best way to deal with a plague is to isolate the infected. When they die, their clothes are burned, and the plague naturally ends. This is also a limitation of the times. Although Jiang Changsheng learned the spring and autumn medical canon, he did not have the heart of a benevolent healer. He did not want to descend the mountain. He had wronged the emperor, believing that the plague was man-made, but the demon lord said otherwise. It coincided with the outbreak of a plague, and they took the opportunity to act. That night, the capital returned to peace. The next morning, Jiang Changsheng practiced in the courtyard, leading the white dragon to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. In the 18th year of Kaiyuan, the demon sect rampaged in the capital, but you survived the calamity with your own strength and received a survival reward. the jade pure absolute vein needle. Seeing this line of text, Jiang Changsheng smiled. Once the plague ends, he should be able to receive another reward. He began to pass on the jade pure absolute vein needle. This spell was not for healing but for killing, turning true energy into needles that severed meridians upon entry. Extremely domineering. Overall, this spell did not elevate Jiang Changsheng to a transformative level. Jiang Changsheng summarized that the more dangerous the tribulations are for oneself, the greater the rewards. Just like the Tao law of natural power. When he was born, he had no strength at all, and that was the most dangerous time. As he grew stronger, the dangers should lessen, which is quite good. If he were truly immortal, what he would pursue is absolute invincibility. As long as he is invincible, he can do as he pleases. Currently, he still cannot see through this world. It is hard to say who is the strongest among the great Jing. According to what the Demon Lord said, there are many martial arts masters and grandmasters, as well as exceptionally talented rising stars, and Jiang Changsheng still needs to work hard. The invincibility he pursues is not one-on-one invincibility, but the ability to defeat the entire world that stands against him. That would be true invincibility. This world is not just the great Jing dynasty. The heavens and earth are vast, and the martial arts are boundless. Who knows how many strong ones are out there? Perhaps if he cultivates to become an immortal, he can be invincible in the world. While Jiang Changsheng was thinking, he began to practice the jade clear absolute pulse needle. At this moment, the door of the nearby house was pushed open, and Hua Jinxin came out. She had changed into a Taoist robe, her long hair cascading down, revealing a beautiful face, not exactly stunning, but still of excellent appearance. Her left arm was wrapped in cloth, and it would be difficult to heal in a short time. When she saw Jiang Changsheng, she was momentarily distracted. This was the first time she carefully observed Jiang Changsheng during the daytime. When she first met Jiang Changsheng, she was amazed, but now he exuded the aura of an enlightened master, as if he might ascend to immortality at any moment under the sunlight. Suddenly, Hua Jinxin noticed a white snake on Jiang Changsheng's shoulder. The white snake seemed to sense her gaze and began to crawl down his body toward her. Upon seeing the snake, Hua Jinxin's skin crawled. She was most afraid of snakes. By long, don't go near her in the future. Jiang Changsheng's voice rang out as he sensed Hua Jinxin's fear. Bai Long could only turn away but occasionally glanced back at Hua Jinxin, which made her feel absurd. This snake has human-like intelligence? Jiang Changsheng did not open his eyes and said, "You should focus on healing your injuries. Once you are healed, I will teach you how to become stronger." Hua Jinxin nodded respectfully. The sky was blue, with no clouds for miles, and a great river flowed between the mountains. A huge ship was moving forward, accompanied by dozens of wooden boats filled with white-clad guards and imperial troops. Jiang Yuan, dressed in a dragon robe, stood at the bow of the ship, the river breeze stirring his graying hair. A white-clad guard leaped onto the deck and quickly approached him, kneeling down and presenting a scroll of letters with both hands. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, turning his back to the guard, and drew the letter to his palm with a wave of energy. He began to read the scroll. After finishing, he condensed his true energy in both palms, shredding the letter into paper scraps that flew into the great river. Jiang Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, but said nothing. The white-clad guard waited for a moment and then quietly withdrew. Soon after, Crown Prince Jiang Qian and Second Prince Jiang Ming came over and greeted Jiang Yuan from behind. "Father, I made a bet with my second brother. He said that the martial order you issued could summon martial arts masters, while I bet it wouldn't. At most summoning several top experts." Jiang Qian said with a smile, in a good mood. Jiang Yuan turned half his body, looking at him with a smile, and asked, "Oh, you think I am not worthy of the martial arts master's attention?" Jiang Qian shook his head and said, "Of course not. It's just that if the martial arts masters were to enter the court, the martial world would definitely reject them. They care more about their status in the martial world than about titles and salaries." Jiang Ming scoffed and said, "The great Jing is not like the Chu dynasty. We have the ambition to dominate the world. This is just the beginning. Once the great Jing annexes other dynasties, the great Jing martial world will also expand its territory. If they join us early, their status will be higher in the future." Seeing the two brothers about to bicker again, Jiang Yuan said helplessly, "All right, you're giving me a headache." The two brothers immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say more. Jiang Yuan stared at them and said, "One of you is rational but underestimates the power of martial artists, while the other is too arrogant but values martial strength. If only you two could combine your strengths." Jiang Ming frowned, deep in thought. Jiang Yuan turned his head, looking ahead, and said, "Shao Qi is good, but unfortunately too young. This throne will never belong to him." Jiang Qian could no longer smile, not understanding what his father meant by this. Jiang Ming, however, became excited and said, "Father, since the establishment of the nation, the martial world has revived, and those hidden sects have been opening their doors to recruit disciples one after another. Next month, there will be a competition at Juyong Lake to determine the supreme of the martial world. Do you wish to go take a look? Jiang Qian frowned and said no. It's too dangerous with so many martial experts gathered. Jiang Yuan stroked his beard and laughed. I am the son of heaven, the Emperor Ka Yuan who unified the 13 states. How could I be afraid of martial artists? Let us go to Juyong Lake. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming smiled even more proudly. 2 months passed, and the transition from autumn to winter was approaching. The plague in the capital had completely disappeared. In the 18th year of Ka Yuan, a plague broke out in the capital. You have stayed on the mountain for a long time, avoiding a calamity and receiving a survival reward, the art of talismans. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Jiang Changsheng. He did not think much of it and directly began to inherit the art of talismans. The art of talismans allows spells to be inscribed onto talisman paper and into incantations. This is quite a good technique. In the future, making talisman papers to give to his subordinates could also save lives. Not bad, not bad. After inheriting the memory of the art of talismans, Jiang Changsheng stood up, walked out of the house, and into the courtyard. The demon lord was practicing under a tree, while Hua Jianxin was practicing her sword not far away. Both of their injuries were nearly healed, thanks to Jiang Changsheng's elixirs. When Hua Jianxin saw Jiang Changsheng appear, she sheathed her sword and quickly walked to him. Bowing in greeting, the demon lord then opened his eyes and also came to greet him. His eyes were filled with expectation, after spending 2 months together. Although he had not learned much, he could feel that Jiang Changsheng was indeed extraordinary. Even the snakes he raised had human-like intelligence. Jiang Changsheng spoke. Since you both have healed, starting today, I will teach each of you a unique skill. Upon hearing this, the two were pleasantly surprised and thanked him. Jiang Changsheng decided to teach the demon lord the xianxiaaudiobooks, while teaching Hua Jianxin the jade clear absolute pulse needle. As for the cultivation method for becoming an immortal, it was temporarily not possible to pass on. He would never do something that would lead to his disciples starving their master. After 7 days, Jiang Changsheng finished teaching. The rest would require their own efforts. While he needed to spend time on his own cultivation, cultivating his own power was only the second goal. The first goal must be his own cultivation level. The Tao law of natural power's 5th layer was imperative, and he could not delay. With the might of the 4-layer technique, he could easily defeat a transcendent master. But he would not be complacent. Another half-month passed. Chun-Li came to visit, and Jiang Changsheng had the demon lord hide in his own room. Not to show himself, Jiang Changsheng, Hua Jianxin, and Chun-Li gathered in the room. Chun-Li looked weak, seeing that Hua Jianxin had already healed. He couldn't help but show a smile, though it was very forced. Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, is the martial world supreme very strong? How many moves can the demon lord last against him? A few moves? The martial world supreme is naturally stronger than the demon lord. But saying a few moves is too humiliating for the demon lord. Chun-Li said helplessly, looking at Hua Jianxin. Hua Jianxin nodded and said, the demon lord is indeed powerful. It's normal that Taoist Changsheng has not come down from the mountain and does not know. In Chun-Li's view, only Hua Jianxin had fought against the demon lord and knew how strong he was. He trusted Hua Jianxin very much. When Hua Jianxin said that the demon lord was repelled by an old beggar, he reported it truthfully. Chun-Li sighed. The white-clad guards have investigated for months, and there are not many old beggars who can repel the demon lord. They are either the leader of the beggar gang or a mad Taoist who has gone insane. Both are elusive and hard to find. Jiang Changsheng asked, is this matter resolved just like that? So many people have died, and it has caused such a commotion. And it just ends like this? Too absurd. Jiang Changsheng nodded, not continuing to ask. Hua Jianxin shook her head and said, both these paths are asking me to follow destiny. Thank you for your kindness. Chun-Li fell silent, showing a look of guilt. It was his invitation that put Hua Jianxin in such a predicament. Yet he could not resolve her difficulties. Then what do you plan to do? Chun-Li asked. Hua Jianxin replied, I will follow Taoist Changsheng from now on. So you don't have to worry about me. As for the Baiawai, I no longer care. She now spends every day studying the Yuking Jumai needle, only wanting to become stronger. That night, when the demonic sect hunted her, no one could help her. And that feeling of helplessness and despair was something she didn't want to experience again. Chun-Li looked at Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, let her stay. As long as she doesn't go down the mountain, nothing will happen. Chun-Li thought this made sense and nodded in agreement. Because Hua Jianxin was present, he didn't express his frustrations to Jiang Changsheng as he usually did, and after a short while, he left. After Chun-Li left, Jiang Changsheng asked, what do you think Chun-Li belongs to? Hua Jianxin pondered for a moment and said, he cares about the people, is very stubborn, only recognizes principles, and looks down on faction disputes. He doesn't belong to any faction. How did you meet? He became the top scholar years ago, and His Majesty had expectations of him, sending me to secretly protect him for several years. Due to some coincidences, we became familiar. Such a high-ranking person in the capital must not be simply about cultivating Taoism. Jiang Changsheng stopped asking and waved his hand to signal her to leave, then practiced alone in the room. His next goal was to reach the 5th level of the Tao Fa natural skill. Once he reached the 5th level, he would meet Tong Tian in the palace and execute his bold plan. Fighting against the emperor couldn't be reckless. It had to be based on cultivation. At worst, he could outlast him. Jiang Changsheng thought silently, reminding himself never to be arrogant and to have absolute confidence before taking action. In the Grand Palace, Jiang Yuan sat majestically on the dragon throne, wearing the imperial crown, exuding the aura of an emperor. All the civil and military officials lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, including the princes. Eunuch Li stood slightly below Jiang Yuan, bowing, as if everything was none of his business. Jiang Yuan coldly laughed. What's wrong? Are you all mute? Over 200 people have died in the city, yet the imperial guards and the Bayawai have only lost one member? Can you be any more absurd? The Minister of Punishment, Yang Che, stepped forward and knelt down, crying out, Your Majesty, 73 members of my Yang family have died. Even my brother begs you to take charge. Following this, other officials also knelt down. The second prince, Jiang Ming, frowned tightly, and the crown prince Jiang Qian did the same. Jiang Ming's support came from the Hong family, while Jiang Qian's support came from the Yang family. They had all left the capital with the emperor, and their respective supporters had been attacked. They suspected that other princes' factions were behind it. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, like a dragon's roar that struck fear into everyone's hearts, and the clamoring in the hall abruptly ceased. He slowly stood up, his true energy inflating the dragon robe, and his aura was visibly powerful, as if a semi-transparent dragon coiled around him. Everyone tensed up. The military generals were secretly alarmed. Meng Qiuhai, who had left Longqi Temple, was also in the hall, feeling shocked. The emperor actually possessed such power. Meng Qiuhai thought in astonishment. As a martial arts champion, he prided himself on his skills and looked down on the princes and the emperor, but upon seeing this today, he realized this emperor who had established a vast empire was no ordinary person. Jiang Yuan scanned everyone and coldly said, So many people have died within the imperial city. I want the same number of heads as compensation. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Jiang Yuan truly dared to kill, and no matter how high the official, they could be beheaded. Zhong Tianwu. Jiang Yuan spoke again, and Eunuch Li immediately raised his head and loudly repeated his words. The crown prince outside the hall followed suit, echoing one after another. Zhong Tianwu, the current supreme of the martial arts world, dominating all heroes, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts with absolute prowess. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, turning their heads to look outside the hall. Beyond the Golden Long Hall was a staircase with hundreds of steps leading down to the inner city gate and a large martial arts square. Suddenly, a figure rushed in like a ghost, seemingly teleporting with each step, covering several zhang in one stride, and within 5 breaths, he entered the hall. Upon entering, his pace slowed, no longer so eerie, but advancing like an ordinary person. He came to the hall and bowed, but he did not kneel. Zhong Tianwu wore a white robe, had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. His physique was robust, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows as he squinted at the civil and military officials on both sides. Jiang Qian frowned, displeased by his gaze. Jiang Ming, however, stared eagerly at Zhong Tianwu. From today onwards, establish the Tianwu Supervisory Office. Any official of the 5th rank and above can recommend 2 disciples to enter the Tianwu Supervisory Office to practice martial arts. The Tianwu Supervisory Office will not only pass down martial arts, but also investigate the demonic sect case. The Tianwu Supervisory Office takes orders only from me, Jiang Yuan said, emphasizing each word, granting immense power to Zhong Tianwu, which caused jealousy and concern among the civil and military officials as they looked at him. Zhong Tianwu cupped his hands in salute and said, I will take my orders. In the 19th year of Kaiyuan, just after the new year, the capital was engulfed in blood and gore, with over 200 officials being publicly executed to quell the public outrage. Chun Li visited Jiang Changsheng and was thrilled to talk about this matter, exclaiming that His Majesty's dragon might was overwhelming. The only regret being that Eunuch Li did not die. He also mentioned the establishment of the Tianwu Supervisory Office, which had become the most feared entity in the capital, as they were the emperor's blade, as strong as the fierce generals of the founding dynasty. After being sentenced by the emperor, those who tried to escape were captured by Zhong Tianwu, rumored to be unable to withstand even a single move. Jiang Changsheng became very curious about Zhong Tianwu, not knowing how strong this supreme martial artist really was. Besides discussing the matters, Qinli also brought a batch of medicinal herbs, including the last herb needed to cure the poison of Taoist Qingxiu. Strangely, the poison that Taoist Qingxiu suffered from was a poison from the demonic sect, which even the demon lord could not cure. They developed this poison precisely because they sought to create something no one could cure. After Chunli left, Jiang Changsheng began refining pills. He was using only a simple small cauldron in the courtyard. The demon lord came out of the room and stood beside Jiang Changsheng, watching him refine pills along with Hua Jinxin. The art of alchemy had always been legendary in the martial arts world, as most people refined pills like doctors making medicine, without any mystical aspect. Jiang Changsheng used spiritual power to control the fire, and once all the herbs in the alchemy cauldron were refined, they automatically coalesced into a pill, even suspending in midair without touching the bottom. This scene made both the demon lord and Hua Jinxin swallow hard. So amazing. When he had nothing else to do, Jiang Changsheng loved to play with alchemy, and since he had mastered the technique, he succeeded in one go. After refining, he went to find Taoist Qingxiu. Along the way, the disciples saw him and all bowed respectfully, filled with awe. Upon reaching Taoist Qingxiu's courtyard, Jiang Changsheng met his master. Since he brought the demon lord up the mountain, Taoist Qingxiu had secluded himself in the courtyard and had not gone out again, only seen by the disciples who brought him food. Taoist Qingxiu was still meditating under the tree. He wasn't practicing, but just staring blankly at the old tree. Master, I have refined the antidote. It will surely cure your poison, Jiang Changsheng said with a smile, waiting for Taoist Qingxiu's surprised and complex expression. However, Taoist Qingxiu remained expressionless, even without turning his head. Is he poisoned to the point of being foolish? Jiang Changsheng felt a little worried and stepped forward 2 steps. Bring the antidote. Taoist Qingxiu raised his hand, reaching out toward Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng immediately took out the antidote, secretly thinking, so demanding. He didn't mind too much, after all. It was Taoist Qingxiu who saved him when he was young and gave him a place to survive. Perhaps it was all the emperor's scheme. But when he was betrayed by treacherous people, he clearly heard that some genuinely wanted to kill him. Taoist Qingxiu took the medicine and swallowed it without hesitation. After taking the medicine, he stood up, turned to Jiang Changsheng, and said, Disciple, I am preparing to go down the mountain. Down the mountain? Jiang Changsheng was stunned. The eldest senior brother had run away, the second senior brother had run away, and now the master was going to run too? As he was about to speak, Taoist Qingxiu shook his head and said, I had planned to protect you for 5 years, but you are now strong enough. Even Tong Tian in the palace may not be able to capture you. I can rest assured now, and it is time for me to leave. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, Where are you going? After saying that, he took a step forward and brushed past Jiang Changsheng. After Longqi Temple was handed over, Qingxiu Taoist left these words and then disappeared into the corridor. Jiang Changsheng frowned. Did this old guy want to run away? He hurriedly chased after him. No matter how he tried to persuade, Qingxiu Taoist just kept moving forward until they reached the mountain gate. He stopped and watched Qingxiu Taoist go down the mountain. Just like that? Not even packing up? 2 days later, someone from the court arrived. Eunuch Li, escorted by a group of imperial guards, came to Jiang Changsheng's courtyard, with Qingku leading the way and many disciples following behind. Hua Jinxin and the demon lord were hiding inside the house. Jiang Changsheng walked up to Eunuch Li. Eunuch Li raised both hands, and in them was a royal decree. He smiled and nodded at Jiang Changsheng, then opened the decree, saying, By the order of the emperor, Qingxiu Taoist is too old to continue as the abbot of Longqi Temple. From today onwards, Taoist Changsheng will be the abbot of Longqi Temple, enjoying a 4th-rank salary from the court, with the authority to manage incense offerings and the temple. This is the decree. Chapter 20. Dreaming of Immortal Beings, Alchemy and Cultivation. Taoist Changsheng, accept the decree. Eunuch Li smiled as he handed the decree to Jiang Changsheng. Although Jiang Changsheng was a bit confused, he still accepted it. Then, Eunuch Li turned to leave, and the disciples of Longqi Temple gathered around. Second senior brother, how did you become the abbot? Where's master? Congratulations, second senior brother, on becoming a Taoist. The disciples spoke one after another, some confused, some worried, some excited, and some envious. Jiang Changsheng felt helpless, not expecting such a big fuss over the change of the abbot at Longqi Temple. He noticed the senior sister, Meng Qiushuang, not far away, looking equally bewildered. Frozen in place, he immediately walked over and said, Senior sister, may I have a word with you? Meng Qiushuang took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The other disciples didn't dare to follow, all worried that the 2 senior brothers and sister might have a conflict. As senior sister had been managing the temple's affairs for years, and now the usually inactive Jiang Changsheng had suddenly become the Taoist. The 2 of them arrived at a deserted courtyard, and Jiang Changsheng spoke first. Senior sister, I didn't expect master to suddenly pass the position to me. You've watched me grow up and know that I have no management experience. How about you continue to lead the affairs of Longqi Temple in the future? Meng Qiushuang frowned and asked, Where did master go? Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Meng Qiushuang stared at him for a while, then sighed and said, All right then. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, Thank you, senior sister. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can also find me. My martial arts are decent, and I know a bit of medicine. Of course, it's best if it's related to temple matters. My focus is on cultivation. Meng Xiaoshuang couldn't help but chuckle and said with annoyance, all right, I got it. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Thus, Longqi Temple changed hands, with Jiang Changsheng as the new abbot. Back in the courtyard, Hua Jianxin, who was practicing the Yuling Jumai needle, came over curiously and asked, Taoist, why didn't he uniquely make you kneel? The emperor's decree says that not kneeling to accept the decree is a death penalty. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, perhaps it's because of Longqi Temple. My master didn't kneel before his majesty either. Hua Jianxin thought it made sense and stopped asking further. This year, Jiang Changsheng's biggest change was becoming a Taoist. Fortunately, with Meng Xiaoshuang around, his life didn't change much. Every day, apart from cultivating, he taught Wanli and Mingwei. As for Hua Jianxin and the Demon Lord, both had reached adulthood, and after learning the cultivation methods, he no longer managed them closely. Wanli and Mingwei, being young, had not yet noticed the presence of Hua Jianxin and the Demon Lord. Half a year later, Jiang Changsheng let the Demon Lord descend the mountain, as he needed the Demon Lord to manage the Demon Gate. Hua Jianxin stood beside Jiang Changsheng and asked, are you really at ease with him? Jiang Changsheng replied, there's no need to worry, he knows what choice to make. After the events in the capital settled down, over 200 officials were executed, and a frenzied manhunt for the Demon Gate was initiated in the Great Jing Dynasty. The Demon Gate was faring worse than before. It was evident that the powerful had abandoned them. Under such circumstances, the Demon Lord could no longer ally with them, only opposing them. Jiang Changsheng turned and walked to the center of the courtyard, where a small pear tree was planted and a white snake coiled on it, which was the white dragon. He began to play with the white dragon, who enjoyed being petted and did not resist at all. Hua Jianxin felt goosebumps and immediately walked away. In the year of Kaiyuan, the Great Jing Dynasty was peaceful and prosperous, with no disturbances, and the construction of the Grand Canal was already more than halfway done. In spring, the flowers and trees of Longqi Mountain were bursting with life, but today, there were no guests visiting the mountain. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and gave Hua Jianxin a glance, prompting him to immediately hide in the house. After a year of cultivation, his spiritual power had doubled, and he was getting closer to the 5th level. When facing the Demon Lord again, he wouldn't need to act personally. He could easily eliminate him using the sword control technique. Jiang Changsheng had only faced one celestial master before, and he regarded the Demon Lord as the weakest celestial master. 100 times weaker than him, and his strength should be comparable to that of the capital's executioners and celestial masters. This way is more secure. Although he was 100 times stronger than the Demon Lord, he still did not take him seriously. But he wanted to break through to the 5th level of Tao Law natural power first. After a while, footsteps approached. It was Qingku. Qingku said excitedly, Senior Brother Changsheng, the Emperor has arrived and wants to see you. Hurry, he is almost at Mingxin Hall, and Senior Sister is receiving him. The Emperor? This day has finally come. Jiang Changsheng did not hesitate and immediately went. He and Qingku arrived at the front of Mingxin Hall first, with Qingku standing aside. There were no other disciples in the courtyard before the hall. Soon, Jiang Yuan arrived, accompanied by Meng Xiaoshuang, while the imperial guards quickly surrounded the courtyard, standing guard. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, and Meng Xiaoshuang immediately stopped and did not enter the courtyard. She cast a glance at Qingku, who suddenly understood and quickly left, kneeling and bowing as he passed Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan ignored Qingku and focused his gaze on Jiang Changsheng, the young Taoist, dressed in a clean Tao robe, with a famous sword at his waist and a whisk in hand, exuded the aura of a transcended being. Jiang Yuan showed a satisfied smile as he approached Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng bowed and greeted, I pay my respects to your majesty. Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, since you are paying your respects, why not kneel? He took Jiang Changsheng into Mingxin Hall, leaving Jiang Changsheng somewhat dazed. This was his biological father in this life. Jiang Yuan surely knew he was his son, but he didn't know that Jiang Changsheng was aware of this. Once inside the hall, Jiang Yuan burned incense before the Taoist statue with a pious expression, mumbling something under his breath. After Jiang Yuan finished, they sat on the cushions, and Jiang Yuan began to recount his old stories with Qingshu Taoist. Jiang Changsheng listened earnestly, but felt bored inside. Older people tend to reminisce about the past. He hoped he wouldn't be like that in the future. After talking for a long time, Jiang Yuan finally focused on Jiang Changsheng, examining him closely and praising Changsheng before Qingshu Taoist left. He specifically entrusted me to take good care of you. It's rare for me to come here. Do you have any wishes? I will do my best to fulfill them. Jiang Yuan's gaze was very eager, making Jiang Changsheng feel uncomfortable. However, Jiang Yuan had indeed wronged him, so he might as well take the opportunity for benefits. If he didn't ask, even if Jiang Yuan felt guilty, he wouldn't return the position of crown prince to him. Jiang Changsheng spoke up. I have some research on alchemy and hope to obtain various medicinal materials, preferably seeds. I can plant them on the mountain, the more the better. Alchemy? Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, asking, can you show me your pills? This emperor was infatuated with the immortal path and sought elixirs everywhere, naturally. He was excited to hear the word pills. Jiang Changsheng took out a youth-retaining pill and said, this is a youth-retaining pill. It can preserve one's youth. Jiang Yuan took it, examining it carefully, and the more he looked, the more delighted he became. He laughed and said, I accept this pill. I want to give it to my empress. Jiang Changsheng couldn't refuse, as it was for his mother anyway. Jiang Yuan played with the rejuvenation pill, suppressing his excitement as he said, this pill contains a faint true energy. No, it's more profound than ordinary true energy, definitely not an ordinary item. It surpasses all the pills I have seen. Who taught you this? Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, it was taught by an immortal in my dream. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened as he asked, could it be that your martial arts were also taught by the immortal in your dream? Throughout history, countless renowned figures have been surrounded by myth, with numerous tales of dreams. Jiang Changsheng nodded, and Jiang Yuan became completely ignited, pulling him along to continuously inquire about the immortal. Jiang Changsheng spoke ambiguously, claiming he could not remember the immortal from his dream, only remembering what the immortal imparted to him, which only made Jiang Yuan believe it more. Jiang Changsheng pretended to hesitate and said, Your Majesty, I feel familiar with you. Having revealed this matter, even my master does not know about it. My master thinks that a higher being is quietly guiding me, but that is not the case. I hope your majesty will keep it a secret for me. Jiang Yuan's expression turned gratified as he said, Good, good, good. I will never mention this to anyone. Except for. Jiang Changsheng immediately understood and said, I have heard about your majesty's pursuit of longevity. I do not yet have the technique, and I dare not deceive your majesty, but I can refine some longevity pills. Once the materials are complete, I will definitely refine them for your majesty. Good, good, good. Jiang Yuan smiled widely, continuously patting Jiang Changsheng's hand, and the two grew increasingly close. Afterward, Jiang Yuan inquired about Jiang Changsheng's life from childhood to adulthood, chatting for half an hour before leaving. The emperor's thoughts are hard to guess. He even doubted whether his previous speculations were true. Perhaps Jiang Yuan had his reasons. Nevertheless, Jiang Changsheng remained unwavering. His goal would not stop. He wanted to take revenge on all those who harmed him. The assassination attempts over the years were not mere acts. And that throne, it can only be determined by me. The emperor's attitude also relieved the disciples of Longqi Temple, and even Meng Qiushuang had a smile on her face. After Taoist Qingshu left, they had been worried that the emperor would neglect Longqi Temple, but now it seemed they had overthought it. As long as the emperor's favor remains, Longqi Temple will not fall. The next noon, a team of imperial guards carried several large boxes up the mountain. Inside were not only mature medicinal materials, but also many seeds. Jiang Changsheng instructed Meng Qiushuang to lead the disciples in planting these medicinal materials, particularly reminding them of their preciousness, which made Meng Qiushuang quite nervous, personally overseeing the planting. The medicinal materials were not only for refining longevity pills for Jiang Yuan. He also wanted to refine pills to enhance cultivation. Cultivating immortality cannot rely solely on hard work. External stimulation is also very important. On ordinary days, apart from practicing, Jiang Changsheng began to delve into alchemy. Alchemy is merely a technique and does not come with recipes. And the spring and autumn medical canon does not contain recipes for cultivating immortality, but he could explore it himself. In the first month, the white dragon consumed 3 types of pills. On the third occasion, its body swelled and nearly exploded, but fortunately, Jiang Changsheng used spiritual power to relieve the pressure in time. In the second month, the white dragon consumed 2 types of pills. Although there were no abnormalities, its body became sturdier, almost turning into a python. In the following 2 months, the white dragon consumed 4 types of pills, and the 4th type finally allowed a trace of spiritual energy to grow within it. Success. Chapter 21. Breaking through the 5th level. Immortal knocks on the door of immortality. The white dragon had been nourished by Jiang Changsheng's spiritual power even before its birth, and a trace of spiritual energy had already developed within it. However, its intelligence was still shallow, and it did not understand how to cultivate, at most relying on breathing to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, resulting in very slow cultivation growth. Since it could increase its spiritual energy, then Jiang Changsheng should be able to as well. Jiang Changsheng mustered his courage and swallowed the remaining pill. It melted in his mouth, flowing down his throat as a warm current, merging with his muscles and bones. Refreshing. Jiang Changsheng's face lit up with joy, and the nearby white dragon leaned over, flicking its tongue in a gesture of wanting more, but Jiang Changsheng pushed it away. This pill shall be named the Spiritual Enhancement Pill. Jiang Changsheng thought happily, then noted down the medicinal materials for this pill, recording it as a recipe. This was the first cultivation pill he had developed. Its materials were not particularly rare, but they were not easily obtainable either and still required the emperor's effort. Jiang Changsheng casually refined a bottle of pills that nourished the body and increased vitality, handing them one by one to the emperor. Hua Jinxin also witnessed the various changes in the white dragon, but she did not dare to disturb it, fearing she would become a test subject herself. As spring transitioned to autumn, Jiang Yuan would take time every month to visit Longqi Temple. Such frequency elevated Longqi Temple's status, attracting more and more nobles to burn incense, and the temple's offerings far exceeded those of previous years, improving the disciples' lives. The disciples all knew one thing. Although the Taoist did not manage affairs, he could speak with the emperor and gain the emperor's favor, which was the greatest ability. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. The 21st year of Kai Yuan. Because the emperor no longer pursued elixirs, he had more time to handle state affairs, leading to a continuous rise in the economy of the great Jing dynasty, even without being dragged down by canal construction. In addition to internal management, external conquests also played a significant role. The great Jing attacked the ancient Khan, continuously annexing its territory and acquiring various resources, thereby strengthening the cohesion of the great Jing dynasty. This continent had seen the succession of numerous dynasties. Throughout its grand history, the emperor was always the most dazzling presence. As the founding emperor, Jiang Yuan's historical status would not be low. Intellectuals originally thought he would become increasingly foolish after becoming obsessed with immortality, but unexpectedly, he suddenly awakened, and various praises for Emperor Kai Yuan began to flourish. Spring rain fell continuously. Qing Ku came to visit Jiang Changsheng, stating his intention to lead a group of disciples down the mountain for training, while also collecting orphans to cultivate new disciples for Longqi Temple. This had long been a tradition of Longqi Temple. Be careful, here are 2 talismans. When encountering an enemy you cannot contend with, infuse your true energy into them. Point the talismans at the enemy, and remember, do not use them lightly. Jiang Changsheng took out 2 yellow talismans from his sleeve. These talismans were sent by Chun Li, inscribed with his spiritual energy using talisman techniques. To make them special, he even scribbled on the talismans. Qing Ku took the 2 talismans, looking confused, secretly thinking, why is my senior brother getting more and more strange? Although he thought this, he still carefully put them away. In his eyes, Jiang Changsheng was incredibly mysterious, and he even raised a white python that was intelligent. Perhaps these talismans would indeed be useful. After Qing Ku left, Jiang Changsheng continued to practice. During that year, the white dragon had become accustomed to the disciples. It could freely wander within Longqi Mountain without harming anyone, and most importantly, it ate vegetarian food, endearing it to the disciples. Even some worshippers who saw it learned that it was raised by Taoist Changsheng and were no longer afraid. Under the disciples' intentional embellishment, the name of the white dragon gradually spread in the capital. Longqi Temple had a snake, named the White Dragon, which was known for its intelligence. Hua Jinxin had followed Jiang Changsheng for so long, and had completely mastered the Jade Purity Absolute Pulse Needle. Jiang Changsheng also taught her the 9-seeking Heavenly Dragon Step. Her strength had made tremendous progress. According to her words, she felt she had hope of reaching the heavenly realm. It seemed that the heavenly realm did not require supreme internal power. On the 10th day after Qing Ku left, Jiang Changsheng finally welcomed a breakthrough opportunity. After taking the spiritual enhancement pill every month, he was able to break through ahead of time. He meditated and cultivated in his room, his spiritual energy surging, the Taoist robe fluttering, and his long hair swayed along with it. The white dragon, basking in the sun on the windowsill, turned its head, its snake eyes shimmering with a faint light. Something's not right. Jiang Changsheng suddenly frowned, feeling an inexplicable unease. This breakthrough was going smoothly, and his cultivation was flawless. Why was he feeling uneasy? He nervously cultivated, becoming increasingly cautious, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Meanwhile, above Longqi Temple, the white clouds in the blue sky gradually darkened and then gathered towards Longqi Mountain. The disciples of Longqi Temple thought it was going to rain, so they welcomed the worshippers into the temple to avoid the rain. The common people in the capital also noticed the strange phenomenon at Longqi Mountain. The vast capital was shrouded in dark clouds, and it was still noon, making the sight quite spectacular. However, the people only glanced at it and did not think much of it. However, rumble. A sudden thunderclap struck the eaves of the house where Jiang Changsheng was, sending debris flying. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, sensing the abnormality outside, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be a tribulation? He immediately got up and flashed to the roof eaves. The wind howled, and the dark clouds above had turned into thunderclouds, churning like a vast and terrifying vortex, with faint thunderclaps echoing, exuding immense heavenly might. When he arrived at the eaves, his unease suddenly vanished. At that moment, he understood that he must face the tribulation for the fifth layer of the Tao law of nature. He could not escape. If he fled, his unease would turn into a heart demon, interfering with his future cultivation. This tribulation must be faced. Jiang Changsheng's gaze became resolute as he sat cross-legged on the eaves. His legs suspended half a meter above, spiritual power swirling around him, visible to the naked eye, his robes fluttering in the wind. Hua Jinxin, startled by the thunder, pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, looking up to see Jiang Changsheng in midair. She widened her beautiful eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. He is floating in the air? Could this be an illusion created by the demon lord? Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck down, this time aimed directly at Jiang Changsheng. But it was blocked by his spiritual power and dissipated immediately, leaving Hua Jinxin in shock. Before she could react, more bolts of lightning fell, all targeting Jiang Changsheng accurately. He used his spiritual power to form a protective shield against the lightning strikes, which intensified rapidly, creating a bombardment effect. Even during the day, the flashes of lightning were visible. In the capital city, in every corner, including the palace, people could see the lightning striking the peak of Longqi Mountain, all aimed in the same direction, forming a conical shape, a spectacular sight even from afar. What is that? Such terrifying lightning. Could something have appeared at Longqi Temple? It is rumored that the new Taoist priest at Longqi Temple is young and intelligent, and he even raises a white python with human-like intelligence. Could he be a reincarnated immortal? Unclear, but at this rate, Longqi Temple might have casualties. How strange. I've lived for 70 years, through 2 dynasties, and have never seen such a celestial phenomenon. The citizens of the capital were abuzz with discussion, and even the high-ranking officials stepped out of their doors to gaze at this anomaly. Inside the palace, Jiang Yuan stood in front of the Golden Hall, hands clasped behind his back, looking at the thunder on Longqi Mountain with excitement in his eyes. When Eunuch Li approached, the excitement in his eyes vanished, replaced by a depth like an ancient well, making it hard to read. Eunuch Li approached carefully and said, "Your Majesty, such an anomaly. I fear everyone in the capital can see it. How should we handle it?" Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Can a celestial phenomenon be dealt with by humans? No, but I worry that Longqi Temple might be damaged. It is the Taoist temple Your Majesty personally appointed. Let it be damaged then." Eunuch Li dared not ask further and turned to gaze at Longqi Mountain. The princes, concubines, and princesses in the palace also stepped out to observe this rare thundercloud phenomenon. This tribulation was even more difficult than Jiang Changsheng had imagined. Half an hour later, his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, yet the thunderstorm showed no signs of weakening, even intensifying. He closed his eyes, his face pale. At this point, he had no choice but to endure, knowing that a slight misstep could result in him being struck to ashes. Hua Jinxin had already come to believe that Jiang Changsheng was not using an illusion, but was genuinely undergoing a thunder tribulation, just like the stories and myths. She now looked at him with a mix of admiration and worry, fearing for his safety. In the distance, several disciples were watching, while the visitors at Longqi Temple were discussing among themselves. Initially, they were terrified of being struck, but when they realized the lightning only targeted one spot, they cautiously moved closer, witnessing this shocking scene. Crossing the thunder tribulation in midair, Jiang Changsheng had become a deity in their eyes. Meng Qiushuang was also worried about Jiang Changsheng, her feelings complex. Could this junior brother truly be a reincarnated immortal? Jiang Changsheng was unaware of their thoughts and had no time to think about them, focusing solely on facing the tribulation. Just as he worried, the thunder tribulation finally began to weaken, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. In less than 3 minutes, the tribulation completely ceased, and the thunderclouds dissipated. Jiang Changsheng felt a sense of relief as sunlight poured over him, causing his spiritual power to erupt within. With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly entering his body, resonating with his spiritual power, generating even more spiritual energy. From an outsider's perspective, he was surrounded by a whirlwind. Even the leaves were being stirred. "An immortal," a middle-aged man exclaimed, falling to his knees and bowing to Jiang Changsheng. His reaction prompted other visitors to kneel as well. The rational visitors exchanged glances, witnessing the fervor of these people, and a thought arose in their minds. What if he truly is an immortal? Wouldn't he not kneeling offend him? Thus, all the visitors knelt down, bowing to Jiang Changsheng while praying for blessings. The disciples also knelt one after another, gazing at Jiang Changsheng with fervor. Wan Li, who often practiced with Jiang Changsheng, was ecstatic, feeling that he had received the favor of an immortal. Meng Qiushuang did not kneel. She merely stared blankly at Jiang Changsheng, lost in thought. Jiang Changsheng had fully stepped into the 5th layer of the Tao law of nature, his spiritual power surging, his senses transforming, and his divine consciousness expanding. Two interwoven golden patterns gradually emerged on his forehead, resembling a simplified version of the Taiji diagram, faintly visible. Chapter 22. The Transformation of the Nine Heavens, Igniting the Incense. After successfully crossing the tribulation, Jiang Changsheng remained suspended in midair, consolidating his cultivation until sunset. As the visitors dispersed, Meng Qiushuang also sent the disciples away, not daring to disturb him. At dusk, Jiang Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. The golden patterns on his forehead disappeared. These were Tao patterns, marking the fifth layer of the Tao law of nature, capable of storing spiritual energy and potentially having more wondrous uses. Though he was still unclear about them as he had just begun to explore, the Tao patterns could usually be hidden, which was quite convenient. Jiang Changsheng landed in the courtyard, his Taoist robe intact, looking relaxed and spirited. Hua Jinxin approached, cupping her fists and saying, "Congratulations, Taoist, on your significant improvement in martial arts." Jiang Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying, "It's not a significant improvement. I've merely comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth." Hua Jinxin didn't quite grasp the depth of his words, but her admiration for Jiang Changsheng only grew. Inside the room, Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged on the bed, and before him appeared a line of words. "In the 21st year of Kaiyuan, you have progressed in your cultivation, comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth, passed a minor heavenly tribulation, and received the secret method reward, Nine Heavens Transformation." A secret method? This was Jiang Changsheng's first time receiving a secret method, and he was filled with interest. He immediately accepted the memory of Nine Heavens Transformation, a flood of memories pouring into his mind. Nine Heavens Transformation was a technique of transformation, capable of changing into 9 different forms, from as small as a sparrow to as large as a mountain or building. Not bad, a good thing. Like the illusory divine eye, although it does not qualitatively enhance strength, it has endless practical uses. After sorting through the memories, Jiang Changsheng began to practice the first layer of Nine Heavens Transformation, the sparrow transformation. That night, the disciples of Longqi Temple found it hard to sleep, and many in the capital were equally curious. Over the next 5 days, the news of Jiang Changsheng crossing the thunder tribulation spread, causing a stir throughout the city. Even the concubines in the palace were discussing it. Killing the ghost-eye evil king in his youth, and crossing the thunder tribulation in adulthood. These 2 deeds of Longqi Taoist were legendary, shrouded in mystery. More and more visitors came to Longqi Temple to pay their respects, eager to catch a glimpse of Longqi Taoist's presence. But Jiang Changsheng remained in seclusion, leaving them disappointed. They were not angry about it. Instead, they felt it was to be expected. How could an immortal be so easily seen? Inside the room, after 5 days of practice, Jiang Changsheng finally mastered the sparrow transformation. But he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. The Nine Heavens Transformation consumed too much spiritual power and could not be used lightly in everyday life. Jiang Changsheng returned to his original appearance, making the white dragon stare in awe. Just then, 3 lines of text appeared before Jiang Changsheng. "Detected that you have received incense. As your cultivation method does not belong to this world's path, you have 2 choices and can only choose one. 1. Give up on cultivation. Your spiritual power will transform into the martial realm of this world, the divine human realm. 2. Continue cultivation. Immortals are above all beings, revered by all. The path of cultivation is the pursuit of the heavenly way, and you can activate the incense function." Divine human realm? I've never even heard of it. It must be a realm above the heavenly realm. Jiang Changsheng directly chose the second option, to continue cultivating. For a cultivator to fight a martial artist is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. He must persevere. If he practices martial arts, even if he becomes the number 1 in the world, he cannot dominate all martial artists, as they are all on the same path of cultivation, but cultivation is different. The upper limit is unknown. Activating the incense function, the incense luck can weaken the might of heavenly tribulations. For more functions and how to obtain incense, please explore on your own. Current incense value. 2. Weaken the might of heavenly tribulations? Jiang Changsheng recalled the thunder tribulation from a few days ago, feeling a lingering fear. In his past life, he indeed set up the incense function in the game. Becoming a god through cultivation naturally required enjoying the incense of the world. Incense is linked to the luck of immortals and gods. He didn't expect that the survival system would actually bring other game functions into this world. The incense function is not just for crossing tribulations. 2 points of incense value represent that 2 people have erected a statue for him and are offering incense, which indicates that they have regarded him as a faith. Wait, with the incense function appearing, what about the other functions? Jiang Changsheng's heart was ablaze. He was the game developer, and although the system seemed mysterious, he understood it clearly. All functions in the game require players to trigger them during their cultivation journey, rather than being given directly. Additionally, from the previous hints, It seems that cultivation does not belong to this world's path. He is likely the only cultivator. Incense is indeed valuable, but I cannot act recklessly. I can create some phenomena in the Taoist temple to increase my renown, and my incense value should grow. Even if someone dislikes me, they can just come to offer me survival rewards. Jiang Changsheng thought silently. He wasn't sure if the great Jing dynasty had the divine human realm, so he had to be cautious. Not entering the world is also for safety. What if there is a more prosperous martial civilization outside the great Jing dynasty? Better to believe it exists than not. In the early stages of life, one must strive to cultivate. After all, his lifespan is infinite, and he can rule the world once he becomes strong enough. Of course, before that, he still needs to visit the palace. Jiang Changsheng's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly rose. A month later, Jiang Changsheng had completely mastered the Nine Heavens' mysterious transformation. On this day, Jiang Yuan came to visit him again, besides asking for elixirs. He was very curious about his tribulation crossing. Jiang Changsheng did not say it was a breakthrough in cultivation, but mentioned that the immortals and gods were guiding him, leaving Jiang Yuan in a daze. After Jiang Yuan left, that night, Jiang Changsheng donned a wooden mask, changed into a tattered black Taoist robe, and set off for the palace. He stepped on the Taihang's sword, flying through the air, directly entering the palace from the top of the Longqi temple. His senses far exceeded those of ordinary people. He could see the patrolling guards outside the palace from a distance. He found a corner where no one noticed him and flew in. After landing, he gently placed the Taihang's sword into its sheath and began to move through the palace. Late at night, the palace was desolate, with the croaking of frogs echoing and occasionally eunuchs patrolling with lanterns. Using the 9 Sikh dragon steps, Jiang Changsheng easily evaded the eyes of those eunuchs. He traced the fluctuations of true qi, discovering that there were indeed many masters in the palace. There were at least 50 top-tier experts, including concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs. The Great Jing Palace is indeed a place where dragons hide and tigers lie. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself as he walked. Passing by a garden, he heard noises and perked up his ears. The sounds were coming from deep within the garden. Annoying. My little darling, go deeper. There are too many mosquitoes here. Can't we change to another place, you dead ghost? Sigh. I'll just make do with this place. Hurry up. I'm dying of impatience. Jiang Changsheng was speechless. Is the palace this chaotic? So disgusting. Jiang Changsheng paused, listening intently. After a while, he finally discerned the identities of the two people. The woman was a palace maid, and the man was a eunuch. Eunuchs can do such things? Jiang Changsheng recalled that in some dynasties of his past life, castration was not completely thorough. He shook his head. Since it wasn't his father being cuckolded, he couldn't be bothered and continued on his way. The palace was vast. Jiang Changsheng used his spiritual sense to probe, searching for true qi fluctuations, so he didn't need to enter the rooms of concubines or palace maids. He had no such perverse interest. There were many true qi fluctuations, but none reached the heavenly realm. Heading north, Jiang Changsheng suddenly stopped. His gaze fell upon a very desolate courtyard, devoid of any palace maids or eunuchs, with only one person alone inside the entire courtyard. Could this be the legendary Cold Palace? No way. A heavenly realm expert was banished to the Cold Palace by the emperor? Jiang Yuan was actually so domineering? Jiang Changsheng, wearing a wooden mask, was not afraid of revealing his identity and walked directly towards that courtyard. Entering the courtyard, he noticed the weeds had overgrown, clearly indicating that no one had tended to it for a long time, but there were numerous shocking palm prints on the walls of the side hall. Jiang Changsheng walked straight toward the main hall, not fearing to disturb the other party. Upon arriving, he was already able to judge the other party's true qi level. It was about 10 times that of the demon lord. Jiang Changsheng stood before the door and gently pushed it open. As soon as he pushed it open, a strong wind rushed in, causing the 2 doors to bang against the wall. Jiang Changsheng's tattered Taoist robe fluttered, but his figure remained as heavy as Mount Tai, not moving an inch. What business do you have entering the palace at this late hour? A cold and hoarse female voice rang out, filled with murderous intent. Jiang Changsheng stimulated the meridians in his throat with spiritual power, producing a hoarse and muffled voice. I heard there is a heavenly realm expert in the palace. Unparalleled in the world, I wish to witness it. With your profound skills, why are you willing to remain in this neglected cold palace? The cold female voice huffed. What is it to you? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. How could you possibly not be in the heavenly realm, but in an even higher realm? The cold female voice exclaimed in terror. Such a strong person entered the palace. Who could resist? Jiang Changsheng sighed inwardly. I am indeed too strong. He asked, what is your relationship with the emperor? Speak clearly, and I will spare your life and not disturb anyone in the palace. If you cannot clarify, after tonight, the great Jing will change hands. Haha. You threaten me with my life, and you use him to threaten me. The cold female voice gradually became frantic, showing a kind of hysterical feeling. Jiang Changsheng, under the mask, frowned. Could she be a madwoman? No wonder she was banished to the cold palace. Jiang Changsheng merely speculated and did not take it to heart. If she were not afraid of death and did not care about the emperor, why would she have been languishing in the cold palace until now? He suddenly vanished from his original position and appeared before her in the next moment, pressing a palm against her forehead, the terrifying killing intent rendering her unable to move. This power. The other party's eyes widened, and through the disheveled hair, she could see his eyes, filled with blood vessels, like a ghost from the underworld. Jiang Changsheng looked down at her and said, 21 years ago, the empress gave birth and uniquely switched the child. Do you know about this matter? The other party's pupils clearly dilated, indicating her inner turmoil. She gritted her teeth. I know. Why did the emperor do this? Was it to suppress the Yang family? I don't know, but it was definitely not for that. Jiang Changsheng's brows furrowed even tighter as he asked, what is the true identity of the false crown prince? The other party fell silent. A domineering shout came from outside the hall. Jiang Changsheng remained unmoved, as he had long since Jiang Yuan's arrival, and it was just the right time to ask him some questions. Chapter 23, The Great Ascension Dragon Tower, Wanting a Son. In the courtyard, a figure descended from the sky. It was Jiang Yuan dressed in a dragon robe. His hair was disheveled. Clearly he had not had time to don his crown. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Changsheng's back, while Jiang Changsheng silently sheathed his sword into his sleeve. Let her go. If you are here for me, then I am right here. Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, his true energy surging, coalescing around him into a dragon shadow. This scene was captured by Jiang Changsheng's consciousness, leaving him greatly astonished. This special effect is so cool. The key point was that Jiang Yuan's true energy had instantly increased by dozens of times, already rivaling the women under his command. Heavenly. This emperor was hiding so deeply. No wonder he could command the martial arts supreme to serve him. Jiang Changsheng, still with his back to Jiang Yuan, asked in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty, what is the identity of the false crown prince? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes flickering. In the darkness, his gaze was so dangerous, chillingly frightening. How do you know about this? Who are you? Jiang Yuan said as he stepped forward. The woman from the cold palace gritted her teeth and said, Don't come any closer, you are no match for him. Jiang Yuan halted, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Changsheng, trying to see through him. Jiang Changsheng was not carrying the Qilin whisk, and the tying sword was hidden in his wide sleeve, making it impossible for Jiang Yuan to discern his identity in the dim environment. Many people flashed through his mind. He had too many enemies in this life. And there were indeed experts stronger than him. Jiang Changsheng still faced away from him and said, A dignified emperor, actually orchestrating the exchange of the crown prince. Are you not afraid it will sound ridiculous if this gets out? If the false crown prince is your own blood, that would be one thing, but if not. This statement was full of sarcasm, yet Jiang Yuan did not get angry. Jiang Yuan asked, What do you seek? Since you want to ask, it shows you are not here for me. Do you know my eldest son? Jiang Changsheng teased, Of course I know your eldest son. If he knew you left him in a Taoist temple to grow up without parents, what would he think? Jiang Yuan fell silent. What Taoist temple? The woman from the cold palace asked. Jiang Changsheng replied meaningfully, How many Taoist temples are there in the capital? Upon hearing this, the woman from the cold palace glared at Jiang Yuan, her voice cold. Well, you Jiang Emperor, you have been playing me for so many years? Jiang Yuan's face turned extremely ugly, while Jiang Changsheng was somewhat surprised, as it was clear that there was more to the story. Just as Jiang Changsheng was about to ask more, Jiang Yuan suddenly struck out, his right palm thrusting forward, the dragon shadow accompanying him, unleashing a fierce palm wind towards Jiang Changsheng. The palace door exploded, turning into countless wooden shards. Humph! Arrogant! Jiang Changsheng coldly snorted, lightly clapping his left hand behind him, dispersing the dragon shadow with ease, his true energy shaking the tables and chairs in the palace apart. What a domineering skill! Truly remarkable, Jiang Changsheng thought to himself, while Jiang Yuan was even more astonished. How could he so easily neutralize my true dragon energy? Who is he exactly? Jiang Yuan hadn't felt such pressure in a long time. The last time was before he became emperor. There actually exists such a high-level expert in the world. Jiang Yuan instantly thought of many possibilities, even speculating that this person was the one who taught Changsheng martial arts. Could he be here to support Changsheng? No, he thought. Why would he take Changsheng as a disciple? Why would he support him? How does he know the truth? Jiang Yuan was filled with caution, convinced that this person must be an enemy. He could not even consider that the person was Jiang Changsheng, because Jiang Changsheng had been taken away right after birth and could not possibly know his own identity, let alone orchestrate all of this. There must be an enemy plotting behind this. Your Majesty, are you still not willing to speak? Jiang Changsheng reached out and grabbed the woman from the cold palace by the neck, lifting her up. He said grimly, A master of the heavenly realm actually being forced into the cold palace is a bit laughable. Jiang Yuan's expression changed, knowing he was no match for Jiang Changsheng. Taking a deep breath, he said, I will say this, the false crown prince is not my biological son. He is merely a pawn destined to be discarded. If you have come to seek justice for the true crown prince, rest assured, he will die sooner or later. As for my reputation, this matter will not be made public. I will have the Yang family deal with him personally, and then find a pretext. The death of the crown prince will only be a regret in history. Jiang Changsheng asked, why use a pawn to replace the true crown prince? Jiang Yuan sighed, because he cannot become the crown prince. The throne is already destined. However, the Yang family cannot see through this. I sent him away to ensure his safety. If he had been born in the palace, he would undoubtedly die. Just then, he heard the sound of many footsteps approaching. It was the royal guards stationed at the back of the palace, with powerful martial artists arriving first. This cannot escalate. Otherwise, it will disturb my cultivation. Jiang Changsheng said, who would harm him? Speak the name. Since you wish to protect him, then we are of one mind. Jiang Yuan's eyes were deep as he said, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower? Jiang Changsheng had never heard this name before. Now that he had the answer, it was time to leave. He could always come back later. He released his grip, set the woman from the cold palace down, and leaped, crashing through the eaves of the cold palace, vanishing into the night without a trace. Jiang Yuan immediately rushed over to support the woman from the cold palace. She pushed him away, her eyes cold as she said, Jiang Yuan, you have deceived me too much. I allowed you to give the position of empress to her, to let her give birth to Jiang Yu, yet you have deceived me. Tomorrow, I will kill that little beast. Jiang Yuan stood up, looking down at her with an extremely cold gaze. Can you defeat that person from earlier? The woman from the cold palace fell silent. Jiang Yuan said coldly, what I promised you, I will fulfill. But a tiger does not eat its own cubs. He has become immortal and does not know his own identity. Why bother entangling yourself? If you plan to act recklessly, the throne will not be so secure. In these years, I have found that my sons all possess true dragon talents. Think carefully, this world has changed. And you are no longer the princess of the Chu dynasty. Do not be willful any longer. After saying this, Jiang Yuan turned and left, with many royal guards following. Outside the hall, Jiang Yuan's voice echoed. What happened tonight must not be leaked. Anyone who dares to speak of it will be executed. The woman from the cold palace sat on the ground, laughing bitterly. How laughable. I am truly laughable. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yuan displayed his dragon majesty. While in the darkness, she looked like a vengeful spirit, staring at him as if separated by two worlds. Back at the Longqi temple, Jiang Changsheng did not disturb Hua Jianxin and quietly entered the room. Firstly, to confirm that the master of the heavenly realm was not his opponent. Secondly, to ascertain the true reason for his swap, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. From the words of Taoist Qingxiu, it seemed he and Jiang Yuan were in collusion. Although Jiang Changsheng had been swapped, within the Longqi temple, no one dared to kill him openly, indicating that Jiang Yuan still wanted to protect him. Of course, while Jiang Yuan had the intention to protect, he also sought to suppress the Yang family, and the mind of an emperor is difficult to gauge. Perhaps the Great Ascension Dragon Tower was also a target Jiang Yuan wanted to suppress, which is why he informed Jiang Changsheng, intending to use him to eliminate them. Jiang Changsheng felt no anger. After all, his goal was to cultivate to immortality. If the Great Ascension Dragon Tower wanted to kill him, they would send someone sooner or later, which could also yield survival rewards. This time, he did not trigger survival rewards, indicating that the fight was not a catastrophe, but something he was forced to accept. The throne that is destined? Humph, since it is not your Jiang Yuan's wish, then I shall seize it. Jiang Changsheng's lips curled up. The familial ties in this life were very thin, as he held memories from his previous life. Although he needed to be steady in his cultivation, he did not want to live a life of submission and compromise. What I fear is that there are stronger beings in this vast world, not that I fear everyone. This time, he didn't use the illusionary divine eye to also give Jiang Yuan a warning. He had already planned when to use it. Jiang Changsheng's mood was cheerful, mainly because he confirmed that there was no one in the capital who could threaten him. The next day, Hua Jinxi noticed that Jiang Changsheng seemed to be in a good mood, even personally instructing her in her training. Jiang Changsheng, after all, was a cultivator. His cultivation methods were far deeper than her martial arts techniques. Just a few pointers were enough to benefit her greatly, as there were commonalities in internal energy. Though the cultivation systems were different, the events in the palace last night had not spread, and the Longqi temple remained lively, with a steady stream of worshippers. Meng Xiaoshuang came to find Jiang Changsheng several times. Some of the powerful figures had too high a status, making it hard for her to politely refuse. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Changsheng decided to let Bailong meet her. Bailong could also get a spirit-enhancing pill every month. After all, It was the one that had experimented and produced the pill. Jiang Changsheng treated it well, and its intelligence was steadily increasing. It could now understand some simple human language and occasionally teased Hua Jianxin, shaking its snake head joyfully when it saw her nervous expression. Meng Qiushuang looked at Bailong and found it ridiculous, but Bailong raised its snake body and nodded at her, almost shattering her worldview. She knew Bailong was sentient, but a nod was too absurd. Jiang Changsheng smiled and nodded in agreement, and Meng Qiushuang could only suppress her shock as she took Bailong away. After Meng Qiushuang left, Hua Jianxin came out of the room, exclaiming, "Taoist, this snake of yours will definitely become a spirit." To Jiang Changsheng, Bailong was adorable, but to her, it was terrifying. The more intelligent it became, the more frightening it was. Jiang Changsheng laughed. "That's great, it can talk to us in the future." Hua Jianxin shivered at the thought. She changed the topic and asked, "Taoist, you practice all day, living a simple life and not seeing anyone. Your martial arts are profound and you're still young. What exactly are you pursuing?" She had heard the legendary story of Jiang Changsheng killing the ghost-eye evil king at the age of 14, and later heard Meng Qiushuang call him junior brother, which indicated that Jiang Changsheng was not very old. It was hard to understand how someone so young could be so unambitious. Even elusive immortals should have their own pursuits. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Pursuits? Well, naturally it's to comprehend Tao and live longer." Seeing him in a good mood, Hua Jianxin mustered her courage to ask, "That's a long-term goal. What about your current goal?" Jiang Changsheng gazed at the distant blue sky and said leisurely, "As for my current goal, I do have one. I want a son." Hua Jianxin was stunned, thinking she had misheard. She stared at Jiang Changsheng's handsome profile, her ears turning red as her heart raced. Jiang Changsheng's attention was drawn to the outside of the city, where Longqi Temple was located on the edge of the capital, with the city area on one side and the city wall on the other, leading out to the rolling wilderness. A troop was approaching from outside the city. Chapter 24. Cultivating a wise and holy monarch, challenged by experts. On the official road through the mountains, dust was flying as a group of soldiers rode gallantly, holding military flags inscribed with the character U. At the forefront was a handsome general in silver armor, wielding a long spear with great vigor. It was the fourth prince, Jiang Yu, who was 19 years old. Looking at the distant imperial city, Jiang Yu smiled with a rebellious grin, muttering to himself, "Elder brother, your throne is going to be shaky." 1,000 black-armored light cavalry advanced like a dragon, unstoppable. Ahead, by the roadside, there was a stone pavilion where a man was drinking. It was the leader of the Tianwu Supervisory Office, Zhong Tianwu, once the supreme master of the martial world. He put down his wine bowl, stood up, and walked out of the stone pavilion to block the official road. Jiang Yu rode up and saw someone blocking the way, but his expression remained unchanged. He was about to trample over. The two sides drew closer, and Zhong Tianwu showed no intention of retreating, calmly staring at Jiang Yu. The hooves of the fierce horse rose, wanting to trample Zhong Tianwu. Zhong Tianwu's gaze sharpened, and his true qi erupted like a whirlwind, raising dust everywhere. The fierce horse was overturned, and Jiang Yu leaped down, raising his spear to point at Zhong Tianwu. "You dare to block this prince's way under the emperor's feet?" Jiang Yu said coldly, shocked in his heart. When did such a master appear in the capital? This power was terrifying. He had seen many martial experts on the battlefield, but none compared. 1,000 light cavalry quickly surrounded Zhong Tianwu. Zhong Tianwu's expression remained unchanged as he said, "The emperor wants to see the strength of your Black Wolf cavalry." Jiang Yu frowned and asked, "How can you see that with just you?" Zhong Tianwu raised his right hand in a gesture of invitation and said, "Tianwu Supervisory Office, Zhong Tianwu." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's pupils constricted, and his hand holding the spear trembled slightly. Although he was on the battlefield, he had heard of the prestige of the Tianwu Supervisory Office in recent years. Powerful. Cruel. Zhong Tianwu continued, "Your Highness, make your move. The Black Wolf cavalry that roams the battlefield won't be afraid of someone like me." Jiang Yu's eyes instantly turned red upon hearing this. Seeking death. At noon, the weather was fine. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng, Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Yu sat around a stone table. Jiang Yu, with a face full of bruises, recounted the battle from 3 days ago, where 1,000 Black Wolf cavalry were defeated by one person. "It's outrageous. Can martial arts really be that high? My brothers are all fierce fighters who can take on several, even dozens. And that Zhong Tianwu, completely merciless. Father, aren't you going to seek justice?" Jiang Yu became more and more agitated, while Jiang Yuan laughed heartily. This scene truly resembled a family of three. Jiang Changsheng felt emotional inside. Jiang Yuan likely arranged this gathering to comfort himself. Jiang Changsheng knew the real relationship but couldn't say it, while Jiang Yu was utterly unaware. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Changsheng and asked, "Brother Changsheng, can you defeat Zhong Tianwu? Help me teach him a lesson. I will satisfy any request you have." Jiang Changsheng replied helplessly, "Are you serious?" Jiang Yu chuckled, Of course, that's just a joke. I'm trying to curry favor with him, and although he's rude, I was indeed convinced by him. Besides, he is the supreme master of the martial world. Having him serve our Jiang family is quite impressive. Since ancient times, dynasties have changed, but the martial world remains the same. It is influenced by the court, but cannot be swallowed. Jiang Yuan said, Zhong Tianwu is indeed proud, but I need him to win over martial experts. The dying dynasty has been established for 21 years, and the surrounding dynasties have all surrendered, but the more distant ones remain unshaken. Decades of warfare have caused the martial arts in this land to decline significantly, not as prosperous as those in distant dynasties. Although one person cannot rival a dynasty, with experts like clouds, they can still challenge thousands of troops and shake a dynasty. His tone was wistful as he thought of the mysterious person who had intruded into the palace that day. Their power was truly terrifying, and he even felt that Zhong Tianwu was not their match. Jiang Yuan changed the subject and asked, Changsheng, it seems there are other people in your courtyard? Jiang Changsheng pretended to hesitate before saying, Jinxin, come out. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, while Jiang Yu was curious. At that moment, Hua Jinxin walked out of the room. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Brother Changsheng, you're a Taoist, yet you hide a woman? Jiang Changsheng shot him a glare. Jiang Yuan stroked his beard and laughed. Longqi Temple is not a traditional Taoist temple. Taoist Qingxiu is the founder, positioning it as a martial sect. There is no strict prohibition against disciples marrying and having children, but it's best to marry after descending the mountain. If Changsheng wishes to marry, I can issue an edict to allow it. Jiang Changsheng replied helplessly, Your Majesty, this girl has a special identity, and I have a request. Jiang Yuan teased, Speak. Hua Jinxin approached and respectfully bowed to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan curiously asked, Why later? Hua Jinxin replied, I want to practice martial arts with the Taoist first. Hua Jinxin was delighted and quickly thanked Jiang Yuan. The white-clad guards totaled 50,000, with the captain being the chief guard, and below him were the 1,000 household leaders. The 1,000 households represented salary levels and the power to mobilize 1,000 people. This was a promotion, and Hua Jinxin could not be happier. Jiang Changsheng then let her retreat. The three of them chatted a bit longer before Jiang Yuan took Jiang Yu away, even requesting pills before leaving, which made Jiang Yu's eyes widen in disbelief. It turned out that his father had not awakened but had changed the alchemist. Although Jiang Yu was filled with confusion, he did not dare to ask, as Jiang Yuan was most sensitive about others discussing his pursuit of immortality, for which he had beheaded many people. After they left, Hua Jinxin finally walked out of the house. Jiang Changsheng had refined a talisman containing his spiritual power, which could help Hua Jinxin conceal her aura, but this time, he told her not to hide. Jiang Changsheng picked up a teacup and said, Haven't you always wanted to work for me? How about joining the white-clad guards as my eyes in the future? Hua Jinxin was stunned, not expecting Jiang Changsheng to have ambitions for the imperial power. As the Bai guard was directly controlled by the emperor, she cautiously asked, Who do you want to target? Or what do you plan to scheme? Jiang Changsheng replied, I aim for the throne. Hua Jinxin's face paled, and she whispered, Taoist, you can't just kill the emperor to become emperor. You still need the support of the civil and military officials and the backing of the noble families. You need to think this through. No matter how powerful Longqi Temple is, Jiang Changsheng is still just a Taoist. What right does a Taoist have to usurp the country, relying on those Taoists on the mountain? Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, I don't want to be emperor. I want to cultivate the Tao. But I can have my son take the throne. Do you know my true identity? Hua Jinxin shook her head, feeling even more confused. Do you think His Majesty came here just because of my elixir? If that were the case, why recommend the fourth prince to interact with me? Jiang Changsheng said with a smile. After so many years of getting along, Hua Jinxin has shown no improper behavior, so I can trust her. I've decided to reveal the truth to gather support for my future son. Hua Jinxin furrowed her brow, deep in thought, when she suddenly realized something. Her expression changing drastically. Both the fourth prince and the crown prince were born of the empress. The empress once went mad and claimed the crown prince was not her son. Could it be? Jiang Changsheng calmly said, Exactly. I am the true crown prince. Tell me, do I not have the right to covet the throne? Hua Jinxin was shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. Jiang Changsheng recounted his childhood experiences and the situations he understood, leaving Hua Jinxin in a daze. She had long known the royal family was complex, but she never expected it to be to such an extent. It was outrageous. Standing from Jiang Changsheng's perspective, she also felt indignant, as he was originally the crown prince but had fallen into the mortal realm. Hua Jinxin frowned and said, The great Ascension Dragon Tower, I've heard of it. It's a sacred place of martial arts for 1,000 years, elusive and intangible to the current martial world. I never thought it really existed and could influence imperial power. Jiang Changsheng said softly, Therefore, I want to cultivate an emperor who is not manipulated by behind-the-scenes forces, someone who cares for the common people. a wise and benevolent ruler. It's not just for my own vindication, but also to stabilize the great Jing's territory and create an era of peace. Jinxin, are you willing to help me? Hua Jinxin recalled that night when she was blocked at the imperial gate. The sinister face of eunuch Li igniting the fire in her heart, and she suddenly felt a strong sense of mission to die for a confidant. Taoist, you saved me. I am willing to assist you. Very well, thank you, Jinxin. This matter I will only tell you. No one in the temple knows. Not even the emperor is aware that I know the truth. Jinxin is determined to go through fire and water for the Taoist. I will not let you die. But, Taoist, where is your son? Hua Jinxin listened to Jiang Changsheng's words. Her cheeks slightly flushed and quickly changed the subject to ask. Jiang Changsheng revealed a troubled expression and said, Yes, I don't know where my son is. So for these years, you should practice martial arts well. Waiting for me to have a son. Hearing this, Hua Jinxin felt inexplicably uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, Do you already have a wife or concubines? Of course not. Still looking. Hua Jinxin gritted her teeth and said, Then can I? Jiang Changsheng looked at her in surprise, making her face turn even redder. In truth, Hua Jinxin had long admired Jiang Changsheng, such a powerful and handsome young man who had saved her life. How could she not be moved? However, she owed Jiang Changsheng a life, so she didn't dare to have inappropriate thoughts. Now that Jiang Changsheng wanted a son, she suddenly felt an opportunity had come. Jiang Changsheng fell silent, carefully examining Hua Jinxin's pretty face. Her appearance was quite good. Having a son with her would certainly not produce an ugly child. Hua Jinxin lowered her head, her ears turning red, feeling extremely shy. In the 22nd year of Kaiyuan, the scorching sun arrived. At the beginning of the year, stories of Jiang Changsheng's tribulation and the Bailong's human nature began to spread from the capital to the great Jing world. Starting this year, martial arts experts began to challenge Longqi Temple one after another. At first, Meng Xiaoshuang and other disciples could still hold up, but later, top experts appeared, and Jiang Changsheng had to push Hua Jinxin forward to face them. Although Hua Jinxin had not yet reached the celestial realm, she had learned the Jade Purity Absolute Pulse Needle, making her far superior to ordinary top experts. Until this day, Wanli rushed in, urgently saying, Senior Brother Changsheng, Meng Xixiang has brought a group of experts here, claiming he wants to challenge you. If you don't take action, they will kill Bailong. Chapter 25, The Earth Spirit Tree, The Imperial Power Struggle. At the mountain gate, dozens of disciples and visitors gathered around the small bridge. In front of them stood a row of martial servant attendants, with Meng Xiaohua, the former top disciple of Longqi Temple, leading the way. After many years away, Meng Xiaohua had become more mature, dressed in luxurious purple robes, wearing a green jade ring on his finger, a silk and jade belt around his waist, and cloud-patterned marten fur boots on his feet, exuding an air of authority. He stared expressionlessly at Bailong in front of the small bridge. Bailong was surrounded by many people, showing no fear. Now it had grown to 3 meters long, considered a large snake, but it was famously gentle, and everyone was not afraid of it, even finding it harmless. Meng Xiaoshuang pushed through the disciples and approached Meng Xiaohua, saying, Second brother, what do you mean? Meng Xiaohua played with the ring on his finger and replied, Nothing much, just want to test the strength of Taoist Changsheng. I always wanted to spar with him in the temple, but was refused every time. Today he should agree, right? Meng Xiaoshuang frowned and said, If it's a spar, why bring people? Why threaten? Meng Xiaohua drew a dagger from his waist and said, Sister, stop asking. We are already strangers now. Call Changsheng out. If he defeats me, I won't bother you again. Behind him was a young man, handsome and seemingly 15 or 16 years old, but his eyes showed deep cunning. He smiled and said, Hurry up, this prince can't wait any longer. Meng Xiaohua gritted his teeth, pointing the dagger at Bailong, ready to stab. I'm coming. A voice floated over, and the disciples parted to reveal Jiang Changsheng walking over leisurely, causing the onlookers to gasp. So this is Taoist Changsheng? How handsome. Is this aura truly that of an immortal? Even the duster in his hand looked extraordinary compared to other Taoists. Jiang Changsheng's appearance was striking, especially after breaking through to the 5th level of Tao Law natural skill, his aura almost merging with the natural world, exuding a majestic presence. Meng Xiaohua retracted his hand, looking at Jiang Changsheng with an aggressive gaze. The young man behind him was also carefully examining Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng stepped out personally because of this young man, who was extremely close to the celestial realm, his true energy even stronger than Hua Jinxin's, making the disciples of Longqi Temple no match for him. How old could he be? Jiang Changsheng suspected this boy was cultivating immortality. Meng Xiaohua spoke. Changsheng, come on, let me see your strength. He took a stance, fists clenched, resembling a fierce tiger, his legs spread wide, steady as a mountain. Jiang Changsheng nodded slightly, thinking to himself, this senior brother has become a top expert. It seems he has had quite an opportunity, but unfortunately, his skills are still lacking. Meng Qiuhua dashed to Jiang Changsheng's front in an instant, so fast that the bystanders could hardly keep up. Bang! He punched Jiang Changsheng in the chest, but Jiang Changsheng didn't budge, only his Taoist robe fluttered. Meng Qiuhua's eyes widened in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and poured all his true energy into his right arm, trying to overpower Jiang Changsheng, but it was still useless. Just then, the young man suddenly moved. Taoist Changsheng is truly impressive. Would you mind if I lend you a hand? The young man came to Meng Qiuhua's back, wearing a teasing and provocative smile. He raised his right palm and pressed it against Meng Qiuhua's shoulder, unleashing a surge of true energy that jolted Meng Qiuhua's spirit. The two's true energy surged towards Jiang Changsheng, but Jiang Changsheng's footing was as firm as tree roots. Both were taken aback. How is this possible? The young man was horrified. He knew his own strength well. Ordinary top experts could not last 3 moves against him, relying solely on his powerful internal energy. Meng Qiuhua also understood the strength of the young man behind him. He had thought that with the young man joining, victory was assured, but unexpectedly, even their combined efforts were futile. Boom! The young man was sent flying by Meng Qiuhua, crashing to the ground in front of the mountain gate, nearly rolling down the stone steps. The attendants were so frightened that they immediately surrounded him to check his injuries. One of them shouted angrily, "How dare you harm the 7th prince? You're seeking death." The 7th prince? The 7th royal son? The onlookers gasped, and the disciples were also startled. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, "In front of so many witnesses, do you mean to slander me as someone who wants to harm the 7th prince? It was merely a sparring match between me and senior brother Meng, and it was the 7th prince who took the initiative to strike. You have harmed the 7th prince, which is unacceptable, a capital offense." The attendant roared with a fierce expression, but he didn't dare to make a move against Jiang Changsheng. At that moment, the 7th prince stood up, walked up to the attendant, and slapped him across the face, snorting, "You disgraceful fool, get lost." The attendant was so frightened that he fled in a panic, no longer daring to act arrogantly. The 7th prince wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cupped his hands to Jiang Changsheng, saying, "Taoist Changsheng is indeed formidable. With such skill, there are few in the martial world who can rival you. I admit defeat wholeheartedly and will no longer allow anyone to disturb you. I hope the Taoist will not hold a grudge against me. I am very eager to befriend you." Jiang Changsheng chuckled and replied, "It was just a sparring match. If the prince wishes to come and pay respects, Longqi Temple will always welcome you." The 7th prince smiled and then turned to leave. Meng Qiuhua stood up, glanced at Jiang Changsheng with a complex expression, and followed him down the mountain, with the other attendants closely behind. The disciples and onlookers rushed up to Jiang Changsheng, cheering for him. Although Jiang Changsheng hadn't made a move just now, he had displayed the demeanor of a master, effortlessly repelling a strong enemy. Jiang Changsheng had actually guessed that the opponent was a prince because the young man's true qi was very similar to Jiang Yuan's, and even Jiang Yu, the 2nd prince, did not possess such true qi, dragon qi. After exchanging pleasantries with the people around him, Jiang Changsheng left, while Bailong remained behind, enjoying the adoration of the onlookers. Upon returning to the courtyard, a line of text appeared before Jiang Changsheng. In the 22nd year of Kaiyuan, the 7th prince, accompanied by Meng Qiuhua, came to attack. You successfully repelled them, overcoming a disaster, and received the survival reward, the spiritual item Earth Spirit Tree. A spiritual item? This was indeed the first time he had seen one. The Earth Spirit Tree is a type of tree that breathes spiritual energy after maturing. It can even give birth to intelligence and defend its territory. This was quite a good species. Jiang Changsheng took it out. It was currently just in seed form. He then went outside and buried it in the center of the courtyard. Hua Jianxin walked out from the house and curiously asked, "What is this?" Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, "While walking just now, a seed suddenly fell from the sky, perhaps a gift from the heavens. Let's see if we can grow a towering tree." Hua Jianxin fell silent. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Changsheng's whimsical behavior and wanted to ask when he was planning to have a child. Ever since Jiang Changsheng mentioned it last year, she had been waiting, but after a year with no news, she began to doubt if she had been dreaming at that time. After burying the seed, Jiang Changsheng left a sentence and departed, "Water it when you have time." Watching Jiang Changsheng enter the house, Hua Jianxin stood dazed for a moment before lightly stomping her foot. Although she felt quite resentful, she still obediently went to fetch water from the water tank. The disturbance from the 7th prince did not make Jiang Changsheng worried. Rather, he felt a bit of anticipation. Such small troubles could come more often to help increase survival rewards, as long as that unknown De Cheng Long Lu did not take action. When dealing with the 7th prince earlier, Jiang Changsheng had deliberately controlled his spiritual power, only using a slight amount, at about 1%, for fear of accidentally killing the two of them. The news of the 7th prince challenging Taoist Changsheng rapidly spread throughout the capital, adding to Taoist Changsheng's reputation. In the imperial palace, within the imperial garden, a group of princes had gathered. Ha ha ha, seventh brother, you actually dared to challenge Taoist Changsheng. Aren't you asking for trouble? Didn't I tell you about the fate of the elder Yang Immortal before? The second prince, Jiang Ming, laughed heartily. The seventh prince stood behind Jiang Qian, watching him play chess with the other brothers, and remained indifferent to Jiang Ming's mockery. One prince stepped forward and laughed. Seventh brother is young and full of spirit. It's understandable. After all, Taoist Changsheng is favored by father, so how could he not be skilled in martial arts? The other princes chimed in, comforting the seventh prince and giving him a way out. Jiang Ming curled his lips, feeling bored, and chose not to continue. He asked Jiang Qian, "Where's the fourth brother?" Jiang Qian placed a piece on the board and replied, "He is busy practicing martial arts with Zhong Tianwu." Ever since Jiang Yu was taught a lesson by Zhong Tianwu, he had been pestering him to practice martial arts and had not even sought out Jiang Changsheng. In his view, Zhong Tianwu was stronger. After all, Jiang Changsheng was just a Taoist, while Zhong Tianwu was the supreme being of the martial world. A myth in the hearts of martial artists. Jiang Qian remained silent, focusing on his chess game, while the other princes pretended not to hear. Recently, the crown prince, second prince, and fourth prince had been vying for power, and it was already common knowledge that they were trying to win over the civil and military officials in the court, while the emperor sat high on his dragon throne, thinking about annexing Gahan in the future. Although the great Jing had won many battles, Gahan's territory was vast, and the long journey made it very difficult for the great Jing soldiers to reach the capital of Gahan. The seventh prince suddenly spoke up, speaking of which, what does father really mean? Why hasn't he let elder brother move to the Eastern Palace? The Eastern Palace is the residence of the crown prince, and as the crown prince, if he does not live there for a day, his position remains unstable. All the princes looked towards Jiang Qian, who remained calm, and said, "Father is still in his prime. Why should he consider such matters? Indeed, father still wishes to live forever." The princes shook their heads and laughed. Jiang Ming suddenly asked, "Seventh brother, have you met any experts into Cheng Lu? Are there any who are stronger than Zhong Tianwu?" The seventh prince turned his head and said, "Of course there are. The Cheng Lu is the pillar of the great Jing dynasty, a royal secret, but it is too low-key. Otherwise, how could the position of the supreme being of the martial world allow Zhong Tianwu?" Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned in, putting his arm around the seventh prince's shoulder and pulling him aside. The other princes did not disturb them. Either they had no ambitions or were too afraid to show them. The crown prince, second prince, and fourth prince were fighting for power, along with the emperor's most favored seventh prince. In front of these four, the other princes seemed to have very little presence. As spring passed and autumn came, another year of beautiful autumn colors arrived. In the 23rd year of Kai Yuan, Jiang Changsheng was busy cultivating, steadily increasing his cultivation level. But he was still far from reaching the 6th level of the Tao Fa nature skill, while Hua Jinxin had not yet entered the Tantian realm, still lacking that final step. Sigh. These days the second prince and the crown prince are so bold as to argue with each other in the court. It's really outrageous. His Majesty doesn't seem to discipline the second prince. I think he is starting to become muddled again. Chun Li was complaining to Jiang Changsheng, still as reckless and bold as ever. Chapter 26. A dark moonlit night, stealing the daylight. Jiang Ming's conflict with the false crown prince did not surprise Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Ming's obvious ambition to recruit experts was evident. Even though he had received many gifts from Jiang Ming, Jiang Changsheng did not intend to take action. Ever since the assassination attempt, Jiang Ming had not come looking for him again, perhaps having received a warning from Jiang Yuan. Hua Jinxin listened to Chun Li's words and couldn't help but tease. With the prince factions fighting, isn't your Qin family going to choose sides? Chun Li replied helplessly. Choosing sides would no longer make us loyal subjects, but the Qin family might indeed choose a side. Hua Jinxin curiously asked, "Who are you supporting?" Chun Li trusted both of them. One was a chivalrous person who stood up for him, and the other was a reclusive Taoist he had watched grow up. He did not hide it, and said, "The seventh prince." Indeed, Jiang Changsheng guessed this point when he saw that the seventh prince possessed the dragon qi. He even suspected that both Jiang Yuan and the seventh prince had learned the dragon qi from De Cheng Lu, with the word dragon in its name being enough to spark his imagination. The seventh prince was deeply favored by his majesty, while the crown prince had yet to move to the Eastern Palace, which was enough to show his majesty's intentions. It was truly incomprehensible what his majesty was thinking, historically. Replacing the eldest with the youngest was the beginning of rebellion. Chun Li sighed, looking worried for the country and its people. Jiang Changsheng did not comfort him, while Hua Jinxin casually agreed. Half an hour later, Chun Li took his leave. Hua Jinxin curiously asked, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you want a son? Are you waiting for someone to become the crown prince?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "That's right, I am waiting." Hua Jinxin then asked, "Why not choose Jiang Yu? You could support him." Jiang Changsheng glanced at him, and said, "Although we have blood ties, our different environments Haven Tea brought us close enough. Supporting him would bring too much trouble. Competing for the throne is just a small goal for me. My real goal is to pursue immortality." Hua Jianxin seemed to understand and not understand at the same time. In her view, immortality was nonsense. "Isn't it also troublesome if you wait for your son to be born and then want to compete for the throne?" Hua Jianxin asked, her tone somewhat worried. 20 years later, I will have him ascend to the throne, and no one will be able to stop it. "It won't be that troublesome," Jiang Changsheng said, his gaze turning to a small sapling beside him. The earth spirit tree had grown 30 centimeters tall after a year, but it had yet to emit spiritual energy. Time was peaceful, and in the long years, perhaps only the earth spirit tree and the white dragon could accompany him. As for Hua Jinshin, Meng Qiushuang, and the other disciples of the Taoist temple, a century later, they would all return to dust. Jiang Changsheng did not have the idea of teaching others the method of cultivation for now. He owed nothing to those around him and had no need to pour out his heart and soul for them. In this life, he lived only for himself. Moreover, once he taught the method of cultivation, with the passage of time, if it were to spread one day, his advantage would be lost. Waiting to be invincible in the world and achieving immortality might allow him to consider leaving some inheritance. Besides, even if he taught someone he cared about the method of cultivation, without survival rewards, and faced the martial world, how could they achieve immortality? When it came time for tribulation, if the rules of heaven and earth rejected them and they were struck by lightning, there would be no chance for reincarnation. Making things worse instead, Jiang Changsheng's words moved Hua Jinshin. It was the first time she heard him speak such domineering words. Indeed, he was already this strong, nearly invincible in the world. How strong would he become in another 20 years? Hua Jinshin dared not imagine, but her heart was filled with expectation. If her son became emperor, wouldn't that be the most glorious thing for mothers in the world? This life would be enough. Time flowed gently, spring turned to autumn, and 5 years passed quickly. This year was the 28th year of the Kaiyuan era, with talents emerging in the martial world and a transition of old and new. The literary world was filled with talented individuals, and excellent works poured out like rain. The power of the seventh prince grew larger, and the emperor even handed the white robe guard to him, seemingly hindering the crown prince and the second prince. However, I believe it was actually to help the seventh prince grow stronger. The experts around the seventh prince were truly numerous. The 13 assassins of Tianxiao all possessed the ability to kill top experts, and I wonder where the seventh prince recruited them from. Chunli sighed, feeling no strong opposition to the seventh prince, as the Chun family had already allied with the seventh prince. Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, "Recently, are there many experts in the capital? Are they about to start a major battle?" Chunli frowned and sighed. "That's right. The crown prince and the second prince are both frantically recruiting experts. When the emperor personally leads the army to march, I fear a fierce battle will unfold, and one of the two princes will surely die. Leading the army personally? Haha, isn't that giving the seventh prince an opportunity? If the great Ascension Dragon Tower assists him, how could the crown prince and the second prince compete with the seventh prince?" Jiang Changsheng mocked inwardly. Jiang Yuan's favoritism was indeed something. They say a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, but he would tolerate his favored son eliminating obstacles. Chun-Li curiously asked, "Where's Hua Jinshin? Why haven't I seen her?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "She went to the city to wander around." Chun-Li didn't think much of it. He knew the emperor was willing to promote Hua Jinshin, and she was currently just practicing martial arts here, not hiding. This time, Chun-Li brought some precious herbs. As usual, he would bring gifts every time he came, and Jiang Changsheng accepted them without refusal, as he would ensure Chun-Li's life in the future. After Chun-Li left, Hua Jinshin walked out of the house, now visibly pregnant. She approached Jiang Changsheng and said, "The day of delivery is approaching. I should go down the mountain to give birth to avoid the child's cries disturbing the Taoist temple, which could lead to a plan going awry." Jiang Changsheng nodded. Go out late at night. Hua Jinshin was already a master at the heaven-reaching level, so self-protection was certainly more than enough. Hua Jinshin then asked, "Is the seventh prince's princess also about to give birth?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "I went to see her last night. She is expected to give birth a few days later than our child, so it's not a big deal. He is a cultivator with an excellent physique. As long as he wants to give birth, he can do so. The seventh prince is also highly skilled, so he is waiting for the day of the seventh prince's wedding to act. Marrying a wife is a big deal for princes, so Jiang Changsheng doesn't need to keep an eye on the seventh prince all the time. However, it is unfortunate that the seventh prince already has a firstborn son, who is illegitimate. His mother was only brought into the royal residence after becoming pregnant, causing Jiang Changsheng to miss an opportunity. After marrying, princes usually move out of the palace. Coincidentally, the seventh prince's residence is very close to Longqi Mountain. Hua Jinshin gently caressed her belly, her face full of tenderness and anticipation. This matter was mutual consent, Since becoming pregnant, Hua Jianxin had noticeably become more cheerful, as if she had found meaning in life. That night, Hua Jianxin quietly descended the mountain alone. Jiang Changsheng stood at the gate of Longqi Temple, silently watching her. He began to check his incense value. Current incense value, 381. 381 people. He didn't know how much this incense value would help him offset the heavenly pressure for his next breakthrough. Jiang Changsheng was getting closer to the 6th layer of the Tao method of natural harmony. Over the past 5 years, he had focused on cultivation, taking an enhancement pill every month, and his power had grown relatively quickly. The 5th layer of the Tao method of natural harmony was already comparable to the divine being realm. How strong would the 6th layer be? Jiang Changsheng was uncertain, but full of anticipation. He had yet to encounter a divine being in the current capital. At this moment, the heaven-reaching level was still the pinnacle. He silently watched Hua Jianxin enter an inn before turning around. Hua Jianxin was low-key and a heaven-reaching expert, so she would naturally not be in danger. When the day of delivery arrived, he would protect her in secret to ensure nothing went wrong. In the imperial garden, Jiang Yuan and the 7th prince were enjoying tea in a pavilion. The 7th prince was no longer a boy. He resembled a young Jiang Yuan, already showing signs of dominance. Are there any masters from the rival sect Tianwu in the Dragon Tower? Jiang Yuan asked casually. Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yu asked, Father, wasn't that Tianwu brought in by you? Why are they not listening to you? What are you keeping them for? Jiang Yuan said, martial artists have their own principles. Who told you where to get there first and earn his recognition? In the future, you can drive Tianwu away. Although he is proud, he does have a chivalrous heart and can protect your 4th brother for the rest of his life. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yuan put down his teacup and said meaningfully, I have already paved the way for you. Besides the crown prince and the 2nd prince, you must leave the other brothers a way out. Otherwise, how can my Jiang family stand in history? Jiang Yu smiled. Father, don't worry. I will never harm my brothers. By the way, when you have time, go to Longqi Temple and befriend Taoist Changsheng. Isn't your princess about to give birth? In the future, let him become Taoist Changsheng's disciple. Taoist Changsheng is definitely not an ordinary heaven-reaching expert and is indifferent to fame and fortune. Such a great person can teach my grandson a lot, Jiang Yuan said, changing the subject. Jiang Yu sighed. Taoist Changsheng is indeed remarkable, but I had previously offended him. When your grandson is born, perhaps you can take him there personally. After Taoist Changsheng agrees, I will visit him again to mend our relationship. Jiang Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, slightly nodding. He felt his arrangements were perfect. Aside from the must-remove false son, he could protect all his children while consolidating the future imperial power of the Jiang family. 10 days later, Hua Jianxin successfully gave birth in a small courtyard in the capital under Jiang Changsheng's secret protection. After months of pregnancy, Jiang Changsheng could clearly see it was a son, which meant he didn't have to wait any longer. He let the mother and child temporarily stay in the courtyard. 5 more days passed, with a dark moon and strong wind. In the prince's mansion of the 7th prince, the princess has given birth. Tonight, the 7th prince is not present, but he has dispatched 2 experts from the Tontian realm to guard the place. Jiang Changsheng holds his son, swaddled in his arms, standing on the clouds with the Taihang's sword beneath his feet, overlooking the courtyard below. The half-month-old infant is not crying but sleeping peacefully, his tiny fists tightly clenched. 2 fine lines can be seen on his forehead, which are the Tao patterns formed when Jiang Changsheng broke through to the 5th layer of the Tao Fa natural skill. If they weren't compared side by side, it would be hard to associate them. The infant's 2 fine lines resemble birthmarks, almost like a tightly closed third eye. The fact that 2 Tontian experts were sent indicates they are from the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. No wonder they can control the succession of imperial power. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I did not act rashly, Jiang Changsheng thought silently. Naturally, he did not regard the 2 Tontian experts as a threat. His illusionary divine eyes are already very powerful, and altering the memories of the 2 Tontian experts is not difficult. Jiang Changsheng's senses are extremely keen, and his divine consciousness can penetrate the eaves, allowing him to observe the situation inside the house. As soon as the child is born, he will take action. My dear father, in the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, this throne was given to me, and it should be decided by me, for my son to inherit. Chapter 27. The golden-winged great pung bird, the foolish child, is safe. A loud cry suddenly resounded, echoing through the prince's mansion under the night sky, causing the 2 Tontian experts guarding the princess's door to yawn. Finally born. If it weren't for the Great Ascension Dragon Tower supporting the 7th prince, how could they have fallen to the role of gatekeepers? These 2 are known as the twin Buddhas of misfortune, with the shorter man called the Buddha of misfortune and the taller man called the Buddha of adversity. They are brothers who have been inseparable throughout their lives. The Buddha of misfortune chuckled darkly. Elder brother, look, the 7th prince has given birth, and a sparrow has come. A sparrow descended from the sky and landed on the windowsill, then squeezed through the gap in the window. The Buddha of adversity glanced at it, but said nothing. They would never guess that the sparrow was actually a human. Once inside, the sparrow quickly transformed into Jiang Changsheng's form. Inside the room, there are two midwives for maidservants, and the weak princess on the bed. One maidservant suddenly saw Jiang Changsheng and instinctively opened her mouth, only to meet Jiang Changsheng's golden eyes. Illusionary divine eyes. When the others turned their heads, they similarly encountered his gaze. Upon making eye contact, they all fell into a daze. Jiang Changsheng appeared at the head of the bed in an instant, locking eyes with the princess, who, seeing only his golden eyes, became entranced. Jiang Changsheng practiced the Tao Fa natural skill, so they could not sense his true energy fluctuations, and his steps were as silent as the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. Jiang Changsheng swapped his son with the 7th prince's child, holding the child in his arms and thinking, since you have come to this world, and you are a boy, rather than eating vegetarian meals and cultivating in the temple, why not become an emperor? I will help you ascend to the throne. Standing at the pinnacle of the great realm, fulfilling my duty as a father. Jiang Changsheng then used the 9 heavens mystical transformation to turn into a sparrow and left. The sparrow's small claws grasped a slender piece of wood, which had transformed from the 7th prince's son, covered by Jiang Changsheng's spiritual power, causing the child to fall into a coma and stop crying. Once he departed, everyone in the room suddenly awoke, having labored for hours, thinking they were just too tired, not suspecting anything unusual. The illusionary divine eyes had altered their memories. They had never seen Jiang Changsheng, and the princess's son was quite peculiar, with a birthmark resembling a third eye in the center of his forehead. The twin Buddhas of misfortune had already begun discussing what to eat for a midnight snack. Completely unaware of what had transpired, Jiang Changsheng landed in a narrow alley and transformed back into human form, quickly retracting his spiritual power. Fearing that he might suffocate the infant, he treated the baby as part of his clothing, so they could shapeshift together, but during this process, the baby could not breathe. Why is he poisoned? Jiang Changsheng frowned, puzzled. He carefully examined the infant, discovering residual toxins in his body. The child's brain is half the size of his own, indicating that he will inevitably be a fool when he grows up. The reason this child hasn't died is due to his peculiar meridians, which have spared his body from damage, but his brain has shrunk. Observing his muscles and bones, he is undoubtedly a natural martial arts genius. It seems the 7th prince is not so secure after all. There are enemies around him poisoning his child. Jiang Changsheng initially planned to leave this child with an ordinary family, allowing him to live a normal life, but with his congenital disability, he would likely suffer greatly. Furthermore, the toxicity within this child has not been eliminated. It is no less severe than the poison suffered by Taoist Qingxiu and could very well lead to his early demise. Jiang Changsheng's intention in swapping the 7th prince's child was merely to retaliate against the attitudes of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower and Zhang Yuan, to use their own methods against them. He would also secretly protect his son, ensuring he lives without worries. He did not intend to kill the 7th prince's child. Through the illusionary divine eyes, apart from himself, no one else in the world will know the true identity of the 7th prince's son, not even Hua Jianxin. So there is no need to kill him. But now, this child is inherently flawed and will likely struggle to survive. He is not mentally impaired, but has a shrunken brain. Just living is a miracle, and he will never develop the intelligence of a normal person, let alone engage in scheming. Forget it. I have stolen your fate. You should be pitiful, but it seems I have saved you. Jiang Changsheng gazed at the swaddled infant, silently thinking, a naturally foolish prince in this capital city would likely meet a tragic end and even be neglected by the 7th prince. Now, if he follows me to the mountains to learn martial arts, he will instead live a better life as my disciple. Jiang Changsheng disappeared from the spot, heading to find Hua Jianxin. He planned to have Hua Jianxin take the child up the mountain, which would be easier to settle. He could say he found the child. Otherwise, appearing out of nowhere would raise suspicions. 3 days later, every 2 years, disciples from Longqi Temple descend the mountain, acting heroically while searching for orphans. Now, the number of disciples at Longqi Temple has exceeded 200, primarily due to sufficient donations, and Meng Qiushuang can afford to raise so many children. Hua Jianxin brought the child to Jiang Changsheng's courtyard. On the way, she thought repeatedly that it would be best to eradicate the root of the problem. Hua Jianxin said, looking worried. She had repeatedly contemplated killing this child, but thinking of her own child made her hesitate. However, as long as this child survives, he poses a threat to her own, especially if he follows Jiang Changsheng and learns unparalleled martial arts. Jiang Changsheng took the child and explained his physical condition, leaving Hua Jianxin astonished. She never expected the favored 7th prince would have his child poisoned by someone. Hua Jianxin's worries dissipated, replaced by compassion. She understood that if Jiang Changsheng hadn't intervened, the child's fate would have undoubtedly been tragic. Royal dignity is paramount and will not allow a fool to exist, as it would bring shame to the royal bloodline. Then let's give him a name, Hua Jinxin sighed. Jiang Changsheng played with the infant, contemplating, let's call him Pinyin. Pinyin? Indeed, if he can live a life of peace, that is a blessing. Hua Jinxin thought. The more she repeated it, the more it felt fitting. Thus, Jiang Changsheng gained his first disciple, named Pinyin. In the palace, Jiang Yuan held his grandson, laughing heartily, while the seventh prince Jiang Yu and the princess were also in the room. Your Majesty, let me see this little grandson too, a gentle voice came. A graceful woman walked in, supported by maidservants. Jiang Yuan turned and smiled. Empress, come, see if this little grandson resembles me. Look at his eyes. The empress approached, greeting Jiang Yuan, then walked to Jiang Yuan to examine the infant in the swaddle. Upon seeing him, she was instantly stunned. Jiang Yuan did not notice her odd reaction and looked at Jiang Yu, smiling. I want to reward your son. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was immediately delighted and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, as did the princess, who was extremely excited. No other prince's son had received a reward right after birth. How about we grant him the title of crown prince? Jiang Yuan pondered. As soon as this suggestion came out, everyone in the room was moved, including the empress. He then shook his head. No, that wouldn't follow the rules. Let's grant him the title of Prince Wei. Upon hearing this, everyone remained shocked. Before the establishment of the Great Jing, there were constant wars among the feudal lords, and at that time, Jiang Yuan was the king of Wei. Though he later changed the name of his kingdom, he was granted the title of king of Wei. Jiang Yuan looked at the empress and asked, Empress, what do you think? The empress stared at the child's face and, almost unconsciously, said, I think it's acceptable. For some reason, she felt a deep familiarity with this child, as if he resembled the real Jiang Qian from her childhood. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling even happier. This kid is extraordinary. That birthmark will surely be impressive when he grows up, exuding authority like a reincarnated celestial being. Yes, reincarnated celestial beings. Why not spread the word that the king of Wei is the reincarnation of the golden-winged Great Pong, possessing a heavenly eye? Jiang Yuan chuckled, proud of his ability to fabricate mystical legends. In his earlier days, he had created many legends for himself during his uprising, which successfully deceived many into blindly following him. Throughout history, who among those who left their names in the annals of history did not have a touch of myth? Jiang Yu said with a smile, Thank you, father. I will teach him well so that he does not disgrace the name of the king of Wei and the golden-winged Great Pong. He was also very satisfied with his son. Upon examining his meridians, he found him to be a natural martial arts genius, and even after just a few days, he did not cry or fuss, his eyes full of spirit. In the 29th year of Kai Yuan, after the new year, Jiang Yuan brought the already famous little king of Wei to visit Jiang Changsheng, requesting that the little king become his disciple. Jiang Changsheng politely declined. But under the emperor's stern gaze, he had no choice but to agree. Thus, the little king of Wei became Jiang Changsheng's second disciple. Jiang Yuan was not angry. He had tacitly allowed the competition between the crown prince and the second prince. He smiled and said, It makes sense, Changsheng, you are thoughtful. Hua Jinxin was excited but maintained her composure. She admired Jiang Changsheng greatly. Not only did he make her son a royal grandson, but he also allowed her to protect him at all times, truly a win-win strategy. The little king of Wei had the protection and guidance of his biological parents while enjoying royal treatment, which was much more stable than Jiang Changsheng's forced support. Now, the entire capital was buzzing with rumors that the emperor intended to groom the seventh prince for the Eastern Palace, with the little king of Wei as the best evidence. Since the founding of the dynasty, he was the first to be called the king of Wei, and it was the emperor himself who granted this title. And so, Jiang Yuan left with the little king of Wei and Hua Jinxin. Jiang Changsheng watched their retreating figures, thinking, Once I eliminate those powerful nobles who wish to harm me, the past can be considered settled. Father, after all, they are all your grandsons. You suffer no loss. I will ensure that Great Jing has an emperor better than you, one not constrained by the forces of martial arts. On the bed, the white dragon coiled up, with little Pinyin lying on it, sound asleep and looking extremely cute. Since Jiang Changsheng had entrusted the white dragon with watching over little Pinyin, the white dragon had grown fond of this little fellow, no longer running around, but instead spending all day with little Pinyin. Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged in the room, taking an enhancing spirit pill to begin his cultivation. He aimed to break through to the sixth layer of the Tao law of nature before the little king of Wei grew up, surpassing the realm of martial arts divine beings. By then, he should be able to contend with the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. Jiang Changsheng was unclear about the strength of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, but he had to overestimate his enemies in order to secure his own position. Just think. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower has 100 divine beings. Once he could match 100 divine beings, he should be able to easily handle the great Ascension Dragon Tower. Chapter 28. Old friends gone mad, deluding themselves with imperial robes. In the 30th year of Kai Yuan, the emperor personally led a large army to attack the ancient Khan, suffering a disastrous defeat with 30,000 soldiers killed, shocking the great Jing dynasty. The atmosphere in the capital became tense, and every official felt uneasy, especially since the emperor was old, and upon hearing of his defeat, his blood surged to his head. They feared the emperor might pass away, and at this time, the crown prince had not yet moved to the eastern palace. That year, the little king of Wei, Ping'an, turned 1 year old. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng sat under a tree. The earth spirit tree had already grown to a height of 10 feet, but its leaves were not yet lush enough to produce strong spiritual energy, though it was still a good omen. Not far away, little Ping'an was riding the white dragon, while Qin Ku chased after them, playing a game. Despite his innate deficiency in intelligence, little Ping'an had remarkable physical talent. At just 1 year old, he had the strength of a 4 or 5-year-old child, able to run and jump. Within Longqi Temple, he was already recognized as a martial arts prodigy. A figure hurried into the courtyard. It was Chen Li, his face filled with worry. He approached Jiang Changsheng and whispered, "Changsheng, there's bad news. The second prince has gone missing." Jiang Changsheng did not even open his eyes and replied, "If he is missing, then he is missing. Didn't he your Chen family ally with the seventh prince?" Chen Li said, "With the second prince missing, the Hong family is likely to rebel. The emperor just suffered a defeat in the north, and if a rebellion breaks out in the capital, Great Jing will be in danger." Only then did Jiang Changsheng open his eyes. Jiang Yuan's life before the age of 60 was undoubtedly brilliant, but unfortunately, his reign was too long. After growing old and leading the army himself, he suffered a great defeat, greatly diminishing his prestige in the eyes of the common people. Even the civil and military officials no longer feared him as they once did. If the Hong family were to rebel at this time, even if it were unsuccessful, Great Jing would suffer significant damage. The Hong family's army was stationed outside the capital, meant to protect it, but now it had become a threat. Jiang Changsheng said helplessly, "If the Hong family wants to rebel, what use is it to tell me?" Chen Li replied, "Naturally, I'm reminding you. Once chaos ensues, how will your Longqi temple protect itself? You should stockpile food in the coming days. Even if the Hong family doesn't target Longqi temple, if chaos erupts in the city, Longqi temple will surely be isolated because the mountains are too suitable for hiding people." Jiang Changsheng nodded, saying, "I understand." Chen Li sat down, disregarding Qin Ku beside him, as they were familiar with each other. After all, Jiang Changsheng and he had known each other for 18 years. After 18 years, Chen Li was no longer the spirited top scholar. He had now entered middle age. Time passed surprisingly quickly. Jiang Changsheng looked at Chen Li's weathered face and felt a sense of nostalgia. Not only Chen Li, but the older disciples in the temple were also gradually entering middle age, including the senior sister Meng Qiushuang. Jiang Changsheng had only refined 3 beauty-preserving pills, one for himself, one given to the empress by the emperor, and the remaining one he let Hua Jianxin use. After all, Hua Jianxin bore him a son, and she was considered his wife, so he naturally favored her. He did not wish to interfere in the aging and dying of others, but his youth gradually prompted his disciples to hold him in even greater esteem. Taoist Chang was indeed skilled. Chen Li said, "The crown prince has the support of the Yang family, along with 2 provinces and 2 ministers, giving him a very high voice in the court. However, unfortunately, he lacks military power, and his experts are not as good as the 7th prince. I suddenly feel that the emperor is intentionally leaving the capital to let the crown prince and the 2nd prince fight. How could the 2nd prince compete with the crown prince? Once the 2nd prince is sacrificed, the Hong family will definitely rebel, vowing to kill the crown prince. Once the crown prince is dead, the 7th prince can justifiably attack the Hong family and achieve great merit. The emperor's heart is truly frightening." Jiang Changsheng found this reasoning plausible. Indeed, there was a strong possibility of this. After all, he knew that the crown prince was destined to die. Knowing the fate of the crown prince, Jiang Changsheng felt no hatred towards him and even stopped paying attention to him. In reality, the crown prince was also a pitiful figure, manipulated from birth, and once the Yang family learned the truth, he would truly be isolated and abandoned by the world. Jiang Changsheng said, "Let us talk about matters in the Jianghu." Hua Jianxin had been with the little king of Wei day and night, occasionally discussing court matters with Jiang Changsheng, so he was not concerned. Jiang Changsheng's only concern regarding the court was for the little king of Wei to ascend the throne, but he was still young, and that was far off. Before that, as long as Great Jing did not fall, and the little king of Wei was safe, it did not matter how those people stirred up trouble. His goal was to cultivate. Chen Li shook his head, saying, "Now I have no time to pay attention to the Jianghu. Oh, by the way, do you remember your senior brother Li Changqing?" Jiang Changsheng nodded. "Of course I remember. Li Changqing had betrayed Longqi Temple when Jiang Changsheng was young, which had led to Taoist Qingxu being deeply poisoned by the demonic sect. Chun-Li sighed. He fell into the demonic sect for a woman. Last year, that woman died. And he went mad. Now he kills anyone he sees in the Jianghu, gaining a notorious reputation. 18 sects are currently uniting to hunt him down. He probably won't live much longer. Jiang Changsheng fell silent. Chun-Li comforted. Don't think too much. That's the path he chose himself, and you shouldn't get involved. With the combined force of the 18 sects, even the supreme of the martial world might not be able to escape unscathed. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, Brother Chun, you're overthinking it. I won't be going down the mountain. Chun-Li chuckled and then started talking about other matters. Li Changqing's experience indeed stirred up waves in Jiang Changsheng's heart. After all, he was an old acquaintance. He also thought of Master Qingxiu, not knowing where his master had gone. 6 months later, Chun-Li's guess was correct. The Hong family indeed staged a coup. General Hong Lai led 100,000 iron cavalry into the capital, charging straight for the palace. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, sighed, and got up. Ultimately, he couldn't let it go. After giving a few instructions to Bai Long, he transformed into a sparrow and flew toward the palace. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the iron cavalry surged, and the maids and eunuchs all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Hong Lai, clad in heavy black armor and riding a sturdy black horse, advanced slowly. Holding a large knife in one hand, his gaze fierce. Seal off the palace and find the prince. A general shouted, and the soldiers dispersed to start searching. A concubine rushed over to Hong Lai's side, crying, Brother, you must avenge Ming'er. Hong Lai glanced at her and said, Don't worry, sister, the prince will surely die today. The concubine wiped her tears and asked, Where's Ming'er? Have you sent someone to investigate? Hong Lai replied, My soldiers found a corpse outside the city. It's Ming'er's. I couldn't bear to tell you. Upon hearing this, the concubine was struck like lightning, collapsing to the ground. Hong Lai shook his head and urged his horse forward, his expression becoming defiant as he fixed his gaze on the lofty golden Luan Hall, murmuring, Brother Jiang, you've sat on this throne for 30 years. It's time for me, your younger brother, to take a seat. On the other side, in the queen's chamber, Prince Jiang Qian, disheveled, sat at the table, utterly dispirited. The queen entered from outside, closed the door, and said, This won't do. Hong Lai is already broken in. I cannot seek help from the Yang family. Jiang Qian forced a bitter smile and said, Mother, with such a commotion, how could the Yang family not hear? Before my second brother disappeared, I sensed something was off with the Yang family's attitude. My uncles are no longer as warm toward me. In fact, they seem to harbor some disdain. Jiang Qian did not speak this last part aloud, but he was puzzled. In his view, all ministers might betray him, but the Yang family should not. The queen frowned and asked, Did you really kill your second brother? Jiang Qian, upon hearing this, became anxious and gritted his teeth. How could that be possible? My conflict with my second brother was because he wanted to compete with me. Mother, after all these years, have I not endured enough? Why endure? If not for the sake of brotherly affection, I never intended to kill my second brother. Even if he were to kill me, I could never harm my own brothers. Though he was the crown prince, the emperor and the queen had treated him with fluctuating warmth throughout his life, causing him to cherish brotherly bonds. When he was young, his brothers needed him and respected him, and he always wanted to protect them. Otherwise, his rivalry with the second prince would not have lasted for years. He was the crown prince, wielding great power in court. Dealing with the second prince would be so easy. He could even have the emperor send Jiang Ming to the border. The queen sighed, her gaze toward Jiang Qian extremely complex. At this moment, Jiang Qian was filled with panic, fear, and anger, not noticing her expression. Outside the palace, the sound of hooves and footsteps could be heard, indicating that a large number of soldiers were approaching. Your fourth brother has gone to battle with your father. Otherwise, if he and Zhong Tianwu were here, you would still have hope, the queen said helplessly. Jiang Qian gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, Mother, please don't come out. If I go out alone, the worst that can happen is death. As a son of the Jiang family, what do we fear about life and death? After saying this, he resolutely walked to the main door, pushed it open, and the courtyard outside was filled with dark soldiers. Hong Lai was riding in the corridor outside, looking at him from a distance. The soldiers were silent, not moving immediately, waiting for General Hong to speak. Jiang Qian then said, General Hong, even if my second brother is truly dead, what use is your anger? You are dragging the Hong family to accompany him in death. The Hong family has only one prince to rely on. Hong Lai leaned forward, sneering, Since there's no prince to rely on, then I will don the royal robe myself. What does His Highness think of that? You. Jiang Qian's eyes widened, shaking with anger, and suddenly he realized. Could it be that Jiang Ming's disappearance was related to Hong Lai? The soldiers then burst into laughter, shouting Long live Emperor Hong. Jiang Qian, furious, charged at Hong Lai. He had never practiced martial arts, like a scholar, and was directly kicked over by a soldier, a sword pierced through his body, blood splattering on the ground. Jiang Changsheng, with blood in his mouth, stared fiercely at the soldier in front of him, his eyes devoid of fear, only filled with rage. Outrageous. Hong Lai, do you truly have no regard for past friendships? The queen's voice came, cold as ice, as she stepped out of the palace. Hong Lai laughed heartily. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still look beautiful. I don't know what rare treasures the emperor has fed you, but having come this far, do you think I have any way out? Someone, capture the queen and take her to my royal mansion. Ha ha. Hong Lai laughed wildly, even directly calling himself I, the imperial pronoun, as he had gone mad, believing the throne was within his grasp. The soldiers immediately moved forward, and Jiang Changsheng raised his hand to curse. Hong Lai, you are not human. May you die a horrible death. The soldier holding him immediately slit his throat. He clutched his throat with both hands, unable to speak, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The queen was so frightened that her face turned pale, retreating repeatedly until she leaned against the door. Just then, a voice floated down. A dog of the great Jing dares to dream of donning the royal robe? Arrogant and ignorant. Today, you will die a miserable death. Everyone looked up and saw a figure appear on the eaves of the queen's chamber. This person wore a tattered black Taoist robe, a wooden mask on his face, holding no weapon, yet standing there gave an extreme sense of danger. Chapter 29, Divine Heart Realm, Wonderful Sect Dharma Appearance. Jiang Changsheng vanished from the eaves and appeared beside Prince Jiang Qian in the next moment. With a wave of his sleeve, all the soldiers around were pushed back by spiritual power, their organs shattered, falling to the ground dead. The reason he saved Jiang Qian was also based on his performance. Facing a dead end, he did not cower, still wanting to protect his mother with the dignity of royalty. This was Jiang Changsheng's first time seeing the prince who took his place. He was better than he had expected. No wonder Chun Li had once respected the prince so much. After all, this guy was also a pitiable person. As the crown prince, he had not done any immoral deeds, but instead had a great reputation, with many common people hoping for the emperor's demise so the prince could ascend the throne. However, although Jiang Changsheng saved him, he could not allow him to remain the crown prince. Who are you? Hong Lai stared at Jiang Changsheng, asking in a deep voice. He was not angered by Jiang Changsheng's words, but was rather cautious. Daring to come alone must mean he was a master, and Jiang Changsheng's movements were too strange. He had never seen such martial arts. The surrounding soldiers trembled, not daring to rush in easily, deeply stimulated by the corpses of their fallen comrades on the ground. The queen, still in shock, looked at Jiang Changsheng, equally confused. Who is this person? Jiang Changsheng not only disguised his appearance and voice, but also concealed his identity, making it difficult even for disciples of Longqi Temple to recognize him. His gaze swept over the layers of black-armored soldiers and fell on Hong Lai on horseback, coldly saying, "You don't even know how deep the waters of Great Jing are, yet you dare to rebel? Truly a joke. Be smarter in your next life." He raised his right hand and whispered, "Rise." In an instant, all the swords and spears in the soldiers' hands uncontrollably broke free and flew into the air, suspended upside down. This scene made everyone's eyes widen, including the queen and Jiang Qian, who had successfully stopped the bleeding. What kind of martial arts is this? Hong Lai tightly gripped his large sword, feeling a terrifying force pulling at it. After holding on for several seconds, his sword flew into the air, its tip pointing at him. Sword control technique. It's not just for swords. Any weapon can be controlled as long as the opponent's power is far below one's own, allowing one to seize the weapon from a distance. Jiang Changsheng lowered his right hand, and weapons fell from the sky like rain. Many soldiers were pierced before they could escape, blood splattering across the queen's palace. Hong Lai jumped off his horse and quickly dodged. This general was already highly skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a founding general in the martial arts world. Jiang Changsheng sensed his true energy, which was very close to the heavenly realm, but still just close. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of soldiers inside and outside the palace had died tragically, each pierced by their own weapons. Hong Lai's armor was pierced, his body covered in blood, leaning against the palace wall, staring intently at Jiang Changsheng, panting heavily. He couldn't escape. Swords and blades hovered above his head, in front of him, and on both sides. His eyes were filled with fear. How could this person's martial arts be so high? He had never seen such martial arts. It was too terrifying. Jiang Changsheng's voice floated over. "I told you, you would die a terrible death." As soon as the words fell, Hong Lai's screams followed, accompanied by the sound of blades piercing flesh, sending chills down the spine. Jiang Changsheng turned around, lifting Jiang Qian, and was about to walk towards the queen when a voice came. "Your martial arts are truly sinister, but you cannot take the crown prince away." The dual misfortune Buddhas rushed from the eaves of the palaces, quickly landing in the courtyard, both taking combat stances. Jiang Changsheng ignored them and looked at the queen, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you out to avoid dying in the palace." The queen took a deep breath and said, "Hong Lai is dead. The subordinates of the seventh prince will not harm me. They know their limits. You take the crown prince away. Please ensure his safety, I beg you." Upon hearing this, the misfortune Buddha immediately charged at Jiang Changsheng, moving like a ghost, too fast for the naked eye to track. Jiang Changsheng turned and kicked, striking the misfortune Buddha with even greater speed, smashing him to the ground, the stone slab cracking and the earth collapsing. The misfortune Buddha opened his mouth wide, spitting blood, his eyes bulging in shock. The queen and the misfortune Buddha were both stunned. Jiang Changsheng stood with his right foot on the misfortune Buddha, his left hand holding the weak Jiang Qian, looking towards the distant misfortune Buddha, saying, "Is there no one stronger than the heavenly realm in the great Ascension Dragon Tower? Dominant. What terrifying strength." The misfortune Buddha frowned deeply, knowing the strength of the misfortune Buddha, who was easily taken down by the opponent. He was definitely not the opponent's match. Thoughts raced through his mind, and after understanding, he said solemnly, "You are actually a master of the divine heart realm. But even if you are of the divine heart realm, offending the great Ascension Dragon Tower will not end well." Divine heart realm? What kind of realm is that? Jiang Changsheng was surprised. Could it be that there is a divine heart realm between the heavenly realm and the divine being? From the opponent's tone, it seemed that even the divine heart realm could be dealt with by the great Ascension Dragon Tower. Jiang Changsheng scoffed. "Then I will wait in Guhan for the great Ascension Dragon Tower to come. As for where I am in Guhan, it depends on whether your great Ascension Dragon Tower has the ability to find me." He then exerted force with his right foot, shattering the misfortune Buddha's bones, causing him to let out a piercing scream before fainting. The misfortune Buddha watched with eyes wide open, filled with hatred for Jiang Changsheng, but did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Changsheng used his right hand to lift the already incapacitated misfortune Buddha. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. Figures leaped out from the palace walls in all directions, a total of 13 people, surrounding Jiang Changsheng. Each of these 13 wore a conical hat and were dressed as assassins, their clothing even somewhat tattered, but they held swords and exuded a strong killing intent. 13 heavenly realm experts, plus the dual misfortune Buddhas, made 15 heavenly realm experts. Jiang Changsheng deliberately waited for them to appear, feeling a mix of emotions. Back then, even one heavenly realm expert was hard to see. Yet after the seventh prince rose, the great Ascension Dragon Tower actually sent 15 heavenly realm experts. The foundation of the great Ascension Dragon Tower is indeed frightening. No wonder Jiang Yuan had to bow his head and abandon him to support the seventh prince. The leading female assassin said in a deep voice, "Sir, put down the crown prince, and let today's events be as if they never happened." Jiang Changsheng mockingly asked, "Do you want him dead, or do you want to save him?" The 13 remained silent. Jiang Changsheng suddenly raised his sword, stepping on a sword on the ground, then leaped up, soaring away on his sword. The 13 assassins and the misfortune Buddha just reacted when he had already vanished. His hoarse laughter echoing beneath the sky. "His life and death will still be decided by me." The 13 heavenly realm assassins immediately chased after him. But how could they catch up to Jiang Changsheng flying on his sword? Jiang Changsheng lingered above the sea of clouds for a few circles, confirming that the misfortune Buddha would not harm the queen before leaving. The 15 heavenly realm experts were simply not his opponents. He just didn't want to alarm the snake. If he killed them now, the great Ascension Dragon Tower would definitely send a stronger force, which would not be good. Moreover, keeping the misfortune Buddha alive could serve as a witness. He witnessed the birth of the Little Wei King and could guarantee that the Little Wei King was definitely not swapped. Until he fully understood the true power of the great Ascension Dragon Tower, Jiang Changsheng needed to act cautiously. As long as he was 100% sure that he was stronger than all the experts of the great Ascension Dragon Tower combined, then the great Ascension Dragon Tower would be finished. At that point, he could even openly support the Little Wei King. Jiang Changsheng carried one person in each hand, flying above Longqi Temple, diving down into his own courtyard without anyone seeing. Bai Long and Ping'an were startled. Ping'an was still young and would not remember this matter later. He just laughed at Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng brought the two into the house, laying down the already unconscious misfortune Buddha and Jiang Qian. The misfortune Buddha was bound to die. Before he died, he could be forced to reveal the true strength of the great Ascension Dragon Tower. As for Jiang Qian, that would depend on his choice. Jiang Qian lay on the ground, his face showing signs of pain. The wound on his throat was only temporarily stabilized, but he had other injuries affecting his internal organs, making it hard for him to breathe. Jiang Changsheng began to heal him. There were no disciples nearby, as they had all rushed to the mountain gate, fearing that the rebels would ascend the mountain. Half an hour later, Jiang Qian's injuries finally improved, and he managed to make some sounds from his throat. If it weren't for Jiang Changsheng's cultivation, even the most skilled healer wouldn't have been able to save him. Jiang Qian looked at Jiang Changsheng with difficulty, his voice trembling. Thank you, senior. Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged on the bed, looking down at him, and said, From now on, you cannot be the crown prince. What are your plans for the future? You are a false crown prince. Jiang Changsheng impatiently interrupted, causing Jiang Qian to feel as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. His eyes instantly turned red, trembling all over, and he began to cry. So it was. My mother was not crazy. I was just a pawn. No wonder my father treated me like that, not giving me military power. No wonder the Yang family suddenly distanced themselves from me. Jiang Qian cried like a madman, then laughed frantically. He began to turn over, struggling to get up. Jiang Changsheng calmly watched him, wanting to see what he would do. Jiang Qian shakily picked up the Taihang's sword from the table, drawing it from its sheath, gripping the blade with both hands, and actually aimed the tip of the sword at his own face, blood flowing down his hands and spilling onto the ground. Jiang Changsheng did not stop him, just watching. Jiang Qian disfigured himself, his face a bloody mess, but his eyes remained clear. He dropped the Taihang's sword and fell to the ground, then got up, struggling to crawl to Jiang Changsheng's feet, weakly saying, Please, senior, take me in. I no longer want to be the crown prince, but I want to live. He understood that as long as his face remained intact, he would face endless pursuit. Jiang Changsheng calmly said, If you want to follow me, you must let go of your hatred, and from now on, stay on this mountain to cultivate with me. Jiang Qian painfully replied, The younger generation is willing. Jiang Changsheng took off his mask, revealing an incredibly young face, leaving Jiang Qian stunned. Here is Longqi Temple. My Taoist name is Changsheng. Let me give myself a name. Forget the past and start anew. Jiang Qian had naturally heard of the name of Taoist Changsheng. His heart was already dead, and he didn't care who the other party was. He gritted his teeth and said, From now on, I will be called Wang Chun. After saying that, Jiang Qian completely fainted. Jiang Changsheng sighed and healed him again. This guy really knows how to torment himself. At the same time, a line of text appeared before him. In the 30th year of Kaiyuan, you had a conflict with Hong Lai and his soldiers to save your mother, and later encountered the misfortune of the dual Buddhas and the attacks of the 13 stabs of Tianxiao. Fortunately, you escaped and received the survival reward of the supreme skill. The Miao Zong Dharma form finally got the survival reward. Jiang Changsheng smiled, looking forward to the power of the Miao Zong Dharma form. Chapter 30. I am Li Shimin, and you are Li Yuanba. Jiang Changsheng began to inherit the memories of the Miao Zong Dharma form. As the name suggests, the Miao Zong Dharma form is a form of Dharma that can solidify into a tangible state, which can be used for both defense and attack. This technique can be treated as martial arts or spells, with completely different effects depending on the use of true qi and spiritual power. Cultivators can use martial arts, but martial artists cannot cast spells. It is interesting to have a supreme skill that can be used by both. Perhaps this could also be his unique inheritance. Jiang Changsheng thought silently, and after inheriting the memories, he began to tidy up the room while giving a breath of relief for the misfortune Buddha. General Hong Lai rebelled and then died tragically in the palace. The turn of events was too fast for them to anticipate. In any case, the Hong family army has been disbanded, and they can regain peace. In the middle of the night, Jiang Qian woke up, his face already wrapped in clean cloth strips. He saw Jiang Changsheng sitting cross-legged in midair, and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Jiang Changsheng gave the bed to him, and could only sit in the air. Jiang Qian did not dare to disturb Jiang Changsheng, and looked aside, where he saw the misfortune Buddha lying on the ground, looking as if dead. You're awake? You can go out for a walk, but you can't leave the courtyard. If someone comes, hide immediately. In a few months, I will arrange for you to become a Taoist in the temple, Jiang Changsheng said without opening his eyes. Jiang Qian quickly got up, bowed to Jiang Changsheng on the ground, and said softly, Wang Chun is willing to serve the Taoist forever. Thank you for saving my life. And thank you for giving Wang Chun a peaceful life. In the palace, he was suppressed by soldiers, and that helplessness made him extremely angry. When his throat was cut and death was closing in, that despair made him yearn for life. In his pain, when he was at his wit's end, Jiang Changsheng's appearance dispelled his despair. This kindness, he would never forget. From then on, he would no longer be called Jiang Qian. He is Wang Chun. Jiang Changsheng suddenly landed and said, Just in time, I will question him. He pointed in the air, and the misfortune Buddha woke up, gasping for breath, startling Wang Chun. The misfortune Buddha instinctively looked around and met Jiang Changsheng's gaze, his golden eyes. Illusionary divine eyes. The misfortune Buddha was instantly dazed, frozen in place. Wang Chun saw the change in Jiang Changsheng's eyes and almost got scared silly, but fortunately, the illusionary divine eyes were not used on him. So he did not lose consciousness. Tell me, how many realms of divine beings are there in the great Ascension Dragon Tower? Jiang Changsheng asked. Divine beings? Wang Qin swallowed. In his understanding, the strongest in martial arts was only the heavenly realm. He had never heard of the divine being realm. Then what is the strongest realm in the great Ascension Dragon Tower? Above the Venerable, there are 12 Venerables who are all in the divine heart realm. But the Tower Master and the 2 great protectors are above them. Jiang Changsheng frowned, which means that it is not excluded that the great Ascension Dragon Tower may have the possibility of divine beings. He followed up by asking, how many disciples does the great Ascension Dragon Tower have, and how many dynasties do they control? Wang Qin's eyes were complicated. He did not expect Jiang Yuan to choose the 7th prince. He always thought the biggest threats were the 2nd prince and the 4th prince. Jiang Yu usually appeared gentle, seemingly having no ambition, as he was merely a martial artist. Gathering experts in his view was just for martial arts exchanges. Jiang Changsheng then said, speak about everything you know regarding the Jiang family imperial family. The misfortune Buddha immediately said, I know that Emperor Jiang once apprenticed to the great Ascension Dragon Tower and learned the true dragon chi. So he had a foundation in the chaotic world, but in times of chaos, besides military force, money is also needed. He received the support of the Yang family, promising to make the daughter of the Yang family empress in the future. However, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower needed to control the new dynasty to collect more martial arts resources. So it disrupted the court and sent Emperor Jiang's junior sister to help him stabilize the court. In the future, they planned to have a child to become emperor. And the two agreed to swap the crown prince, while suppressing the ignorant Yang family. Emperor Jiang, caring for the empress, then had the 4th prince. And later Emperor Jiang and his junior sister had the 7th prince. Wang Chun was stunned. He already knew that he was the swapped crown prince. But he did not expect the behind-the-scenes of the great scene to involve martial arts forces. He couldn't help but ask, where did my fake crown prince come from? Wang Chun fell silent. Jiang Changsheng could not care about sympathizing with him and continued to inquire about the Great Ascension Dragon Tower situation. Wang Chun still stayed in the room, the white dragon staring at him, and he did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Changsheng let him stay in the room of the demon lord next to him, and he settled down like this. Hong Lai rebelled and was tragically killed by a mysterious expert. The crown prince and the 2nd prince went missing. Chen Li also visited Jiang Changsheng halfway, lamenting the power of that mysterious expert who could kill Hong Lai, who had 100,000 iron cavalry. Thus, Longqi Temple gained an inconspicuous Taoist named Wang Chun, who usually cleaned the courtyard for the Taoist, and would also follow Meng Qiu Shuang and the other disciples to practice Taoism and cultivate his mind and body. With Wang Chun and the white dragon around, Jiang Changsheng did not need to take care of Ping'an. In addition to his cultivation, he tried to create a low-spec version of a cultivation method for Wang Chun to practice. But Wang Chun almost burst his meridians with spiritual energy, scaring Jiang Changsheng into having to redesign it. This year passed like this. In the 31st year of Kaiyuan, the emperor named the 7th prince as the heir. Shocking the world, the princes did not dare to voice any opinions. The only one who posed a threat to the 7th prince, Jiang Yu, was still at the border confronting the Gahan, cleaning up the emperor's mess. Jiang Changsheng's life became leisurely. After confirming that the empress was fine, he stayed in the temple to cultivate in peace. In the 32nd year of Kaiyuan, the young Wei king was 3 years old, and Hua Jinxin brought him to Longqi Temple with a group of servants. From that day on, the young Wei king would stay at Longqi Temple for 3 days each week, taught martial arts by Jiang Changsheng. This counted as Jiang Changsheng's half-disciple, Wan Li. Mingwei had already become a top expert, but they did not like going down the mountain. In their spare time, they would also help Jiang Changsheng take care of the young Wei king, Ping'an. In the 33rd year of Kaiyuan, the northern border of the Great Scene was breached by the Gahan, and the military situation became urgent. The Great Scene was completely plunged into chaos, and the common people seemed to see the shadow of chaos again. This time, it was not an internal war on the land of the Great Scene, but an invasion by foreign tribes. Many common people were cursing the emperor, saying that if it weren't for the emperor's insistence on fighting the Gahan, it wouldn't have come to this. In the autumn, in the courtyard of Longqi Temple, the earth spirit tree had grown taller than the buildings, with falling leaves everywhere. A large white snake was coiled around the tree. Its body as thick as an adult's thigh, and its length was unknown. Under the tree sat a few people. Jiang Changsheng was telling a story, with the young Wei king, Ping'an, Wan Li, and Mingyue sitting and listening, while Wang Chun was sweeping the ground. The Yuan army surrounded Yashan, and the prime minister carried the 8-year-old young emperor Zhao Bing to jump into the sea, with 100,000 soldiers and civilians following him to drown themselves. Marking the end of the Song dynasty in history. This is the story of the Song dynasty. After finishing the story, Jiang Changsheng smiled. Finally done, it was really tiring. Since half a year ago, he had started telling the young Wei king stories about the ancient kings of Huaxia, which later attracted Wan Li and Mingyue to listen as well. The young Wei king, dressed in luxurious brocade, had exquisite features and outstanding looks, especially the birthmark between his eyebrows, resembling a third eye, making it hard to ignore. Pingyan sat beside him, with messy hair and a slightly disheveled Taoist robe. The image and temperament of the two were vastly different. Pingyan was born with a deficiency. Wang Chun and Ming Wei would help him tidy his hair and clothes each time, but he was playful and quickly messed them up again. Although he was foolish, he was born with great strength. At just 4 years old, he could lift the sleeping Wang Chun, which scared Wang Chun greatly, who said that Xiao Wei Wang is the reincarnation of the golden-winged Great Peng. This foolish boy is. Xiao Wei Wang propped his chin with both hands and smacked his lips, saying, "The stories of the Song dynasty are not interesting. I prefer the Tang dynasty. I want to be the Khan of the day and flatten the ancient Khans." He turned to Pingyan, patted his shoulder, and laughed. "Pingyan, in the future, I will be Li Shimin, and you will be Li Yuanba. We brothers will conquer the world together." At 4 years old, he spoke like an 8 or 9-year-old, articulately and coherently, appearing very clever. Pingyan hugged him and rubbed his face, grinning and saying, "Good, good, good, Li Shimin, Li Yuanba." Ever since these two boys met, they have become very close, perhaps due to their similar ages. Their relationship is excellent, and they often fought with other young disciples in the temple. With Pingyan around, Xiao Wei Wang has never suffered a loss. Ming Yue shook her head and said, "Li Shimin indeed created great achievements and can be considered a legendary emperor. But the incident at Xuanwu Gate is a stain he cannot wash away. Killing his brother and forcing his father is anything but glorious." Xiao Wei Wang stood up angrily and said, "Sister Ming Yue, Li Shimin was forced, and he should be the emperor. Why should the firstborn automatically be the emperor? Shouldn't it be whoever is capable?" Jiang Changsheng couldn't help but look at him in surprise. What a kid. Speaking of which, Xiao Wei Wang is not the eldest son under the 7th prince. The eldest son is an illegitimate child and is quite favored by the 7th prince, as his mother is the one the 7th prince truly loves, while Xiao Wei Wang's mother was arranged by the emperor. Moreover, less than a year after Xiao Wei Wang was born, the princess passed away, and the mother of the eldest son successfully rose from being a concubine to the position of princess. He wouldn't be bullied in the royal residence, right? Hua Jianxi never mentioned it either. Jiang Changsheng thought silently. Xiao Wei Wang and Ming Yue began to argue, and seeing Xiao Wei Wang getting anxious, Pingyan suddenly stood up, swung his fist, and struck at Ming Yue. Fortunately, Ming Yue also practiced martial arts and easily caught it, causing a commotion under the tree. Wang Chuan swept the floor and came to Jiang Changsheng's side, curiously asking, "Taoist, the Zhou dynasty, Qin dynasty, Han dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, where are these dynasties from? Why have I never heard of them?" He used to think Jiang Changsheng was making things up, and Jiang Changsheng said the same, but after listening for so long, it sounded too real. Chapter 31. The Martial Arts World Strikes, the Unfathomable Leader. How much do you know about the vast world? How vast is the world beyond the great scene, and who can say for sure? Jiang Changsheng smiled, and his words made Wang Chuan nod, feeling it made sense. Since ancient times, no one knows how vast the world is. It is rumored that the ancient Khan faced not only the Great Scene, but also another dynasty on the other side. The Great Scene is fine, located near the sea, and is not surrounded by enemies on all sides. Jiang Changsheng called Xiao Wei Wang over and began to teach martial arts. Wanli Ming Yue and Pingyan moved to the side to spar. Although Pingyan is foolish, he is naturally combative and became excited as they took their stances, charging straight in. In the past 2 years, Jiang Changsheng successfully created a set of internal skills, which he named Xianxiaaudiobooks, modeled after the first 3 levels of Dao Faz Ran Gong and transformed into 7 levels. Although it is not as good as Dao Faz Ran Gong, it is certainly not something ordinary skills can compare with. Currently, Wang Chuan, Xiao Wei Wang, and Hua Jinxin are all practicing Xianxiaaudiobooks. Pingyan is practicing xianxiaaudiobooks, but teaching Pingyan is much more difficult than teaching Xiao Wei Wang. Leaves fell in abundance. On a distant rooftop, a figure in white stood quietly, gazing at the sky, creating a serene and beautiful scene. In the 34th year of Kaiyuan, the ancient Khan launched a large-scale invasion of the Great Scene, and other surrounding dynasties began to stir, plunging the Great Scene into its greatest crisis in 30 years. Crown Prince Jiang Yu had to go to the front lines, while the emperor remained in the capital, but his appearances in court became less frequent, and he grew increasingly weak, causing unrest in the court. The Great Scene was in turmoil, but the martial arts world thrived, without the restrictions of local governments. The rivers and lakes became more unrestrained, with all kinds of heroes emerging, and talents abounded. One day, Longqi Temple welcomed a guest. This person had disheveled hair, tattered robes, and was dirty all over, looking like an old beggar. The disciple guarding the mountain gate did not reject him, but brought him into the temple and offered him something to eat. The old beggar grasped his hand and asked, Is Taoist Changsheng still here? The disciple smiled and said, You also want to see Taoist Changsheng? Forget it. Many powerful figures want to meet the Taoist, but have been politely declined. The Taoist is busy cultivating and has no time to deal with the mundane. If you traveled a long way, you might as well meet the white dragon. It is our spirit beast here at Longqi Temple, and meeting it can turn one's fortune. The old beggar pushed aside his hair, revealing a face full of scars, which was quite frightening, making the disciple feel uneasy. Help me pass a message. Just say that Li Changqing has come to visit, the old beggar said, trembling. Li Changqing? The disciple frowned and muttered. He suddenly thought of something. His expression changing drastically as he hurriedly said, All right, I will go inform the Taoist right away. After he left, the old beggar walked out of the kitchen and into the courtyard, looking at the nearby buildings with a nostalgic expression. Along the way, Li Changqing looked around, feeling both familiar and strange. Longqi Temple had become lively, with more disciples, but many familiar faces had disappeared. After a silent journey, the two arrived at Jiang Changsheng's courtyard. The disciple bowed to the courtyard and then left. Li Changqing took a deep breath and cautiously entered the courtyard. He saw two children and an ugly Taoist cleaning the courtyard, while his junior brother Jiang Changsheng was meditating under a tree, his breath blending with the heavens and earth, making him completely undetectable. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng, Li Changqing felt a sense of disorientation. When he left years ago, Jiang Changsheng was still a minor. And after so many years, he recognized him at a glance, but he never expected Jiang Changsheng to still look so young. Calculating. His junior brother should be around 34 years old now. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and smiled, saying, Senior brother, long time no see, come over and have a seat. Wang Chuan, brew some tea. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan immediately walked toward the house. Xiaowei Wang was practicing, merely glancing at Li Changqing, while Ping'an was lying in a small pool taking a bath. This was a special potion that Jiang Changsheng developed for him to refine his body. After many years of absence, Longqi Temple is fortunate to have you, Li Changqing thought. He always felt that this junior brother was very mysterious, but unfortunately, he left Longqi Temple early and did not witness his junior brother's growth. Jiang Changsheng began to chat with him, and upon seeing him, Jiang Changsheng felt a sense of nostalgia as well. Once that handsome, charismatic senior brother had now fallen to such a state. He could sense that Li Changqing had already become a master at the Tongtian realm, but his internal energy was chaotic, and his internal organs were severely injured. With only a few days left to live, Li Changqing only reminisced about their past experiences with Jiang Changsheng and did not mention much about himself. Jiang Changsheng also did not ask. After all, Chunli had mentioned it to him before. After chatting for an hour, Li Changqing suddenly started coughing and even coughed up blood. His voice was weak, lacking strength. Jiang Changsheng said, Naturally, Wang Chuan, take senior brother Li to find senior sister. Let her arrange it, and just say I have already agreed. Wang Chuan immediately walked over, and Li Changqing got up to follow. Watching the two leave, Jiang Changsheng felt relieved. Fortunately, I did not go down the mountain, and fortunately, I did not become obsessed with romantic feelings. Jiang Changsheng naturally liked women too, but he knew how to weigh things. Before achieving absolute invincibility, he did not want to create any vulnerabilities for himself. His relationship with Hua Jinxin was also kept private. Only they knew. He did not plan to save Li Changqing, as Li Changqing was consumed by love, had committed too many killings, and saving him would only add trouble. And their bond was not that deep. When Meng Qiushuang saw Li Changqing, she was naturally excited. The two siblings chatted for a long time. Once upon a time, Meng Qiushuang had a slight admiration for Li Changqing. After all, in the temple, Li Changqing was the eldest disciple and took care of his junior brothers and sisters. But that slight admiration had faded with time. 5 days later, Li Changqing died in the morning. Jiang Changsheng, Meng Qiushuang, and some senior disciples buried him. And the matter did not cause a big uproar. They lingered for a while in front of Li Changqing's tombstone, presumably enemies. Jiang Changsheng did not intervene in their grievances. Li Changqing was dead, and the feud should be settled. If the other party remained stubborn and insisted on finding fault with Longqi View, then so be it. It would be a perfect opportunity to reward him for survival. Half a month later, Chun Li, already a fourth-rank official, came to visit. After the Chun family allied with the 7th prince, they received his promotion. Chun Li, who had been frustrated for a long time, finally saw a glimmer of hope. He was currently working in the Ministry of Revenue and had his own residence, no longer needing to squeeze into the Chun family home. Changsheng, did you bury Li Changqing on the mountain? This is not good. A large number of martial artists are gathering outside the capital from various sections. There are members of my Chun family among them, and they say they want to dig up Li Changqing's grave. Chun Li said anxiously, his face full of worry. The Little Wei King was not present today, and Wang Chuan was wandering on the mountain with Ping'an, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Chun Li continued, now that the 7th prince has assembled a large army to head to the battlefield, The combined forces of soldiers inside and outside the capital do not exceed 100,000. If there are too many martial artists, we might not be able to stop them, and the court will also force you to yield. Jiang Changsheng replied. What's the point of digging up a grave when the person is already dead? Chunli said. Indeed, they must have other motives, but they have a reason for revenge. And it's morally difficult to drive them away, especially under the current circumstances. Jiang Changsheng asked, will the capital open its gates and allow them to surround Longqi Mountain? Chunli thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. But that possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, most of these sects have connections with court officials, with the 7th prince and 4th prince absent, and His Majesty recently confined in the palace for recuperation. It seems there is no one to protect Longqi View. Jiang Changsheng said, I see. Chunli added, if you want to evacuate, my Chun family can arrange that. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and smiled. Brother Chun, though I am not fond of fighting, if others dare to come to my doorstep, I won't show mercy. Thinking of the ghost-eye evil king, Chunli suddenly realized that Jiang Changsheng had killed before and was not as gentle as he seemed. Years of friendship had almost made him forget this point. After reminding him a few more times, he left, as he was busy with affairs lately, and it was already difficult to come in person. Jiang Changsheng looked towards the horizon, but did not get up. There aren't enough people. A few more would make the survival rewards even more generous. Jiang Changsheng practiced every day and occasionally took spirit-enhancing pills, with his cultivation improving year by year. Even if these sects could gather 100 heavenly realm experts, he would not take them seriously. Over the years, the 7th prince and the great Ascension Dragon Tower had not come to test him, indicating that they did not suspect Longqi View at all, and perhaps did not even know Jiang Changsheng was an enemy. On the surface, Jiang Changsheng was the master of the Little Wei King, which counted as being on the 7th prince's side. That night, someone came up the mountain. This time, the person headed directly to Jiang Changsheng's courtyard. Jiang Changsheng did not stop him, as he was an old acquaintance. The window was knocked on, and a voice came in. Is the Taoist here? It's me, the Demon Lord. His voice was very soft. Afraid of being heard by Wang Chuan and Ping and in the next room, Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, and the window suddenly opened, startling the Demon Lord, who shivered. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng inside, he immediately jumped in and bowed in front of Jiang Changsheng. Taoist, something bad has happened. The martial artists want to use Li Changqing's name to seize the White Dragon, the Demon Lord said in a deep voice. From what I know, the one behind this is the leader of the Guiyuan sect. The spirit of the White Dragon has already become famous throughout the world. That leader has been searching for spiritual beasts these years, absorbing their spiritual blood and refining their bones. His power is unfathomable. I have encountered him before, and he is very terrifying. I even think he is stronger than Xing Shou, the one in the palace who has reached the heavenly realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. So they were after the White Dragon. Even without Li Changqing, they could probably find a reason, such as claiming he was cultivated by Longqi View, and that Longqi View must pay blood for blood. Jiang Changsheng had long heard of the Guiyuan sect leader's reputation. A former young genius who had now become a giant in the martial arts world, with hopes of contending for the throne of the martial world. Has he arrived? Jiang Changsheng asked. The Demon Lord replied, not yet, at most 10 days. Moreover, they have already bribed many civil and military officials. When the city gates open, they will be allowed into the city, targeting Longqi View directly. Chapter 32. To resist me with 500 people. The leader of the Guiyuan sect, Su Tianji, learned the unparalleled divine skill, undying divine art, entered the pinnacle at 16, became the leader of the Guiyuan sect, entered the heavenly realm at 20, and led the Guiyuan sect to prosperity. In the next 10 years, he defeated countless martial arts experts, his renown continually growing. He is now a major figure in the great scenes martial arts world. Su Tianji not only possesses terrifying talent, but most importantly, he is still young. He is only 32 years old. Under 40, no one can match him. Above 40, few can contend with him. Taoist, do not underestimate Su Tianji. The Demon Lord reminded Jiang Changsheng, seeing his lack of concern. Jiang Changsheng asked, how does he compare to Zhong Tianwu? The Demon Lord frowned and said, Zhong Tianwu was the former supreme of the martial arts world, but he has long since entered the court. They have never fought, so I guess the difference isn't significant. Not significant? Jiang Changsheng suddenly lost his thoughts. The most important thing is that Jiang Changsheng is much stronger than before. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, thank you for coming to inform me. I understand now. Since he is coming, let him come. This martial world does not yet belong to Su. Seeing him so relaxed, the Demon Lord thought he must be filled with confidence, so he could only give up. Regarding Li Changqing, the Demon Lord explained that it was not that the demon sect would not assist Li Changqing, but rather that Li Changqing had gone mad and even killed disciples of the demon sect. Jiang Changsheng couldn't help but think of Li Changqing's last few days. He had been quite gentle towards the disciples in the sect, just like the first senior brother. Perhaps he was trying hard to restrain himself and just wanted to see his home and family. After chatting for a while, the demon lord left. As the demon lord descended the mountain, he thought to himself, he didn't even keep me. Just how strong is he now? Could it be he is truly a god descended to earth? Every time he thought of Jiang Changsheng's strange performances, he couldn't help but feel awe. In fact, he came not only to deliver a message, but also to express loyalty. In his view, Jiang Changsheng might not lose. Inside the room, Jiang Changsheng looked at the bright moon outside the window and thought to himself, the great scene's martial arts world is indeed weak. Su Tianji is likely at the divine heart realm, and with the divine heart realm, one can be invincible. TSK. Previously, the system had indicated that he was equivalent to the divine being realm. Since there is a divine being realm in martial arts, it means that someone must have reached it. Otherwise, how could it be named? There are no divine beings in the great scene, at least not on the surface. But that doesn't mean there aren't in other places. Jiang Changsheng did not want to seek stimulation, so staying in the great scene was just fine. Survival rewards cannot be directly mastered just by inheriting them. They require cultivation. Therefore, he does not need to deliberately farm for survival rewards. If something goes wrong, that would be disastrous. As the martial arts world gathered outside the capital, news spread within the city, making the common people anxious and causing concern among civil and military officials, not only in the capital, but also throughout the great scene's rivers and lakes. Many martial artists came to watch the show. This action is of great significance to the martial arts world. If the sects led by the Guiyuan sect can enter the city and strongly pressure Longqi View, then leave safely, it would indicate that the martial arts world has reached a point where the court does not dare to offend easily, representing a peak period for martial arts. Master, with so many martial arts experts coming, are you really not afraid? Do you need me to ask the experts from the Wangfu for help? Little Wei Wang tilted his head and asked cautiously. Although he was only 4 years old, he was intelligent and understood many things. Jiang Changsheng ruffled his hair and smiled. Don't worry about adult matters. Just focus on practicing the Qianquan Heavenly Classic well, and in the future, you can support me personally. Little Wei Wang clenched his small fists and nodded seriously. Wang Chuan was playing with Ping and not far away, and he was not worried. He had seen Jiang Changsheng make a move that day in the palace. Whenever he thought of that situation, Wang Chuan couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Changsheng. At that time, Jiang Changsheng was domineering and powerful, as if a god had descended to earth, while the usual Jiang Changsheng was gentle as water, treating everyone kindly and never using his status as a Taoist to oppress others, even being very polite to him. What kind of person is he? This is Wang Chuan's biggest curiosity at the moment. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena of Longqi Temple, Meng Qiushuang, Qingku, Wanli, Mingyue, and other senior disciples were teaching the younger disciples martial arts, hoping to share some of the burden with Jiang Changsheng. In earlier years, with Jiang Changsheng's consent, Qingku, Wanli, and Mingyue had already compiled their learnings into manuals, stored them in the scripture pavilion for the disciples to study. Unfortunately, Longqi Temple had yet to produce any other peak experts, as martial arts aptitude was far too important. Wanli approached Qingku, rubbing his hands and exhaling, and asked, Brother Qingku, you've traveled the rivers and lakes multiple times. Is Su Tianji really that invincible? Qingku's expression was complex as he replied, For years ago, at the gathering of Pine Lake's martial arts competition, I went to watch. Su Tianji's martial arts have indeed reached inhuman levels, far beyond what a peak expert can compare to. The spirit awareness realm cannot be considered a peak expert. It's just that most people in the martial world are unaware of the realms. Besides Su Tianji, there were other sect leaders who had surpassed the spirit awareness realm. Even the supreme martial artist would likely have to flee when facing them. Upon hearing this, Wanli felt no fear, but was instead more invigorated, saying, Then I must take a good look. The other disciples, unaware of Jiang Changsheng's true strength, felt nervous and fearful. However, with the current chaos of war, they had nowhere to go and had to defend their homeland. As winter approached, heavy snow fell. Suddenly, the northern city gate of the capital opened, and the guarding soldiers quickly cleared the way, anxiously watching the outside. They saw a vast crowd marching in, led by a man in a blue robe, who was imposing and handsome, with eagle-like eyes. The soldiers dared not meet his gaze. It was the leader of the Guiyuan sect, Su Tianji. Following him were prominent figures of the sect, and behind them were their disciples, all of whom were experts allowed to enter the city with them. Ahead, a general stood guard. This was Zhang Tianren, the young guard from years ago when the ghost-eye evil king broke out of the heavenly prison, and he was now the city's guard general. Zhang Tianren, having shed his youthful demeanor, furrowed his brows tightly, staring at Su Tianji, thinking to himself, what a terrifying aura, capable of shaking the martial world, truly extraordinary. He stepped forward with his spear and said, Sect leader Su, It was agreed that you would only seek the corpse of the evil disciple Li Changqing from Longqi Temple and must not harm the innocent. Su Tianji approached and patted his shoulder, smiling. I keep my word. At least I won't harm the common people. Zhang Tianren frowned, about to speak. But Su Tianji had already walked towards Longqi Mountain. He suddenly recalled that night when the ghost-eye evil king descended from the heavens and fell to his death on the steps at the foot of the mountain. And he couldn't help but fall silent. Although he had never met Taoist Changsheng, he felt an indescribable awe towards him. Perhaps Longqi Temple would not necessarily be defeated. A group of martial arts experts followed Su Tianji into the city, looking around. Many among them were arrogant and boisterous, making bold claims. Once upon a time, the martial world was heavily suppressed by the court. Many of them had even been imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Now, entering the city with such force, the capital dared not stop them. What a display of power, a true expression of freedom. Along the streets, there were no common people in sight. They all hid indoors, fearing being caught in the crossfire. They arrived at the foot of Longqi Mountain, where the heavy snow draped the trees in white garments, and the stone tablet inscribed with Longqi Temple was buried under the snow. 4 Taoists guarded the steps: Qingku, Wanli, Mingyue, and Meng Qiushuang. Meng Qiushuang called out, "Stop!" Su Tianji ignored her, taking a few steps forward, stopping just under 2 zhang from the steps. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Today, we come to demand the corpse of the evil disciple Li Changqing, who has killed countless members of our sect. We will ensure that he has no place to rest in death, and we hope your temple understands. Wanli snorted, just to demand a corpse. Is it necessary to bring so many people? Just wait, we can give you the corpse. Qingku snorted coldly and suddenly charged at Su Tianji. 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. Fast as the wind. However, suddenly a man in black robe appeared behind Su Tianji, clashing palms with Qingku's right palm. This was a middle-aged man with half black and half white hair, an unruly expression, who sneered. A mere spirit awareness realm dares to block my way. You overestimate yourself. His right palm exerted force, and the true qi erupted, causing the surrounding flying snow to instantly dissipate. Qingku was directly struck back, spitting blood, while Wanli raised his hand to catch him, only to be knocked down on the steps, wincing in pain. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand and laughed loudly. Let us go up the mountain. Longqi Temple is nothing but this. It seems only that Taoist Changsheng is somewhat formidable. He stepped forward, but Mingyue and Meng Qiushuang immediately attacked. However, he unleashed both palms, the wind of his palms like a dragon, accompanied by the roar of a tiger, repelling the 2 women. In a single exchange, both women were severely injured, lying in the snow, unable to move, only able to look at him fearfully. The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully and was about to speak when a sound of something breaking through the air startled him, and he instinctively jumped back. Clang! The Taihang sword descended from the sky, piercing the snow and blocking in front of the 2 women. Su Tianji frowned, while the other experts did not think much of it, as the sword had not harmed the middle-aged man. All right, you 4 have seen the prowess of martial arts experts. You should withdraw. A voice floated down from the mountain path. Jiang Changsheng strolled down, his Taoist robe untouched by snow, the qilin whisk swaying slightly in his hand. With the sword sheath at his waist, like an immortal coming from the deep mountains. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Changsheng and said solemnly, You are Taoist Changsheng? Taoist. Be careful. Meng Qiushuang gritted her teeth and said, feeling helpless. They had volunteered to test the strength of these martial arts experts, but unexpectedly, before Su Tianji even made a move, just one person had defeated all 4 of them. Jiang Changsheng smiled and nodded, stepping forward, resting his left hand on the hilt of the Taihang sword, surveying the group of martial arts experts. 1, 2, 3, 9 of you. Jiang Changsheng muttered to himself, his gaze falling on Su Tianji. Sure enough, it's the Heart of God realm, clearly a notch above the Heavenly Connection realm. Su Tianji couldn't see through Jiang Changsheng's power, but his instincts told him the other party was not simple. He spoke, Taoist Changsheng. Do you intend to contend against 500 martial arts experts with your own strength? Jiang Changsheng smiled and asked, 500 people, so many. My family's white dragon may not be enough to share. Upon hearing this, Su Tianji narrowed his eyes, and many experts were taken aback, not expecting Jiang Changsheng to know their true intentions. Humph, what are you pretending for? The middle-aged man suddenly charged at Jiang Changsheng, striking out with a palm. The roar of a tiger ringing in the ears, the true qi solidifying, as if a tiger's head was opening its bloody maw to attack Jiang Changsheng head-on. Boom! Jiang Changsheng waved the qilin whisk with one hand, his left hand still supporting the Taihang sword, his Taoist robe fluttering. He smiled and said, Do you all intend to use 500 people to contend against me? That seems a bit underestimating of me. The snow was white and thick, making the ground at the foot of the mountain seem isolated from the world. The more than 500 martial arts experts were shocked, and did not dare to utter a sound. What did they see? Su Tianji was actually being pushed back. How could this be possible? Chapter 33. When the Miao sect emerges, the martial artists of the world are nothing more than that. On the city wall, the demon lord watched from afar. Seeing Su Tianji being pushed back, his expression revealed shock. That middle-aged man was no ordinary person. A genuine expert of the heavenly connection realm, the leader of a sect, and even the two of them together could not counteract Taoist Changsheng's power. This was simply absurd. The demon lord was shaken in his heart, his eyes flickering, starting to calculate another plan. Meanwhile, on the eaves of the 7th Prince Wang's residence, 14 figures stood, including the Nanyun Buddha and the 13 assassins of Tianxiao, who were also watching the battle. The Nanyun Buddha frowned. The strength of Taoist Changsheng made him think of the mysterious person who killed the misfortune Buddha, but the two had completely different auras. The leader of the 13 assassins of Tianxiao, named Gui Lu, was strong in build but had a thin waist. He held a broad knife with both hands, and under his hat, a pair of cold, venomous eyes peeked out. He spoke. This person must be above the heavenly connection realm. Su Tianji is the same. I didn't expect the martial world of dying to hide such figures. This martial arts desert is not as weak as we imagined. Another assassin snorted. Indeed. The executioners under the emperor are also beyond the heavenly connection realm. I really don't know where he gathered them from. As they were discussing, Su Tianji released his grip, his gaze fixed sharply on Jiang Changsheng, his eyes turning incredibly piercing. The previously arrogant and overbearing middle-aged man was now intimidated by Jiang Changsheng's power, looking at him in fear, not daring to speak or make a move. Jiang Changsheng's left hand, resting on the sword hilt, moved as if playing a musical instrument, and he smiled, saying, I'll give you all a chance, come at me together. If you can make this fight enjoyable for me, I might not kill you. This scene had to earn survival rewards, and the value of the survival rewards depended on the strength of the enemies, so he used provocation. Su Tianji coldly snorted, You are truly arrogant. No need for 500 people, one of me is enough. He pushed aside the middle-aged man, stepping forward with a resounding stride, his aura exploding, true qi surging, causing his robes to flutter and his long hair to dance. Other martial arts experts dispersed, surrounding Jiang Changsheng to prevent his escape. The 4 from Qingku had retreated to halfway up the mountain, continuing to watch the battle, feeling extremely tense. They knew Jiang Changsheng was strong, but there were over 500 martial arts experts here. Xiao Wei Wang, Wang Chucheng, Ping En, and other disciples were watching from a stone pavilion on the mountain, barely able to see the situation below. Can Master win? Xiao Wei Wang nervously asked, as it was his first time experiencing such a grand scene. Wang Chucheng nodded. He can win. He will definitely win. Ping En was howling, and if Wang Chucheng hadn't held him back, he would have likely rushed down the mountain. Su Tianji stepped forward, his aura continuously rising, surpassing the level of Tong Tian. Other martial arts experts were shocked. Is the strength of Sect Master Su really that terrifying? I'm scared to death. It seems Sect Master Su was careless just now. Naturally, with Sect Master Su's skills, dodging would be easy. However, Longqi Temple's Jiang Changsheng is indeed powerful. His strength has already reached the top level in the martial arts world. Jiang Changsheng looks so young. Could the rumors be true that he has survived the thunder tribulation and does not age, like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? The martial arts experts discussed among themselves, their eyes fixed on Su Tianji and Jiang Changsheng. Su Tianji stopped, 3 zhang away from Jiang Changsheng, and began to channel his energy with both palms, crossing them in front of him and drawing circles, stopping at his lower abdomen. His aura had reached its peak, making the experts within 100 zhang feel suffocated and overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and charged at Jiang Changsheng, his right palm condensing blue true qi, striking out like a blade, tearing through the flying snow, unstoppable. Jiang Changsheng raised his eyes, golden light bursting forth, and a massive golden phantom emerged from within him, rapidly growing to 5 zhang tall. This golden phantom resembled him, but had 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding different magical artifacts. Miaozong Dharma image. Su Tianji's pupils contracted. Before he could react, the Miaozong Dharma image swung a sword shadow that collided with his true qi, directly sending him flying. Su Tianji rolled in the air, quickly landing and then sliding back, stabilizing himself by slapping the ground with his right palm. Everyone's eyes widened, all showing expressions of disbelief, including the 4 from Qingku and the disciples watching from the mountain. The demon lord, Nanyun Buddha, Tianxiao 13 stabs, and martial artists watching from various places in the city were all stunned. What is that? Su Tianji felt his blood surging and his internal organs in agony. He forced down the reverse blood rising in his throat and stood up, asking in a deep voice, What kind of martial arts is this? Jiang Changsheng replied nonchalantly, Miaozong Dharma image. This is a martial art I created myself, and it will be the ultimate skill of Longqi Temple in the future. Today, let the heroes of the world see the power of the Miaozong Dharma image. Su Tianji suddenly vanished from his original spot, and the next second, he appeared on Jiang Changsheng's left side, his right palm striking upward toward Jiang Changsheng's face. Jiang Changsheng glanced at him, and with a sweep of his right hand, he struck Su Tianji's face with the feather duster. Su Tianji felt the soft feather duster contain an immense force, nearly causing him to black out. One of the arms of the Miaozong Dharma image wielded a giant hammer, crashing down with a bang, sending Su Tianji crashing into the snow, and this time, he could not hide the blood, which spewed from his mouth. Su Tianji propped himself up with his left palm, his true qi exploding, his pupils turning blue, shattering the giant hammer's phantom, and his body flew sideways, creating distance again. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Is this the so-called undying divine art? Quite impressive. The explosive power just now was indeed astonishing, but mainly because Jiang Changsheng had held back. The reason for holding back was that he wanted to earn survival rewards. Su Tianji stood up, raising both hands, true qi transforming into blades, angrily slashing down, the blade aura extending 10 zhang, cutting through the flying snow as if dividing heaven and earth. The Miaozong Dharma image raised a long staff, forming a protective shield, easily blocking the blade aura. Su Tianji charged toward Jiang Changsheng again, leaping high, delivering a flying kick, true qi swirling around him, like a divine arrow that could pierce anything. One of the other hands of the Miaozong Dharma image swung a fan to strike, and Su Tianji did not dodge, instead increasing his true qi. Knowing that he could shatter the giant hammer earlier, indicating that the Miaozong Dharma image was not unbeatable. Bang! Su Tianji was sent flying by the fan, soaring over the heads of hundreds of people, crashing into the city wall, causing it to collapse and rubble to fly everywhere, with him embedded within, looking utterly miserable. Silence. At the foot of Longqi Mountain, there was a dead silence. The demon lord, Nanyun Buddha, and Tianxiao 13 stabs were all dumbfounded. Su Tianji's speed, strength, and martial arts were all very strong, but they seemed utterly insignificant against the Miaozong Dharma image. What are you all waiting for? Come at me together. Is the martial arts world of dying filled with cowards? With the ancient Khan invading, you dare not step up to kill the enemy, only bullying the few with the many from behind? If so, I truly will look down on the martial arts world of dying. Jiang Changsheng's voice rang out, calm in tone, but the mockery within deeply provoked all the experts present. Anyone entering the city was undoubtedly a martial arts expert. Disciples from various sects could only wait outside the city, fearing that the court would take the opportunity to eliminate their masters. An elderly man with white hair shouted angrily, "Let's go together. We cannot let this thief look down on us. We will use all our strength. He may not be able to kill us all." He immediately charged at Jiang Changsheng, and over 500 experts, filled with rage, rushed toward Jiang Changsheng from all directions, some even leaping into the air, creating an overwhelming momentum. In the icy cold and snow, Jiang Changsheng had nowhere to escape, and the Miaozong Dharma image shone with golden light, dazzlingly bright. Jiang Changsheng grasped the hilt of the Taiheng sword and pulled it out of the snow. In an instant, the Miaozong Dharma image rose higher, wildly waving its 6 arms and magical artifacts. Clang, clang, bang, crack. The sounds of countless collisions erupted as over 500 martial arts experts charged toward Jiang Changsheng and the Miaozong Dharma image. Although the Miaozong Dharma image had 6 arms, it could not kill all 500 of them at once. Jiang Changsheng waved the feather duster, sending one attacker after another flying, as if sweeping away dust. Effortlessly and elegantly, this scene left all watchers in silence, their faces showing disbelief. Jiang Changsheng and the Miaozong Dharma image stood firm, allowing countless experts to rush at them, all of whom were repelled. Master is so powerful. Xiao Wei Wang was excited to the point of losing control. If Wang Chuqing hadn't held onto his collar, he would have likely jumped off the cliff. Nanyun Buddha trembled all over, murmuring, "What realm is he at? So many experts, the weakest being at the true Yuan realm, with over 50 at the spirit sense realm, yet none can match him. Third rate, second rate, first rate, true Yuan, spirit sense, Tongtian, divine heart. Is the divine heart realm truly this invincible?" After playing around for a while, Jiang Changsheng lost interest. Although he wanted to earn survival rewards, he could not allow himself to be bullied. This battle had to claim some lives. Bang! He stomped down on a female martial artist attacking him. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoing as she spat blood and instantly fainted. "Everyone, it's time to end this." Jiang Changsheng raised his eyes, his gaze turning icy cold, a killing intent spreading. The Miaozong Dharma image raised its 6 arms, merging the 3 heads into one, combining the 6 arms into 2, condensing 6 magical artifacts into a golden sword, and angrily slashing down. The sword energy surged, and a strong wind howled. Whether it was the warriors charging forward or those lying on the ground, they were all swept away. The city wall, where Su Tianji was hanging, cracked open, with fissures spreading across the wall, as if it was about to collapse. The heavy snow was blown away into the city, resembling a thick fog rolling in. Su Tianji, with a blurred consciousness, fell into the snow, debris scattered over him. He could no longer care about the pain. The booming sound of the world made him feel uneasy, and faintly, he heard numerous cries of agony. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally regained calm. Su Tianji struggled to lift his head and opened his eyes. A figure approached, blocking the sunlight. It was Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng looked down at him and asked, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Do you want them all to die, or do you want them to survive with you?" Su Tianji's pupils trembled violently, his spirit was shaken, and an unprecedented fear surged into his heart. He couldn't even muster a hint of anger. The gap was too vast. Since he began martial arts, he had never encountered such a devastating defeat. He thought he was invincible in the great Jing realm, but unexpectedly, Su Tianji saw the Taiyang sword raised, intending to behead him. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "I want to live, and I want them to live too." Jiang Changsheng lifted him up as if he were a chicken, turning to walk towards Longqi Mountain. "Let us go, redeem your sins for guarding the mountain for 10 years. In the distance, on the city wall, the demon lord trembled all over. The difficult fortune Buddha and the heavenly 12 stabs were equally frightened, falling silent for a long time. Outside the city, tens of thousands of warriors waited. The sounds of fighting and booming from the direction of Longqi Mountain made them extremely anxious. They never expected that facing such a siege from many sects, Longqi Temple could still stir up such fierce battles, but soon the sounds disappeared. The disciples of various sects became increasingly uneasy as they waited, with some even suggesting whether to break in, but they felt that the court probably hadn't intervened, and even if they did, it was impossible to kill so many masters in a short time. After an unknown wait, the city gates suddenly opened, and all the disciples looked on eagerly. A blood-soaked old man with white hair covered his right arm and staggered out. Everyone was shocked to see his miserable state. "Is that the Master Chun of the Tianyi sect?" someone exclaimed, and immediately a group of disciples rushed over, followed by a group of severely injured masters behind the white-haired old man. The old man looked up, filled with fear, and bitterly smiled. "When the Miao sect emerges, the martial artists of the world are nothing but this. How laughable! How laughable!" A sect leader completely went mad, howling to the sky, and eventually spat blood and died in front of his disciples. The heavy snow buried the courage of half of the martial arts world of Great Jing. Chapter 34. The Radiant Sun, a Martial Arts Myth. In the 34th year of Kaiyuan, Su Tianji, the leader of the Guiyuan divine cult, gathered 18 sects in the capital, challenging Taoist Changsheng. 500 masters suffered over half casualties, and the martial arts overlord Su Tianji was captured, his life or death unknown. The Miao sect's ultimate skills spread throughout the world, and the name Changsheng shook the martial arts world. From then on, there was a living myth in the martial arts world. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng sat under a tree, while Su Tianji nursed his injuries in a corner of the courtyard. Little Wei Wang and Ping and watched him from a distance, filled with curiosity. Wang Chen approached Jiang Changsheng respectfully, saying, "Taoist, the martial arts sects have retreated." Jiang Changsheng nodded without speaking, and Wang Chen turned to leave, not daring to disturb him. Today's battle refreshed his understanding of martial arts, especially the last sword of the Miao sects. Its destructive power made him feel cold just thinking about it. In this battle, more than 500 masters lost half of their lives, and those who survived were severely injured. The reason for leaving survivors was that Jiang Changsheng anticipated the next survival reward. Now he regarded Great Jing as a beginner's village, with the martial arts world as a field of leaks, forcefully seizing the title of #1 in the world, and in the future, countless masters would come to challenge him, providing him with survival rewards. Though cautious, he still had judgment, at least within the Great Jing martial arts world. No one could surpass him. Only in other places would those with higher realms threaten him, and he had not yet clashed with stronger martial artists. Not even the Great Ascension Dragon Tower knew he was a potential enemy. After waiting for a while, a prompt finally appeared before Jiang Changsheng. In the 34th year of Kaiyuan, the leader of the Guiyuan divine cult, Su Tianji, led 500 martial arts masters to attack. "You successfully repelled the martial arts masters with your own strength, survived a calamity, and obtained the survival reward. Immortal Cultivation Ultimate Skill, Radiant Sunday." Radiant Sun. It sounded incredibly powerful. Moreover, it was an Immortal Cultivation Ultimate Skill, meaning that martial arts could not be compatible. Only he could learn it. Jiang Changsheng began to inherit Radiant Sun, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. What a strong ultimate skill. In the following month, this battle spread throughout the world, becoming a topic of great interest. The new year arrived, the 35th year of Kaiyuan. Reports of battles continued to come from the border, with more losses than victories. And more territories began to fall. The situation was dire. Jiang Changsheng, however, did not experience the cruelty of war on Longqi Mountain. Although the incense income of Longqi Temple decreased, there were fields and vegetable gardens on the mountain, allowing them to be self-sufficient. Su Tianji had changed into a Taoist robe. He was marked with the seal of life and death and now stayed obediently within Longqi Temple, usually sweeping the floors. At first, he felt humiliated. But one time he saw Jiang Changsheng teaching Little Wei Wang martial arts and did not avoid him, which led him to develop an idea. Perhaps this was also an opportunity. He was filled with curiosity about Jiang Changsheng, not understanding what kind of martial art he practiced that made him so powerful. And the Miao sects had already become a psychological shadow for him. On the 7th day after the new year, the emperor came to visit Jiang Changsheng. Speaking of which, Jiang Changsheng had not seen him for a long time. Compared to the previous years, Jiang Yuan had lost a lot of weight and looked spiritless. Jiang Yuan sat with Jiang Changsheng at a stone table, his head full of white hair, his face lined with wrinkles, and his hands were as thin as dry twigs, resembling the claws of a fierce ghost. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, your cultivation." He could sense that there wasn't a trace of true energy within Jiang Yuan, clearly indicating that he had become so old due to the loss of his power, which also consumed a huge amount of vitality. Jiang Yuan wouldn't live for many years. Jiang Yuan looked at Su Tianji, who was not far away, accompanying Ping and Little Wei Wang in practice, and smiled. "I have seen Su Tianji before. He was still a spirited young man then. I wanted to recruit him into the White Robe Guard, but he refused. Who would have thought that years later, he would join Longqi Temple? Truly a twist of fate." Hearing this, Su Tianji's expression stiffened, but he pretended not to hear, focusing on accompanying the two little ones in their martial arts training. If he taught them well, perhaps Taoist Changsheng could guide him to become stronger. "The medicine you gave me indeed had an effect, but it isn't a longevity potion. I have come to understand that there are no immortal beings in this world. Everything should just go with the flow." Jiang Changsheng asked, "Did you disperse your power yourself?" He felt it was unlikely because Jiang Yuan had a hidden ailment in his body, especially in the dantian, and it seemed like his power had been drawn away, leaving behind aftereffects. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "I passed my power to the Crown Prince, which can be considered my last effort, after all. I left him a mess." He sighed, and his expression turned sorrowful. He insisted on attacking Gahan to achieve an extraordinary feat, but unexpectedly, it led Great Jing into a stormy situation. However, if given another chance, he would still fight. Wang Chun, who was sweeping the floor, felt a pang in his heart. He didn't know whether to hate Jiang Yuan or feel wronged. Even if he hadn't become the Crown Prince, it seemed difficult for him to have a good life. On the contrary, Jiang Yuan at least allowed him to live 30 years as a Crown Prince, making his life quite exciting, and he had no regrets. Jiang Changsheng listened quietly, feeling emotional but not swayed in his heart. An hour later, Jiang Yuan took Little Wei Wang away, looking at his hunched back and recalling his imposing demeanor during their first meeting. Jiang Changsheng became even more determined in his pursuit of immortal cultivation. He had achieved the ultimate goal that mortals desired, immortality, so he had to cherish it and not falter halfway. The 6th level was within reach. How far was it to becoming an immortal and a deity? Jiang Changsheng silently thought, on the vast immortal path, experiencing the cycles of life, aging, illness, and death in the mortal world, as well as the rotation of the rivers and mountains. There is indeed a certain joy in it. In March, on a sunny and pleasant day, the demon lord came to visit. And this time he brought along a 7-year-old boy. "Taoist, can you take him in? This child is extraordinarily gifted and will not disappoint your legendary status in the martial world," the demon lord said respectfully while bowing. The boy appeared a bit thin, with a pale complexion, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, staring at Jiang Changsheng fearlessly. Su Tianji passed by with a broom and teased, "I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the famous demon lord? Sending someone to Longqi Temple. It seems you've realized that the martial arts of the demon sect are not enough." The demon lord ignored him, maintaining his bowing posture, pretending not to know Jiang Changsheng, and only coming out of admiration. Jiang Changsheng examined the boy and found that his physique was indeed remarkable. Unlike Ping'an, who was excessively rigid and yang, this boy was full of spirit, and his pores seemed to unconsciously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with each breath, albeit very faintly. Jiang Changsheng asked, "What is this child's name? And what is your relationship with him?" Ping'an came over. He was only 6 years old, but looked taller and stronger than Arakawa. "Hee, let's play fight," Ping'an said, grabbing Arakawa's shoulder with a laugh. Arakawa frowned, wanting to shake off Ping'an's hand, but couldn't move his shoulder at all. "What great strength," Arakawa said angrily, throwing a punch that hit Ping'an's chest. Ping'an released his grip and took 4 steps back, rubbing his chest, feeling no pain. instead. He showed even more excitement and lunged at Arakawa again. The two boys started fighting like this. Ping-an relied on brute strength without any reservations, while Arakawa, clearly having practiced martial arts, had graceful footwork, able to evade while launching counterattacks. But his punches and kicks couldn't hurt Ping-an, who was as strong as an ox. Su Tianji stopped and watched with great interest. The demon lord was astonished by Ping-an's talent. Who is this kid? He was confident in Arakawa's abilities. In the demon sect, no one under 15 was his opponent, which is why he dared to seek Jiang Changsheng. He didn't expect to be suppressed by a silly kid right away. You can leave the mountain. I will take this child as my third disciple, Jiang Changsheng said. Looking at the two boys, Arakawa wanted to chase after them but was hugged tightly by Ping-an, thrown to the ground, and unable to move. He could only watch the demon lord leave the courtyard and disappear, tears flowing down his young face. Wang Chen couldn't bear it and came over to pull Ping-an away, scolding him for using too much strength. Ping-an didn't understand and just giggled foolishly. Jiang Changsheng squatted down in front of Arakawa, wiped his tears, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? A real man. Are you going to lie on the ground and cry forever?" As soon as Arakawa heard this, he immediately got up, stubbornly turned his head away, gazing in the direction the demon lord had left, remaining silent for a long time. Jiang Changsheng stood up and reached out to touch Arakawa's head. Arakawa trembled but ultimately did not dodge. On the way here, the demon lord had already explained the situation to him. He was going to become a disciple of the current legend of the martial world, a tremendous opportunity that must be seized. Jiang Changsheng silently thought that Meng Xiaoshuang, Qing Ku, Wan Li, and Ming Yu's talents were mediocre and unlikely to produce extraordinary talents. Arakawa was different, at only 7 years old. He already had the skills of a third-rate master. Once he learned internal skills, his martial arts would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Jiang Changsheng asked Wang Chun to arrange for Arakawa, then cast a glance at Su Tianji. Su Tianji was startled and hurriedly lowered his head to sweep the floor, muttering to himself, "Wow, the demon lord has such a grandson. He will surely become famous in the martial world one day." As the leader, he naturally paid attention to geniuses, but no matter how envious he was, he did not dare to compete with Jiang Changsheng for people. Thus, another person was added to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Summer was about to arrive. Jiang Changsheng was practicing under the earth spirit tree, enjoying the spiritual energy of the tree when he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strange color. The seventh prince, Jiang Yu, personally brought the young Wei Wang here and had already reached the mountain path. Alongside Jiang Yu was a stranger, not a Nanyun monk or a Tiansu 13 assassin, but a mysterious expert whose true energy could rival Su Tianji's. This was not what surprised him. What surprised him was Jiang Yu's cultivation, which was more than double Su Tianji's, a genuine master of the divine heart realm. Could absorbing Jiang Yuan's power make one this strong? Chapter 35, 5 Great Masters. Longlo's Strength. The last time Jiang Changsheng saw the seventh prince, Jiang Yu was still a boy, bringing Meng Qiuhua to stir trouble. Although they did not become enemies, it did not leave Jiang Changsheng with a good impression, as Jiang Ming had sent many gifts afterward for similar behavior. Now, Jiang Yu had begun to exhibit imperial might, while the emperor spent his days recovering from injuries, with court affairs almost entirely in his hands. The Yang family had also bowed down, while the Hong family faced extermination due to Hong Lai's rebellion, with their entire clan implicated. After a stick of incense, Jiang Yu brought the young Wei Wang into the courtyard, released his hand, and after the young Wei Wang bowed to Jiang Changsheng, he went to play with Ping-an. Jiang Changsheng invited Jiang Yu to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. Following Jiang Yu was a man in purple clothing, holding a precious sword. His gaze fixed on Su Tianji, who was grinding grain not far away. Hua Jinshin was waiting on a distant rooftop as a member of the White Clothes Guard. She did not need to follow Jiang Yu closely, only needing to protect the young Wei Wang in the shadows. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "It's been a few years since we last met. Thank you, Taoist, for teaching Ziyu during these years. This prince is very satisfied with his martial arts progress. Taoist, you truly deserve your reputation as the current martial world legend." Ziyu is the name of the young Wei Wang, given by Jiang Yuan. The dying martial world has 5 great masters, and now, with the addition of the Taoist, there are 6. A master is not a realm, but rather the pinnacle of martial artists. Ordinary martial artists consider the spiritual awareness realm as the peak, unaware that there is an even higher celestial realm and divine heart realm. Masters, like you, do not concern themselves with worldly matters. They only act when others trouble them. However, compared to the 5 great masters, you are too young. Your future achievements will surely surpass theirs. Jiang Yu sighed, having gained his father's true energy. His cultivation had greatly increased, yet he still could not see through Jiang Changsheng. He had once sent the White Clothes Guard to investigate Longqi Temple and found no other experts visiting, which meant that Taoist Changsheng was indeed as rumored. Extraordinarily talented and self-taught in his cultivation. A person like this, as the crown prince, Jiang Yu naturally would not suppress, but would seek to win over. As the conversation continued, Jiang Yu began to talk about the ancient Khan, revealing that the ancient Khan could reverse the situation due to the emergence of 3 extremely powerful masters, each one unmatched, whose main role was to take the heads of dying generals amidst thousands of troops. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, "Why don't the dying masters take action?" Jiang Yu said helplessly, "The martial world has its own rules, and moreover, they are already old. They were not born as subjects of the Jing dynasty, but rather of the Chu dynasty. Since the establishment of the Jing dynasty, the 5 great masters have closed themselves off, not concerning themselves with worldly affairs. My father has also sent people to invite them, only to be met with closed doors. Masters are powerful. Even if an army is sent to encircle and suppress them, they cannot be brought to justice, so we cannot afford to offend them." The Jing dynasty faced an awkward situation, as most experts still regarded themselves as Chu people. The demon sect had previously been the thorn in their side, hence facing the most suppression. Jiang Yu's attitude left Jiang Changsheng feeling puzzled. What does this guy mean? As the crown prince, shouldn't he hate the Chu dynasty? Jiang Changsheng felt something was off, but did not dare to ask directly. Suddenly, Jiang Yu smiled and asked, "Taoist, which do you think is better? The style of the Chu dynasty or the Jing dynasty?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "I have never seen the Chu dynasty, so I cannot judge." Jiang Yu laughed, "Indeed. Some things should be inherited. Well, this prince should take his leave. Taoist, let's talk next time." He stood up and left with the man in purple. Taking advantage of Su Tianji's absence in the courtyard, Wang Chun came over and whispered, "Taoist, the 7th prince's mother, consort Li, was the last princess of the Chu dynasty. It's understandable that he has a fondness for the Chu dynasty." Jiang Changsheng said calmly, "I see, but even so, he should not praise the former dynasty so much now that he is about to become the emperor of dying." Wang Chun frowned, feeling that there was some truth to this. Jiang Changsheng continued. He mentioned that the 5 great masters are from the Chu dynasty and are unwilling to assist the Jing dynasty. What do you think he should do about the 3 great masters of Gahan? Wang Chen's face changed drastically, his chest heaving with anger as he whispered, "He wouldn't dare, right? The emperor is still alive." Jiang Changsheng replied, "But the emperor won't live much longer." Wang Chun fell silent, his hands clenched into fists in his sleeves. In the 36th year of Kaiyuan, the 4th Prince Jiang Yu led 100,000 elite troops to launch a surprise attack on the Gahan border. With the assistance of the former martial arts supreme, Zhong Tianwu, they advanced rapidly, killing over 300,000 enemies, achieving the greatest victory in the battles between Jing and Gu over the years. The emperor was overjoyed and conferred the title of King of Qin upon Jiang Yu, making him the 2nd royal family member in dying to be granted a title. Jiang Yuan was very wary of royal family members being granted titles. The fact that Jiang Yu received one showed the importance of this achievement. The world of dying rejoiced, as if they saw hope for victory. That year, the young Prince Wei, Jiang Ziyu, was 7 years old and had already shown strong martial arts talent. Even against the older Huang Chuan, he could hold his own, prompting Su Tianji to exclaim that they were both little prodigies. At noon, Jiang Ziyu went up the mountain accompanied by Hua Jinxin, wearing an annoyed expression. "Master, my elder brother was sent by my father to the sacred land to cultivate martial arts. Before he left, he boasted that the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower he was going to was impressive, and if you were in there, it wouldn't be worth mentioning." Jiang Ziyu said indignantly, "Master, you must be better than the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower, right?" Jiang Changsheng ruffled his hair and smiled. "How would I know? I have never seen the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower. Just focus on your martial arts. The height of martial arts depends on your own efforts." Jiang Ziyu nodded firmly and then turned to leave. Su Tianji approached and said, "Taoist, I have heard of the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower. It is said that among the 5 great masters of dying, 2 have received its legacy. The greatest Senshin Dragon Tower has stood on this land for over 1,000 years, experiencing many dynasties, and its depth is unfathomable. However, they are elusive and rarely have disciples walking the rivers and lakes." Jiang Changsheng asked, "Can you say something useful?" Since he became a martial arts legend, true energy often surged at the foot of Longqi Temple, including the difficult Buddhist techniques and the 13 stabs of Tianxiu. It was clear that the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower was curious about his martial arts, but since there was no enmity between them, they did not offend Longqi Temple. Su Tianji's expression stiffened as he suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands. "I have been to the western regions, and my undying divine art was learned there. The greatest Senshin Dragon Tower also has a reputation in the western regions, and many tribes even worship it as a deity." The western regions? Jiang Changsheng pondered. Jiang Yu sending his eldest son to study at the greatest Senshin Dragon Tower almost indicated that he had already designated his eldest son as the future crown prince, just like Jiang Yuan, who only recommended the seventh prince. However, this eldest son was impatient and boasted to Jiang Ziyu, possibly because Jiang Ziyu's brilliance overshadowed him. The golden-winged great Peng reincarnated, born a prince, a disciple of a martial arts legend. Yet, despite this, Jiang Ziyu did not receive the greatest favor from Jiang Yu. The concept of the legitimate eldest son was deeply rooted. Even if a concubine's son seized the throne, the next generation would still favor the legitimate eldest son. Jiang Yuan was merely being swayed by the great Ascension Dragon Tower. It was a helpless act. Seeing him lost in thought, Su Tianji stopped bothering him and went to spar with Ping and's three sons. There was no way he could lose to children. In the dead of night, a figure sneaked into Jiang Changsheng's room. It was Hua Jinxin. She placed her sword on the table, then sat beside Jiang Changsheng on the bed, saying, "Recently, I've heard some special news from the royal palace." Jiang Changsheng did not open his eyes and said, "Go on." Hua Jinxin said, "Jiang Yu wants to restore the Chu dynasty." Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and asked, "Is that true?" Hua Jinxin whispered, "It can't be confirmed yet. But there are more and more Chu people in the royal palace. Even that concubine who was sent to the cold palace has moved to the royal palace. In fact, the Chun family's siding with Jiang Yu is a clear sign, as the Chun family was once a clan of the Chu dynasty." Jiang Changsheng murmured to himself, "What is he after?" Although he had suspected it for a long time, confirming it still felt absurd. How dare he? Jiang Changsheng was speechless. What a coward. Why didn't Jiang Yu seek help from the Great Ascension Dragon Tower? Could it be that this was also the intention of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, since he wants to restore the Chu dynasty? Why support Jiang Yuan in establishing a new nation? He suddenly remembered that Jiang Yuan relied on the Yang family to establish his nation, but later, when he established it, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower wanted to control the Jing dynasty and only then acted. Could it be that Jiang Yuan's disobedience made the Great Ascension Dragon Tower dislike the Jing dynasty? What are you planning to do? Hua Jinxin asked softly. Jiang Changsheng replied, "Naturally, we will let our son become the emperor. No matter who tries to obstruct us, it will be useless. My previous actions were not just against the emperor, but against the power behind the imperial authority. Since that power wants to intervene in dying, then let them wait." Hua Jinxin frowned and said, "The Great Ascension Dragon Tower is truly powerful. There are no less than 20 Heavenly Realm experts sent to Jiang Yu's side. I could never have imagined that there were so many experts in the martial world. The higher one stands, the more terrifying things they see." Jiang Changsheng looked at the bright moon outside the window and said, "There is still time." The reason for playing tricks was to gauge the strength of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower and also to allow Jiang Ziyu to possess the identity of a prince early on, to consolidate his own faction's power. He was very close to reaching the 6th level of the Taoist method of natural law. Once he achieved the 6th level, he should be able to overpower the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. When he first reached the 5th level, he was already comparable to a divine being. Now, his cultivation far exceeded that of when he first broke through, and he was confident he could handle more than 10 divine beings. Once he broke through, taking on 100 divine beings should not be difficult. Hua Jinxin no longer reminded him and sat quietly beside Jiang Changsheng. Although they had the reality of a couple, they did not have the name of one. She both admired and feared Jiang Changsheng and was content with their current life, not daring to dream of more. Jiang Changsheng suddenly asked, "Have you had any doubts while practicing the Qian Kuan Tianjing recently?" Hua Jinxin was delighted and quickly said, "Yes." "Speak," Jiang Changsheng urged. The moonlight was hazy, and the cool wind was mournful. Jiang Changsheng's spiritual power enveloped the room, preventing any sound from leaking, and if anyone approached, he would be aware immediately, so he was not worried about revealing his relationship with Hua Jinxin. Chapter 36. The legendary sword enthusiast seeks battle, Tai Ching, sword technique. Although Jiang Yu had the heart to restore Chu, he did not dare to act rashly. As the emperor had not yet passed away and the court officials had not fully united, he was not in a hurry, and naturally, Jiang Changsheng was not either. Focusing on cultivation was the right path. As spring turned to autumn, in the 37th year of Kaiyuan, the war between Daying and Guhan continued. But it had shifted from large-scale battles to small skirmishes, as both sides were exhausted and wanted to take the opportunity to rest. In the courtyard, the 9-year-old Huang Chuan was sparring with Wan Li. He stepped into the Nine Seeking's heavenly dragon step, striking out with one palm, his true energy transforming into fine needles. Attacking Wan Li, using absolute pulse needle, Wan Li waved his sleeve, scattering all the needles of true energy. Huang Chuan pressed forward, using the shadow leg technique, kicking Wan Li in the chest and pushing him back. Applause came from the side. Su Tianji stood at the entrance of the courtyard, still carrying a shoulder pole, looking impressed and saying, "Huang Chuan, you are truly a martial arts genius. Even I feel inferior. Would you like to come down the mountain and become the leader of the Guiyuan divine sect?" I would be willing to make way for you. Huang Chuan stopped, panting heavily, ignoring Su Tianji. He turned to Wan Li and said, I won't continue. He felt helpless. His true energy was too low. And after continuously using a set of martial arts, he was drained of true energy, and his physical strength was also exhausted. Continuing to fight would only lead to defeat. Wang Chun, while sweeping the floor, sighed. You are still young. What are you rushing for? Huang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, I want to send my grandfather off for the last time. He said that before I reach the heavenly realm, I must not go down the mountain to find him. Wang Chun was taken aback, shook his head, and continued sweeping. It's my turn, he. Ping An suddenly jumped over from the side, excitedly speaking to Wan Li. Wan Li's smile suddenly froze. Before he could react, Ping An pounced over. And he had no choice but to take the hits. Each blow caused him immense pain. Ping An's martial arts were quite poor, not even comparable to Jiang Ziyu or Akagawa, but his strength was indeed fierce, and his reaction speed was extraordinarily exaggerated. Fighting him only brought one feeling, pain. Under the Earth Spirit Tree, Jiang Changsheng quietly watched them. It seemed that talent was indeed crucial. Both Akagawa and Ping An could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the Earth Spirit Tree, resulting in rapid strength growth, while others could not. Jiang Changsheng thought silently that after so many years of cultivation, the Earth Spirit Tree could already stimulate spiritual energy. Besides Jiang Changsheng, who could absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, Ping An and Akagawa could also do so, although their speed was far inferior to Jiang Changsheng's. Yet they could still achieve this unconsciously. The vast majority of martial artists cultivated by nurturing true qi through their physical bodies, not by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since Ping An and Akagawa could do it, it indicated that there were other martial artists who could as well, but such individuals were rare. Although martial artists could also absorb spiritual energy, their cultivation methods were different. Jiang Changsheng still felt that the path of immortality was stronger and more profound. Just then, Mingwei ran into the courtyard. Taoist, someone else has come to challenge you. The opponent calls himself Taisher Qiujian. According to Brother Qingku, Taisher Qiujian is a legendary figure in the martial world. Mingwei said anxiously. Upon hearing the name Taisher Qiujian, Su Tianji's expression changed. Su Tianji murmured, This old immortal has appeared again. How interesting. Jiang Changsheng had already sensed Taisher Qiujian's true qi, which was similar to Su Tianji's. But there was a sharp aura about him. Sword intent. With this sword intent, Su Tianji was probably not his match. Jiang Changsheng stood up, revealing a faint smile. The survival reward has arrived. Over the past 2 years, there had been occasional challenges from martial experts, but their strength was too weak to trigger the survival reward. After waiting for 2 years, a true master had finally come. Jiang Changsheng felt a surge of anticipation. As he passed by Su Tianji couldn't help but remind him, Taoist, Taisher Qiujian is not from dying. He comes from another dynasty. However, 40 years ago, during a time of war, he defeated all the swordsmen within the Chu dynasty, leaving behind a legend of the sword path. You must be careful. People like this old immortal are unfathomable in their skills, and swordsmen can often exert power beyond their true qi realm. Another dynasty? Jiang Changsheng nodded slightly, and then walked out of the courtyard. Others became interested and followed him. Wan Li took the chance to slip away. No one was fighting Ping An, who was furious and quickly followed. In front of the Dragon Rise Temple's mountain gate, many disciples had gathered, mingled with a few pilgrims. On the steps in front of the mountain gate stood a figure, an old man clad in a raincoat, holding a rusty bronze sword with both hands. Behind him was the blue sky, and a gentle breeze stirred his raincoat. Taisher Qiujian, with a head full of white hair, slightly disheveled. His wrinkled face had eyes that seemed almost unable to open. Even so, he emanated a powerful aura that made others dare not underestimate him. Taisher Qiujian. Have you heard this name? I have heard of it. I once traveled the martial world with Brother Qingku and saw records of Taisher Qiujian in the Sword Pavilion. He roamed the world for 20 years without a defeat, having defeated 1,327 swordsmen, and that was the record left 40 years ago. 40 years ago, he was already invincible? I've heard that some martial artists become more formidable as they age. This world is indeed filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but he surely cannot be a match for our Taoist, who is now a legend in the martial world. Zhong Tianwu and Su Tianji, even the monk of Jiong Lake, have not earned such a title. The disciples discussed animatedly. Although they were amazed by the name Taisher Qiujian, they still trusted Jiang Changsheng completely. The Taoist has arrived. Someone shouted loudly, and the disciples immediately made way. Taisher Qiujian slowly opened his eyes. His murky gaze lacked vitality, but when Jiang Changsheng entered his line of sight, his eyes burst with a cold light. Jiang Changsheng stepped forward to confront Taisher Qiujian. Taisher Qiujian spoke. I hope this old man's last battle is here. Dying under the Taoist sword would be worthy of the reputation of the top 10 famous swords. Jiang Changsheng replied, I am not a swordsman. But if you wish to die here, it is not impossible. Taisher Qiu Jian narrowed his eyes, and his right hand began to grip the sword hilt. The disciples of Dragon Rise Temple felt excited upon hearing Jiang Changsheng's words. Their Taoist was usually gentle, but once facing an enemy, he became even more imposing. At least his aura would not lose. Su Tianji looked at Taisher Qiu Jian with sympathy, believing that Jiang Changsheng would indeed kill him, lacking the noble spirit and compassion of a Taoist. Taisher Qiu Jian lifted the sword with one hand and coldly said, Junior, you are very confident. Just like this old man was back then. However, although I seek death, no one has ever satisfied me in this journey of 100,000 miles. He raised the bronze sword, pointing it at Jiang Changsheng, and in an instant, an extremely strong aura erupted, causing everyone to feel their hearts race. The sound of wind in the world suddenly ceased. In the distance, within the royal palace, Jiang Yu, who was handling official documents, raised his head and frowned at the window. What kind of master has come to the capital with this sword intent? Jiang Yu asked. A female voice followed, Sword Madman. Taisher Qiu Jian. Taisher Qiu Jian. Jiang Yu frowned and said, I have seen his sword edge in the dragon tower. Hasn't he died yet? The female voice continued. Over the years, Taisher Qiu Jian has traveled from Taicang seeking death, but he has yet to die, instead killing many powerful swordsmen, his strength unfathomable. This time, his target is the current martial world legend of dying. Jiang Changsheng held the hilt of the Taoist sword with his left hand and the whisk with his right. Softly smiling, the sword intent is very strong. You are the strongest swordsman I have ever seen in my life. Out of respect for the strongest, I will do my utmost. He could sense that Taisher Qiu Jian had only a trace of life left, completely holding on by sheer will. Heaven knows how this fellow has managed to hold on. Taisher Qiu Jian suddenly released his grip, and the bronze sword hung in the air. Visible streams of energy overflowing from his body, swirling around the sword blade. This sword is called Jinghong. As Taisher Qiu Jian's words fell, the bronze sword suddenly shot out. Everyone only heard a piercing roar. The flash of the sword light came, and the bronze sword attacked, causing those standing behind Jiang Changsheng to feel a deathly aura. Even Su Tianji was moved. Boom. The bronze sword collided with Jiang Changsheng, but was blocked by an invisible energy shield. The strong wind it generated making the disciples behind shield their faces with their arms instinctively. The bronze sword was suddenly deflected and then shot back towards Taisher Qiu Jian at an even faster speed. Puchi. Taisher Qiu Jian's eyes widened. There was no fear in them, only deep surprise. I finally see a faster sword. Taisher Qiu Jian murmured, a smile appearing on his face. With a thud, he half knelt, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, bowing his head and spitting blood. After coughing a few times, he no longer moved. Taisher Qiu Jian's aura was terrifying. He died just like that? Su Tianji swallowed hard, secretly thinking that he must never offend Jiang Changsheng in the future. Akagawa looked at Jiang Changsheng in admiration. Was this the power of the martial world legend? Although he did not see clearly how Jiang Changsheng made his move, he felt the previous strength of Taisher Qiu Jian very clearly, yet such a powerful figure was instantly killed by his master. Jiang Changsheng turned and said, clear a piece of land halfway up the mountain to erect a monument for Taisher Qiu Jian. From now on, any martial expert who comes to challenge and dies may have a monument erected. Meng Qiushuang swallowed hard and quickly nodded. Although this was not the first time she had seen Jiang Changsheng make a move, every time it left her in shock. How strong is this junior brother really? Back in the room, Jiang Changsheng had just sat down when a line of prompts appeared before him. In the 37th year of Kaiyuan, the sword madman Taisher Qiu Jian came to Dragon Rise Temple seeking battle, fighting to the death. You killed him, passed through a calamity, and received the survival reward. Taoist sword technique. The Taoist sword technique. It seems his Taoist sword can finally make an appearance. Jiang Changsheng thought silently. But since it was martial arts, he wasn't too surprised. One sword fanatic is not enough. When will there be 10 sword fanatics? Jiang Changsheng sighed in his heart, and then began to pass on the Ta Ching sword technique. He found that the Ta Ching sword technique was not as bad as he had imagined. It could definitely be considered a supreme skill. The news of Taisher Qiu Jian dying in battle at Longqi Temple quickly spread throughout the martial world, adding another achievement to the myth of martial arts. For the following months, no experts came to challenge him again. Until the 38th year of Kaiyuan, Jiang Changsheng finally felt the signs of a breakthrough approaching. He stopped his cultivation, did not break through directly, but checked his incense value. Current incense value, 1021. Chapter 37. Internal turmoil in the Jing dynasty, beginning to transcend tribulations. 1,021 people are currently offering incense to him. That's really few. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself. Although he had survived the Thunder Tribulation and the White Dragon had manifested, along with the fame of the martial world myth, the number of believers had grown very slowly. The main reason was that the information transmission in this world was poor. It was all word of mouth, and people couldn't witness it with their own eyes. He did not know how much this incense value could offset the power of the heavenly tribulation. According to the novels Jiang Changsheng had read in his previous life, legends of immortals and gods, transcending tribulations could easily be fatal. And cultivating immortality was a battle against heaven, with most people dying along the way. Because Jiang Changsheng had infinite lifespan, he had to be even more cautious. If he died during the heavenly tribulation, it would be a huge loss. He needed to find a way to increase his incense value a little more for safety. And anyway, there were currently no strong enemies he couldn't resist. If he were attacked during the tribulation, it would be even worse. So he needed to think of ways to lower the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Changsheng began to ponder how to attract attention, how to establish an image. A few days later, Jiang Changsheng developed a batch of talismans and gave them to Meng Qiushuang, instructing her to take them along the next time the disciples traveled the martial world. If they encountered danger, they could use these talismans by infusing their true energy into them, and they must recite a spell before use. The common people are troubled. The righteous energy of the human world always exists. Master Changsheng above. Borrow the power of heaven and earth to my body. Exorcise evil. Eliminate demons. Very juvenile. But this is exactly how to impress the uneducated mortals. Jiang Changsheng stopped his cultivation and focused on practicing the Ta Ching sword technique. A month later, the disciples of Longqi Temple descended the mountain, this time led by Wan Li and Mingyu, who had followed Jiang Changsheng in their training since childhood. Although they were not Jiang Changsheng's disciples, he had never treated them unfairly, as he had trained them in the illusory divine eye. However, due to their limited aptitude, they still were only at the spiritual awareness realm, which would be considered top experts in the ordinary martial world. Don't be fooled by the increasing number of Tongtian realm experts appearing in Jiang Changsheng's sight. That was only because he was standing at a higher level. Ordinary martial artists would find it hard to encounter Tongtian realm experts, and even if they did, they would not notice if the other party did not make a move. Each disciple had Jiang Changsheng's talismans, which made them feel confident, as Qing Ku had used one before, astonishing the accompanying disciples at that time. Aside from this, eunuch Li from the palace would come to Jiang Changsheng every 3 months to request elixirs. Jiang Changsheng was not stingy or perfunctory, but took out the elixirs he had refined, trying his best to extend Jiang Yuan's lifespan and buy time for the young King Wei, Jiang Ziyu. He had quietly followed eunuch Li before, and eunuch Li did not greedily take the elixirs, seeming genuinely loyal to Jiang Yuan. This year quickly passed. The 39th year of Kaiyuan arrived, and the Gohan had not yet started the war. The governor of Shin County, close to Gohan, launched a rebellion, killing the officials appointed by the court, unifying Shin County in just 1 month, recruiting soldiers, and proclaiming that the Emperor of Dying was cruel and unkind, causing the common people to suffer. He wanted to restore peace and prosperity to the 13 states. The foundation of Dying was completely shaken, and the world was in an uproar. In the Golden Yuan Hall, the 7th Prince Jiang Yu was furious, scolding the governor of Shin County. The aging Jiang Yuan sat on the dragon throne in a daze, suddenly feeling a trace of fear that he had not felt even during the great defeat to Gohan. Would the Dying dynasty perish in 2 generations, or even in 1? Jiang Yuan looked at the furious Jiang Yu and the bowed civil and military officials in the hall, suddenly realizing that he could not just die like this. Jiang Yu had no imperial skills, and the 3 provinces and 6 ministries only submitted to him out of respect for the crown prince. Which general will go to quell the Shin County rebellion? Jiang Yu asked directly, without even seeking Jiang Yuan's opinion. The generals all lowered their heads, no one daring to speak. Shin County was close to Gohan, and whoever went would face an attack from both armies. It was a certain death. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the Chu generals he had promoted, but they all bowed their heads as well, almost driving him to anger. Convey my edict. The troops of Shenzhou and Hangzhou will be entirely under the command of the Qin Wang. The Qin Wang can recruit soldiers on his own, and within a year, he must quell the Shin County rebellion. Jiang Yuan suddenly spoke. His words were slow, but carried an irresistible aura of dominance. Although half of his body was nearly in the ground, the prestige of the Kaiyuan emperor still remained. The Emperor of Dying who had once swept through the 13 states was still present. Jiang Yu was moved, his face looking very unsightly. Although he was already the crown prince, Jiang Yu had resisted Gohan like a god of war for years, and had become the hope of the common people. Once his achievements became too great, his position as crown prince might not be secure, especially since the Qin Wang was older than him. Once Jiang Yuan spoke, no one dared to refute him, and everyone even breathed a sigh of relief. Handing it over to Qin Wang, Jiang Yu was fine. This child was reckless and would definitely take it. Compared to making achievements, the civil and military officials were more afraid of dying. The Green Mountains stretched, with small bridges and flowing water, and on a piece of hilly land stood an inn. Taoist Qingshu sat at a table, drinking tea, with a small Taoist beside him, looking only a little over 10 years old. Have you heard? Recently, the disciples of Longqi Temple have been traveling the martial world, all holding the talismans of Master Changsheng. Any random one can display the lethality of a top expert. I have indeed heard. Master Changsheng is truly a celestial master. I have not heard of anyone in this world who can produce such talismans. It is said that some sects have already gone to the capital, wanting to purchase talismans in bulk from the celestial master. Master Changsheng wouldn't sell them, right? After all, Longqi Temple is the Taoist temple appointed by the emperor, enjoying court salaries, so they are not lacking in money. Listening to the discussions of other martial artists, the small Taoist could not help but look at Taoist Qingshu and asked softly, Master, is Master Changsheng really your disciple? Taoist Qingshu blew away the steam from his teacup and said, It's just a nominal title. His martial skills and talents were not taught by me. I once thought he had a high-level mentor guiding him, but now it seems he might really rely on himself. His natural talent is too high. He is truly not something an ordinary person can reach, even think of. The small Taoist seemed to understand and asked, Then is he really the reincarnation of an immortal? Taoist Qingshu said, Perhaps. In the future, when you go to Longqi Temple, judge for yourself with your own eyes. The small Taoist showed an expression of anticipation. Just then, dust rose in the distance, and a large number of cavalry rushed over, led by Jiang Yu, clad in silver armor and wearing a silver crown with phoenix wings. He was tall and handsome, holding the reins of a horse in his left hand and a Fang Tianhua halberd in his right. From afar, one could feel his overwhelming aura. Now, Jiang Yu was already the renowned Qin Wang, the hope of the dying dynasty. That is the army of the Qin Wang. It seems they are heading to Shin County. Alas, His Majesty is truly foolish. Why did he appoint the 7th prince as the crown prince? The Qin Wang is also born of the empress. After the death of the crown prince, it should be his turn as the eldest son. A chivalrous man said indignantly, and his words received the approval of others. The 7th prince, after taking charge, had not shown any talents, and dying continued to decline. Jiang Yu clearly had extraordinary martial skills, yet remained stuck in the capital, afraid to lead the army like Jiang Yu. At the end of the year, another winter arrived. Under the Earth Spirit Tree, Chun-Li excitedly spoke of Jiang Yu's achievements. After 2 months of recruiting soldiers, the Qin Wang personally went to Shin County, proving to the world that dying was still a true dragon dynasty. The army of the governor of Shin County was simply no match for the Qin Wang. And even though Gohan sent 200,000 troops for support, they returned in defeat. In the past, the supreme martial artist Zhong Tianwu was unstoppable, breaking into the governor's mansion and successfully beheading him. I must say, Zhong Tianwu is truly strong. The Qin king has been able to achieve military victories repeatedly, thanks in large part to him. Once the internal energy of a martial arts expert is exhausted, they can be killed, but Zhong Tianwu is very clever. Every time he strikes, he targets the enemy leader, severely damaging their morale. Chun-Li sighed, noting that the Qin king and Zhong Tianwu have demonstrated to the world that the martial arts community and the military can indeed be integrated. Jiang Changsheng also felt a sense of nostalgia, not expecting these two to become so close, considering they were not on friendly terms when they first met. This is good. With Zhong Tianwu around, the safety of Jiang Changsheng, his biological brother, is guaranteed. Although the Qin king is strong, De Jing lacks a wise ruler. The young Prince Wei, Jiang Ziyu, suddenly chimed in with a serious expression. If these words were to spread, he would surely face execution, but Chun-Li was equally audacious. He and Jiang Ziyu hit it off immediately, and Chun-Li felt a sense of being born at the wrong time. Chun-Li asked with a smile, Your Highness, if you were the ruler, what would you do? The nearly 10-year-old Jiang Ziyu replied earnestly, The ancient Khan is a desolate land with scarce resources, far inferior to De Jing. Now that they have occupied quite a bit of De Jing's territory, De Jing should not rest and recuperate, but should go all out to vow to crush the ancient Khan. As long as we instill fear in the ancient Khan, neighboring dynasties will not dare to invade. My grandfather and father have underestimated the 13 states. We are the land of the divine continent, rich in population and resources. As long as the emperor shows determination, a 1,000,000-strong army can naturally be assembled. Currently, recruiting soldiers is not difficult, but we have not yet reached the limit. There is a lack of determination within the Jing dynasty, a determination that can mobilize the common people. Chun-Li sighed, Determination? It's not that easy. The common people only care about their own food and clothing, unless the country is destroyed and their homes lost. Jiang Ziyu put his hands on his hips and huffed, That's why we need a ruler. The ruler's intent is the intent of the world. If the ruler is indecisive, wanting everything but fearing everything, the common people will naturally follow suit. Chunli found this reasonable and nodded. When he first met Jiang Yuan, he was impressed by Jiang Yuan's dominance. At that time, Jiang Yuan seemed to have the entire world under his feet and could conquer any dynasty. He turned to Jiang Changsheng and said with a smile, "Changsheng, you have taught Prince Wei very well. At such a young age, he already possesses such ambition." Jiang Changsheng asked with a smile, "When the seventh prince takes the stage in the future, which of his heirs will your Chen family support?" Chunli was taken aback and frowned. His words applied not only to his elder brother, but also to the current crown prince. Pingyan chimed in excitedly, "Li Shimin. You are Li Shimin. I am Li Yuanba." Chunli didn't know who Li Shimin and Li Yuanba were, but he did see hope in Jiang Ziyu. As long as he continues to grow in this trend, Jiang Ziyu might not be unable to become the next Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Ziyu is too young, and the future is uncertain. Throughout history, how many talented princes have fallen from grace as they grew up? In the end, Chunli did not provide an answer, and Jiang Changsheng was not in a hurry. It was indeed still early. That night, Jiang Changsheng checked his incense value in his room. Current incense value, 2,809. Indeed, he still had to rely on trickery. Jiang Changsheng thought happily, deciding that he could begin to break through. He stood up, left the house, and flew on his sword, patrolling inside and outside the capital city. If he confirmed that there were no experts, he would undergo tribulation at Longqi Temple tomorrow and absorb a large amount of incense. Chapter 38, Soul Out of Body, comparable to the martial way of the universe. Jiang Changsheng wandered around all night, and there were no experts in the capital who could compete with him. The strongest internal energy in the city belonged to Jiang Yu, and currently, the two were on good terms, so Jiang Yu would not attack him. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Changsheng began to cultivate, first storing spiritual power to avoid being insufficient later. As the moon set and the sun rose, the winter sun could be seen in the capital city. Even though Dejing has been in turmoil for years, the capital remains prosperous. For the common people, under the emperor's feet is the safest place. Thunder rumbled suddenly, echoing throughout the capital, causing countless common people, soldiers, and nobles to turn their heads. They saw dark clouds gathering at the peak of Longqi Temple, transforming into thunder clouds that churned, while the flying snow melted into mist that enveloped Longqi Temple, making it seem like a fairyland, appearing and disappearing. The lightning was extremely prominent amidst the thick fog, and in the cold winter daylight, it was a spectacular sight. Is that Longqi Temple? It is rumored that Taoist Changsheng has undergone thunder tribulation. Could it be happening again? Is it true? I thought it was just Longqi Temple spreading rumors. It's true. Some incense patrons witnessed Taoist Changsheng floating in midair, resisting the lightning, just like an immortal. Today, I must see for myself what is true and what is false. The citizens of the city discussed among themselves. Inside the royal palace, Jiang Yuan, supported by the empress, trembled as he walked out of the imperial study, gazing towards the distant Longqi Temple. The empress had taken a beauty-preserving pill and remained youthful, but Jiang Yuan looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His body much thinner, walking unsteadily. He spoke, "That little Taoist Changsheng is undergoing tribulation again. I am curious whether he is truly undergoing tribulation or just putting on an act." The empress laughed. "Of course, it's just an act. Martial artists do not need to undergo tribulation." Jiang Yuan said, "I always feel he doesn't seem to be faking it. Just take the beauty-preserving pill as an example. You say it is miraculous, but no renowned doctor or grandmaster in the world could concoct such a pill." The empress found this reasonable and became even more interested in Taoist Changsheng, saying, "Your Majesty, since you are so close to Taoist Changsheng, when will you summon him to the palace so I can have a look?" Jiang Yuan's gaze became distant, and he said softly, "It is time to let him meet you." Meanwhile, inside Longqi Temple, Su Tianji, Wang Chun, and Huang Chuan were dumbfounded, while Jiang Ziyu and Pingyan were extremely excited, all gazing up at Jiang Changsheng, who was floating above the eaves. Jiang Changsheng sat cross-legged in midair, his robe fluttering, with the Qilin whisk resting on his legs. A bolt of lightning struck down, but was intercepted and dissipated by an invisible energy shield around him. The tribulation began. It turns out the rumors were true. He really will undergo the thunder tribulation. What martial art is the Qianquan Tianjing? Su Tianji murmured to himself, his gaze towards Jiang Changsheng changing, as if a mortal was looking up at a celestial being. The disciples of Longqi Temple and the incense patrons temporarily residing there all gathered outside the courtyard to watch the spectacle. Many new disciples had never seen Jiang Changsheng undergo tribulation, so they were very excited. The last time he underwent tribulation was 18 years ago when Jiang Changsheng was 21. Now he is 39. Jiang Changsheng ignored the gazes of others and focused on undergoing the tribulation. As the lightning increased, he began to feel pressure. The sixth layer of the thunder tribulation is terrifying. It far exceeds the last tribulation. The deafening roar made everyone in Longqi Temple feel as if the sky was about to collapse, and the citizens in the city were equally terrified, fearing that Longqi Mountain would be struck down by the thunder tribulation. Seeing the might of the thunder tribulation rising, Jiang Changsheng immediately began to use his incense value to offset its power. In an instant, points of incense light burst forth from his body, drifting to his head, rapidly forming a flame to resist the continuous bombardment of the heavenly thunder. Jiang Changsheng watched as his incense value began to decrease, with the flame above his head. He could temporarily retain his spiritual power. No matter how fierce the thunder was, it could not break through the flame to strike him. He felt as if he were resting under a tree. However, in front of so many eyes, he couldn't afford to relax too much and had to maintain an appearance of demonstrating supernatural powers. How incredible! Such might of thunder cannot strike the Taoist. This thunder is not an illusion. What is the flame above the Taoist's head? Is it transformed from true energy? Perhaps this is what Taoism calls the gathering of the three flowers at the crown. We should call the Taoist a celestial teacher and not offend him. Hurry and pay respects. The disciples discussed among themselves, and the incense patrons knelt in reverence, leading the disciples to kneel as well. Jiang Ziyu was extremely excited, not noticing that the birthmark between his eyebrows was flickering with a faint golden light. Wang Chen sighed. The realm of martial arts is truly unimaginable. I used to underestimate martial arts. Su Tianji stood beside him, took a deep breath, and said, "Indeed, the realm of martial arts has no peak. Since ancient times, those legends of immortals and gods are merely the achievements of powerful warriors. Ordinary people just don't dare to believe that practicing martial arts can reach such heights. The Taoist master's tribulation can only indicate that his realm far surpasses what we have seen and heard." After surpassing the heavenly connection realm, Su Tianji thought he was invincible. He was certain he had transcended the heavenly connection realm and reached a higher level, at least within the great realm. He hadn't encountered anyone stronger than himself. But compared to such a realm as the Taoist master of longevity, it felt as if he had just stepped onto the path of martial arts. In the Wangfu, Jiang Yu stood in the courtyard, gazing at the spectacular lightning tribulation on Longqi Mountain. He frowned and asked, "The Taoist master of longevity has undergone his second tribulation. Although I don't know what martial arts he practices, if he were to become an enemy of this prince in the future, could the great Ascension Dragon Tower subdue him?" Jiang Yu shook his head and said, "Forget it, that would only anger him. Right now he is ZUS master. And aside from that Chen Li, he has no other powerful connections. Even Jiang Yu has severed ties with him. Perhaps he really is the kind of person who transcends the mundane world in pursuit of the Tao. Let us just maintain the status quo." Gui Lu nodded. He actually felt testing was unnecessary because the Taoist master of longevity was already very strong, not something that could be restrained at will now. Moreover, having such a high-level figure in the capital made the Jiang family's imperial power even more secure. After half an hour of the lightning tribulation, when the incense value was exhausted, Jiang Changsheng had to personally resist the tribulation. Fortunately, the most difficult moments had passed, and he could endure the subsequent tribulations on his own. Su Tianji had already lost count of how many bolts of lightning Jiang Changsheng had endured. In any case, he now admired Jiang Changsheng immensely, revering him as a god in his heart. After another half an hour, the lightning tribulation finally ended, and the overwhelming heavenly might dissipated. Jiang Changsheng began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on a grand scale. The branches of the earth's spirit tree swayed, and formless, colorless spiritual energy surged toward Jiang Changsheng, forming a whirlwind around him. His spiritual power began to soar. Once again, he underwent a transformation. Jiang Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and found himself floating in the air, looking down to see his body below. Was this the soul leaving the body? Jiang Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. The soul leaving the body was one of the characteristics of cultivating immortality. He began to manipulate his soul to move and found it, as easy as a fish in water, exceptionally agile. He landed in the courtyard, and no one saw his soul. They continued to look at his body and discuss among themselves. No one could see his soul. Jiang Changsheng flew towards the city, moving at incredible speed, as if performing sword control. He hovered over the capital, entering the heavens and the earth, passing through walls and people, feeling extremely novel. At this moment, he truly felt like he was cultivating immortality. Suddenly, he stopped, suspended in the air, his gaze falling on a palace in the distance of the imperial palace. He saw a mass of dark energy floating above the palace, making him feel very uncomfortable. What was that? A malevolent spirit? Was there a secret in the imperial palace? Jiang Changsheng frowned and thought. He looked confidently. He had passed by that palace when he sneaked into the imperial palace before, and there was no one living inside. Forget it. First, consolidate his cultivation. Jiang Changsheng turned and flew back to his physical body. His speed was fast, and after his soul entered his body, He felt a tingle all over and involuntarily shivered. When he opened his eyes again, he had already regained control of his body. The ability to leave the body was indeed a great skill, especially for gathering intelligence. Jiang Changsheng began to consolidate his cultivation and noticed the Tao pattern on Jiang Ziyu's forehead glowing, fortunately very faintly. The others were still focused on him and did not notice Jiang Ziyu's anomaly. This Tao pattern might also contain other mysteries, Jiang Changsheng thought silently. He did not reveal his own Tao pattern to avoid exposing their relationship. Seeing the lightning tribulation dissipate, Meng Xiaoshuang and Qin Ku began to disperse the disciples and incense visitors, giving Jiang Changsheng some peace. The birthmark on Jiang Ziyu's forehead returned to normal, and he was also pulled into the room by Wang Chuan. Su Tianji watched for a while, picked up his broom, and left, not daring to disturb Jiang Changsheng any further. Jiang Changsheng hovered in midair, circulating his energy to absorb it. By the time dusk fell, his internal spiritual power had not yet reached full capacity, but had already surpassed 10 times the breakthrough before. How powerful! Jiang Changsheng was excited. After 18 years of hard training, he finally broke through to the 6th layer. Now he should be able to face the great Ascension Dragon Tower without fear. Just then, a line of text appeared before Jiang Changsheng. Detected your successful second tribulation. Because your cultivation method does not belong to this world's Tao, you have 2 choices. And you can only choose one. 1. Give up cultivating immortality, and your spiritual power will transform into the martial arts realm of this world, the Qiankuan realm. 2. Continue cultivating immortality. Immortals are above all beings, and all things respect them. The path of cultivating immortality is the pursuit of the heavenly Tao, and you can unlock the incense calculation function. Naturally, he chose to continue cultivating immortality without hesitation. He then contemplated the Qiankuan realm. He didn't know how much higher the Qiankuan realm was compared to the divine human realm. In any case, he had never heard of the Qiankuan realm before, let alone the Qiankuan realm. He hadn't even heard anyone mention the term divine human. However, the existence of the realm indicated that someone had reached it. In this vast world, there must certainly be the presence of the Qiankuan realm. Jiang Changsheng would go out into the world searching for the Qiankuan realm. He wanted to stay in the great realm, in the novice village he recognized, to cultivate and dominate the world. When the young Wei Wang ascended the throne, he could have the emperor help search for any medicinal materials needed for alchemy. He would then pursue the Tao of immortality with peace of mind and effort. One day, when the martial arts realm could no longer correspond to the realm of cultivating immortality, that would be when he truly surpassed martial arts and reached an invincible realm. Once he was invincible, he would enjoy himself and experience the pleasures of the world. Chapter 39. Chased through lifetimes, Hero's Tomb. While Jiang Changsheng consolidated his cultivation, he checked the incense calculation function. Incense calculation can consume incense value to deduce the essence and causality of things. The required incense value needed depends on the level of calculation. Current incense value, 0. Jiang Changsheng inquired in his heart. I want to know if I can easily suppress the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. Requires 1,000 incense value. Continue. Continue. Insufficient incense value. Calculation failed. Damn, why give a prompt to continue? Jiang Changsheng shook his head and then focused on consolidating his cultivation. What is this? Chased through lifetimes. In the following days, news of the Taoist master of longevity undergoing tribulation spread across the 13 states. In a time of chaos, such feats were not rare. Many people would fabricate mythical tales to recruit disciples. It took a whole half-month for Jiang Changsheng's incense value to rise to 15. One day, Eunuch Li came to announce that the emperor summoned Jiang Changsheng to the palace. Jiang Changsheng followed him down the mountain, and the disciples were all excited upon hearing the news, thinking the emperor would reward Longqi Temple again, as it was well known that the emperor had a good relationship with Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng followed behind Eunuch Li, looking at his back, wondering whether to kill him. It was somewhat ironic that all the powerful figures who had swapped him out back then, except for Eunuch Li, were all dead, killed by the emperor. Especially during the chaos caused by the demonic sect when the emperor took the opportunity to eliminate many people. Currently, only Eunuch Li was still alive. Eunuch Li had long served beside Jiang Yuan diligently, and Jiang Changsheng wanted Jiang Yuan to live a few more years, so he did not take action against him. Forget it. Ultimately, this old dog was also a knife. When the emperor passed away, he would give him a quick end. Eunuch Li naturally knew Jiang Changsheng's true identity and felt emotional. If the Taoist master of longevity were still the crown prince, would the great realm be better off with his martial arts talent? The Taoist master of longevity seemed to cultivate the Tao, ignoring worldly affairs. But many martial arts masters had died at his hands. His decisive character was too much like Jiang Yuan's. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Eunuch Li also knew why Jiang Yuan had to swap Jiang Changsheng. Some things could remain buried forever and did not need to be revealed. Half an hour later, they entered the imperial palace and arrived at the imperial study. Jiang Yuan was writing, with the empress beside him grinding ink for his inkstone. When she saw Jiang Changsheng and the others enter, she instinctively looked up, and upon seeing them, she was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, Empress, Longqiguan's Taoist Changsheng has arrived. Eunuch Li respectfully saluted and then stepped back, casually closing the door behind him. The empress looked at Jiang Changsheng with a very complex expression, her emotions visibly stirred, but she was well controlled. Jiang Changsheng cupped his hands in salute. Taoist Changsheng pays his respects to your Majesty and your Highness. It seemed that the empress was already aware of his true identity. However, at this point, Jiang Changsheng had no thoughts of recognition. He was nearly 40 years old. Why bother with familial ties? Jiang Yuan put down his brush and looked up with a smile. Changsheng, come and see how my calligraphy is. Jiang Changsheng walked over and saw 4 large characters written on the long paper. I am the mandate of heaven. Very good. The brush strokes were sharp and imposing. Jiang Changsheng praised honestly. Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. What a pity. I have only a few years left to live. Changsheng, do you understand calligraphy and painting? Come, let me see your writing. Jiang Changsheng was not modest. He had learned the art of calligraphy in his youth, and now in front of his biological parents. There was nothing to hide. Jiang Yuan moved aside, and the empress looked at Jiang Changsheng, her eyes slightly red, quietly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Holding the brush in hand, Jiang Changsheng rolled up his sleeves and wrote vigorously. Jiang Yuan watched moved. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Along the shores, all subjects belong to the king. Jiang Yuan recited, his gaze becoming complex. These 4 lines of verse carried a vast and powerful spirit. Hidden beneath the endings of the characters was a hint of murderous intent. Observing the writing, Jiang Yuan saw in the long river of history one epic battle after another, ultimately forming the image of a great emperor, holding the country and standing tall. The empress praised, the Taoist's writing is even more imposing than his demeanor and better than your Majesty's. This verse is also quite good. I will definitely frame this calligraphy and hang it in the imperial study. Jiang Yuan sighed. Indeed, Changsheng's calligraphy can be considered among the top 3 in the Great Jing, but unfortunately, it has not entered the literary world. He suddenly felt the same way as Eunuch Li. If the crown prince had not been swapped back then, what would things be like now? Since the 7th prince became the heir apparent, his shortcomings began to show. Before, he did not need to handle court affairs and relied on his eloquence and martial prowess, supported by the Grand Master Long Lu, which made Jiang Yuan quite fond of him. However, his ability to govern the court was far inferior to that of the false crown prince. Clearly skilled in martial arts, he was timid, afraid of losing the position of heir apparent, and remained coiled up within the capital, unlike Jiang Yu, who brought glory to the Great Jing. Jiang Changsheng's talent was much stronger than Jiang Yu's. The more Jiang Yuan thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He grabbed Jiang Changsheng's hand, patting it repeatedly, his mouth mumbling about the past, nearly incoherent. The empress saw through his inner thoughts, her eyes becoming resentful. Over the years, he had shared his views on Jiang Yu with her. After chatting for a while, Jiang Changsheng was about to ask Jiang Yuan why he had called him Changsheng, looking at the offspring under the 7th prince, who can bear the title of the 3rd king of the Great Jing. Jiang Yuan suddenly turned to ask. In the past, Jiang Changsheng might have been vague, but now he spoke frankly. Prince Wei, Jiang Ziyu, is the legitimate son of the main consort, considered the eldest son. However, because the consort passed away too early, His Highness the Crown Prince established a new consort, making Prince Wei no longer the legitimate eldest son. This is unfair. Moreover, Prince Wei is talented, with not only exceptional martial arts, but also great ambition and capability in dealing with matters, which cannot be compared to the other offspring of the Crown Prince. Jiang Yuan nodded. He also liked Jiang Ziyu, and coupled with his guilt towards Jiang Changsheng, he began to have ideas. Jiang Yuan sighed. Although Ziyu is good, he has indeed suffered in terms of status. His elder brother has support from the sacred land of martial arts behind him, making it difficult for him to compete in the future. If there are high-level figures to support him, I could pave the way for him. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Changsheng said, Longqiguan is willing to support Prince Wei. Jiang Yuan looked directly at him, and he faced it calmly. The Empress said, I also like Ziyu. Taoist Changsheng is Ziyu's master. Surely you will support him. Your Majesty, why not pave the way for Ziyu? Jiang Changsheng cupped his hands in salute and then prepared to leave. Taoist Changsheng. The Empress suddenly called out to Jiang Changsheng. He turned around, and she hurriedly handed him a box of pastries prepared for the Emperor, saying, You said you really like the snacks from the palace. Jiang Changsheng was not polite. He did indeed miss the palace snacks. Before leaving, he still felt a pang of compassion and used his spiritual power to send a voice to the Empress. The Empress's beautiful eyes widened. her face losing color. Jiang Yuan, with his back to her, walked towards the imperial study, not noticing the change in her expression. Jiang Changsheng left, and the empress watched his departing figure, her eyes filled with shock, which quickly turned to joy and then worry. Finally, she made up her mind. Stepped forward to support Jiang Yuan. After Jiang Changsheng left the palace courtyard with eunuch Li, the empress said to Jiang Yuan, "Your Majesty, I want to betroth the granddaughter of Minister Yang to Prince Wei. Although both Minister Yang and I come from the Yang family, our bloodline is already quite distant. If your Majesty permits this, it would be good for both internal and external affairs." Jiang Yuan was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. He is only Changsheng's disciple. Do you want to involve the Yang family? The empress smiled and said, "The Yang family also needs a backing. Your Majesty, I hope you can fulfill this over the years." Jiang Yuan felt quite uncomfortable hearing this. The Yang family had indeed made great contributions, but had been severely suppressed by him over the years. Apart from the empress, only Yang Che still held the position of Minister of Justice. The empress was blaming him. Thinking about his impending death, what would happen to the world then? Forget it. After the new year, I will issue an edict, Jiang Yuan sighed. The empress joyfully said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Heavy snow fell, covering the palace, making it appear desolate. Suddenly, a tender green sprout emerged from a crack in a corner of the wall. In the 40th year of Kaiyuan, after the new year, Prince Qin, Jiangyu, had completely taken control of Shun Prefecture and was pushing forward against the ancient Khan's offensive, with continuous good news. The 13 provinces of the Jing dynasty were in jubilation, and Jiangyu's prestige soared, with many voices believing he should be the crown prince. As the new year arrived, Long Qiguan welcomed an unexpected visitor. "I am Yin Long, known in the martial world as the Mad Blade. Hearing that Taoist Changsheng is extraordinary, I have set up a hero's tomb on Long Qiguan's mountain. Today, I specially come to ask for advice. If I die in battle, I wish to enter the hero's tomb and enhance its prestige." A bold voice echoed through Long Qiguan, with profound energy that was deafening. Su Tianji, who was massaging the white dragon, looked up and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Another old man comes here. This is interesting. The hero's tomb seems destined to become a tale of the martial world." Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and walked over with his sword, followed closely by others. Jiang Ziyu excitedly said to Hekawa, "Mad Blade, sounds very strong. Can I exchange a few moves with Master?" Hekawa proudly replied, "A few moves? It must be the fate of the sword enthusiast. If he wishes for death, then let him have it." Chapter 40. The Killing God Demon Blade, Turning the Tide. Yin Long stood at the gate of Long Qiguan, his right hand gripping a broad blade reversed, embedded into the stone steps, creating a hole in the stone. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in black armor and pants, revealing strong arms. His face was weathered, but his brow still showed pride. His white hair was casually draped, resembling a lion. He looked to be over 60 years old, yet his physical strength surpassed that of most young men. The disciples of Long Qiguan stood in rows before the small bridge, on high alert, yet they were not nervous but rather excited. They could see the Taoist make his move again. Soon, Jiang Changsheng arrived, and the disciples quickly made way. Jiang Changsheng stopped, sizing up Yin Long. Noting that his energy was impressive, he was indeed a hidden master. After the death of the sword enthusiast, ordinary martial artists dared not challenge him on the mountain. Those who came were either exceptional masters or those nearing death, and it was clear that Yin Long possessed both qualities. Yin Long was also sizing up Jiang Changsheng, secretly shocked. This Taoist was surprisingly young, looking like a half-grown child. Did he really suppress half of the martial arts world? Suddenly, Yin Long spotted Su Tianji holding a broom and couldn't help but mock. The esteemed leader of the Guiyuan sect has actually fallen to sweeping the floor. Su Tianji dismissively replied, "Although I'm sweeping, I'm still alive. You're going to die soon, and this broom is for collecting your corpse." The two were clearly at odds, indicating some past grievances. Yin Long was too lazy to engage in a verbal spar with him and turned his gaze back to Jiang Changsheng, saying, "Taoist Changsheng, please make your move. Don't hold back. Let this old man witness the true power of the martial arts legend. It would be best if I died here." Jiang Changsheng drew the tying sword and smiled. "I can fulfill that wish." This man was too old. Leaving him alive to guard the mountain wouldn't last for many years. Better to kill him directly. Yin Long's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly swung his knife, moving at incredible speed. With a single slash, afterimages appeared as if dozens of blades were striking simultaneously. Countless blade energies surged toward Jiang Changsheng like a storm, overwhelming and moving, stirring the emotions of all the disciples. Such strong blade energy, compared to the sword madman, it was visibly powerful, causing involuntary fear. Jiang Changsheng raised the tying sword. His speed in lifting the sword was even faster. Pointing the sword at Yin Long, he flicked his wrist, and the sword blade erupted with even more violent sword energy. crushing forward with a force that dispersed the raging blade energy in an instant. How could this be possible? Yanlong's eyes widened in terror. Boom. The loud sound from Longqi Mountain startled the citizens in the city. Countless citizens turned to look, witnessing a spectacular scene at the mountain's peak. A visible wave of energy surged from the mountaintop, dispersing the sea of clouds, stretching for 1,000 zhong, as if tearing the sky apart. This magnificent scene was breathtaking, causing the 13 assassins of the Wangfu to land on the eaves, watching Longqi view with trepidation. That demon Taoist is getting stronger, Gue Lu murmured, and others shared the same sentiment. At the mountaintop, in front of the gate of Longqi view, the sword energy dissipated, and the wind and clouds seemed to settle. Everyone looked at Yanlong, all gasping in shock. Yanlong had become a bloodied figure, trembling all over, and with a thud, he fell forward, blood spilling everywhere, and his knife clattering to the ground. Jiang Changsheng spoke expressionlessly. Send the mad blade Yanlong to the hero's tomb. After saying that, he turned to leave, and all the disciples looked at him with awe, including Su Tianji, Jiang Ziyu, Huang Chuan, and Wang Chun. In the distance, on the eaves, a woman in white, Hua Jinxin, slightly lowered her head, and a chuckle escaped from beneath her mask, so good at showing off. Her voice was filled with laughter. The disciples cheered, proud of their Taoist performance. Back in his room, Jiang Changsheng saw a line of text appear. In the 40th year of Kaiyuan, the mad blade Yanlong came to enter the hero's tomb. You successfully survived his challenge, passing a calamity and receiving the survival reward, martial arts god-slaying blade. Martial arts? Jiang Changsheng began to inherit the god-slaying blade. The god-slaying blade, as the name suggests, is a blade technique of the god of death, an extremely domineering technique that continuously enhances blade energy through killing, even burning vital energy, to bolster the blade energy. It is an extreme martial art that easily shortens one's lifespan, but in dire straits, it might carve a path to survival. The mad blade fell at Longqi View, buried in the hero's tomb. This news quickly spread throughout the martial arts world of dying. The image of Taoist Changsheng changed once more in the hearts of martial artists, especially recalling his tribulation. Not human. The name of immortal master Changsheng gradually began to spread, initiated by those who believed in Jiang Changsheng, and later gained recognition from more and more people. Only by acknowledging Jiang Changsheng as an immortal master could martial artists find a bit of comfort. It seemed no matter how strong the expert was, they were no match for Jiang Changsheng, who was too powerful, overshadowing other masters. About a month after the fall of the Mad Blade, Wan Li returned with his disciples, bringing a batch of new disciples, over 50 of them, all orphaned and displaced. Taoist, your incantation is too long. I almost got killed when I recited it before, only to find out that I could cast it as soon as I infused my vital energy. You tricked me. Wan Li sat in front of Jiang Changsheng, complaining, while others in the courtyard couldn't help but chuckle, and Su Tianji laughed heartily, mocking Wan Li for being too honest. Jiang Changsheng replied, if your heart is sincere, it will work. If it's an emergency, you don't have to be so careful. You can judge for yourself. Wan Li was just venting. The talismans were indeed useful. He excitedly said, many sects want to buy talismans from us. Taoist, this can be developed into a big business. Jiang Changsheng shook his head. Isn't the incense money enough for you? There aren't that many talismans. I also need to cultivate. This was the truth. The talismans with spells consumed spiritual power. If they were supplied in large quantities, how could he continue to cultivate? Wan Li scratched his head, no longer saying much, and soon began bragging with Jiang Ziyu and Huang Chuan about their experiences wandering the martial world in the past 2 years, which made the two youths quite envious. However, the good times didn't last long, as Su Tianji interrupted midway to show off, and his story was even more exciting, making the two youths even more curious. As spring turned to summer, in early July, bad news came from the northern border of dying. King Qin Jiangyu and his elite forces were surrounded by an army of 400,000. The two grandmasters of Guhan joined forces, killing 22 generals. King Qin, under the escort of Zheng Tianwu, managed to break through, but the army suffered 70 to 80 casualties. Nearly 100,000 soldiers turned to bones, blood flowing like rivers. This elite army of King Qin, previously undefeated, suffered such a disastrous defeat, leaving both the civil and military officials of dying and the common people terrified. Waste. Useless trash. In the Golden Lawn Hall, Jiang Yu roared, shaking with anger. A general couldn't help but say, Your Highness, King Qin has contributed a lot. How can there be an invincible army? Jiang Yu glared at him and said, If King Qin were not greedy for merit, would it be like this? He cursed angrily, leaving the general humiliated and furious. Jiang Yuan sat on the dragon throne, expressionless, not interjecting. Now, Jiang Yu had the suspicion of seizing power. He wouldn't consult Jiang Yuan on many matters, directly issuing orders. This sign began when Jiang Yu reinstated the queen and established a bastard son as the legitimate heir. Jiang Yu calmed himself and snorted. Gohan has 3 grandmasters, thinking too highly of themselves. I will invite 4 experts who are not inferior to the grandmasters to go and eliminate Gohan's 3 grandmasters. Let's see if they still dare to act so arrogantly. Pass the order down. I will personally lead the expedition. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials exchanged glances, but no one stopped him. Even if Jiang Yu died, it was no matter. There were plenty of princes. On the other side, inside Longqi View, Jiang Changsheng lay on the body of the white dragon, whose serpent body was now much wider than his shoulder, completely serving as a bed. He used the Qilin whisk to cover his eyes, as if taking a nap. But in fact, he was monitoring the incense value. Recently, the incense value had surged, surpassing 700. He deduced something. When dying was in crisis, the incense increased rapidly, as mortals could only pray for the protection of the immortals. When dying was at peace, mortals were busy making money and surviving, having hope in life, and wouldn't turn to any immortals or heavenly principles. Of course, the main issue was still the slow transmission of information. Those who came to Longqi View to burn incense were not commoners. The commoners needed to rely on the disciples of Longqi View traveling the martial world to spread his teachings. He still couldn't figure out one point. If a person worshipped him, even if it was just a bit of incense value, like after the tribulation consumption, would that person's incense value still appear? Perhaps among the more than 700 points of incense value, those previous people existed, but the survival system hadn't provided an explanation, so he could only passively accept it. Regardless, the incense value was merely a bonus and could never become his core reliance. He had to focus on his cultivation. After breaking through the 6th layer, he didn't stop cultivating. According to the pattern, the next breakthrough would likely be decades later, even at the current rate of daily cultivation. If he slacked off occasionally, it would likely take over 100 years. What? You want to join the army? Nonsense, you're only 11 years old. Are you crazy? The voice of Wang Chun came from the side, as it turned out that Jiang Ziyu learned about the Qin King's great defeat and wanted to join the army. However, he currently respected Jiang Changsheng the most, and all his ideas had to be approved by Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Ziyu said stubbornly, although I am young, my martial arts are not something ordinary soldiers can compare to, and Ping An can follow me. Didn't Uncle Tianji say that Ping An can already tear apart top experts? Su Tianji quickly exclaimed, that was an exaggeration. A top expert would definitely dodge if they were standing there to be hit. Just wait for me. One day, I will make the Guiyuan sect submit to me, and you will follow me into battle. Jiang Ziyu shouted back. Su Tianji scratched his ear and said, my little Wei Wang, unless you become emperor, even if your father wants to make you the crown prince, how many years will you have to wait to ascend? By then, I might already have entered the hero's tomb. The fame of the hero's tomb had already spread, and many martial arts experts came to visit under the pretext of burning incense. The tombstones of the sword maniac and the mad blade were enough to make people in the martial world yearn for them. Su Tianji planned to be buried there in the future, preserving the reputation of a generation of martial arts overlords. All right, Ziyu, don't be anxious. I will teach you something now. The voice of Jiang Changsheng drifted over, and Jiang Ziyu immediately ran over to listen attentively. If you want to achieve your ambitions, when to make your appearance is crucial, Jiang Changsheng said leisurely. When a great building is about to collapse, that is when you can exert your strength the most, and also when you are closest to the throne. If you join the army now, the probability of dying is high, and even if you achieve merit, it will be minor. Wait a few more years, then both you and Ping An will possess unparalleled courage, allowing you to attract more generals. Jiang Ziyu frowned. He understood the reasoning, but was afraid he wouldn't be able to wait. What if in these years, the great Jing suffers a great defeat? What then? So what if we lose? The land of the 13 states is vast. A nation doesn't fall in just a few years. What if the Gohan army reaches the capital, right at the feet of the emperor? Then I will teach you how to truly turn the tide. Jiang Ziyu was shaken by Jiang Changsheng's calm words. What kind of powerful strength could allow such confident statements, leaving him unable to refute? Chapter 41. What an absolute skill. After being educated by Jiang Changsheng, Jiang Ziyu could only abandon the idea of joining the army and worked even harder on his training. That same month, the emperor ordered the granddaughter of the Minister of Justice, Yang Che, to betroth herself to the Wei Wang. The news spread throughout the city, sparking discussions among the people. Over the years, the emperor's presence had been weak, and the crown prince had practically monopolized the court. The emperor actually arranged a marriage for the Wei Wang, leading to much speculation. The crown prince is becoming increasingly excessive and disrespectful. The emperor is still alive, yet he dares to say he will lead the charge himself. Why doesn't he just call himself I? Chun-Li exclaimed angrily. The crown prince back then was better. Although he didn't practice martial arts, he had the talent of an emperor. Wang Chun, who was sweeping the floor, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this, but he didn't feel unwilling. He had already gotten used to the days of cultivating in the observatory. They were leisurely, but not boring, and lacked intrigue. Jiang Ziyu was studying in the palace. So Chun-Li felt even bolder in criticizing Jiang Yu. Jiang Changsheng was meditating under the spirit tree, his eyes closed, and casually said, "Since you are so dissatisfied, then serve Ziyu in the future. The emperor's arranged marriage for Ziyu should be something you can understand, right?" In the courtyard, apart from the two of them, only Wang Chun, Su Tianji, and Ping'an were left, practicing martial arts and sparring with other disciples. Chun-Li had become familiar with Wang Chun. Although he didn't know Wang Chun's background, Wang Chun was too ugly and rarely went out, so there was no worry about him spreading rumors. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and said, "I will support the Wei Wang." After breaking through to the 6th level of the Dao Law natural skill, he no longer pretended. "Your Majesty, the Yang family has successfully allied, and next is the Qin family." Although Jiang Changsheng's strength was exceptional, if he wanted Jiang Ziyu to ascend the throne smoothly, he still needed to cultivate his own power for Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Changsheng didn't want to protect him for a lifetime. Moreover, no matter how strong he was, in the vast world, how could he consolidate imperial power relying on just one person's strength? Chun-Li's heart raced. He had sensed Jiang Changsheng's change in attitude before, but he didn't expect Jiang Changsheng to be so thorough this time. Wang Chun, however, had no thoughts on the matter. He also believed Jiang Ziyu had the talent of an emperor. Chun-Li hesitated. Now that the Great Jing is on the verge of collapse, isn't it bad for us to seize power at this moment? Jiang Changsheng replied. Do you really think there is hope for the Great Jing under the current Crown Prince's leadership? Chun-Li's face changed. He was indeed dissatisfied with the Crown Prince. But this matter was too significant. Jiang Ziyu was still growing. If the Chun family joined in, when he ascended, wouldn't the treatment of the Chun family be inferior to now? Chun-Li, time is running out. The Chun family chose too late back then. Jiang Changsheng stared into his eyes, meaningfully saying. After nearly 30 years of acquaintance, it was the first time Chun-Li saw Jiang Changsheng's eyes filled with ambition. He couldn't help but question Jiang Changsheng's motives, asking, "Changsheng, is it just because the Wei Wang is your disciple?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "I pursue the path of immortality, knowing the will of heaven. The will of heaven does not lie with you, but with Ziyu." That's simply nonsense. Chun-Li wanted to refute. But thinking of Jiang Changsheng's 2 tribulations and now being over 40, yet looking like an 18-year-old, all signs indicated Jiang Changsheng might really not be an ordinary person. Is there really a will of heaven? Chun-Li swallowed hard and asked. Jiang Changsheng said, apart from destiny, it also depends on human effort. The Crown Prince lacks ambition, while Ziyu has ambition comparable to the Emperor. I have deduced that the future Great Jing will far surpass the present. The true flourishing of the Great Jing will unfold after Ziyu ascends, which is why I am willing to accept him as my disciple. Chun-Li fell silent. The Wei Wang was indeed remarkable. After half a cup of tea's time, Chun-Li took a deep breath, his eyes becoming determined, and said, "Changsheng, the Qin family is now tied to the Wei Wang. If we fail, you must ensure the Qin family's bloodline survives." Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Brother Chun, in the future, you will find your words today quite laughable. The prosperity of the Qin family is coming." The head of the Qin family was the Minister of Revenue, and many of their descendants held official positions. With their support, Jiang Ziyu would have even more trump cards. After Chun-Li made up his mind, he felt relieved and became excited, starting to discuss with Jiang Changsheng how to pave the way for the Wei Wang. 2 of the 6 ministries supported the Wei Wang. The foundation in civil matters was sufficient, but they lacked military strength, which meant they needed an army. A faction without an army is just a paper tiger. In the 41st year of Kaiyuan, Crown Prince Jiang Yu personally led an army of 300,000 to aid the Shenzhou, advancing like a hot knife through butter. Jiang Yu pressed on victoriously, charging straight in for several months, ultimately encountering nearly 500,000 troops of the Gohan army surrounded him, resulting in a fierce battle that had not been seen in 50 years, known as the Battle of Blood Origin. The 2 dynasties successively fought for several days, with casualties exceeding 500,000, resulting in mutual destruction. Jiang Yu brought 50,000 iron cavalry to support and escort Jiang Yu's retreat, which finally ended the battle. This battle made various surrounding dynasties restless, and after years of conflict between the Great Jing and Gohan, this battle likely severely weakened the Great Jing's vitality. Within the Great Jing, all 13 states were stirring. Remnants of the previous dynasty were moving again. Various rumors spread throughout the world. The Great Jing was in greater danger. That year, Jiang Ziyu was 12 years old, and Ping'an was also 12. In Longqi Temple, Minister of Justice Yang Che, Minister of Revenue Qin Rookie, and Chun-Li were discussing major matters in the courtyard, with Jiang Ziyu and Ping'an present, while Su Tianji avoided suspicion by staying away. My Yang family has already recruited private soldiers in Qianzhou, Yuzhou, and Fangzhou. Now that the northern borders are in chaos, the court is paying very little attention to the south. Besides us, other aristocratic families are secretly stockpiling troops. It seems chaos is approaching, Yang Che lamented. Shunruki sighed and said, chaos is already an inevitable trend. I have heard that remnants of the Chu dynasty have begun to act again, gathering forces from the martial world. It is said that even master figures in the martial arts world are about to move. Jiang huffed, when I grow up, I will definitely suppress the world and drive out the barbarians. At 12 years old, he was already full of ambition. History has never lacked young kings. So his ambitions were grand, wishing he could descend the mountain immediately. Not far away, Pingyan was even more exaggerated. At just 12 years old, he already had a physique comparable to that of an adult. After mastering the Swanee body, his body had grown at an astonishing rate in just 1 year, making him look like a humanoid beast. Now, Pingyan was a genuine top-tier expert. At 12, he was bound to reach the pinnacle of cultivation, and he would be a master suited for the battlefield. Chun-Li looked at Jiang Changsheng and frowned, saying, Changsheng, when shall we take action? Jiang Changsheng was checking the incense value, which had already exceeded 1,000. He hesitated about whether to calculate the strength of the Deshang Longlu, but it only required 1,000 incense value. He consumed over 2,000 incense value to only withstand half of the tribulation, indicating that the Datsing Longlu was far less dangerous to him than the Thunder Tribulation. Forget it, let's be cautious. Start calculating. Can I easily crush the Datsing Longlu? The word easily was crucial. Jiang Changsheng said, it's not time yet. The troops you have are too few. You need at least 100,000 iron cavalry. Requires 1,000 incense value. Continue. 100,000 iron cavalry are not easy to train. 100,000 fierce horses. And we also need to prepare supply wagons for transporting food and grass. Just for the horses, we need at least 300,000. And the cavalry also requires long-term training. Yang Che frowned. A word appeared in front of Jiang Changsheng. Can. This word was heavy with significance, making Jiang Changsheng smile. He then said, there are still 4 years. I hope you all prepare well before Ziyu turns 16. That will be the time when the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss, and the world will change. Before that, I will cultivate Pingyan into a master of the Tianzhou realm. Yang Che, Shunruki, and Chun-Li couldn't help but look at Pingyan, all feeling a jolt. What kind of freak is this kid? A Tianzhou realm expert at 16 sounds impossible. But with Pingyan's physique, plus the gathering spirit pill and the aura of the earth spirit tree, it's not impossible. The four chatted for a while longer before Chun-Li and the others left. Jiang Changsheng then began to guide Jiang Ziyu in practicing the Qianquan heavenly scripture. The stronger Jiang Ziyu's martial arts became, the safer he would be in the future. Seasons changed, and 2 years passed. The whole world could see that the great Jing was already at the end of its strength, with chaos spreading across various places, bandits rampant, and the common people suffering. In August of that year, during the peak of summer, the Longqi Temple welcomed an unparalleled expert challenging them. Tianshan GK came to challenge. And death means entering the heroic tomb. A powerful shout echoed through the Longqi Temple, like the sound of a great bell, startling everyone. Su Tianji's expression changed, and he turned to Jiang Changsheng, saying, Tianshan GK is one of the 5 great masters. He retired from the martial world 50 years ago, and now he is nearly 100 years old. With close to 100 years of cultivation, Taoist, you must be careful. The 5 great masters. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes. The strongest master in the great Jing martial world had finally appeared. He sensed that the other party had likely entered the divine heart realm, with true qi even stronger than Su Tianji's. He stood up and said, it seems the reputation of the heroic tomb has truly spread. Prepare to begin. Everyone excitedly followed. For the 5 great masters were legendary figures, and this could be considered a martial arts myth. A martial arts myth against another martial arts myth. This was a battle that hadn't been seen in decades. Jiang Changsheng led everyone to the mountain gate, where some pilgrims also came to join the excitement. GK, dressed in a white robe, had his hands clasped behind his back. He was physically robust but had a weathered face and a head full of white hair. Looking to be in his 60s or 70s, but in reality, he was nearly 100 years old. The aura of a master was visible to the naked eye, as if he could withstand the heavens themselves. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng, GK narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him, saying, Taoist Changsheng seems to have mastered the art of retaining youth. Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, who wouldn't want to be younger? Thank you for coming today to enhance the reputation of the heroic tomb. GK snorted, I am nearing the end of my days. Rather than dying in the mountains, I would prefer to battle the current martial arts myth. You are strong. I cannot see through you. With someone like you in Great Jing's martial world, we old fools can leave with peace of mind. He raised his right palm and struck the ground. True qi erupted, and behind him, 12 blue sword shadows coalesced, arranged in a fan shape, exuding a fierce momentum that chilled the bones. He wasted no time and struck towards Jiang Changsheng, with 12 blue sword shadows shooting out, tearing through the air with shining sword light that even the citizens in the capital could see. Jiang Changsheng waved the Qilin whisk, stretching his long beard, and directly scattered the 12 sword shadows. If GK was imposing, then Jiang Changsheng was calm and unruffled. The strength and weakness were already evident. He had held back then, Su Tianji thought to himself. He had stayed at the Longqi Temple for 9 years without stopping his training and had become stronger than before, but compared to GK, he was still lacking. However, such a powerful GK had no before Jiang Changsheng. GK's expression changed. He did not expect his ultimate skill to be so easily shattered. His eyes turned cold, and his right hand returned behind his back as he charged at Jiang Changsheng. Boom! True Qi erupted, and GK transformed into a blue sword, instantly aiming to pierce Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng raised his hand, extending his left index finger, and shot out spiritual power. Bang! The blue sword shattered, and GK fell to the ground, retreating several steps, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. His eyes widened, his figure swayed unsteadily, and he stared at Jiang Changsheng, asking, "What ultimate skill is this?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "Qin family, Qi pointing." Thud! GK fell, unable to close his eyes, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Before he died, his last thought was, who is the Qin family? How could they possess such an unparalleled ultimate skill? Chapter 42, Destiny in Jing. The Inheritance of Capital Punishment. In the 43rd year of Kai Yuan, Tianshan GK's end is approaching. He came to challenge the martial arts myth before his death. Yu successfully survived under his challenge, overcoming a disaster and receiving the survival reward of the Immortal Cultivation Ultimate Skill, Heavenly Heart Thunder Method. Jiang Changsheng sat on the bed, a smile on his face. As expected of a master, the rewards are extraordinary. Jiang Changsheng began to joyfully inherit the Heavenly Heart Thunder Method. As he grew stronger and remained at the Longqi Temple, the survival rewards were not many, so he always held high expectations. In fact, he could choose another path, which was to roam the martial world, engaging in fights and killings every day, which would certainly yield explosive survival rewards. But that was too inappropriate and would hinder his cultivation. The survival rewards merely provided him with methods of practice, not directly making him stronger. Moreover, with too many enemies, he always felt that he might face a setback. Only those who can survive till the end are the protagonists. Those who die halfway are merely supporting characters or even villains. Tianshan GK died in the Longqi Temple and was buried in the heroic tomb. This incident spread rapidly throughout the great Jing martial world within a month. Sword Madman, Crazy Blade, though strong, still could not reach the status of a master. This battle firmly established the status of the heroic tomb in the hearts of martial artists, even leading to a saying, "The greatest fortune for a martial world person is to be buried in the heroic tomb." Of course, more people scoffed at this. They looked forward to stepping over the Longqi Temple, treading on the heroic tomb to establish their own martial arts myth. In the autumn season, Jiang Yuan was already in his twilight years, lying on the dragon bed with half-closed eyes. "Father, you are going to harm me. Supporting Ziyu. Isn't that just adding trouble for Zihan? Once I ascend the throne, I will definitely establish Zihan as the crown prince." Jiang Yu rebuked. Completely disregarding Jiang Yuan as the emperor, Jiang Yuan weakly said, "Zihan is too arrogant and ruthless. You wouldn't want to see your descendants slaughtering each other, would you?" Jiang Yu frowned but fell silent. Although he fought with his brothers, he did not wish to see his own son fighting. Jiang Yu sat down at the table and sighed. "Father, I suddenly feel so tired. This throne is not as easy as I imagined." After 2 years of battles, his pride had been worn down. Jiang Yu began to recount his experiences over the past 2 years. Even when he invited experts from the Daxing Longlu, he could not turn the tide. Although there were only 3 masters in the ancient Han sect, each was comparable to Zhong Tianwu. The experts of the Daxing Longlu could only serve as a hindrance, while in terms of military strength, the ancient Han was stronger and had more numbers. Most critically, the Jin dynasty had also joined the battle, which completely forced Jiang Yu to retreat. In the grand landscape, the great Jing and the ancient Khan fought for many years, causing suffering to the people and depleting wealth, leading to a weakening of national power. However, the Jin dynasty has been quietly nurturing itself, its strength subtly surpassing both the great Jing and the ancient Khan. "The Dragon Tower has been too overbearing, forcing me to restore the Chu state. If I do not, they will not send more and stronger experts to support me. The same goes for the 5 great masters of the martial world in Great Jing." "Father, has the fate of Great Jing really come to an end?" Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, his emotions hard to calm. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing the words "restore Chu," showed no emotional fluctuation. He was too exhausted to think about so many matters. He was completely sustained by Jiang Changsheng's medicine. After venting his frustrations for a long time, Jiang Yu stood up, looking down at Jiang Yuan on the dragon bed, and said, "Father, it is time for you to pass away. Let me decide on the restoration of Chu, so that it will not tarnish your reputation. But if you keep holding on, it will be a stain on your life as an emperor." After saying this, he turned and left. Jiang Yuan struggled to open his eyes, watching the direction he left. Regret and unwillingness visible in his eyes. "I have lost this game." At the end of the year, Eunuch came to find Jiang Changsheng, saying that His Majesty summoned him. Jiang Changsheng sensed something and followed Eunuch. They arrived at Jiang Yuan's sleeping quarters, where the Empress was feeding Jiang Yuan medicine. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng, Jiang Yuan coughed in excitement. Jiang Yuan had become so emaciated that he was nothing but skin and bones, his face filled with age spots, and the vitality within him was about to be extinguished. "All of it down," Jiang Yuan said with difficulty, waving his hand, prompting the Empress to take the palace maids away. As she passed by Jiang Changsheng, the Empress looked at him with concern, sighed, and left, closing the door behind her. Jiang Changsheng approached the bedside. Jiang Yuan grasped his hand, highly agitated, his hands trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. In an instant, Jiang Yuan felt the pain in his body vanish, replaced by a nearly forgotten strength. He shakily sat up and said, "Changsheng, this is definitely not martial arts. But I am already a dying man. I summoned you here to make up for the regrets and guilt in my heart." Jiang Changsheng remained calm and said, "Your Majesty, at your age, it can be considered a natural end. Why feel regret? The world has its own destiny. Trust in the future generations." Jiang Yuan held his hands tightly, his chest heaving as he tried to calm his emotions, saying, "There is something I must tell you that I did not want to say. Wanting to take this secret to the underworld with me, but I am afraid." Jiang Changsheng asked, "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of disappointing me. Or afraid of someone targeting me without knowing." Jiang Yuan was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Jiang Changsheng said, "My dear father, I have actually known all along that the mysterious person you saw that night was none other than me." Jiang Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively releasing Jiang Changsheng's hand. Jiang Changsheng remained calm. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized but still found it puzzling, asking, "Who told you? Eunuch? Or those whom I executed?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "Just consider it as me knowing the destiny." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression changed in shades, eventually turning into a bitter smile. "It doesn't matter anymore. The reason I wanted to tell you about your origins is that the Crown Prince's mother also knows about this matter. Originally, it was nothing, after all. You are highly skilled, but if the Crown Prince wants to restore Chu, once Chu is restored, you and the other brothers will have to die. The Crown Prince possesses a supreme skill that can absorb others' true energy. I fear that you might be caught off guard." Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth, his face full of regret. Jiang Changsheng said, "Thank you for the reminder." Jiang Yuan looked at him again, his eyes filled with guilt, and asked, "Chunga, do you hate your father?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "When I learned the truth, I indeed hated you, but I have already let it go. I am not interested in the throne. I just dislike others deciding my fate, so I resisted a bit." Jiang Yuan said helplessly, "Changsheng, you are indeed strong. Now, even the supreme of the martial world, but your father still gives you a piece of advice. Do not underestimate this world. The 13 states of Great Jing are just a corner of a vast world. Behind the Crown Prince is the great Ascension Dragon Tower, a holy place that has stood for 1,000 years. There may be more such holy places than just the Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower, in order to monopolize the martial resources of this land, has made the Chu dynasty issue a martial restriction order. The martial arts of the 13 states are not the strongest, and may even lag behind other places. Although the Great Ascension Dragon Tower will not interfere with the changing of dynasties, I have promoted the martial arts trend, which has angered them. So they have taught the Crown Prince the divine skill, absorbing my true energy, and are preparing to restore Chu. Martial restriction order? Jiang Changsheng was unaware of this matter, but he knew that the Chu dynasty indeed favored literature over martial arts. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower is very strong. You are definitely no match for them. Leave the capital as soon as possible. Jiang Yuan was too excited. At this point, he couldn't help but cough again. Jiang Changsheng said, "Is that so? What if I destroy the Great Ascension Dragon Tower?" Jiang Yuan was stunned, thinking Jiang Changsheng was being ridiculous, but looking into Jiang Changsheng's eyes, he felt that the other party was not joking. "What if you destroy the Dragon Tower? No matter how strong you are, this world does not belong to you. You have no title. The Great Jing's territory is still being taken by others." Jiang Yuan shook his head. He could not announce to the world the restoration of Jiang Changsheng's status as Crown Prince. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed for eternity, and his life would become a joke. Jiang Changsheng felt a bit disappointed and followed up, "It does not belong to me, but it can belong to my son. Son? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. Who is your son? The Prince of Wei? It cannot be. I made you a master to the Prince of Wei. How could you possibly be plotting? Jiang Yuan asked, trembling. Jiang Changsheng replied expressionlessly, just imitating you. My esteemed father. The two useless people of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower are completely unaware. Tell me, what kind of threat can such a Great Ascension Dragon Tower pose to me? Jiang Yuan trembled all over. Jiang Changsheng said, you should be grateful that I left you a grandson. This great Jing can last another 100 years, which can be considered my repayment for your grace of giving birth. He turned to leave. That's enough said. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, instinctively wanting to keep him. But 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, and he could only watch him push the door and leave. Jiang Yuan slowly lay down, suddenly revealing a smile. Tears mixed in with his laughter. I never expected that in my life. Jiang Yuan would ultimately rely on the child I abandoned. Ha ha ha, destiny is in Jing. In the 43rd year of Kaiyuan, at the end of the year, the founding emperor of Great Jing, Jiang Yuan, passed away, posthumously titled Martial Ancestor, Jing Martial Ancestor. And the entire court mourned. Crown Prince Jiang Yu ascended to the throne and established the era name, Jinyu. A new year has arrived, the first year of Jinyu. This year, Jiang Ziyu is 15 years old. At Longqi Temple, Eunuch Li came to visit. He had already been ousted from the palace and demoted to a commoner. Although his status had declined, he was still a top master and would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Wang Chuan led Eunuch Li to Jiang Changsheng's courtyard. Upon seeing another person in the courtyard, Eunuch Li's eyes widened. He hurriedly knelt and said, Empress. He did not expect that the mysteriously disappeared empress was actually at Longqi Temple. He had thought that she had been killed by Jiang Yu's subordinates. The empress, dressed in a simple Taoist robe, stood up and said, I am no longer the empress. You two talk. Although Jiang Changsheng was highly skilled in medicine, he could not grant immortality. He himself was merely a practitioner, not a true immortal. Eunuch Li walked up to Jiang Changsheng and said, Peace, Jiang Ziyu. And Su Tianji are not here. They went to the city together today. Jiang Changsheng sat at the table, playing with the teacup, and smiled. Eunuch Li, now that His Majesty has passed away, why do you still come to find me? Aren't you afraid of death? Eunuch Li was moved, instantly understanding the implication. And a storm surged in his heart. So it turns out His Majesty. Eunuch Li knelt down in panic, bowing his head. The Crown Prince, back then. This old servant was also following His Majesty's orders. The box in his arms fell as well. Jiang Changsheng frowned and asked, what is this? He felt a trace of extreme, energy and suddenly remembered the mysterious black energy he saw that day when his soul left his body. The aura was exactly the same as this box. Eunuch Li looked up and quickly said, this is a gift from His Majesty to the Prince of Wei. Hoping that you can pass it on to the Prince of Wei. This is the National Foundation. Does the Crown Prince know about the execution? Jiang Changsheng snorted. There's no need to call me Crown Prince. I don't want this identity. I know about Xingshou, and then what? To save the dying dynasty. Chapter 43. Unprecedented in ancient and modern times, the Wei King descends the mountain. Eunuch Li did not leave, but stayed in Longqi Temple, transforming into an old Taoist priest. The reason for keeping him was naturally useful for Jiang Changsheng, but it needed to be preserved for future use. Inside the room, Jiang Changsheng opened the box and found that it contained a piece of white bone. The bone emitted black gas, which condensed into a human form in front of Jiang Changsheng, dressed in purple, wearing a bronze mask, with long hair tied under a crown, looking extremely mysterious. The figure resembled Jiang Yuan in his prime. Xingxiao. Jiang Changsheng sensed its aura and found that it had reached the divine heart realm. With its true energy level not inferior to Tianshan's Jiquebexing, Shou cupped his fists and said, I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. His voice was hoarse, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Jiang Changsheng replied, I am no longer the Crown Prince, and I will not be in the future. Jiang Yuan has passed away, and I will hand you over to the Wei King. You should be aware of this, right? Xingxiu nodded. Xingxiu instantly moved back to the door and asked in a deep voice, Taoist Changsheng, what does this mean? After a moment of silence, Xingxiu said, what opportunity? What opportunity could make my heart move? True transformation? Or seizing a body to become a true person? Jiang Changsheng smiled, causing Xingxiu to tremble all over. The demons and evil spirits in this world are all beasts, transformed from lonely souls and wandering ghosts. There is no method for cultivating immortality. They can only rely on talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or imitate martial arts training. But these methods cannot change their essence. Evil spirits can at most possess a person, but cannot do so for long. Thinking of Jiang Changsheng's various miraculous abilities and unfathomable power, Xingxiu inevitably felt a hint of wavering. Perhaps he really could achieve it? Xingxiu approached Jiang Changsheng and half knelt, saying, the late emperor has passed. From now on, Xingqiu respects you and is willing to follow your orders and assist the Wei King. These words showed insight, knowing who the true master was. Jiang Changsheng smiled in satisfaction and said, "You can practice for now." Xingqiu transformed into black gas and dissipated, entering the white bone. Jiang Changsheng placed the box on the windowsill to facilitate the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon. Days returned to tranquility. Wang Chuan accompanied the empress all day, spending her last days with her, yet she did not tell Wang Chuan her relationship with Jiang Changsheng. As long as she could see Jiang Changsheng every day, the empress was content. Jiang Changsheng initially wanted to refine some life-prolonging elixirs for her, but he was refused. Although Jiang Yuan had wronged her, she had always loved this man, and now that Jiang Changsheng had grown up, she had few attachments left. In April, the empress privately met with Yang Che, and after an hour of conversation, Yang Che left, and that night, she passed away. Jiang Changsheng buried her on the hillside behind the courtyard, with Wang Chuan and eunuch Li accompanying the funeral. In this life, both parents had lived to the end, and before they died, they recognized each other, truly leaving no regrets. The separation of life and death allowed Jiang Changsheng to gain more enlightenment. The path of longevity was not only about expectations, but also accompanied by sadness. However, compared to the pursuit of immortality, these sorrows were nothing. Especially since he was not very close to his parents in this life. He was now 44 years old, and combined with his previous life, he could be considered an old man, yet his mindset remained quite young. Only by being strong enough could one experience less vicissitudes. Wang Chuan could not help but express her gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist. If the empress had stayed in the palace, I fear." Jiang Changsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Eunuch Li shook his head and smiled, following him. He did not reveal Jiang Changsheng's relationship with the empress unless Jiang Changsheng wanted it. Otherwise, he was willing to take this secret to the underworld. In the Golden Lawn Hall, the new Emperor Jiang Yu sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the ministers and generals, filled with ambition. The emperor's position was indeed captivating. An old eunuch glanced at Jiang Yu, and upon feeling his gaze, Jiang Yu spoke. "Ancient Khan, the Jin dynasty is eyeing us covetously. And Dying and Ancient Khan are locked in a death struggle. Dying is facing unprecedented peril. Does anyone have a good plan?" The ministers and generals fell silent, no one daring to speak. Whoever spoke would be sending themselves to death. They were filled with grievances. They had been living in peace with Ancient Khan. But Emperor Jingwu insisted on attacking Ancient Khan to become a legendary emperor. Now the two dynasties had completely become enemies, both wanting to destroy the other without any possibility of negotiation. Emperor Jingwu made mistakes, and the current emperor was no different, wasting half of Dying's military strength. Now, famine was rampant, and the people were suffering. The Jin dynasty was treacherous, taking advantage of the situation to court Ancient Khan. And all the diplomatic envoys sent by Dying were humiliated. The Jin dynasty declared it would flatten Dying within 5 years. Faced with the threats from both dynasties, no general dared to step forward. Someone stood up and said, "Currently, the most powerful general in Dying is still King Qin. Your Majesty, why not give King Qin the power to conscript soldiers?" Jiang Yu glanced at him, scaring him into immediate silence. Jiang Yu slowly spoke. "I have a plan that can resolve the crisis of the country." The ministers and generals looked up at him, their eyes filled with curiosity. In such a situation, how could it be resolved? Change the country name to Chu and unite the Chu people to defend the 13 states of the land. Jiang Yu scanned everyone in the hall and said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was in an uproar. Nonsense. How is this any different from surrendering? An old minister stood up and angrily scolded, while other ministers, disregarding their fear, joined in the shouting. They had been puzzled for years as to why Jiang Yu kept promoting Chu people, but they never imagined Jiang Yu actually wanted to restore Chu. Too absurd. Throughout history, this has never happened before. If this succeeds, Dying will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Absurd. Your Majesty, are you crazy? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Restore Chu? What will the people of Dying think? Your Majesty, why not just say to surrender to the Jin dynasty? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Your Majesty, who gave you such a good plan? He is truly a genius of the ages. The ministers were furious, even forgetting the emperor's authority. Various unpleasant words pierced Jiang Yu's ears, making his face extremely ugly. He did not expect that the usually timid ministers and generals would dare to insult him like this. Impudent. You really want to die? Do you want to be beheaded? Do you want to implicate your 9 clans? Jiang Yu rose, roaring, with true energy surging, shaking everyone's hearts and causing them to tremble. The Prime Minister of the Ministry of Rights knelt down, loudly shouting, "I urge your Majesty to dismiss this delusion. Otherwise, we shall resist even if we die. I urge your Majesty to dismiss this delusion." The vast majority of civil and military officials knelt down, with only the Chu officials remaining standing. Jiang Yu's face turned icy to the extreme, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the first year of Jin Yumei, the news of the emperor wanting to restore Chu spread throughout the world. Although it was suppressed by the officials, this proposal left the people of the world deeply disappointed, with widespread curses among the populace. Inside Longxi Temple, my father has gone mad. How could he say such ridiculous words? 15-year-old Jiang Ziyu cursed angrily. Sitting next to Jiang Changsheng, the two looking like real brothers, with the only difference being the birthmark on Jiang Ziyu's forehead, giving him a more imposing and dignified appearance. Su Tianji observed this master and disciple pair, muttering to himself, they're looking more and more alike. Wang Chuan also noticed this. It was usually hard to detect. But when Jiang Ziyu was angry, his aura resembled Jiang Changsheng's when facing a supreme master. Jiang Ziyu looked at Jiang Changsheng and said, Master, I want to raise an army and suppress the northern borders. As long as we defeat ancient Khan and the Jin dynasty, my father will surely no longer mention restoring Chu. Now he had achieved great martial prowess. Although he was not yet at the Tongtian realm, he was among the top experts in the spiritual awareness realm. With the support of the Yang family and the Qin family, he was full of confidence. Jiang Changsheng replied, Wait until you achieve Tongtian safely, then act. Jiang Ziyu couldn't help but look towards Pinyin, who was playing with the white dragon in the courtyard. The strong white dragon being swung around by him, dizzy. Pinyin is not particularly handsome, but his facial features are well-defined, exuding a heroic presence. Coupled with his strong physique, he is clearly a formidable warrior. Jiang Ziyu frowned. He knew the importance of a master in the heavenly realm. Without Pinyin, he had no confidence in dealing with Guhan and the masters of the Jin dynasty, so he decided to wait. Jiang Ziyu felt frustrated and secretly vowed that when he rises, he would sweep away the world's corruption. Jiang Changsheng called Pinyin over. Although Pinyin was somewhat foolish, he was very obedient to Jiang Changsheng and listened to him the most. Today, I will begin teaching you the wonderful sex Dharma form, Jiang Changsheng said. Upon hearing this, others looked over in surprise. The 10-year period had ended, and Su Tianji, who was originally preparing to descend the mountain, became interested. The wonderful sex Dharma form was a supreme skill he had long yearned for. However, he was troubled about how to get the Taoist to teach him. In the second year of Jinyu, the emperor appointed his son Jiang Zihan as the crown prince. The crown prince led an army of 100,000 to the northern border, eager to prove himself. In June, Pinyin finally became a master of the heavenly realm. Jiang Ziyu bid farewell to Jiang Changsheng and descended the mountain. Before leaving, Jiang Changsheng bestowed upon him a criminal's head, giving him a master of the divine heart realm in his hands. Jiang Changsheng stood at the mountain gate, watching the two brothers descend the mountain. Wang Chuan, Wang Li, and others stood behind him, along with other disciples. After years of interaction, Jiang Ziyu had developed good relationships with every disciple in the sect, making it hard for them to part as he went to battle, while they also looked forward to his rise to fame. Su Tianji couldn't help but say, Taoist, if I assist King Wei, once he succeeds, can you teach me the wonderful sex Dharma form? He had been conflicted for a year and could only think of this approach. Jiang Changsheng looked at the mountain path and softly said, yes. Su Tianji was overjoyed, immediately expressing his thanks to Jiang Changsheng, then rushed down the mountain. Your Highness King Wei, wait for me. What are you doing here? I'm here to help you conquer the world. Didn't you say to wait until I ascend the throne? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait. Get lost. When the time comes, you will definitely charge to the front. Wang Chuan sighed. Now King Wei has no shortage of fierce generals. As for strategists, the Chun and Yang family's disciples can fill in. With such a lineup, he sees hope. But even if King Wei can turn the tide, how will he ascend the throne? Will it be by winning the emperor's favor or by force? Wang Chuan couldn't help but look at Jiang Changsheng, whose profile made Wang Chuan feel it was more likely to be the latter. Jiang Changsheng staying in the capital was the greatest threat to the current emperor, but the emperor was still unaware. Chapter 44, The Cycle of Heaven's Way. The Worthy Saints of the Four Seas. At night, a figure jumped through the window, illuminated by the candlelight in the room. It was Hua Jinxin. She took off her mask and sat beside Jiang Changsheng, saying, General Zhong Wei is also dissatisfied with the emperor's restoration of Chu and has decided to assist Ziyu. I have advised him to hold back and wait for the right moment. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes and replied, he is quite aware of the current situation. Giving the criminal's head to him was also a consideration. The white-clad guard was previously under the command of the criminal's head. Before Jiang Yuan passed away, the criminal's head had already relinquished his position to avoid being forcibly kicked out by Jiang Yu, allowing him to choose his own people and leaving room for maneuver. Hua Jinxin sighed. Ziyu has finally grown up. Although he has Pinyin, Su Tianji, and the criminal's head to assist him, no matter how many achievements he builds, he will ultimately only be King Wei. How can he rightfully become the crown prince? Jiang Changsheng gazed at the bright moon outside the window and said, I have my methods. The reason I haven't made a move against Jiang Yu is not because I fear the great Ascension Dragon Tower, but because I am giving Ziyu time. He was too young before, and when he gains fame, I will give him a legitimate opportunity. He had already reached the level comparable to the martial Dao's universe realm. After calculations through incense, he could easily suppress the great Ascension Dragon Tower. So he had nothing to fear now. He only wished for Jiang Ziyu to ascend more smoothly. If he were to kill Jiang Yu directly or force him to abdicate, the world would surely be thrown into chaos, which would be undesirable. To prevent great disorder, Jiang Ziyu must achieve great merit that overshadows his lord. Hua Jinshi nodded. Gazing at Jiang Changsheng's profile, lost in thought, Jiang Changsheng turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Hua Jinshi sighed. "Although I have taken the youth-retaining pill, I am already over 50. I don't know how much longer I can accompany you. In these 2 years, too many old friends have passed away, which makes me feel a bit sad." For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Changsheng could live longer than herself. Jiang Changsheng shook his head. Life, aging, illness, and death have their own timelines. You cannot force it, just get used to it. How is your practice of the universe heaven scripture going? Hua Jinshin replied. It's hard to make further progress, and I can't cultivate the higher level true chi you mentioned. Jiang Changsheng felt slightly disappointed. The universe heaven scripture was a low-tier version of the Taoist natural art he created, and although it couldn't compare, it did provide a way to cultivate spiritual power. If it didn't work, it indicated a lack of talent for cultivation. Perhaps it was unrelated to talent. Martial artists in this world could not cultivate immortality due to the rules of heaven and earth. He would eventually part ways with Hua Jinshin. Although he didn't have an infatuation with her, after more than 20 years of companionship, there were feelings involved. Over the years, he occasionally hoped for someone to accompany him. But now it seemed that only the earth spirit tree could stay by his side. Seeing him silent, Hua Jinshin felt a bit ashamed. She knew her talent was lacking, and reaching the heavenly realm was already Jiang Changsheng's elevation. Unable to help herself, she leaned against Jiang Changsheng's shoulder, and he did not avoid her. Will you marry in the future? Hua Jinshin suddenly asked. Jiang Changsheng replied, perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. Hua Jinshin felt a pang of sadness. There was something she had never said. She sensed a mysterious power surging into her body, but it did not cause discomfort. She did not struggle, but softly asked, what is this? Then please believe that there will be a next life. If there is a next life, and we have no memories, what significance does it have? I will have memories. Then can you find me? That wouldn't be impossible. Hua Jinshin couldn't help but chuckle, finding Jiang Changsheng to be unromantic yet amusing. To her, the next life was merely a comfort Jiang Changsheng offered her, and even if it was just comfort, she was very satisfied. At least he could already comfort himself. In July, King Wei, Jiang Ziyu, began conscripting troops in the southern regions of the Great Jing, declaring that he would fight to defend the Great Jing's territory. Subsequently, other princes also left the capital one after another, wanting to emulate the crown prince and King Wei by going to the front lines to achieve merit. In an instant, a wave of resistance against the Jin and Han dynasties surged throughout Great Jing. With the country on the brink of destruction, the princes personally took to the battlefield, stirring the blood of the people of Great Jing. Ha, ha, ha. In the courtyard, Wang Chuan was exchanging punches and kicks with Jiang Changsheng, attacking fiercely. However, no matter how fast his movements or how tricky his angles, he could not touch the hem of Jiang Changsheng's robe. Wang Chuan had become accustomed to this. He was not discouraged and continued to give his all. Wang Chuan was under the tree helping the white dragon shed its skin. The white dragon was entering its molting period, and its intelligence was now comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Actually asking Wang Chuan for help with shedding its skin, how lazy. After a long time, Wang Chuan stopped, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. At 17, he had completely matured, standing tall with long hair tied back with a grass rope, revealing a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and piercing eyes, resembling a demon lord. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, Chuaner, you've made great progress. You were almost able to touch your master. This was naturally a comforting remark, as the gap in realms was too great for Wang Chuan to actually touch him. Wang Chuan excitedly asked, really just almost? Jiang Changsheng smiled and nodded, and Wang Chuan immediately felt empowered. At that moment, Qing Ku walked into the courtyard. Now over 40, he showed signs of weariness, with a stubbly face, and, along with his missing arm, he had a story to tell. Senior brother, a person claiming to be a worthy saint of the 4 seas has come to visit. He says he wants to discuss heavenly fate with you, Qing Ku said with a strange expression, feeling that the person's words sounded like those of a swindler. He even tried to push him away but ended up being toyed with instead. Jiang Changsheng sat down at the stone table and said, let him come in. Wang Chuan, brew some tea. The 4 seas sage had heard from Li Gonggong that the birth of the executioner was indeed the doing of the 4 seas sage. He had already sensed the aura of the 4 seas sage, whose cultivation in the heavenly realm was indeed very strong. The most crucial point was that the sage's power was different from that of ordinary martial artists. His true chi was not violent, but gentle like water. No, it was not just the heavenly realm. There was still a hidden, even more powerful force within his dantian. Although it did not pose a threat to Jiang Changsheng. Within the great Jing, he was undoubtedly an unparalleled strongman. After a while, Qing Ku brought the Four Seas sage over. The Four Seas sage was plump, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, resembling Maitreya Buddha, holding a wine gourd in one hand and carrying a large wooden box on his back. Master Changsheng truly radiated extraordinary charm, such a technique for retaining one's youth. The old man had never seen in all his travels across the 10 Directions dynasty. The Four Seas sage chuckled and then sat down in front of Jiang Changsheng. Qing Ku wanted to say something, but upon seeing Jiang Changsheng wave his hand, he had no choice but to leave. The Four Seas sage picked up a small bowl, poured wine from the gourd, and said with a smile, Master Changsheng, for you to cultivate such power in the dynasty controlled by the great Ascension Dragon Tower is truly impressive. But has the master been staying in the capital all this time, perhaps to intervene in the fate of the world? Jiang Changsheng smiled and asked, what do you mean by fate? The Four Seas sage drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp and then said, the fate lies in Chu. He stared intently at Jiang Changsheng, his gaze becoming sharp. Jiang Changsheng remained unmoved and said, who determines fate? Is it you or the great Ascension Dragon Tower? The Four Seas sage shook his head and said, neither. It is determined by martial arts. The master's cultivation is likely on the verge of reaching the divine level, and some matters can be known. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of dynasties have been governed by martial arts. These 13 states are under the control of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. But do you know if the Great Ascension Dragon Tower has divine beings? Wang Chen couldn't help but turn his head. He was very interested in the term divine being. The Four Seas sage continued, if the master insists on proceeding, you will eventually encounter calamity. Let it go. This land already has its destiny. Why not leave with me? Where to? To roam the world. To see a broader expanse of heaven and earth. To seek higher martial arts in the sacred cave. Is there a higher realm above the divine being? Naturally. Martial arts have no end. Above the divine being is the golden body realm, a level that 90% of martial artists cannot reach in their lifetime. That is a realm of invincibility across the world. The Four Seas sage stroked his beard and laughed. Seeing Jiang Changsheng moved, his smile widened. Golden body realm? So there is another realm between the divine being and the realm of heaven and earth. Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness. But I still wish to stay here and focus on my cultivation. The Four Seas sage frowned and said, when the ancestor of Jingwu rebelled, I once assisted him. So I still have some feelings for the Great Jing. You are undoubtedly the most outstanding martial artist in the Great Jing, and with the fall of the Great Jing, I invite you out of respect for the late emperor, hoping to leave a legacy for the Great Jing martial world. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow and asked, the late emperor sent you here? The Four Seas sage snorted and said, 2 years ago, he sent me a letter, asking me to come to the capital and take away the Taoist Changsheng from Longqi Temple. I originally thought you were just an ordinary martial arts talent. But I didn't expect you to have become a legend in the Great Jing martial world. Jiang Changsheng thought of Jiang Yuan and felt quite emotional. He still cherished the bond of father and son. Jiang Changsheng said, thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to leave. The Four Seas sage frowned, his gaze fixed on Jiang Changsheng, and said, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower has not yet descended upon the capital, not because they fear your martial arts, but because they are entangled with other matters. They will come sooner or later, forcing the current emperor to restore Chu. When that time comes, the subjects of the Jing dynasty will become slaves, and all the civil and military officials, as well as the royal family, will be slaughtered by the Chu people. This is the grudge of a fallen nation, one that cannot coexist. Wang Chun listened nearby, shocked. He had already known of the existence of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, but did not expect them to be so ruthless. Jiang Changsheng said, my mind is made up. I will not waver. Upon hearing this, the Four Seas sage slammed the table and stood up angrily, saying, foolish. He picked up the wine gourd and turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and said, Jiang Yuan is also half my disciple. I cannot go back on my word. How about this? You and I will exchange a palm. If you win, I will no longer persuade you. If you lose, you will come with me. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, why bother? The Four Seas sage put on a serious face and provocatively looked at Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng chuckled. This old man had a bit of a mischievous childlike demeanor. He stood up and suddenly appeared in front of the Four Seas sage, his right palm stopping in front of the sage's forehead. The force of the wind pulling the sage's robe back, even causing the flesh on his face to be pulled back, distorting his features. When the wind dissipated, beads of cold sweat appeared on the Four Seas sage's forehead, his eyes wide, his heartbeat like a war drum, which Jiang Changsheng could hear clearly. Jiang Changsheng smiled and asked, "Do you really want to exchange a palm?" The 4C sage forced a smile and said, "I was just joking. Master is truly formidable. Just consider that I was drunk just now and said all that nonsense." While he spoke, he began to retreat and then ran out of the courtyard in a rather comical manner. Chapter 45. Fame shakes the world, the emperor's ambition. After the 4C sage left, Jiang Changsheng fell into deep thought. He was pondering what had entangled the great Ascension Dragon Tower. What place was the sacred cave that the 4C sage mentioned, and how many unknown masters were hidden there? Jiang Changsheng estimated that the realm of heaven and earth should be the next level after the golden body realm. The breakthrough of the Tao law of nature was a layer, while the disparity in martial arts realms was already quite exaggerated. It was impossible for there to be too many more realms. The martial arts realm should be divided into 3 tiers: third tier, second tier, first tier, true essence, spiritual awareness, heavenly connection, divine heart, divine being, golden body, and heaven and earth. The great Ascension Dragon Tower should have divine beings, but not many. While the strongest in the 4C sage's understanding should be the golden body realm, and Jiang Changsheng was at an even higher heaven and earth realm. So, does this mean invincibility? No, it is only invincible on the regional map. One should not be too arrogant. Jiang Changsheng silently thought, feeling much more relaxed. One should not be reckless with power. Caution does not mean excessive fear. It is enough to live comfortably in one's own environment. Arakawa approached excitedly and asked, "Master, what realm is the divine being? Is it above the heavenly connection?" He had memorized everything the 4C sage had said earlier. A broader expanse of heaven and earth. A higher realm. All made his heart race with anticipation. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Above the heavenly connection is the divine heart realm. And only then comes the divine being. Su Tianji is at the divine heart realm. Then you are a divine being," Arakawa said with admiration. And Jiang Changsheng did not deny it. The news of the 4C sage being scared away did not spread in the martial world, as the name of the 4C sage was already that of an unknown figure. Only a few had heard of it. Days passed. In the autumn, the trees on the mountains turned yellow. One day, Meng Qiushuang came to visit Jiang Changsheng. "Taoist, it is time to prepare to select the next eldest disciple." Meng Qiushuang said with worry. The once vibrant senior sister has now entered her old age. Although she has taken good care of herself, she cannot hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and on her hands. People grow old and become weary. Their energy cannot keep up. Jiang Changsheng pondered, "What about Wanli?" Meng Qiushuang nodded and said, "That is certainly possible, but the Taoist must also think about the next generation. It is time to select a young disciple from Longqi Temple to cultivate in front of you." Jiang Changsheng was a martial arts legend, but the 3 disciples under him were not all true disciples of Longqi Temple. Pingyan had followed King Wei down the mountain, and Arakawa's relationship with the other disciples was not very close, often immersed in martial arts, making it difficult for him to become the eldest disciple overseeing Longqi Temple. After hearing this, Jiang Changsheng said, "You make a good point. In the next few days, I will select another disciple." Meng Qiushuang smiled, and then began to reminisce with Jiang Changsheng about old times, sharing stories from their youth, which Jiang Changsheng also enjoyed, as those of age tend to fondly remember the past. In the 3rd year of Jinyu, King Wei led 100,000 iron cavalry to the northern border, defeating the Jin dynasty's 300,000-strong army with his 10,000 troops, becoming famous throughout the world. Among his ranks was a fierce general, known as Pingyan, whose strength alone killed 8,000 enemies, earning him the title of a demon god among men. Such achievements spread across the 13 states, leaving the Jing dynasty in disbelief. The vast majority of the common people thought it was a rumor, as the feats were too exaggerated. The continuous good news began to excite the people of Dying. Could it be true? In no time, legends about King Wei started to circulate, claiming he was born with 3 eyes, a reincarnation of the golden-winged Dapeng bird, a figure of martial arts myth, and so on, elevating King Wei's image in the hearts of the dying populace. King Wei's rise also put immense pressure on the crown prince and the other princes. The emperor had to dispatch more troops to support the crown prince, fearing that King Wei's growing power would threaten the crown prince's position. In the imperial palace, in the study, Jiang Yu was handling memorials when a white-clad guard entered, kneeling at the table to report intelligence. Upon hearing it, Jiang Yu frowned. Pingyan, Su Tianji, and Longqi Temple are truly sparing no effort? His troops are recruited from the Yang family? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, his fingers tapping the table, deep in thought. He never expected King Wei to rise. Previously, he thought Jiang Changsheng had taken King Wei and only out of necessity under the imperial power, not realizing they had developed a deep bond. The white-clad guard continued. Not just the Yang family, but also the Qin family. Jiang Yu's frown deepened. Before he ascended the throne, these 2 families had already moved their families south. leaving only high officials in the capital. If he acted against the ministers of these two families now, they could very well rise from the south, threatening his imperial authority. He looked at Gui Lu, the leader of the 13 assassins of Tianxiao, standing beside him, and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Gui Lu's eyes flickered as he replied, "The Yang family, the Qin family, and Longqi Temple all support King Wei. Their intentions are clear. However, the Yang and Qin families have already withdrawn from the capital, while only Longqi Temple remains. Your Majesty, this is worth being cautious about." Jiang Yu was not foolish. He asked solemnly, "Are you saying Longqi Temple is a knife that could stab at me at any moment?" Gui Lu said, "If your Majesty does not act against the two families, does not directly suppress King Wei, Longqi Temple will certainly not take action. However, Longqi Temple is established by imperial power and understands the struggles for it. Their choice will inevitably also acknowledge that they cannot afford to fail." Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. He looked at the white-clad guard in front of him and said, "You may leave for now. Continue to monitor King Wei." "Yes." The white-clad guard quickly exited. Jiang Yu stood up and paced within the study. Upon hearing something, he stopped, his eyes lighting up as he said, "That's a good idea. We can eliminate King Qin as well." Jiang Yu frowned and said, "Can we really take down Zhong Tianwu?" Zhong Tianwu, the former supreme master of martial arts, had fought against the three grandmasters of Guhan without ever being defeated. As the emperor, Jiang Yu was most aware of this man's achievements. Gui Lu said, "Long Lu is about to send a revered master. This master is an unparalleled expert who surpasses the Tongtian realm. Together with your Majesty and us, Zhong Tianwu will have nowhere to escape." Huang Chuan did not use true energy, relying solely on his martial arts skills to spar with Ling Xiao. Even though he was 7 years older than Ling Xiao, his martial skills could not completely suppress Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was selected by Jiang Changsheng from over 200 disciples of Longqi Temple for his outstanding talent, and Huang Chuan had also shown mercy. After pushing Ling Xiao back and seeing him panting heavily, Huang Chuan laughed and said, "All right, junior brother, you almost defeated me. You are truly impressive." Ling Xiao's face turned red, unsure if it was from exhaustion or shyness, and he shook his head, saying, "How could that be? Brother, don't comfort me. I know my own abilities. If you were serious, you could defeat me with a single move." Huang Chuan smiled, suddenly recalling what their master had said about him almost being able to catch up to him. Could it be? Jiang Changsheng said, "Ling Xiao? Besides external martial arts, internal skills are fundamental. Now, you should not listen to the Tao. Instead, seize the time to practice. When you reach adulthood, you will have to take on the responsibility of teaching other disciples." Ling Xiao quickly nodded, feeling quite anxious. Just then, Eunuch Li rushed in. Although Eunuch Li had joined Longqi Temple, he often roamed within the capital, helping Longqi Temple manage various food, medicine, and trade matters while also building his own connections. Seeing Eunuch Li come in, Huang Chuan wisely took Ling Xiao out of the courtyard, as Huang Chuan and Bai Long were not present. They were helping to collect mature medicinal herbs in the back mountain. Jiang Changsheng squinted and said, "Are you implying that the emperor wants to take action against King Qin?" Eunuch Li nodded, saying, "Recently, several princes have died in quick succession. I suspect it is the emperor's doing. King Qin is the greatest threat to him on the surface. Especially with Zhong Tianwu's assistance, he must be eliminated." Jiang Changsheng fell silent. Eunuch Li bowed and then turned to leave. Jiang Changsheng's gaze shifted to a tombstone at the back of the courtyard, letting out a faint sigh. In the wilds, on the official road, two figures rode forward, Jiang Yu and Zhong Tianwu, both dressed in plain clothes, without armor. The gray-haired Zhong Tianwu frowned and said, "Your Highness, this time entering the capital is like walking into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair." Zhong Tianwu sighed. He continued, "King Wei is indeed young and capable, very daring. But Your Highness, if you truly do not fight for it, giving up will only lead to a dead end. The struggle for imperial power cannot be abandoned at will." Jiang Yu replied, "If I can leave alive, then I will retire from the battlefield, becoming a wandering hero, traveling the world. That would be a fulfilling life." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu pulled on the reins, and Zhong Tianwu did the same. A figure appeared on the road ahead. Dressed in a purple-red long robe, with long hair coiled under a jade crown resembling a serpent's head, and a stern expression. With every step, dark energy rose from beneath his feet, as if he had stepped out from the depths of the underworld. Zhong Tianwu frowned and said, "The opponent is very strong, not inferior to a grandmaster." He puzzled inwardly about when such a peerless expert had emerged in the dying martial arts world, as he had never seen him before. "The supreme master of martial arts, Zhong Tianwu, today I see you live up to your name. You may call me Master Yanxi." The opponent said with a mocking smile, his expression filled with murderous intent and sarcasm. Zhong Tianwu looked down at him and said, "Master Yanxi? An unknown person. Do you think you can fight me alone?" Master Yanxi laughed and said, "Since you look down on me, Then I shall satisfy you." As soon as he finished speaking, figures leaped out from the surrounding woods, quickly closing in and surrounding Zhong Tianwu and Jiang Yu. 13 Assassins of Tianxiao. Chapter 46. A certain death situation, divine weapons descend. Zhong Tianwu glanced at the 13 assassins of Tianxiao with his peripheral vision. His expression did not change, but his heart sank. These guys were all experts in the Tongtian realm. 13 Tongtian masters, plus Master Yan Shi, made the situation quite tricky. Zhong Tianwu was certainly confident in facing them, but with Jiang Yu by his side, it would not be easy to protect him against so many experts. Jiang Yu also had the strength of the Lingxi realm, enough to be considered a fierce general on the battlefield, but at this moment, he was merely a burden to Zhong Tianwu, and the enemies were clearly targeting him. Gui Lu drew his sword and said ominously. Jiang Yu initially thought the opponents were after him, but he was surprised to find they were targeting Zhong Tianwu instead, which also astonished Zhong Tianwu. Master Yan Shi continued forward, laughing, "The supreme master of dying, don't let me down." Suddenly, he charged at Zhong Tianwu, his figure ghostly, arriving before Zhong Tianwu's horse in an instant. He struck out with one palm, a rolling black mist surging from his sleeve, wrapping around the horse's body. Zhong Tianwu leaped up, extending his hand in midair, flicking his fingers to shoot out a stream of true energy like an arrow, piercing through the black mist, aiming to penetrate Master Yan Shi's head, but it was easily dodged. The fierce horse let out a painful neigh, starting to go mad, fleeing in all directions, but could not disperse the black mist clinging to it. Before it could escape into the woods, it collapsed on the ground, its flesh rotting away to reveal a skeleton, black blood seeping into the earth, a horrifying sight. The 13 assassins of Tianxiao almost simultaneously launched their attacks, wielding swords and knives to besiege Zhong Tianwu. Zhong Tianwu's skills were extraordinary. Even under siege, he could handle it with ease. He dodged the strikes of 4 long swords crossing each other, his body hanging in midair as he slammed down with one palm. Boom. The terrifying palm force caused the 4 assassins to spit blood and be thrown back. The ground beneath them collapsed, forming a palm-shaped giant pit several feet deep and several yards long. A strong wind swept in all directions, startling Jiang Yu's horse, which reared up and neighed. The snake-hating elder drew a soft sword from his waist and slashed at Zhong Tianwu in midair. Black sword energy surged violently, cutting down the flowers, plants, and trees within dozens of yards, with grass and dust flying everywhere. Zhong Tianwu quickly landed on the ground, and with a punch, he struck the earth, causing it to collapse, startling the snake-hating elder and the 13 assassins of Tianxiao into jumping up to avoid being dispersed by the true energy underground. Waves of black sword energy fell on Zhong Tianwu's body, but were blocked by his true energy, not harming him at all. He raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. With a kick of his left leg, his figure transformed into an arrow, rushing towards the snake-hating elder at an extreme speed. Gui Lu and the 7 assassins simultaneously swung their swords, their sword energies resonating, and the 8 swords struck together, slashing towards Zhong Tianwu, the sword energy forming a powerful force, unstoppable. Bang! A sound like shattering glass echoed. The sword force was shattered by Zhong Tianwu, and the 8 were thrown back. Zhong Tianwu raised his right hand, forming an eagle claw shape, directly targeting the snake-hating elder. Too fast. The other assassins of the 13 assassins of Tianxiao couldn't stop him in time. The snake-hating elder raised his sword, pressing his left hand against the blade, making it straight, with powerful true energy infused into the sword. Boom! The two collided, and 2 terrifying true energies exploded, like raging flames, one black and one white, struggling against each other. Zhong Tianwu stared intently at the snake-hating elder, who did the same, but a strange color emerged in the elder's eyes. I didn't expect there to be such a character in the martial arts world of dying. The Longlu has indeed underestimated the 13 states. The snake-hating elder coldly snorted, then fully urged his true energy, and centered around the 2 of them. The ground began to collapse, extending in all directions like a spider web, with strong winds stirring up broken branches, flowers, and dust. Almost simultaneously, the 2 withdrew their hands and charged at each other again, engaging in close combat, their figures intertwining, palm and sword clashing. The roaring sound of true energy was deafening, surpassing the strength of ordinary people. The 13 assassins of Tianxiao didn't just watch. They quickly joined the fray in the dust, surrounding Zhong Tianwu, even when surrounded by 13 masters at the Tongtian level and one surpassing it. Zhong Tianwu still displayed powerful spirit, worthy of the title of supreme of the martial arts world. Jiang Yu continuously retreated, holding his right arm in front of his face, frowning and gritting his teeth. He couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. It was the same on the battlefield before. When Zhong Tianwu fought against the 3 great masters, they cleared a space for them to fight. and only when their true energy was exhausted did the soldiers dare to rush in. "Fourth brother, aren't you going to help him?" A teasing laugh came from behind, and Jiang Yu turned to look, only to see Jiang Yu with his hands behind his waist, stepping out from the woods with true dragon energy. The energy transforming into a dragon, as if riding on a dragon, his dragon robe fluttering, showing off imperial majesty. Jiang Yu drew his sword, glaring at Jiang Yu, and said, "Jiang Yu, why involve others in our rivalry?" Jiang Yu landed, dissipating his true energy, rolled up his sleeves, and shook his head, saying, "Rivalry? I have already ascended the throne. What do you have to contest with me?" Jiang Yu coldly replied, "Then do you want to kill me here?" Jiang Yu furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly, he charged at Jiang Yu with his sword, stepping on the 9 Sikhs' heavenly dragon step, circling to Jiang Yu's right side and swinging his sword to decapitate him. Jiang Yu did not look away, his right palm striking faster at Jiang Yu's abdomen. Bang! Uft! Jiang Yu was sent flying, blood shooting from his mouth, scattering into the air. He flew a full 10 yards, crashing into an old tree that required 5 people to embrace, shaking the tree violently. He landed, propping his body up with the tip of his sword against the grass. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, extremely uncomfortable. He looked up to see Jiang Yu walking towards Zhong Tianwu. The fierce wind stirred up by his true energy shaking his dragon robe. This emperor actually displayed an aura surpassing the Tongtian level. Is this a master? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had seen Master Gu Huan on the battlefield, whose aura was enough to instill fear. Now Jiang Yu was the same. He knew Jiang Yu was a martial arts genius, but how could his power be so high after staying in the capital all these years? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, trembling as he raised his sword towards Jiang Yu, who had already activated the true dragon energy. With 3 dragon-shaped true energies entwining around him, sand and wind unable to approach. Bang! Bang! 2 figures were sent flying by Zhong Tianwu, heading towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not receive them, his figure swaying, transforming into dozens of afterimages, directly killing towards Zhong Tianwu. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar exploded, and Jiang Yu's palm met Zhong Tianwu's right palm. The 3 dragon-shaped true energies attempted to bite Zhong Tianwu, but were blocked by his true energy shield, unable to shatter. The snake-hating elder thrust his sword, and Zhong Tianwu raised his left palm, true energy bursting forth from his palm, blocking the snake-hating elder's attack. Boom! The true energy surged like a tornado, lifting off the ground, flying sand and stones, causing the ground to tremble, startling Jiang Yu, and the snake-hating elder changed expression. But there are not just 2 masters. Gui Lu's cold voice rang out as he leaped behind Zhong Tianwu, wanting to swing his sword to behead him. Zhong Tianwu suddenly crouched down, pulling the snake-hating elder with powerful force, causing Jiang Yu to lose balance. Zhong Tianwu turned around with an incomprehensible speed for the Tongtian level. Kicking Gui Lu in the chest, the sound of bones breaking was crisp and piercing, and Gui Lu was kicked away. He flew into the woods like a sharp arrow, knocking down trees, and ultimately pierced through the chest by a sharp broken branch, hanging on the trunk, his eyes wide open, unable to close, blood flowing down the trunk. Tongtian die? Zhong Tianwu kicked the snake-hating elder away, and his left palm struck towards Jiang Yu with overwhelming might. Jiang Yu raised his arms to block, true dragon energy protecting his body, but he was still sent flying, landing and retreating 8 steps. He felt his arms go numb, looking up in disbelief at Zhong Tianwu. How could this person be so powerful? Zhong Tianwu stood proudly in the strong wind, snorting, "Though we are of the same realm. I have practiced martial arts for 60 years. The power of 60 years is not something you can match." The snake-hating elder straightened his back, a half-smile on his face. Although dying is weak, the supreme of the martial arts world that has emerged is indeed powerful. But Zhong Tianwu, do you really think you are invincible? Zhong Tianwu frowned, his expression suddenly changing. He raised his left hand, noticing the palm turning black. He quickly used his right hand to press on his left arm's acupoint, trying to stop the venom from seeping in, but the venom penetrated rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his left shoulder and forcibly tore off his left arm, blood splattering everywhere. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch violently, and the snake-hating elder was also shocked. The unimaginable pain did not move Zhong Tianwu. His expression turned exceptionally cold as he turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Today, I will use martial arts to punish the king, to suppress the world." He suddenly threw his severed arm, which flew towards Jiang Yu at great speed. Jiang Yu pushed both palms out, the true dragon energy crashing against the severed arm with overwhelming force, unable to repel it. He saw the palms suddenly straighten, piercing through the true dragon energy, attacking Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face changed drastically, secretly thinking it was bad. Boom! A figure fell from the sky, stepping on Zhong Tianwu's severed arm, causing the ground to collapse and dust to fly. As the dust settled, the figure revealed itself. It was an old man in white clothes, with a scar running across half of his face, giving him a fierce appearance. Zhong Tianwu's left shoulder was still bleeding. He frowned at the old man in white and coldly said, "I didn't expect the leader of the 5 great masters, Tiangang Taoist, to also become the emperor's dog. To capture me, emperor, you really put in a lot of effort." Zhong Tianwu mocked, as the remaining 12 assassins of the 13 assassins of Tianxiao landed, approaching him from different directions, while the snake-hating elder spread his arms, poisonous gas swirling around him, closing in step by step. Jiang Yu sneered, "Zhong Tianwu, do you really think you can suppress the world with martial arts?" Tiangang Taoist remained expressionless, saying, "Zhong Tianwu, the revival of Chu is the mandate of heaven. It must be carried out. The emperor cannot die. This ends here, and I will leave you with your whole corpse." Zhong Tianwu said calmly, "Let the Qin king go. I am willing to die." Jiang Yu shook his head and laughed. "Do you think you still have the right to talk to me? Today you must die. And so must the Qin king." Behind him, Jiang Yu trembled as he walked forward, gripping a knife in his right hand, his face covered in blood. Yet his eyes were filled with madness as he shouted loudly, "Zhong Tianwu, I give you my last command, which is to kill, and before you die, drag as many people as possible to the underworld with you. It's a certain death, and Jiang Yu has already given up hope. To die in battle is fine. Brother, father, mother, I'm coming." Jiang Yu's gaze became incredibly resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianwu smiled and laughed wildly. "Zhong Tianwu, obeying orders, my lord. Martial artists die in battle. It is not a disgrace. Zhong Tianwu will go first." After saying that, he stepped forward towards Tiangang Taoist, resolute and unwavering. Tiangang Taoist sighed. Raising his right palm to his chest, true energy overflowing from his palm, a golden light rising from his hand, his eyes turning golden simultaneously, his aura transforming. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere in the sky, thunder rumbling. The world changed color. At that moment, a sword light pierced through the thunderclouds and landed before Tiangang Taoist, the sword blade stabbing into the ground, causing the thunderclouds above to dissipate. Tiangang Taoist frowned, gazing intently, murmuring, "Is this the Taihang sword?" Chapter 47. A sword strikes out, riding the wind with the sword. Everyone's gaze fell on the sword in front of Tiangang Taoist. Under the sunlight, the blade of the Taihang sword reflected a cold light, causing Jiang Yu, the serpent-hating elder, and the 12 stabs of Tianxiao to feel a chill. Taihang sword? Longqi Temple's Taoist Changsheng. Upon hearing Tiangang Taoist's words, Jiang Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. Zhong Tianwu had also seen the 10 famous swords and recognized the identity of the Taihang sword. He was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "It seems we are not at a dead end." Jiang Yu stared at the Taihang sword, stunned in place. Since he came of age, he had rarely visited Jiang Changsheng, and their relationship had drifted apart. Although he occasionally heard of Taoist Changsheng's legendary achievements, he felt that they no longer belonged to the same world. And he did not want to have too much interaction with Taoist Changsheng to avoid dragging him into the whirlpool of power struggles. Unexpectedly, in this seemingly certain death situation, Taoist Changsheng actually made a move. "Brother Changsheng." As Jiang Yu relaxed, his legs softened, and he half kneeled on the ground, murmuring to himself. Gripping the knife handle tightly, Jiang Yu shouted angrily, "Taoist Changsheng, why are you interfering in my affairs?" Tiangang Taoist, the serpent-hating elder, and others looked around for Jiang Changsheng's figure, but could not find him. Just then, a strong wind descended from the sky, shaking the woods within hundreds of feet. Everyone looked up and saw a figure descending from the sky, quickly landing, with its toes resting on the hilt of the Taihang sword. Tiangang Taoist did not evade. Only his left hand, which was behind his back, trembled slightly. He looked up and locked eyes with Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng stood on the Taihang sword. Looking down at Tiangang Taoist, his azure-blue Taoist robe fluttering in the wind, resembling an immortal, with a posture that was high above, looking down on the myriad beings. Tiangang Taoist could not see through Jiang Changsheng, but the appearance of the latter made him feel like facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Yu stood behind Tiangang Taoist, angrily saying, "Taoist Changsheng, Longqi Temple was appointed by the late emperor, and you are the teacher of my son. Do you wish to defy me?" He was anxious because, in his plan, he wanted to first deal with Zhong Tianwu and then confront Jiang Changsheng. Now that Jiang Changsheng had appeared ahead of time, it completely disrupted his plans. Damn it, this place was still 100 miles away from the capital, and Jiang Yu was afraid of being discovered by Jiang Changsheng, which was why he set up the ambush early. Unexpectedly, the very thing he feared most and thought least likely to happen actually occurred. Indeed, Longqi Temple has treasonous intentions. Jiang Changsheng ignored Jiang Yu, focusing on Tiangang Taoist, his gaze indifferent. "In those years, the Qin king sent me many palace pastries. I must repay this favor." "Pastries?" Jiang Yu and the others found it absurd. How could that be? Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, Tiangang Taoist, do you have the confidence to take him down? Tiangang Taoist's expression was devoid of emotion. After a moment of silence, he said, no. These two words sank Jiang Yu's heart into despair. Jiang Changsheng raised his left hand, shocking everyone into a defensive stance. Swish! A sword flew out from the depths of the forest. It was the sword of Gui Lu, speeding away at an incredible pace. The serpent-hating elder could not react in time and was pierced in the shoulder, stumbling backward. The serpent-hating elder's eyes bulged in fear, his liver and gallbladder wanting to split. Fortunately, it did not injure any vital points. It's you, an assassin exclaimed. On the day of Hong Lai's rebellion, it was you who rescued the prince. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's complexion changed drastically. He had suspected it before, but Jiang Changsheng had no reason to save the prince. And the personality exhibited by that mysterious person was completely the opposite of Jiang Changsheng. But in the current situation, Jiang Changsheng spoke. Let's all attack together, today. Except for the emperor, everyone must die. You may have a slim chance of survival if you work together. Attack together, and the reward for survival might be even greater. The reason Jiang Changsheng did not kill Tiangang Taoist immediately upon his arrival was for the survival reward. As for why he did not act when Jiang Yu and the others were in danger, it was because Zhong Tianwu was capable enough to handle it, but unfortunately, Zhong Tianwu was careless and was poisoned. His words were devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet they made everyone feel the breath of death. Tiangang Taoist raised his eyes again, his gaze turning golden, his aura suddenly becoming fierce, a terrifying gale swirling around his feet, wrapping around him like a tornado. If Tianshan GK dies at your hands, if I die today, may I be buried in the hero's tomb? Tiangang Taoist stared intently at Jiang Changsheng, speaking in a deep voice. He had roamed the martial world for nearly 100 years, and his instincts were exceptionally sharp. He knew that the battle today might lead to his demise. Jiang Changsheng replied, the head of the masters should indeed be buried in the hero's tomb. He held no prejudice against Tiangang Taoist. Everyone had their own stance and pursuits. The 5 great masters wanting to restore Chu was their choice. Tiangang Taoist revealed a slight smile and then waved his right palm. With a single palm strike, the world changed color. Golden light burst forth, shining across the heavens and earth. An extremely terrifying palm wind erupted, causing the serpent-hating elder, Zhong Tianwu, and the 12 stabs of Tianxiao to dodge in panic. The dreadful palm wind tore through the ground, uprooting trees and swirling dust into the sky, as if the apocalypse was upon them. However, facing Tiangang Taoist, Jiang Changsheng remained as still as a mountain, only his robe billowing freely. The palm wind blocked by his formless spiritual power, causing the palm wind to tear into dozens of long dragons. Tiangang Taoist's eyes widened, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He knew the opponent was strong, but he did not expect that despite unleashing his ultimate technique, he could not shake the other party. Jiang Yu was nearly scared to death. He had seen Tiangang Taoist's strength. The 12 stabs of Tianxiao were subdued by Tiangang Taoist in less than 5 breaths. The head of the 5 great masters, a true martial arts titan, facing Taoist Changsheng, yet could not inflict any harm. Jiang Changsheng raised his left hand, extending his index finger, pointing diagonally at Tiangang Taoist's forehead, a distance of less than 1 meter. In an instant, Tiangang Taoist suddenly jumped away, distancing himself from Jiang Changsheng. Now, only Jiang Yu appeared before Jiang Changsheng, just in time to meet Jiang Changsheng's index finger. A terrifying killing intent made him feel a chill all over, leaving him unable to move. Thud! Jiang Yu was so frightened that he knelt before Jiang Changsheng, his face pale, devoid of blood, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Jiang Changsheng withdrew his hand, saying, why does your majesty kneel? I said, I want to kill you. Only the others. They cannot escape and cannot beg for mercy. Jiang Yu trembled all over, lowering his noble head, his hands tightly gripping in his sleeves. Tiangang Taoist tore off the facade of calmness, shouting angrily, everyone, attack together. No one can escape. We can only fight to the death. The 12 stabs of Tianxiao and the serpent-hating elder were not foolish. Jiang Changsheng's movement technique could definitely catch up to them. If they tried to escape, it would be one-on-one. They roared as they charged towards Jiang Changsheng. And Tiangang Taoist did the same, 14 masters attacking Jiang Changsheng from different directions, the weakest among them being at the Tongtian realm. Jiang Changsheng lightly landed, then drew the Taihang sword. His movements seemed slow, but that was only in relation to him. In the eyes of others, he appeared to teleport as he landed, and then raised his sword. Do not let me down. Jiang Changsheng's voice clearly reached their ears. He swung his sword, the tip pointing skyward, and in an instant, the sword energy erupted like a mountain torrent, sweeping across the heavens and the earth with unstoppable force. Jiang Yu and Zhong Tianwu only saw Jiang Changsheng suddenly unleash endless sword energy. Zhong Tianwu quickly moved in front of Jiang Yu to shield him, but to his astonishment, the sword energy did not touch them. A deafening roar echoed from all directions. Trees were uprooted, mountains collapsed, and the ground was scarred with shocking cracks from the sword energy. After 3 breaths, the sword energy dissipated. Within a radius of 2 miles, all was desolation. With every tree cut down, countless flowers and grass, and with chips still swirling in the air, dust rising up, resembling a massive circle rising from the mountains when viewed from above. The Tiangang Taoist, the Snakebane Master, and the 12 assassins of the Heavenly Lodge remained in place, still in their attacking postures, their bodies beginning to ooze blood. Everyone coughed up blood in unison and then fell down, without even a cry of anguish. All dead. This scene left Jiang Yu and Zhong Tianwu trembling with disbelief. The former martial arts supreme Zhong Tianwu felt as if his worldview had shattered. How could there be such a master in this world? Jiang Changsheng sheathed his sword, gently blew away the grass clippings on the blade, and then put the Taihang sword into its scabbard. He walked to Jiang Yu and helped him up. Jiang Yu's body was stiff, his face covered in cold sweat. Terrified to the extreme, even daring not to make eye contact with Jiang Changsheng, completely devoid of imperial demeanor. This land was truly vast. Now Jiang Changsheng no longer regarded the great Ascension Dragon Tower with any respect. Even if Jiang Yu sent word and frantically gathered people, it would only be to prepare survival rewards for him. He turned to leave, walking slowly, afraid that Jiang Changsheng might change his mind. He looked around, and the terrifying scene in all directions made him shudder. After a long time, he finally dared to channel his true energy and ride the dragon away. Jiang Changsheng looked at Jiang Yu not far away and said, "The tomb of the Empress Dowager is at Longqi Temple. You may come to pay your respects." He leaped into the air and flew away on his sword, disappearing into the horizon. Zhong Tianwu was captivated by his demeanor and sighed. Riding the sword and soaring with the wind, truly extraordinary. In the imperial study, Jiang Yu sat on a chair with disheveled hair and a vacant look, surrounded by a table full of scattered memorials. What? That mysterious master who abducted the crown prince that day was Taoist Changsheng? Even the Tiangang Taoist and the master had died. The expression of the misfortune Buddha was extremely grim. He and the doomed Buddha were brothers. To this day, he still wanted to avenge his brother, but the enemy was so powerful that it filled him with pressure. The misfortune Buddha took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, I will go to the Great Ascension Dragon Tower for help." He turned to leave. "Stop!" Jiang Yu called out to him, and the misfortune Buddha halted, looking at him in surprise. "Don't go, don't go." Jiang Yu trembled all over, his voice filled with fear. He knew very well that once the Great Ascension Dragon Tower came to assist, if they won, it would be fine, but if they lost, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower could escape, while he could not. He would undoubtedly die. He did not dare to gamble. Jiang Changsheng was too strong. He seriously doubted that there was anyone in the Great Ascension Dragon Tower who could deal with Jiang Changsheng. He recalled how Jiang Changsheng had survived the Thunder Tribulation, raised the Spirit Snake, and had maintained a good relationship with the late Emperor for years, and suddenly he felt that perhaps Jiang Changsheng was a reincarnated deity. The misfortune Buddha looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to endure this? After today's battle, he will definitely look down on imperial authority. As the Son of Heaven, are you willing to always be beneath him?" This was no longer something the emperor could decide. Longqi Temple must be destroyed. And this land was the land of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. The misfortune Buddha left this remark and angrily departed. Chapter 48, Golden Scales and Jade Leaves. Burning Heaven Pavilion. In the 3rd year of Jinyu, the emperor, along with the masters of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, besieged your brother Jiang Yu. You intervened to save him, successfully surviving amidst the siege of many masters, going through a calamity, and receiving the survival reward treasure golden scales and jade leaves. Inside the room, Jiang Changsheng looked at this line of text and smiled. A treasure. This was a huge gain. The Qilin Whisk was merely a magical instrument. At best a transformed weapon that could carry spiritual power, a treasure should be stronger. Jiang Changsheng immediately took out the golden scales and jade leaves, and memories of its inheritance surged into his mind. The golden scales and jade leaves were treasures made from the scales of divine beasts, containing 9 layers of restrictions, capable of killing enemies and blocking enemy attacks. The specific uses would have to be tested by him. A treasure recognizes its master and requires refining the restrictions. Jiang Changsheng began to refine the restrictions within the golden scales and jade leaves according to the inheritance memories. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell. After successfully refining the golden scales and jade leaves, Jiang Changsheng put them into his sleeve and then walked out of the room. At this moment, Jiang Yu, Zhong Tianwu, Hoshikawa, Ling Xiao, and Wang Chun were chatting in the courtyard. Jiang Yu had finished paying respects to his mother, and Zhong Tianwu's injuries had been bandaged. They planned to rest for a day before descending the mountain to avoid causing trouble for Longqi Temple. Seeing Jiang Changsheng approach, Jiang Yu and Zhong Tianwu quickly stood up and saluted. Zhong Tianwu had reigned in his arrogance, fully respecting Jiang Changsheng. No need for too much courtesy. What are your plans for the future? Jiang Changsheng asked as he walked over, and Hashikawa made way for him, having offended the emperor. It will be extremely difficult for us in the Great Jing. It's better to stay away from the court. Jiang Yu also realized that his strength was insufficient, and it was unnecessary to continue risking with Zhong Tianwu. Now that his family was gone, many things had become clear to him. Wang Chen did not reveal his identity, as he had decided to forget the past, and Jiang Yu did not recognize who he was. Jiang Changsheng said, "You were originally a prince. Can you adapt to being among the common people?" Jiang Yu shook his head and said, "Even if I can't adapt, I have to. Life in this world cannot always be smooth." Zhong Tianwu remained silent. After today's battle, he felt he still needed to pursue martial arts further. Jiang Yu frowned and said, "The Prince of Wei is the son of the current emperor." He recalled his encounter with Jiang Ziyu in the northern region, where Jiang Ziyu had treated him warmly and respectfully. Setting aside his relationship with the emperor, he could indeed seek refuge. Zhong Tianwu suddenly realized, so that's it. Longqi Temple supports the Prince of Wei. So even though the Taoist is the Prince of Wei's master, he dares to act against the emperor. It is said that the emperor established his illegitimate son as the crown prince, and the Prince of Wei was dissatisfied. It turns out to be true. Jiang Yu hesitated. Even if the Prince of Wei ascends, I'm afraid. Jiang Changsheng laughed and said, "No need to worry. Even if his temperament changes greatly in the future, with nowhere to hide in the world, Longqi Temple can still accommodate you. Moreover, I have taught the Prince of Wei since childhood. I understand his temperament. He cares more about the nation and righteousness than personal feelings. Your achievements over the years have greatly impressed him. He will not mistreat you." Jiang Yu looked at Zhong Tianwu. Zhong Tianwu's eyes flickered as he said, "The Prince of Wei is sincere. When we met before, I did not sense any hypocrisy. Why don't we give it a try? Today's grudge, the emperor will surely remember. Although he has no charges to pin on us now, that may not be the case in the future. Following the Prince of Wei, we can continue to achieve merit. The people's hearts are with us, and the emperor will not dare to move against us." Jiang Yu took a deep breath and said, "All right, I will listen to the Taoist." Jiang Changsheng chuckled and said, "Wang Chen, bring me paper and ink." Wang Chen immediately moved. Zhong Tianwu began to seek guidance from Jiang Changsheng on martial arts. Having achieved the status of martial arts supreme, he was naturally passionate about martial arts, and Jiang Changsheng appreciated his determination to fight to the death. So he did not treat him lightly and provided serious guidance. Although Jiang Changsheng practiced immortality, he had also cultivated many martial arts secrets and could teach Zhong Tianwu with his comparable achievements in the Qiankuan realm. The next morning, Jiang Yu and Zhong Tianwu descended the mountain to seek refuge with the Prince of Wei. Although Zhong Tianwu had a broken arm, he was still a master in the Divine Heart realm, and with his assistance, the martial strength under the Prince of Wei would become even stronger. Longqi Temple remained undisturbed by the two, except for a disciple noticing an additional tombstone at the hero's tomb. Tiangang Taoist. His body was still brought to Longqi Temple by Zhong Tianwu. Although he was an enemy, Zhong Tianwu respected martial arts and requested Jiang Changsheng to bury him in the hero's tomb. Most disciples of Longqi Temple do not recognize the name of the Tiangang Taoist, but from time to time, skilled practitioners from the Jianghu come to pay their respects and recognize the name of Tiangang Taoist. Within 2 months, news spread across the land that the headmaster, Tiangang Taoist, had been buried in the hero's tomb. Among the 5 great masters, 2 have already been buried in the hero's tomb. The martial world is in an uproar. Jiang Changsheng, unaware of the affairs of the Jianghu, spends his days cultivating within the temple. Jiang Yu has not come to trouble him again, and has even sent people to deliver a batch of candied fruits, and tea, clearly trying to make amends. Jiang Changsheng does not think much of it. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu is sincere or not, it does not affect him. Once Jiang Ziyu recovers the country, the throne must be given to Jiang Ziyu. He often flies to the mountains and forests outside the city, familiarizing himself with the golden scales and jade leaves. This treasure is truly powerful, allowing him to genuinely feel the essence of cultivating immortality. Over the course of 2 months, Jiang Changsheng has completely mastered the golden scales and jade leaves, able to use it to perform various ultimate skills, fully controlling all of its abilities. He cannot imagine how strong he would be if he fought with all his might. During the previous rescue of Jiang Yu, he only used the Ta Ching sword technique, ending the battle with a single sword strike. In that fight, he tried his best to hold back, fearing excessive destruction might harm innocent bystanders passing by. One day, while Jiang Changsheng was refining pills, aside from the essential spirit-enhancing pills, he wanted to try refining other pills. A voice from outside the courtyard came. No unauthorized persons may enter the residence of the Taoist. I just want to take a look. I'll leave after just one glance. A woman who appeared to be in her 50s was holding a little girl, gazing at Jiang Changsheng from a distance. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng refining pills under the tree, the old woman trembled all over, her face showing a complex expression. Just like 30 years ago, he truly is an immortal, the old woman murmured, while the little girl she was holding appeared very nervous, as the expression of the voice outside was impatient and fierce. The voice said softly, "All right, you've seen enough. It's time to go." After looking at Jiang Changsheng for a while, the old woman pulled the little girl to turn and leave, with the voice following closely behind. Fearing they might turn back, the old woman took out a bag of money from her bosom and handed it to the voice, saying, "Can your temple accept my daughter?" The voice pinched the bag of money, hesitated, and replied, "That might not be appropriate. Longxi Temple only accepts orphans." The old woman forced a smile and said, "I won't live much longer." On the other side, Jiang Changsheng, who was refining pills, naturally noticed the arrival of the mother and daughter and heard their conversation. But he did not pay much attention. Longxi Temple has grown stronger. Whether or not to accept disciples depends on Meng Qiushuang's decision. As for the old woman's identity, he did not think much of it. Over the years, countless patrons have come to the temple, and among them were many officials and nobles who secretly came to the courtyard. He has turned a blind eye to them as long as they did not truly overstep their bounds. Jiang Changsheng's reputation has changed. He is now known as Master Changsheng. To catch a glimpse of Master Changsheng is a dream come true for many. In the 4th year of Jinyu, King Wei launched attacks on 27 cities, successfully recovering the northern border of Dying and repelling the Jin dynasty from entering. His reputation spread far and wide, and an unending stream of dying men came to pledge allegiance to him, with his military forces reaching 300,000. Now, only the Jin dynasty remains in battle with Dying, and Guhan is also afraid of being swallowed by the Jin dynasty, so he is biding his time to gather strength. In Dying, the northern border is vast and boundless, with yellow sands filling the air, and a solitary city stands there. Inside a courtyard in the city, Ping'an was swinging a pair of hammers, each as large as a water tank, with divine beast patterns etched on their surfaces, shining in a golden copper color, generating a strong wind. The soldiers in the courtyard did not dare to approach, all wearing expressions of fear. Zhong Tianwu sighed, saying, "This guy is just suited for heavy divine weapons." Su Tianji was also astonished. This little monster has become even more abnormal since he saw blood, sometimes on the battlefield. I fear encountering him, worrying he might tear me apart. Other soldiers began to discuss and express their amazement. Dressed in armor and exuding a heroic demeanor, Jiang Ziyu smiled with satisfaction, turned to the nearby Sihai Xiansheng, and said, "I am very satisfied. Speak, how much gold?" "Such weapons can only be measured in gold." Sihai Xiansheng stroked his beard and laughed. "No need for money. Divine weapons matched with fierce generals, that is what gives meaning." Jiang Ziyu smiled and asked, "Then what do you want?" "Ha ha ha. King Wei is indeed remarkable. Then I will be unreserved. I am willing to assist King Wei in conquering the world. Only asking that after King Wei ascends the throne, you send me a son, and I will take him to the sacred land of martial arts to cultivate a peerless master for Dying." Sihai Xiansheng said with a smile, then became serious. Jiang Ziyu fell silent. Jiang Yu leaned over and asked, "What sacred land of martial arts can compare to Longqi Temple?" Upon hearing the name Longqi Temple, Sihai Xiansheng's expression became unnatural. He cleared his throat and said, "A very distant sacred land, farther than Gahan. King Wei does not need to rush to agree. I will accompany you for a few years. Once you have appreciated my skills and character, then it won't be too late to agree." Jiang Ziyu said with a half-smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't agree?" Sihai Xiansheng shook the wine gourd and laughed. "You will definitely agree, because this world is a world of martial arts. If imperial power is to be passed down, there must be a martial arts inheritance. Wouldn't it be better if the Dying royal family had another martial arts inheritance?" Jiang Ziyu looked at him deeply. Su Tianji, not far away, muttered, "This old man is not simple. He is completely unreadable." Zhong Tianwu nodded, saying, "You and I together may not necessarily defeat him." After the chaos began, all kinds of demons and monsters truly emerged in this world, making even him, the supreme figure of the martial world, feel a bit insecure. Inside Longqi Temple, Jiang Changsheng was refining pills under the tree, with the white dragon lying beside him, constantly flicking its tongue. Eunuch Li was sitting on Jiang Changsheng's other side, smiling. The emperor has been indulging in wine and women since last year, showing a tendency to neglect state affairs. If this continues, King Wei's chances of ascending the throne will be even greater. Jiang Changsheng stared at the cauldron in front of him, remaining silent. Seeing he was uninterested, Eunuch Li's eyes shifted, saying, "Recently, a force has emerged in the Jianghu called the Burning Sky Pavilion, attacking various sects, and has already taken down the demon sect, and the Seven Peaks Mountain Gate. It is said to have been founded by the once famous Yang Zhao Emperor and has great ambitions to unify the Jianghu. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The demon sect is gone? Huang Chuan suddenly ran over and asked, what is the situation with the demon sect? What about the demon lord? Eunuch Li turned to look at him, shrugged. Naturally, they have submitted. The demon lord should be alive, but considering his age, he probably doesn't have many years left. Saying this, Eunuch Li looked back at Jiang Changsheng and said, the Burning Sky Pavilion's power is growing larger. They might target Longqi Temple in the future. The reputation of the hero's tomb is too great. Those seeking the #1 expert in the world will inevitably come to challenge. Jiang Changsheng chuckled lightly. Then let them come. I hope they are not too weak. Chapter 49. The 10 Directions discuss martial arts. Monsters appear. Regarding the Burning Sky Pavilion and Yang Zhao Emperor, Jiang Changsheng indeed has some small expectations, hoping the opponent is strong enough, as this would make his survival rewards even richer. The Burning Sky Pavilion cannot possibly be stronger than the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, which has been a holy land for 1,000 years. The Burning Sky Pavilion has only risen for a few years, if they can compare. It would be unreasonable unless the Burning Sky Pavilion also has a great opportunity similar to the survival system. Wait a minute, what if they really do? Jiang Changsheng's heart tightened, realizing he had become somewhat complacent. No, he must always overestimate his opponents. Jiang Changsheng thought silently, while Eunuch Li continued to introduce Yang Zhao Emperor and the achievements of the Burning Sky Pavilion over the years. Huang Chuan listened nearby, appearing distracted, clearly worried about his grandfather. Once Eunuch Li departed, Jiang Changsheng looked at the cauldron and asked, Chuaner, do you want to find your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Huang Chuan became excited and quickly nodded. Master, can I? He was already 19 years old, with his power reaching the peak of the spiritual awareness realm. Just one step away from the heavenly connection realm, but that step had been elusive. Jiang Changsheng took out 2 talismans from his bosom and handed them to Huang Chuan, saying, go ahead, but stay calm in any situation. Once you leave, I cannot guarantee your safety. Huang Chuan took the 2 talismans, overjoyed, knowing their power, and immediately knelt down to thank Jiang Changsheng. That day, Huang Chuan hurriedly descended the mountain. In the evening, Jiang Changsheng was meditating under a tree when Wang Qin approached with concern and asked, Taoist, aren't you worried about his safety? I heard from Li Gonggong that the Burning Sky Pavilion is at its peak, with masters like clouds. Jiang Changsheng did not open his eyes and replied, the demonic sect has already surrendered. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he should be fine. Even if he does act recklessly, it will just serve as a tempering for him. In life, if one has feelings, one must cherish them to avoid lifelong regrets. After the death of the Empress and Jiang Yuan, Jiang Changsheng gained a deeper understanding of life and death. Although he had lived 2 lives, he only experienced his own death in the previous life. It was in this life that he truly experienced parting and loss. Even though his relationship with his parents in this life was weak, he still felt a twinge of melancholy whenever he thought of them. If he felt this way, how much more so for the wild river that had depended on the demon lord since childhood? Jiang Changsheng could continue to live and wait until he was strong enough to experience the many aspects of life, but the wild river was merely immortal, living only 100 years. Once missed, it would be truly gone. Wang Qin sighed and stopped asking further questions, turning to find Bai Long. Ping Yin and Su Tianji accompanied Jiang Ziyu down the mountain, while the wild river had also left. The courtyard had become desolate, with only 2 people and a snake remaining. In the 4th year of Jinyu, October, the king of Wei organized his troops, leading nearly 400,000 soldiers to breach the borders of the Jin dynasty. The Jin dynasty dispatched 4 grandmasters, but still could not withstand the experts under the king of Wei, beginning to defensively guard. In just a month, the king of Wei conquered 6 cities, tearing a hole in the Jin dynasty's territory. This achievement invigorated the people of Dejing, and the emperor was also delighted, hosting a banquet to celebrate with civil and military officials. The ancient Khan could not sit still. The strength of the king of Wei filled them with fear. If the Jin dynasty fell, they would also be in danger. They began to mobilize troops to support the Jin dynasty. That year, the king of Wei, Jiang Ziyu, was only 18 years old. At 18, he saved the kingdom from peril, making the crown prince and other princes feel overshadowed. In Shun Prefecture, within a northern guard city, the crown prince, Jiang Zihan, was pacing in the great hall, with 2 rows of generals and strategists standing below, all with grim expressions. Jiang Zihan stopped and angrily scolded. With so many capable warriors and strong men under the king of Wei, why are all my subordinates just a bunch of useless fools? That Ping Yin could slay tens of thousands in battle. Why do you boast in peacetime but cower in battle? Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. They also found the rise of the king of Wei unbelievable. They could understand the Yang and Chun families aiding the King of Wei in recruiting troops. But why were the experts like Ping Yin, Su Tianji, and Zhong Tianwu serving him? Especially Ping Yin. Where did that monster come from? Your Highness need not worry. A laugh came from outside the door, and a figure flew in like a startled swan, causing the soldiers to draw their swords to protect Jiang Zihan. This person wore a white robe and black shirt, was tall and handsome, with a silver leaf crown on his head, a faint smile on his face, and holding a folding fan, completely disregarding the surrounding soldiers, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zihan. Jiang Zihan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The other smiled and said, "Nephew. Have you forgotten? When you first entered the Dragon Tower, I even patted your head." Jiang Zihan was taken aback, his face showing surprise. As he pushed aside the soldiers in front of him and rushed forward, excitedly saying, "Uncle Yi, what brings you here?" "Yi Ju. Jiang Yu's senior brother at the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. Uncle Yi, it's wonderful to see you. My father has mentioned more than once that among the disciples of your generation, your martial arts talent is the highest. Are you here to help me?" Jiang Zihan asked excitedly, no longer referring to himself as. Yi Ju waved his fan and smiled, "Of course. The War of the Three Dynasties is no longer a struggle for dynasties, but a struggle for martial arts. With the martial generals under you, you're not qualified to compete for victory." Jiang Zihan nodded, feeling the same. There were many experts within the Jin dynasty, and even with numbers, he would have to pay a painful price. He hurriedly pulled Yi Ju to sit down, letting the soldiers and strategists retreat before beginning to chat. After reminiscing, Jiang Zihan could not help but ask, "Uncle Yi, you mentioned a struggle for martial arts. What does that mean?" "Isn't the Jin dynasty and the ancient Khan also under the jurisdiction of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower?" Yi Ju shook his head. "It used to be, but it is no longer. The Tower Master has comprehended divine skills and has been in seclusion for 40 years. Other martial arts sects have taken the opportunity to spread their teachings in the ancient Khan and Jin dynasty. Over the years, in the discussions of martial arts, the experts of the Dragon Tower have all suffered injuries. This is the weakest time for the Dragon Tower in hundreds of years. So some sects are trying to take advantage of it." Jiang Zihan frowned. "Can the Dragon Tower turn the tide?" Yi Ju snorted, "Of course it can. Since they want to use the battlefield as a game, we will defeat them on the battlefield. Once we take care of them, the Dragon Tower can remove the thorn in the capital." Jiang Zihan asked in surprise, "What thorn is there in the capital?" "The Longqi Temple's Changsheng Taoist, the snake-hating venerable, the Tiangang Taoist, and the 13 thorns of Tianxiu were all killed under your father's leadership. Your father lost his courage because of this, now indulging in pleasure every day and wanting to pass the mess to the Dragon Tower." Mentioning this matter, Yi Ju's expression turned cold. Jiang Zihan fell silent, not expecting such a significant event to have occurred in the past 2 years. He had at least cultivated in the Dragon Tower and knew the powerful strength of the venerables. Together with other experts, they were all killed by the Changsheng Taoist alone. He was a martial arts legend, indeed living up to his name. Jiang Ziyu was his disciple, and his skills were not inferior to mine. Jiang Zihan said with jealousy on his face. He could not understand why Jiang Ziyu could match his skills. The entire Dragon Tower took action. Jiang Zihan frowned. He had already considered himself the next emperor. Listening to Yi Ju, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, always sensing that he would become a puppet in the future. But he did not dare to ask more. He felt unqualified to resist the Dragon Tower now. Once I eliminate the Longqi Temple, it will be easy to deal with that Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Zihan said with a face full of killing intent. He had disliked Jiang Ziyu since childhood, and now his hatred was even greater. In the 5th year of Jinyu, the Crown Prince led a great army into the ancient Khan, sending successive reports of victories to the 13 states, invigorating the world. Into Jing's time of crisis, 2 princes took up the banner and turned the tide, delighting and moving people everywhere. A scholar in the literary world proclaimed this as the sign of the twin dragons descending to the mortal realm, heralding the prosperity of Dejing. Within the Longqi Temple, Jiang Changsheng and the others were drinking tea. Li Gonggong exclaimed in amazement. It seems the Great Ascension Dragon Tower has started to take action. The Crown Prince has an unparalleled expert under him, stronger than Zhong Tianwu, easily defeating the 3 grandmasters of the ancient Khan. Yet, the Dragon Tower does not come to deal with the Longqi Temple, but instead supports the Crown Prince, which is quite puzzling. Wang Chen analyzed. Could it be that the Great Ascension Dragon Tower fears the Taoist and wants to first tidy up the remnants of the kingdom before unleashing their full power? Li Gonggong found this reasonable and nodded. Jiang Changsheng sighed. Why not follow the routine? I wanted to kill the small ones first, then the big ones, one after another. If that were the case, my survival rewards would be substantial. Unfortunately, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower does not follow martial ethics. Li Gonggong laughed. To stand tall for 1,000 years, they must possess great wisdom. Let us assume the Great Ascension Dragon Tower will soon emerge. I wonder if you have confidence? Jiang Changsheng stared at his teacup and said, have confidence. Li Gonggong became even more excited, laughing. If we can overturn the great Ascension Dragon Tower's control over Dejing, the late emperor will surely be delighted in the underworld. And Dejing will surpass all previous dynasties. He was already old and loyal to Jiang Yuan, now fearing nothing but looking forward to the future. As for Wang Chun, it goes without saying, ever since he learned of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower's existence, he had been hostile towards it. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower had turned his understanding of the world in the first half of his life into a joke. How could he not oppose it? Li Gonggong nodded and agreed immediately. He did not stay long before leaving. Jiang Changsheng looked at Bai Long, who coiled beneath the spirit tree, resembling a white wall. Extremely intimidating. He could feel more and more spiritual energy drilling into Bai Long's body. Could it be that a breakthrough was imminent? Though there were demon beasts in the world, martial artists did not have a deep understanding of them, and they did not even know how to categorize them by realms. Jiang Changsheng speculated that while this was unknown within Dejing, there must be detailed classifications of demon beast realms outside. Wang Chun followed Jiang Changsheng's gaze and said, "It's already been a month since it fell asleep, and it's not winter, so nothing should happen, right?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "It's fine, I'm keeping an eye on it." The sun gradually set, and dusk fell. This aura didn't seem human. Could it be a monster? Jiang Changsheng's soul left his body and flew high into the sky. Looking down, he saw a mass of black wind-like demonic energy swirling in the woods north of the capital. This aura was very strong, surpassing the ordinary level of divine heart, and most importantly, mortals could not see it at all. Under that demonic energy, a convoy was transporting goods towards the capital. Chapter 50, The Demon Wolf by Qi, a powerful Great Ascension Dragon Tower. In the evening, in the woods, as the convoy moved forward, a middle-aged warrior riding at the front couldn't help but yawn, then loosened the reins and stretched. He laughed loudly. "Brothers, we're almost at the capital. Everyone, perk up. Let's try to finish before the Xinghua building's gate tonight, and enjoy the company of beauty." Hearing this, the bodyguards behind him cheered, chatting about the top performer at the Xinghua building as they moved forward. The outline of the capital gradually became visible at the end of the advancing woods. Suddenly, a cry that sounded both human and beastly echoed, startling everyone to look around. What sound is that? Is someone crying? No, that doesn't sound human. I heard there are jackals in the nearby woods. Everyone be careful. Jackals. Ha ha ha, if they dare to come close. Tonight the chef at the Xinghua building can prepare a feast. The bodyguards didn't mind, but the middle-aged warrior frowned tightly. He was a top expert, having traveled for 30 years, with rich experience. This sound was definitely not human, nor a jackal. It was very dangerous. The middle-aged warrior slowly drew his sword, and his action made the other bodyguards serious, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. The convoy continued to move forward, but the pace slowed down, fearing enemies might spring out from the woods on either side. After moving about 100 meters, the sky gradually darkened. The path ahead became somewhat dim. Suddenly, from the left woods, a disheveled woman in white ran out, her hair loose. As she entered the official road, she fell to the ground, exposing her fair legs, which stood out conspicuously in the dim light, causing many bodyguards to stare. The woman in white looked up, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Her expression filled with fear as she called out, "Brothers, come help this girl. There are snakes in the woods, scaring me. My chest feels tight and suffocated." Immediately, a bodyguard urged his horse forward, smiling, "Don't panic, sister, I'll help you." The middle-aged warrior suddenly raised his sword, blocking the bodyguard's path, startling him into quickly pulling back his horse. The bodyguard turned and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" His eyes were resentful, wondering if the boss wanted to keep all the glory for himself. "Something's not right. It's very dangerous," the middle-aged warrior said coldly. The woman in white lamented, "Big brother, how am I dangerous? Come help me, I'm in so much pain." The bodyguards did not heed her, choosing to trust the middle-aged warrior. Seeing this, the expression of the woman in white changed, and her face rapidly morphed into that of a wolf or fox, extremely frightening, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Before they could react, the woman in white suddenly charged at them. The middle-aged warrior leaped and slashed with his sword, the blade flashing in the woods. Bang! The woman in white dodged his strike, delivering a palm strike to his chest, shattering his ribs, and sending him flying back, spitting blood. A top expert, defeated in one move. This scene made the other bodyguards feel their hearts sink. It was the first time they had seen their boss lose so quickly. They quickly dismounted, standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking the path of the convoy, nervously watching as the woman in white landed, turning to reveal a wolf's head, laughing slyly and treacherously, sending chills down their spines. "You're quite astute, but you all must die," the woman in white sneered, charging towards the bodyguards again. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came, and a wooden sword shot out from the woods at high speed. The woman in white instinctively dodged, but was still grazed on the cheek. You beast, don't harm others. A cold voice rang out as a figure executed lightness skill, swiftly leaping from tree to tree, quickly approaching. He landed in front of the bodyguards, raised his hand, and the wooden sword magically fell into his grasp. This person wore a tattered gray robe, carrying 3 sword sheaths on his back. His face was clean, quite at odds with his attire. He held the wooden sword. Without a word, charged at the woman in white again. The woman in white transformed into a swirl of black gas, her white clothes falling to the ground as the black energy coalesced into a wolf's head, roaring towards the gray-robed man. The two sides plunged into fierce combat. The wooden sword in the gray-robed man's hands clearly able to injure the black-winged wolf head, preventing it from advancing past him. Get out of here quickly, the gray-robed man shouted solemnly. Hearing this, the bodyguards suddenly came to their senses, immediately turning to gather the convoy, helping the middle-aged warrior up and rushing down another path. It's you again, Lu Chengfeng. How long will you chase me? The black-winged wolf head spoke in a woman's voice, filled with resentment. Exterminating demons and eliminating evil is the purpose of my sect. You, beast, have come all the way from the western regions, killing so many innocent people. Today, I finally caught up to you, and I will definitely eliminate you, Lu Chengfeng said while fighting. Humph, what exterminating demons and evil? It's just that someone has offered a bounty for my demon core. The black-winged wolf head sneered, then scattered into black mist, wrapping around Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng continuously swung his sword, the sword energy slicing through trees in all directions, but he could not disperse the black mist. With so much mortal yang energy absorbed along the way, Lu Chengfeng, how can you compete with me? The black-winged wolf head laughed wildly, killing intent filling the woods. The night was completely dark. Lu Chengfeng continued to fight, and as his true energy dwindled, he sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape. But there was nowhere to run. This black mist seemed endless, obscuring his senses. Suddenly, his left waist was cut, blood splattered, causing the black mist to surge violently. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Lu Chengfeng, and he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to unleash his ultimate skill, a heavy blow struck his chest, sending his body uncontrollably flying, crashing into a hillside, unable to stop the blood from gushing from his throat. I never expected that I, Lu Chengfeng, would die at the hands of a wild beast. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth, pushing himself up with the wooden sword, struggling to rise. Is this the fate of the warriors of the Tianxia sect? Better than dying at the hands of fellow humans. The voice of the black-winged wolf head rang out again, filled with mockery. Suddenly, the black mist coalesced into a wolf's head, appearing in front of him, opening its bloody maw, ready to swallow him whole. My life is over. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, filled with regret and unwillingness. A piercing sound of breaking air came, and the black-winged wolf head before him exploded, being sucked away by a golden light that quickly disappeared into the darkness. Lu Chengfeng stood frozen in place. What was that just now? Lu Chengfeng couldn't comprehend it. He felt no other aura, but he had seen it clearly. He hurriedly sat down to cultivate, nervously looking around, fearing it was a trick of the demon. At Longqi Temple, leaning against the trunk of the earth spirit tree, Jiang Changsheng lay back, admiring the beautiful moonlight. He smiled slightly, noticing golden light appearing in the bright moon, growing larger and flying towards him at great speed. He raised his hand to catch it, pinching the golden light between his fingers. It was a golden leaf, but the pattern on the leaf resembled the arrangement of dragon scales. It was indeed the magical treasure. Golden scale jade leaf. He sat on the bed, releasing the demon inside the golden scale jade leaf. A gray wolf appeared on the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Changsheng, it instinctively wanted to flee, but just as it turned, the golden scale jade leaf hovered in front of it, scaring it into immobility. The gray wolf turned its head, crouching on the ground, covering its head with its paws, speaking in human voice, nervously saying, "Senior, spare me. I won't dare again." It was actually a female voice, and quite pleasant at that. Jiang Changsheng was amused by its appearance. A wolf behaving so much like a human was indeed comical. He opened his mouth and asked, "Why come to the capital? Don't tell me it's just passing through." Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow. So it was summoned by the earth spirit tree. That's normal, as the earth spirit tree produces more and more spiritual energy, and it absorbs the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy while growing. Unlike martial artists who practice internal skills to refine their bodies, demon beasts cultivate by absorbing heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Introduce yourself, Jiang Changsheng said. The gray wolf cautiously revealed one eye, nervously staring at Jiang Changsheng, and said, "My name is Bai Qi. I am a wolf demon who has cultivated for 100 years, coming from the Eastern Forest dynasty. There are human experts who want my demon core, and the Celestial Master sect has put a bounty on my head, so I fled here." Celestial Master sect? Eastern Forest dynasty? The Eastern Forest dynasty is extremely distant, separated from the Jing dynasty by 4 other dynasties. And the Celestial Master Sect is a long-established faction specializing in exterminating demons. Does the Eastern Forest Dynasty have experts in the Golden Body realm? Jiang Changsheng asked. Bai Qi's eyelids twitched and said, Senior, don't joke. The Golden Body realm is a legend. The expert hunting me is a tyrant in the Eastern Forest Dynasty, and he is merely a divine being. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng immediately felt relieved. Thank goodness. He was genuinely worried that there were many Golden Body experts in other dynasties and divine beings everywhere. But then he thought it was impossible, if they were that strong. The Grand Ascension Dragon Tower would have been swallowed long ago. Do you know about the Grand Ascension Dragon Tower? Jiang Changsheng asked. Bai Qi looked up and said, I know. The powerful dynasty that holds the territory of the 4 dynasties. No wonder Senior comes from the Grand Ascension Dragon Tower. So impressive. Just as it was about to approach, the golden scales and jade leaves appeared before its eyes, scaring it into freezing. Hearing this, Jiang Changsheng felt even more relaxed. The stronger the Grand Ascension Dragon Tower appeared, the more at ease he felt. Jiang Changsheng observed Bai Qi. This guy was a genuine divine heart realm being, and its demon core should be quite valuable, otherwise it wouldn't be hunted across thousands of miles by divine beings. Bai Qi pleaded, Senior, please spare my life. I will never absorb human yang energy again. Jiang Changsheng didn't kill it immediately, allowing it a glimmer of hope. Curiously, Jiang Changsheng asked, How do you absorb human yang energy? Bai Qi replied, Just open my mouth and suck it in. How else would I do it? It seemed to think of something and pouted. Senior, don't think too much. My true form is just a wolf. How could I do something immoral? I only need to knock a person unconscious and open my mouth over their heavenly spirit cover to absorb their yang energy. Jiang Changsheng felt a bit awkward, but maintained a calm expression. He raised his hand and struck Bai Qi with a life and death seal, saying, Since you are here, guard this place for 10 years. After 10 years, I will set you free. Consider it your atonement. Here, you must not harm anyone, nor use your demon energy to transform into a human. Do you understand? Bai Qi was extremely frightened. It didn't understand what the life and death seal was. But the opponent's true Qi was exceptionally terrifying. It had never encountered such powerful true Qi before. Even the divine being from the Eastern Forest Dynasty wasn't this strong. Thank you, Senior, for your forgiveness. Seeing this, Bai Qi lay down by the bed to calm itself. In the 5th year of Jinyu, the demon beast Bai Qi attempted to enter the capital and was successfully subdued by you. You overcame a killing disaster and received a survival reward, the miscellaneous techniques of the alchemy pill manual. With his eyes closed, Jiang Changsheng saw this prompt and was pleasantly surprised. It was actually a pill manual. He was overjoyed in his heart. As someone skilled in alchemy but lacking a pill manual, he usually had to explore on his own, and 8 out of 10 times, it ended in failure. Bai Qi was beside him, so he couldn't immediately pass on the pill manual. Anyway, there was no rush. The next morning, Jiang Changsheng took Bai Qi to the courtyard. When Wang Chun saw Bai Qi, he was greatly surprised and asked, Taoist, where did this wolf come from? So handsome, under the morning sunlight. Bai Qi's gray-white fur appeared very shiny and majestic. Hearing Wang Chun's praise, Bai Qi proudly raised its head. But the next moment its gaze was drawn to the white dragon. A snake demon. No wonder I can live. This Taoist actually likes to raise demons. I have to be careful in the future. I hope he doesn't have any special preferences, Bai Qi thought to itself. Its gaze then fell on the earth spirit tree, and its eyes became dreamy. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, I picked it up while wandering last night. It will stay here to guard the courtyard and play with the white dragon. Wang Chun didn't think much of it and continued sweeping the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao rushed into the courtyard and said urgently, Master, another master has come to challenge. Chapter 51, Divine Being Attacks, Shocking Battle. Jiang Changsheng looked at the anxious Ling Xiao and said irritably, Where is there a master? Don't speak nonsense. His senses could cover the entire Longqi mountain. If there were truly experts approaching, he would capture it in the first moment. Ling Xiao said, The other party didn't come personally but sent a disciple to deliver a message, claiming to invite you to a battle at the North City Gate of the capital in half a year to decide life and death. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said, Just like that? It still takes half a year. It seems the other party wants to do something. Ling Xiao said, The other party is the Absolute Heart Divine Monk from Jiang Lake. Jiang Lake holds a very high status in the martial world, and the martial arts competition of the Martial World Supreme is held at Jiang Lake. Jiang Changsheng nodded. Seeing he was completely unconcerned, Ling Xiao could only give up. After Ling Xiao left, Wang Chun came over and said, I have heard of the Absolute Heart Divine Monk. There are 4 divine monks in the Great Jing martial world, 3 of whom are his disciples. The Absolute Heart Divine Monk is over 100 years old and once single-handedly faced off against an army of 100,000 during chaotic times, saving a city of common people, gaining great fame in the martial world. He is so powerful, yet he still needs to prepare for half a year. There must be some calculation involved. Jiang Changsheng stretched lazily and said, "Then I hope his calculations pose some threat." Wang Qin shook his head and laughed. He had full confidence in Jiang Changsheng, believing that no one in the great Jing martial world could match him. Bai Qi needed no further mention. It was convinced that Jiang Changsheng was a divine being, and it had seen the power of the great Jing martial world along the way. It was too weak. It lay down in front of the white dragon, not to observe it, but to absorb the spiritual energy from the earth spirit tree. Jiang Changsheng didn't stop it, but sat down beside it and began to cultivate. Leaving Bai Qi alive, he also wanted to see how demon beasts cultivated. Having more knowledge was always good. In November, heavy snow fell, and the Wei king attacked the Jin dynasty, continuously expanding the territory of Great Jing. The crown prince attacked the ancient Khan, and both princes displayed strong prowess, constantly fighting and winning. In just a few years, Great Jing transformed from a crumbling dynasty to one on the offensive, constantly expanding its territory, bringing joy to the people. Upon the suggestion of the 3 provincial prime ministers, the emperor sent diplomatic envoys to rebuild trade routes with surrounding dynasties, relying on the might of the twin dragons of Great Jing. These dynasties had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree to even the most unfair conditions. In the Jin dynasty, on a plain, in the icy and snowy weather, the Wei king's army was stationed there. Inside the tent, Jiang Ziyu was roasting by the fire at 19. He had completely shed his youthful innocence, his face carrying an air of authority, especially the birthmark between his eyebrows, which had turned blood red, adding to his oppressive presence. Su Tianji sat beside him, grinning, and said, "If we keep fighting like this, can we reach the Jin dynasty's imperial city?" Other soldiers also smiled, having won countless battles. They were now arrogant. As soon as these words came out, all the soldiers looked at him, frowning. Zhong Tianwu appeared thoughtful. Sihai Xianxing took a sip of wine and said, "Your Highness, even if you conquer the Jin dynasty, this credit will only go to His Majesty. And it won't matter for your ascension, since the Crown Prince's achievements are equally great. He has raised 2 dragon sons, and the Emperor will become a legendary emperor. His imperial authority will be even stronger. Whoever he names as heir will be." Jiang Ziyu frowned. The soldiers felt it made sense. They had followed the Wei king to sweep the world and had long since united as one, naturally hoping for the Wei king's ascension. If the Wei king ascended, their future would be even brighter. Only from the achievements of the dragon could they have a chance to be infeft or appointed as ministers. Everyone looked at Jiang Ziyu, waiting for the Wei king to make a decision. Fight. Fight until the Jin dynasty surrenders. Fight until all the dynasties fear the might of our great Jing. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved and looked at Jiang Ziyu with great respect. Sihai Xianxing was momentarily taken aback, sighed, and shook his head, saying, "Your Highness is very similar to the late emperor, but more open and straightforward than the late emperor. Such openness. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse." Zhong Tianwu curiously asked, "Senior, have you met the late emperor?" Others also looked towards the wise saint of the 4 seas. The wise saint of the 4 seas stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "I saw the late emperor when he took a boat down south. I waved at him on the riverbank, and he nodded back at me. We had some rapport." The crowd rolled their eyes. This old man was always offbeat. Jiang Ziyu suddenly asked, "The expert who appeared under the crown prince, named Yiju, right? Have you found out his identity?" A general shook his head, saying, "There's no way to investigate. It seems there isn't such a person in the great Jing martial world." Zhong Tian commented, "Perhaps he isn't from the great Jing martial world." Jiang Yu nodded and said, "Clearly, there is a powerful martial force backing the emperor. Possibly at his behest, that Yiju supported the crown prince. Before he appeared, the crown prince was repeatedly defeated and couldn't compare to you at all." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyu's expression became complicated. The atmosphere in the tent grew silent. There was still a month until the challenge from the heartless monk to Jiang Changsheng. News from the front lines reported that the emperor of the Jin dynasty had passed away, and the empress dowager had taken power, sending a request for surrender to Great Jing. This news spread throughout the capital, exciting everyone from high officials to commoners. The Jin dynasty's territory was only half of Great Jing, yet even so, King Wei took only a year to break through the Jin dynasty, which was simply incredible. He must be a war god in the flesh. Although the emperor favored the crown prince, such merits could not go unrewarded. A few days later, the emperor proclaimed to the world, bestowing Jiang Ziyu the title of godly general to resist the north. The title of general was already the highest position for a military officer, and the prefix made it stand out, enough to be recorded in history. Late at night, in the courtyard, listening to Hua Jinshin's narration, Jiang Changsheng showed a look of satisfaction. This kid has finally grown up. With such achievements, he really has hope of becoming the Li Shimin of another world. However, Li Shimin's brother's merits are far less than his, and the current crown prince, while not as accomplished as Jiang Ziyu, has a strong momentum. The great Ascension Dragon Tower must be supporting the Crown Prince, although he has been granted the title of general. It won't be so easy for Ziyu to ascend the throne, Hua Jianxin worriedly said. Jiang Ziyu has many experts under him, which is why he has such achievements, while the Crown Prince only has one expert under him, named Yiju. This shows how strong Yiju is, Jiang Changsheng calmly said. The struggle for the throne does not lie with the Crown Prince or Ziyu, but with me and the great Ascension Dragon Tower. They do not know that Ziyu is my biological son, and they won't act against him. They will come looking for me first. Once I deal with the great Ascension Dragon Tower, the struggle for the throne will lose its suspense. Previously, swapping the Crown Prince was because he did not know how strong the great Ascension Dragon Tower was. Now it is different. They are openly supporting Jiang Ziyu and are looking forward to the great Ascension Dragon Tower arriving soon. Seeing Jiang Changsheng so confident, Hua Jianxin's uneasy heart calmed down. It was not until dawn that Hua Jianxin quietly left. In March, a large number of martial artists gathered in the capital because the Grand Master and the Immortal Master were about to have a life and death battle, attracting the attention of all sects in the great Jing martial world. Returning to Longqi Temple, after chatting with the other disciples, he went to the courtyard to visit Jiang Changsheng. Upon seeing a wolf in the yard, he was somewhat surprised but did not think much of it. Master, my grandfather has been buried. From now on, I will stay at Longqi Temple and focus on my cultivation to take care of you in your old age, Arakawa said seriously after bowing. There are no more blood relatives in this world, only the master. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, perhaps I will live longer than you. Arakawa chuckled and said, then I wish master a long life of 100 years, no, 200 years. The higher the martial realm, the longer the lifespan. But in Great Jing, there has never been a 200-year-old expert. The current Grand Masters are all around 100, knowing their time is up. They prepare for their last battle. By the way, Master, I heard on the way that the Heartless Monk has attained the Buddhist heart, and his power has surpassed that of a Grand Master. He should not be underestimated, Arakawa reminded, his face serious. After wandering for a few years, he did not mention his hardships, but he had indeed experienced a lot of life and death. Now he was truly a celestial realm expert, and the higher he stood, the more he understood how terrifying martial arts could be. In front of a truly hidden master, the seemingly invincible celestial realm was just an ordinary person. Surpassing a Grand Master? That means surpassing the divine heart realm and reaching the divine person realm? Jiang Changsheng did not believe that there could be a divine person in the great Jing martial world, but he felt some anticipation. He had never sparred with a divine person before. Afterwards, Arakawa went to catch up with Ling Xiao, while Jiang Changsheng continued his practice. Half a month later, the number of martial artists in the capital had exceeded 10,000, and discussions about this battle were happening in every inn and theater. The Heartless Monk was a living legend of immortality, while Jiang Changsheng was a contemporary martial myth. The clash between the immortal legend and the martial myth generated immense hype. Regardless of who won, this battle was rare in a lifetime. In the palace, within a sleeping chamber, Jiang Yu was soaking in a pool, enjoying the service of the palace maids, with his arms resting on the edge of the pool, facing upwards with his eyes closed. The difficult fate Buddha stood behind him and said, the Heartless Monk has relied on the Supreme Saint Pill from the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, burning his lifespan, and has reached the legendary Divine Person realm. In this battle, even if the Immortal Master does not die, he will be heavily injured. The Heartless Monk entrusted me to convey a message to your majesty. The revival of the Chu dynasty cannot be delayed any longer. On the day of the decisive battle, please observe the battle and witness the Divine Person's demeanor. Jiang Yu snorted, is he threatening me? The difficult fate Buddha said solemnly, this is not just his intention. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment and said, fine, I will go watch then. A divine person? I never expected that our great Jing could produce a divine person. But it is ironic that although he is a person of great Jing, he harbors the heart of the Chu dynasty. The difficult fate Buddha did not respond and turned to leave. His eyes were filled with hatred. Jiang Changsheng, you are doomed. The day of the decisive battle arrived. Inside and outside the North City Gate, it was crowded with people. Warriors were stationed outside the city, and high officials had set up banquets in various pavilions inside the city, preparing to witness this martial arts showdown. On the mountainside of Longqi Temple, nearly 300 disciples were also eagerly waiting. The difficult fate Buddha stood behind him, looking somewhat anxious. Suddenly, Jiang Yu put down his wine cup, his expression darkening. They're here. What terrifying true energy. He realized he had underestimated the Divine Person realm, and recalling the message from the Heartless Monk, his heart sank. Outside the North City Gate, the sky turned crimson, as if dusk were arriving, yet it was only noon, and a clamor arose outside the city. Arakawa squinted to look, his expression changing drastically. He saw a figure walking through the sky, an elderly monk, emaciated, draped in a robe, with white hair and beard. He seemed to have his eyes closed, walking step by step, emitting a golden Buddhist light from behind him, vaguely revealing a Buddha statue. This scene also caught the attention of the warriors outside the city, and countless people gasped in astonishment. Walking in the high sky had already shocked the ordinary people. The Buddhist light behind him made them feel as if he were a god among mortals. Chapter 52. The ghostly tremor shocks the heavens, welcoming the divine arrival. The heartless monk became the sole focus between heaven and earth, stepping towards the North City Gate under the gaze of countless people. As he approached the North City Gate, the high officials inside the city also saw him, and they were all shaken, rising one after another, unable to maintain their composure. Is this what a divine person looks like? The difficult fate Buddha stood behind Jiang, murmuring to himself, his expression complex. The hierarchy of the great Ascension Dragon Tower was strict, and different statuses led to different understandings of things. The difficult fate Buddha had only recently learned of the existence of the divine person realm, but was unclear about how strong a divine person truly was. Jiang was the same. This emperor stared blankly at the heartless monk. He suddenly felt that the seemingly invincible immortal master might not necessarily win. Not just him, but everyone who witnessed the heartless monk had such thoughts. The immortal master had never shown the ability to walk in the air. On the mountainside of Longxi Temple, Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn to Arakawa and ask, "Can master win against him? This is a life-and-death battle." Arakawa had roamed the rivers and lakes for several years, seen many experts, but had never encountered such a capability. He felt uncertain, yet he was filled with confidence in Jiang Changsheng, saying solemnly, "Believe in master. He is the strongest." Meng Xiaoshuang, Qin Ku, Wanli, Mingyue, and others frowned tightly, but did not question Jiang Changsheng, only patiently waiting. From Longxi Mountain, figures leaped from the city and landed on the eaves of the houses. Looking around, there were figures on the eaves of every house in the city. Warriors leaped up, while commoners used ladders, all wanting to witness this unparalleled battle. Many members of the White Cloth Guards, the Tianwu Supervisory Office, and the Imperial Army also landed on the eaves to watch, including Hua Jinxin, who subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword as she gazed at the figure of the Jueshin monk. The mere appearance of the Jueshin monk made people feel he had already won. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Jueshin monk landed on the city wall of the North Gate, standing tall and straight, waiting for the arrival of the immortal Master Changsheng. On Longxi Mountain, in the courtyard, Bai Qi snorted, "It's rare to see someone surprised by flying. It's a sign of the divine realm." Bai Long raised his serpentine body, poking his head out from the branches of the Earth Spirit Tree, looking towards the North Gate from a distance. Wang Chun had long heard Bai Qi speak human words, so he was not surprised. He just looked at Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Isn't flying just flying? I can do it too. Have you forgotten how I crossed the tribulation? I just prefer not to fly most of the time." This was the truth, with spiritual power wrapping around his physical body. He could easily fly, but he felt it was not as impressive as flying on a sword. Wang Chun let out a sigh of relief, no longer reminding him, and turned to leave, preparing to watch the battle. Suddenly, the tying sword at Jiang Changsheng's waist unsheathed, and he leaped up, stepping onto the sword and soaring away with an impressive demeanor. Bai Qi jumped out of the courtyard, arriving at the edge of the cliff. Looking down at the North Gate, after the Jueshin monk arrived, most people's gazes fell on Longxi Mountain, eagerly anticipating the appearance of immortal Master Changsheng. Soon, they saw Jiang Changsheng flying down the mountain on his sword, drawing cheers from numerous commoners and dignitaries. Naturally, they were more inclined towards immortal Master Changsheng, as he was a native of the capital. Seeing Jiang Changsheng appear, the Nanyun Buddha behind Jiang sneered, saying, "One can directly move through the air, while the other still needs to step on a sword. The difference in realm is obvious." Jiang did not respond. He felt the same. Jiang Changsheng quickly flew to the city wall, lightly leaping down and landing steadily on the eaves of the city wall, the tying sword arcing precisely back into its sheath. The sword technique was unexpected. There was indeed such a swordsman in the current martial arts world. Immortal Master Changsheng was not just a swordsman. Today, he could finally appreciate the wondrous Dharma form of the martial arts myth. The martial arts myth was indeed impressive, but still slightly inferior to a grandmaster. The first of the 5 grandmasters, Tiangang Taoist, had died in the hero's tomb. If the Jueshin monk could win, then he would be the strongest grandmaster. The true martial arts myth. Inside and outside the city, martial heroes, noble clans, and common folk were all discussing the outcome of the 2 unparalleled masters. The Jueshin monk opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Jiang Changsheng, and said, "Immortal Master Changsheng is truly young and extraordinary." Jiang Changsheng chuckled, "I'm almost 50. That's not young." The Jueshin monk remained unmoved, saying, "Today's battle is the last battle of this poor monk's life. If I die, I will enter the hero's tomb to help enhance the reputation of Longqi Mountain. If the immortal master dies, this poor monk will not live long either and will soon follow you." Jiang Changsheng shook his head and said, "Monk, do you hear what you are saying?" The Jiuxian monk's gaze sharpened, and he spoke again, but this time using lip movements to clarify his intention. He had come to revive Chu. Jiang Changsheng's existence had become the greatest obstacle to this revival. Jiang Changsheng was not surprised. Instead, he calmly said, "Then make your move. There are plenty of spectators, so don't keep them waiting. Then this poor monk will come to test the power of the current martial arts myth." The Jiuxian monk said in a deep voice. He pressed his palms together, and the Buddhist light behind him surged, the faint Buddha image growing larger, while true energy began to swirl around his body, which was actually blood red. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing that the other party was burning their vitality to forcibly increase their power. At this rate, even if he won, the Jiuxian monk would not survive today. This old guy was truly desperate, even in the divine realm. The Jiuxian monk did not plan to be careless. Instead, he intended to exhaust his lifespan to unleash his strongest strike. The sky appeared as if it were dusk, and a great wind swept through the mountains and forests outside the city, stirring the robes of the spectators on the eaves, while an immense pressure enveloped the entire city, making even common folk feel the oppressive sensation, their chests tight and uncomfortable. The heavens changed color. Rolling thunder clouds suddenly gathered, churning violently, ready to unleash their power. Jiang Changsheng did not make a move, but curiously observed the Jiuxian monk. The Jiuxian monk shouted angrily, and the phantom-like Buddha image behind him suddenly soared to a height of 100 feet, radiant with golden light, its form towering, exuding an imposing aura. Its visage resembling a demon-slaying arhat, glaring at Jiang Changsheng. This scene left everyone wide-eyed. An old beggar outside the city trembled all over, murmuring, "Stepping into the void and soaring, true energy congealing the spirit, has surpassed the Grand Master. It is no longer the realm of ordinary people." All the warriors were shocked, looking at the Jiuxian monk with fervor and awe. The path of martial arts could be so powerful. Each of their hearts ignited with burning flames. At that moment, the 100-foot-tall golden Buddha suddenly shrank, drilling into the Jiuxian monk's body, causing his thin and aged form to suddenly become strong, muscles stretching his monk robe, his body turning golden. In an instant, he reached nearly 3 meters tall, exuding a dominating presence. He slowly raised both arms, and 2 golden Buddhist arms condensed from his back, extraordinarily dazzling, as if the Buddhist light illuminated behind him. In that moment, the image of the Jiuxian monk completely transcended ordinary flesh, causing Emperor Jiangyu to stand up, his eyes wide open. On the cliff, Bai Qi gasped, exclaiming, "This spectacle is extraordinary. This divine being is too powerful." That terrifying sense of pressure reminded him of the divine being from the Donglin dynasty, not at all inferior. This state was above grandmasters. It was the divine realm. This poor monk, with flesh and blood, opens the divine realm for the 13 states. And all martial artists should aspire to this realm for the rest of their lives. The voice of the Jiuxian monk echoed under the heavens, heard by everyone inside and outside the city, as if the thunder god was roaring, shaking hearts. The Jiuxian monk raised his right arm, and the golden arm behind him followed suit, pulling back in a posture about to strike. As he took a stance, the divine being's momentum reached its peak. He coldly stared at Jiang Changsheng and said, "Immortal master, are you not going to exert your power?" Jiang Changsheng tucked the Qilin whisk back at his waist, drew the Taiyang sword again, and smiled. "Then I will use the ultimate skill of Longqi Mountain, the Ta Ching sword technique, to battle the divine being. Why not use the wondrous Dharma form? It should be shown to the world." Jiang Changsheng smiled lightly, raising his sword, pointing it at the Jiuxian monk. The Jiuxian monk laughed loudly, his face turning fierce, his vitality having burned to its peak, unable to wait any longer. Under the tense expressions of all, the Jiuxian monk roared, his right palm striking out with the force of 1,000 June, the golden arm behind him doing the same. As both palms struck out, thunder roared, and a white streak of energy fell simultaneously, causing the heavens and earth to lose color. The Buddha shakes the mountains and rivers. Boom. The city wall beneath their feet instantly turned to dust, scattering apart, while the world-destroying palm wind knocked countless people to the ground. Jiang Changsheng faced the vast power of the divine being, his right hand suddenly relaxing, pushing his palm forward, and the Taiyang sword transformed into a streak of sword light shooting out. Whoosh! The sword light shone across the heavens and earth, the thunder abruptly halting, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, the palm wind on the city wall had been dispersed, and the sky swirled away from Jiang Changsheng's sword direction, the clouds rolling to both sides, endlessly long, as if the heavens had been split in two, a stunning sight. The Jiuxian monk remained in midair with his palm raised, a sword piercing through his chest, embedded in his golden body. He trembled all over, disbelief filling his eyes. He stared intently at Jiang Changsheng, the gold on his body slowly fading, and he trembled as he asked, "Where did you learn the Ta Ching sword technique?" Jiang Changsheng's right hand slightly clenched, and with a puff, the Taiyang sword separated from the body of the absolute heart monk, blood spilling into the sky, and the sword handle flew into Jiang Changsheng's palm. "This is my creation. Although you are a divine being, my Tai Ching sword technique specializes in slaying divine beings." Jiang Changsheng's voice was exceptionally indifferent as he lightly shook the sword, using spiritual power to disperse the blood on the blade before sheathing it. The absolute heart monk's eyes lost their luster. His body quickly shriveled, reverting to the frail, aged form he had before, and then he began to fall. Jiang Changsheng raised his hand, summoning the absolute heart monk's corpse from the air, grasping his belt, and turning to fly toward Longqi Mountain. The world was silent. Not a sound to be heard. Everyone was still in a daze, but when they saw Jiang Changsheng flying toward Longqi Temple with the absolute heart monk's corpse, they finally woke up. My heavens! The absolute heart monk was defeated? How is that possible? Just like that? How could that terrifying palm be broken by a sword? Even from a distance, I felt like I was suffocating. What kind of sword technique is that? Did anyone hear clearly? It's the Tai Ching sword technique. The Immortal Master said this sword specializes in slaying divine beings, truly a martial legend that is unmatched in the world. Outside the city, a large number of martial heroes knelt down, some from fear, others from shock, unable to help but want to pay their respects. As more and more martial artists knelt down, the momentum spread uncontrollably, and all martial practitioners knelt down, bowing toward Longqi Temple. The North City Gate had turned to ruins, and most people in the city witnessed this scene, equally shocked. A scholar stood on a pavilion, his gaze vacant, swallowing hard as he sighed. The Tai Ching sword slays divine beings, causing ghosts to tremble and the heavens to be astonished, all martial artists bowing in respect, welcoming the divine presence, a supreme masterpiece of martial arts. From Longqi Mountain came Huanchuan's excited and loud voice. Send the absolute heart monk to the hero's tomb. Chapter 53, The Great Feather Robe of the God of Gaochen. The Struggle for the Crown Prince. In the 6th year of Jinyu, the master absolute heart monk consumed the holy pill, burning his vitality and lifespan, forcibly reaching the divine realm to challenge you to a life and death battle. Under his challenge, you successfully survived, overcoming a massacre and receiving the survival reward treasure, the Great Feather Robe of the God of Gaochen. As Jiang Changsheng just sat down in the room, such a line of text appeared before him. Another treasure, truly worthy of a divine being. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself, hoping there would be more divine beings in the world. He immediately took out the Great Feather Robe of the God of Gaochen. A white robe shimmering with azure mist appeared in his hand, with feather patterns on it. The azure mist draping over it like a thin veil, looking quite majestic. Jiang Changsheng quickly put it on, and his entire aura changed dramatically as he followed the memory of this treasure's inheritance. The Great Feather Robe of the God of Gaochen was made from the feathers of a divine beast and the azure mist of the horizon at dawn, inherently possessing 12 layers of restrictions, with extremely strong defensive power. After infusing it with spiritual power, the defensive power increased dramatically. Not bad, not bad, a life-saving treasure. With the golden scales and jade leaves for attack, and the Great Feather Robe of the God of Gaochen for defense, it could be said to be well-rounded, without any weaknesses. Jiang Changsheng examined his new attire with delight. Meanwhile, the entire city was still discussing the previous, unparalleled battle, the term divine being spreading throughout the city. From now on, martial artists in the 13 states would recognize a brand new realm, a realm that would drive future martial arts into madness. Inside the Wangfu, bang! Jiang Yu smashed a porcelain bottle on the ground, his face full of anger, glaring at Nanyun Buddha, and whispered angrily, "How can I fight like this? Changsheng, the Immortal Master, can kill even divine beings with a sword. What can I use to compete with him? Let alone absorbing his power. Even reviving Chu is a luxury. He has openly supported the King of Wei, and I have no ability to deal with him. Don't force me anymore. If Long Lu has the ability, then let them subdue him before we talk about reviving Chu." Nanyun Buddha's expression was grim. He harbored resentment towards Jiang Changsheng, not only for reviving Chu, but also to avenge his brother. Yet today's battle filled him with fear. The aura of the absolute heart monk was so powerful. He had never seen such a strong true energy in his life. And the result. In fact, he was not full of expectations for reviving Chu. The reason he was willing to revive Chu was partly due to the pressure from the Great Ascension Long Lu, and partly because he previously needed the support of 5 great masters and the Great Ascension Long Lu. So he had to revive Chu. Now, with the Great Jing in a position to turn the tide, his thoughts of reviving Chu had waned. He also understood that once Chu was revived, at most he would live a carefree life for 1 generation. but he would be left with a reputation of infamy for eternity. Although he favored the crown prince, he cared more about himself. At worst, he would let the king of Wei ascend to the throne. After all, they were all his sons, no shame in that. Nanyun Buddha snorted coldly and left. Perhaps I should improve my own strength. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. On another side, after the disciples of Longqi Temple buried the Absolute Heart monk, they began to excitedly discuss the previous battle, with the younger disciples even acting out Jiang Changsheng and the Absolute Heart monk, making the entire temple feel like a festive occasion. Bai Qi was also very excited, chasing after Wang Chun and asking non-stop, wanting to know how long Jiang Changsheng had lived and who his master was. Wang Chun actually didn't know much, but he didn't say what he knew, being very cautious around Bai Qi, making Bai Qi grit his teeth in frustration. That night, when Jiang Changsheng came out of the room, the great feather robe of the god of Gaochen amazed Wang Chun, Bai Qi, and Huang Chuan. Master, what kind of robe is this? It's two. Huang Chuan's eyes widened, excitedly asking, unable to find words to describe it. If a modern person were here, they could describe it with special effects. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "This is a treasure robe I crafted myself. Pretty good, right? However, this material can only be made into one piece, so I can't make it for you." Crafted? Huang Chuan, Wang Chun, and Bai Qi didn't understand but were greatly shocked. They only felt that Jiang Changsheng, wearing the great feather robe of the god of Gaochen, truly looked like an immortal. As for the pilgrims, Jiang Changsheng naturally closed the door to them. Huang Chuan was a master of the Tongtian realm, enough to help Meng Qiushuang and others deal with everything. In that month, the martial world of Great Jing was shaken. Every corner of the 13 states was discussing the battle between the Absolute Heart monk and Immortal Master Changsheng. The fame of Immortal Master Changsheng reached its peak. Previously, the martial legend was just a title, but now he was a true legend in the hearts of martial practitioners. For Gahan, the people of Great Jing hated him to the bone, and the emperor felt the same, almost leading to the collapse of the country because of Gahan. The emperor immediately dispatched a large number of envoys to Gahan, assisting the crown prince's army in enslaving Gahan. To prevent Gahan from holding on stubbornly, they could only cease fighting. But even if they ceased fighting, the emperor wanted the people of Gahan to live worse than pigs and dogs. The crown prince also began his return journey that month. The country was stable, but the powerful in the capital knew a new storm was about to arrive, which was the struggle for the crown prince. For a time, civil and military officials in the court moved secretly. The Yang family and Chen family were also aggressively wooing people, and Immortal Master Changsheng was their best bargaining chip. Previously, the civil and military aristocracy thought that no matter how strong a martial artist was, they could not shake the foundation of the country, but after witnessing that unparalleled battle, they wavered. They felt that Immortal Master Changsheng truly had the ability to face 1,000,000 troops. And coupled with the king of Wei's strong army and numerous experts under him, it was indeed possible to surpass the crown prince. Late at night, Hua Jinxin came to Jiang Changsheng's room to report on the recent situation of the emperor. Recently, the white-clothed guard had been capturing martial artists in large numbers, and the emperor often entered the sky prison. Each time he left, a batch of experts would die suddenly, which must be part of a conspiracy. Hua Jinxin said worriedly. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "The emperor is proficient in a kind of absolute skill that can absorb others' power. Be careful and carry the talisman I gave you." Hua Jinxin was moved and asked in shock, "Is there such a sinister martial art in the world?" "Of course. Then why don't you take action? Now that the country is stable, killing him would allow Ziyu to control the court. No rush, let him get a little stronger. I'm just cultivating leaks." "Leaks? All right, I understand," Hua Jinxin replied, though she didn't understand Jiang Changsheng's intention to let the emperor absorb others' power, but she chose to trust Jiang Changsheng. She didn't know that Jiang Changsheng would periodically leave his soul to visit the emperor, intending to wait until the emperor was strong enough to exchange for more valuable survival rewards. At present, it seemed that Jiang Yu's desire to surpass divine beings was nearly impossible. The mysterious technique seems powerful, but the cost is immense. The chaotic true energy can harm the extraordinary meridians and deplete one's lifespan. If there were no price to pay, the great Ascension Dragon Tower would have long used this ultimate skill to cultivate numerous divine beings. In July, a significant event occurred at the Longqi Temple. Meng Qiushuang stepped down and was appointed as a disciple by Jiang Changsheng, while Wanli became the new eldest disciple, taking charge of the temple's affairs. On this same day, Meng Qiushuang brought a young girl to find Jiang Changsheng. Arakawa also followed. Taoist, this girl is named Lu Wuyin. Her mother passed away and sent her to the temple during her lifetime. I see her exceptional talent. If properly nurtured, she could become another genius of Longqi Temple. Meng Qiushuang said with a smile. The current Longqi Temple far exceeds the past, with Jiang Changsheng as the myth of the martial world, Arakawa shouldering the banner. and hundreds of disciples representing the future. Jiang Changsheng looked at Lu Wuyin, who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, extremely nervous and not daring to look up at him. He had seen her before, as well as her mother. Previously, this mother-daughter pair had secretly come to see him, leaving an impression on him. Lu Wuyin. Jiang Changsheng immediately flipped through the life trajectory list. In the 17th year of Kaiyuan, the martial world woman Lu Wuyin sought you for a duel due to a grudge, and you shattered her thoughts, overcoming a causal event. So she is her daughter. Thinking of Lu Wuyin, Jiang Changsheng felt that the woman had an abnormal mindset, but since she was no longer around, the past entanglements could be considered over. He examined Lu Wuyin closely and found that her physique was special. Her meridians were extremely cold, but she was undoubtedly a martial arts genius. Like Arakawa, her pores could spontaneously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it was very weak, over time, it could accumulate significantly more true energy than an ordinary person practicing the same cultivation. Arakawa spoke up. Master, she indeed has good talent. And the temple lacks an outstanding female disciple in martial arts. I can teach male disciples well, but it can be inconvenient at times when facing female disciples. Meng Xiaoshuang added, Ming Yue's talent is average, and her martial arts realm has reached its limit, unable to become a true master. Jiang Changsheng thought for a moment and said, as for accepting disciples, let's set that aside. You can come to my courtyard every morning, and I will teach you to cultivate. Meng Xiaoshuang was overjoyed and quickly had Lu Wuyin bow in thanks. Lu Wuyin excitedly knelt down, and after chatting for a while, she followed Meng Xiaoshuang away. Jiang Changsheng watched them leave and sighed. The temple is becoming more and more lively. Arakawa, when you have time, take the disciples to cultivate the mountains and expand the temple. Although Longqi Mountain is not large, most of it is still forested, with wild grass everywhere, leaving ample room for development. Arakawa nodded with a smile. He gradually took on many responsibilities at Longqi Temple and enjoyed it. A few days later, accompanied by Su Tianji, Pingyan, Jiang Yu, and Zhong Tianwu. As for the 4 C's wise saints, they did not dare to come. But Jiang Changsheng had already sensed his presence lingering at the foot of the mountain. Pingyan, come here, let me take a good look at you. Jiang Changsheng waved and smiled. Pingyan had undergone significant changes, resembling a fierce beast, with a killing aura in his brows, making one feel intimidated. And he had acquired many scars. As soon as Pingyan reached Jiang Changsheng, he began to grin foolishly, squatting beside him and leaning against his shoulder like a child. While Jiang Changsheng checked his muscles and bones, he looked at Jiang Ziyu and praised. Ziyu has also transformed. I am very pleased. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyu felt a bit overwhelmed, his eyes slightly red, but he still proudly smiled. Master, did I not embarrass you? We have made the Jin dynasty submit. He began to boast about his experiences over the years. Jiang Changsheng listened earnestly, his gaze filled with smiles. Zhong Tianwu looked at Bai Qi under the earth spirit tree and whispered to Su Tianji, why is there an extra demon wolf? They were in the divine heart realm and could sense the demonic energy emanating from Bai Qi. Su Tianji casually replied, we've raised snakes. What's wrong with raising a wolf? He walked over to play with the white dragon, who moved its massive body closer to interact with him. Chapter 54. The Dragon Child Feeds on True Dragons. The Cycle of Fate. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng and Jiang Ziyu sat facing each other. Wang Chuchan poured tea for them, while the others rested in the courtyard, not disturbing their conversation. Jiang Ziyu felt a bit uneasy facing Jiang Changsheng alone. On the way here, he had heard about the legendary battle between Jiang Changsheng and the Absolute Heart Monk. After years of fighting, he understood the power of high-level martial artists. A grandmaster could withstand thousands of troops, but how powerful must the higher divine realm be? Jiang Changsheng drank a cup of tea and asked, Ziyu, what are your plans next? I mean your aspirations. It's time to rally the civil and military forces, accumulate strength. My competition with the Crown Prince is now inevitable. Jiang Ziyu frowned and replied. He felt somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Changsheng was so concerned about his struggle for the throne. Reflecting on Jiang Yu's experiences, he thought Jiang Changsheng's support was a bit excessive. Just because he was his master, did he have to help him ascend to the throne? What was the motive? Jiang Changsheng said, if you wish to ascend, I will do my utmost to assist you. Just speak up. Jiang Ziyu nodded. Thank you, master. For now, I want to take a break. With that, Jiang Changsheng did not say more. After all, Jiang Ziyu was still young, and he had an infinite life ahead. There was no need to rush. Jiang Ziyu began to talk about the borders and the Jin dynasty's scenery. Jiang Changsheng listened with great interest. Approaching 50, he had never been to a second city outside the capital. Listening to Jiang Ziyu describe those magnificent landscapes, he felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. One day, he must go see this world. Before parting, Jiang Changsheng gifted Jiang Ziyu 3 talisman papers for him to carry close. Jiang Changsheng noted the strong aura of Yiju, though not as powerful as the absolute heart monk. He had heard Zhang Ziyu and the others mention that the crown prince could turn the tide of battle, and that Yi Zhu deserved the most credit. It was said that Yi Zhu had a group of experts under him, the weakest of whom had reached the spirit insight realm, becoming a nightmare on the battlefield that instilled fear in enemies. Yi Zhu stayed within the crown prince's residence and did not infiltrate Longqi Temple, behaving quite orderly. Jiang Changsheng had no plans to deal with him, waiting for the great Ascension Dragon Tower to act together. On this day at noon, in the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study. "Father, are you having second thoughts?" Crown Prince Jiang Zihan asked in a deep voice. Jiang Yu was holding a memorial and casually replied, "I am still young and strong. Although I have made you the heir, you cannot reside in the Eastern Palace yet. You have grown up and should understand. Just be a good crown prince. And when I can no longer rule, I will eventually pass the throne to you." He gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I have made great contributions, defeating the ancient Khan." Jiang Yu responded indifferently, "But you are slower than Ziyu, aren't you?" Jiang Zihan fell silent. Jiang Yu put down the memorial, pinched his brow, and said, "I am tired. You may leave." Jiang Zihan took a deep breath, bowed, and as he turned, his expression became fierce. He understood that Jiang Yu's heart had already shifted towards Jiang Ziyu, which was extremely unfavorable for him, regardless of the reason. Since childhood, he and Jiang Ziyu had not gotten along, and now that Jiang Ziyu was competing for the throne with him, the anger in his heart turned into overwhelming hatred. If that is the case, then let us compete. In the 7th year of Zhenyu, Jiang Changsheng turned 50. The Jing dynasty completely ceased hostilities, and various industries revived. The people of the 13 provinces were busy and rejoicing in their harvests. Now, both the Wei King and the Crown Prince could attend court, and scenes of open and covert struggles often appeared in the court, while the emperor sat high on the dragon throne, wearing an attitude of indifference. The emperor was completely unconcerned with the people's livelihood and handed over all authority to the 3 provincial ministers, among whom there were supporters of both the Crown Prince and the Wei King, resulting in many decisions being made very slowly. In the Crown Prince's residence, Jiang Zihan kicked a maid to the ground, then vented his anger with several more kicks until the maid was knocked unconscious before he stopped. The servants quickly dragged the maid away. Too much bullying. Too much bullying. Jiang Zihan stood with his hands on his hips, his chest heaving with rage, his eyes ablaze, making the servants hush in fear. Yi Zhu entered the hall and waved his hand, signaling the servants to retreat. Once only the 2 of them remained in the hall. Jiang Zihan turned to Yi Zhu and impatiently asked, "When will the great Ascension Dragon Tower arrive? If you don't come soon, Jiang Ziyu will take away my position as the Crown Prince, and then you won't be able to restore Chu." Yi Zhu smiled and said, "It will be soon. The Tower Master has already exited seclusion and is preparing." Jiang Zihan's face lit up with joy as he asked, "Is everyone mobilizing?" "The Master of the Wei King is someone who can easily defeat even divine beings." Yi Zhu replied, "Naturally. What do you think the Great Ascension Dragon Tower is preparing for? There will be more than one expert like the resolute heart monk. This time we will definitely make Longqi Temple perish, ensure the death of the Wei King, and make the emperor directly abdicate to you." Jiang Zihan was immediately invigorated, clapping his hands and cheering loudly. Yi Zhu looked at him and sighed inwardly. Truly a lump of clay. But there is no choice. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower has no options. The Wei King has been training under the Immortal Master of Longevity, and the other princes have not inherited the true dragon energy. Yi Zhu secretly decided that when Jiang Zihan ascends the throne, he must select a heavenly talent from his offspring, not only to practice martial arts, but to cultivate other abilities as well. Although he supports Jiang Zihan, he already anticipated that Jiang Zihan would surely be a foolish ruler once he rises to power. Suddenly, Jiang Zihan thought of something and frowned. "My father's power has been growing, and with the heavenly prison in place, I'm worried that he will eventually achieve divinity. At that time, it will be difficult to make him abdicate." Yi Zhu laughed and said, "Then why not absorb his power?" Jiang Zihan's face changed drastically. "That wouldn't be good. Even though he has wronged me, he is still my father." Yi Zhu remained unfazed and said, "The true energy of the late emperor was absorbed by him, and it was done forcefully. The late emperor had no choice but to pretend that he had willingly given it to the current emperor. If he could do that, why can't you? Moreover, absorbing his true energy won't kill him. He will just become an ordinary person, powerless and unable to resist, allowing him to abdicate sooner. Once you ascend the throne, just ensure he enjoys the pleasures of a retired emperor." Jiang Zihan's expression changed, his eyes flickering. He was tempted. He no longer wanted to argue with the Wei King's ministers daily. He didn't want to hear others say he was a bastard who shouldn't be the crown prince. And he didn't want to hear others think he was inferior to the Wei King. The founding emperor of Chu killed the monarch to seize power. But how many people still reminisce about the Chu dynasty? Jiang Zihan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. All right, then you must help me. I am no match for my father. Yi Ju smiled and said, of course, no problem. From childhood to now, your father has never been my match. Subduing him is as easy as flipping my hand. On a summer night, Jiang Changsheng was meditating under a tree, with a white dragon coiling around him. Its huge head resting on his thigh, quietly sleeping. Bai Qi was lying not far away, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes. Bai Qi followed suit, and they both looked in the same direction. The imperial palace. How did they start fighting internally? Jiang Changsheng immediately left his body and went to watch the drama. His soul swiftly crossed the night sky, arriving in front of the imperial study, where Yi Ju and Jiang Yu were engaged in a fierce battle. Figures stood on the eaves all around, each casting spells. Their true energy formed a grand curtain, connecting end to end, isolating the sound, and blocking the rampage of true energy inside. Is this a formation? Jiang Changsheng found it interesting. It seems that martial arts also has formations. The development of martial arts exceeded his imagination, not merely a simple increase in realm. Jiang Yu was clearly no match for Yi Ju, being completely suppressed, and the true dragon energy on him occasionally dissipated. Jiang Changsheng could see at a glance that Jiang Yu was poisoned. The chaotic true energy in his body was wreaking havoc in his meridians, making him extremely uncomfortable. The formation isolated sound, but could not isolate Jiang Changsheng's hearing. Junior brother, don't hold on any longer, or you will die. We only want to take your power. Yi Ju sneered, his palms like the wind, striking down on Jiang Yu like a torrential storm, causing Jiang Yu's dragon crown to fall and his hair to become disheveled. Looking extremely disheveled, Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he steadied himself and continued to fight. Yi Ju suddenly unleashed a strange footwork, leaving countless afterimages, as if transforming into dozens of clones surrounding Jiang Yu, who was being beaten like a sandbag, continuously spitting blood. Yi Ju then appeared on Jiang Yu, gripping his shoulder with his left hand and clawing at the top of Jiang Yu's head with his right. Crown Prince, hurry. Yi Ju subdued Jiang Yu and shouted sternly. Jiang Zihan immediately ran over, stopping in front of Jiang Yu, raising his hand to pat Jiang Yu's forehead, beginning to absorb his power. Jiang Yu raised his eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, and gritted his teeth. Unfilial son, do you know what you are doing? Jiang Zihan's expression was frenzied as he said harshly, Father, I can't wait any longer for you to abdicate to me. I will ensure you have a good end, and don't blame me. Weren't you the same way with grandfather back then? Surging true energy poured out from Jiang Yu's body into Jiang Zihan's, causing Jiang Zihan to tremble all over, gritting his teeth to endure this immense power. Jiang Yu's expression shifted from anger and disbelief to despondence. Jiang Zihan's last sentence deeply hurt him. He couldn't help but think about what his father must have been feeling when he was in the same situation as Jiang Zihan. Until his father's death, he had never truly cared for him or really talked to him. In that moment, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. After being emperor for so many years, he actually understood that he was not fit to be an emperor. But thinking about how Jiang Zihan would restore Chu after assuming power, and how future generations would mock the Jiang family, he felt very upset. Unfortunately, it was too late. His life had been a chess piece, never truly understanding what he wanted. Jiang Changsheng looked down at this scene of father-son affection and did not intervene, watching them tear each other apart. Time passed. Approximately 3 minutes later, a voice shouted, Jiang Zihan, you are so bold. This voice was filled with anger. It was Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Ziyu leaped down from the eaves with Zhong Tianwu, Su Tianji, and Sihai Xianxing. Yi Ju withdrew his hands, and Jiang Yu collapsed to his knees in front of Jiang Zihan. Crown Prince, continue absorbing. I will hold them off. Yi Ju dropped this line and leaped out of the formation, facing the 4 attackers. He struck out with both palms, and surging true energy transformed into a dragon shape. Roaring as it charged at Jiang Ziyu and the others, the dragon's roar echoing through the night sky, audible throughout the city. Jiang Ziyu and the others all struck out with their palms, but they were still sent flying by the dragon-shaped true energy, causing several palaces along the way to turn to ruins, dust rising to the sky. Zhong Tianwu landed on the eaves, steadied himself, and said solemnly, My lord, this person is very strong. The 4 of us are definitely no match for him. Yi Ju sneered. That's right. Although we are both at the Divine Heart Realm, my martial arts foundation is not something you can compare to. He looked at Jiang Ziyu and said, Wei King, your father has never looked up to you. He even despises you. He despises your mother, who could have survived, but he deliberately allowed her illness to worsen until her death, with the goal of supporting the crown prince's mother. Do you understand? It was your father who killed your mother. When you were born, your father didn't even go to see you. Instead, he had my 2 subordinates guard you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyu's face turned extremely ugly. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the poison that the princess had was administered by Jiang Yu. A tiger does not eat its own cubs, and this guy was truly vicious. If Jiang Changsheng had not happened to choose Ping'an, Ping'an would have surely perished along with his mother and gone to the underworld. The implication was that if it weren't for the Wei King having the immortal master of longevity backing him, Yi Zhu would have killed them tonight. Chapter 55. You are the destined emperor, and I am destiny itself. Facing Yi Zhu's psychological tactics and threats, Jiang Ziyu's expression darkened to the extreme. But he still gritted his teeth and said, even if what you say is true, that is between me and him, and I won't allow outsiders to interfere. Tonight. As long as I am here, no one can harm the emperor. He no longer referred to Jiang Yu as father, but as the emperor. Yi Zhu's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Wei King, do not overestimate yourself. Su Tianji, Zhong Tianwu, and Sihai Xianxing all smiled bitterly upon hearing Jiang Ziyu's words, but they did not retreat. Instead, they stepped forward. Su Tianji directly shouted, Immortal Master, if you don't take action soon, your precious disciple will die. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Zhu's expression changed slightly, and Jiang Zihan, who was absorbing Jiang Yu's true energy, was also startled. The immortal master of longevity is nearby? Su Tianji did not see Jiang Changsheng's soul exit, but he felt that the commotion in the capital could not escape Jiang Changsheng's eyes. In the high sky, Jiang Changsheng slightly shook his head. This kid. He was quite satisfied with Jiang Ziyu's attitude. At least he was not a coward. Jiang Changsheng opened his eyes, stood up. Waking the sleeping Bai Long Bai Qi came over, excitedly asking, are you going to join the fun? Take me with you. It had been too long since it had moved, and it was already bursting with energy. Jiang Changsheng glanced at it and said, you are responsible for guarding the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and stepped onto his sword. The sounds from the palace startled many people. But the palace guards received the prince's secret order that no one was allowed to enter the palace tonight. Yi Zhu looked at Jiang Ziyu and the others approaching step by step, his face extremely ugly, caught in a battle of thoughts. He did not regard Jiang Changsheng as a threat in front of Jiang Zihan, but now facing Jiang Changsheng, he felt panicked. He knew that if he acted against the king of Wei, Jiang Changsheng would definitely not sit idly by. Damn it, shouldn't this guy allow the emperor to be harmed? Only then would he have a legitimate reason to start a rebellion. Yi Zhu could not understand Jiang Ziyu and thought he was extremely foolish. Jiang Yu had fallen, which was good for both Jiang Zihan and Jiang Ziyu, and it would depend on whose backing was stronger. Now that Jiang Ziyu was in trouble, it put him in a difficult position. At this moment, Jiang Zihan stopped and said, I've finished. Yi Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Jiang Ziyu. The king of Wei is really domineering. Then I won't kill the emperor tonight. Let's go. Who allowed you to leave? Yi Zhu's face changed drastically, and he looked up to see Jiang Changsheng standing on the Taihang's sword, with his back to the bright moon, looking down at him. Jiang Zihan was also startled. The great Ascension Dragon Tower had not yet arrived, and they were no match for the immortal Master Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng fixed his gaze on Yi Zhu and said, the great Ascension Dragon Tower is really too slow. I have grown impatient waiting. Tonight, I will kill you and declare war on the great Ascension Dragon Tower. Yi Zhu was extremely anxious but still said in a deep voice, Immortal Master Changsheng, why do you insist on opposing the great Ascension Dragon Tower? He truly could not understand. He didn't even know Jiang Changsheng's background. How had this person risen to power? Jiang Changsheng replied indifferently. The great Ascension Dragon Tower wants to revive Chu. As a person from the great Jing, how can I sit idly by? You all can take action together. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. None of you will leave tonight. To prevent Jiang Ziyu from being tainted by the blame of Li Shimin, he decided to help Jiang Ziyu eliminate his enemies, sparing him from the condemnation of history. Yi Zhu and Jiang Zihan were frightened. Jiang Zihan hurriedly came to Yi Zhu's side, ready for battle. The immortal Master Changsheng was elusive, and they knew they couldn't escape. Jiang Ziyu looked up at Jiang Changsheng and said, Master, spare the prince's life. Jiang Changsheng did not look at him, but asked, did you not want to be Li Shimin? Why are you hesitating now? Jiang Ziyu fell silent. As a child, he did not understand emotions, but as he grew older, he realized how difficult it was to sever familial ties. Yi Zhu shouted in a deep voice, Prince, let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm, sending a dragon-shaped true qi towards Jiang Changsheng, unstoppable. Jiang Zihan immediately followed suit. His dragon-shaped true qi was not inferior to Yi Zhu's, but the form of true qi fluctuated violently, threatening to disperse at any moment. Facing the two dragon-shaped true qi, Jiang Changsheng waved his qilin whisk and easily dispelled them, causing Yi Zhu and Jiang Zihan's hearts to race. Jiang Changsheng then landed, the Taihang sword falling into his palm. With this, he thought, there should be a survival reward now. Just then, Yi Zhu rushed at him, executing that mysterious and unpredictable footwork. Confronted with Yi Zhu's afterimages from all directions, Jiang Changsheng casually swung his sword, the sword energy erupting like a mountain torrent, dispersing all the afterimages. Yi Ju's real body was also struck by a sword energy, blood spurting from his body as he was sent flying, crashing awkwardly into the ruins. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. They all knew Jiang Changsheng was strong, but defeating Yi Ju so easily made it hard for them to imagine how powerful he would be if he went all out. Just as Yi Ju was about to get up, Jiang Changsheng appeared behind him, swinging his sword down. His head fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Changsheng turned and walked toward Jiang Zihan, his expression emotionless. Jiang Zihan was terrified, his heart racing, and turned to Jiang Ziyu shouting, "King of Wei, second brother, quickly save me, we are brothers." Jiang Ziyu remained silent. The sages of the four seas stood by, meaningfully saying, "If the prince intervenes, the matter of killing the prince will fall on the prince's head in the future. Brothers harming each other, even if they are emperors, is a huge stain." Jiang Ziyu understood this principle as well, so he remained silent. Su Tianji scolded, "This guy deserves to die. He previously withheld our supplies and often sent assassins to attack the prince. The prince is too soft-hearted. You think of him as a brother, but he hates you to the bone." Jiang Ziyu felt very uncomfortable hearing this and could not refute it. Jiang Changsheng approached Jiang Zihan, looking down at the timid, fearful prince, his eyes devoid of pity. Jiang Zihan gritted his teeth and suddenly struck Jiang Changsheng with a palm, trying to absorb his power. Jiang Changsheng did not dodge, and the others were shocked to see him hit. How could the immortal Master Changsheng be caught off guard? Jiang Zihan was overjoyed, his face twisted with malice. "How could you kill me?" But the next second, his expression changed dramatically, fear appearing in his eyes. He was horrified to discover that he could not absorb the other party's true chi at all. Jiang Changsheng thrust his sword through his abdomen and whispered in his ear, "You were never fit to be the prince. After being prince for so many years, it was worth it." Spiritual energy spilled out along the sword blade, shattering Jiang Zihan's internal organs. Withdrawing the tying sword, Jiang Zihan fell to the ground, trembling all over, his eyes wide open, ultimately dying with his eyes unclosed. Both Yi Ju and Jiang Zihan were already beings of the divine heart realm. Killing beings of the divine heart realm, like slaughtering dogs and chickens? The night was cold, and so were people's hearts. Jiang Ziyu looked at Jiang Changsheng from a distance, feeling inexplicably fearful. Jiang Changsheng's martial power could easily threaten imperial power. If he ascended the throne, would he have to look at Jiang Changsheng's face in the future? They were master and disciple, not father and son. If Jiang Changsheng were to have a son in the future, would he? The more Jiang Ziyu thought, the more frightened he became, and his heart was filled with confusion. He could not understand why Jiang Changsheng supported him so strongly. Was it really just for the sake of the great Jing? At this moment, a group of white-clothed guards rushed in from all directions, standing on the eaves of various palaces. Hua Jinxin also arrived, raising her hand to signal everyone to stop. Unically, not knowing from where he had entered the palace, saw Yi Ju and Jiang Zihan's corpses. And upon seeing Jiang Yu collapsed on the ground, he was extremely excited. "Your Majesty, your great Jing has been preserved." Eunuch Li's emotions were stirred, and his eyes were red. Jiang Changsheng approached Jiang Yu, looking down from a high position, and said, "Tomorrow, you will abdicate to the King of Wei. The prince has rebelled, and fortunately, the King of Wei saved you, but you are also seriously injured and unable to manage the court anymore." Jiang Yu's smile was bitter, and he weakly said, "I understand. No matter what, at least it was his son who would ascend the throne. Su Tianji, take care of your Majesty. Ziyu, Eunuch Li, come with me." Jiang Changsheng left these words and walked toward the Golden Luan Hall. Eunuch Li immediately followed. Jiang Ziyu hesitated, but ultimately followed Jiang Changsheng's pace under Su Tianji's urging. He could not think of what Jiang Changsheng wanted to explain to him. Was it to threaten him or to reveal the truth? The three of them walked in silence into the dim Golden Luan Hall, where Eunuch Li skillfully walked to a long pillar and activated a mechanism. A night pearl above was opened, and the glow fell down, just illuminating the dragon throne. The supreme throne was so conspicuous in the darkness, as if imperial power was right before them. Jiang Changsheng stopped, looked at the dragon throne, and said, "Ziyu, sit on it. From tomorrow, you will be the emperor." Jiang Ziyu silently walked forward, climbing the dragon steps until he reached the dragon throne. Suddenly, he turned around, looking down at Jiang Changsheng in the hall, and asked, "Dare I ask, Master, if I ascend to the throne, will this world listen to me or to you?" Li Gonggong watched the scene with great interest, remaining silent. Jiang Changsheng said, "Of course, I will listen to you. You are the son of heaven, and you are the most important." Jiang Ziyu stared intently at Jiang Changsheng and asked, "Master, I don't understand why you support me in ascending the throne. Just because I am your disciple? With your abilities, you don't need to support a new emperor. Whoever becomes emperor will befriend you." He wanted to be emperor, but did not want to be a puppet emperor. If Jiang Changsheng revealed his ambition, he would not sit on the dragon throne even at the risk of being killed. Jiang Changsheng smiled with satisfaction. At least this boy dared to think for himself, rather than blindly trusting others, and he was not blinded by the benefits in front of him. He looked at Jiang Ziyu and said with a smile, "You are the destined son of heaven, and I am destiny. If I want you to be emperor, then you shall be." Such domineering words made Jiang Ziyu feel a deep sense of sorrow. The strength of martial arts could so disdain imperial power. And this was the tragedy of the Jiang family. Jiang Changsheng continued, "Li Gonggong, tell him my true identity." True identity? Jiang Ziyu was taken aback and looked at Li Gonggong in surprise. Li Gonggong respectfully bowed to Jiang Changsheng and then looked at Jiang Ziyu, saying, "Prince Wei, Changsheng Taoist is the crown prince appointed by the late emperor." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Ziyu's expression changed drastically, trembling all over. When the Jing dynasty was first established, the late emperor designated the child of the empress in her womb as the crown prince, which was a well-known story. However, the Dashang Longlu suddenly rebelled and sought to seize imperial power. The late emperor had cultivated within the Daxing Longlu and knew its strength. To protect the crown prince, he found an orphan from the common people to replace the crown prince and sent the real crown prince to Longqi Temple, switching them to ensure the crown prince's safety. The crown prince and the second prince fought fiercely and both ultimately perished, making way for the seventh prince, who is the current emperor. All part of the late emperor's scheme against the Daxing Longlu. Li Gonggong sighed. How many people knew the struggles behind imperial power? Jiang Ziyu's face turned extremely pale as he stared at Jiang Changsheng and asked, "So you support me in ascending the throne to take revenge on the Daxing Longlu and my father?" Jiang Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. "That's just one reason. The second is, you are my son, my biological son." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyu felt as if struck by lightning, looking at Jiang Changsheng in disbelief. Li Gonggong was also shocked. He thought Jiang Changsheng supported Prince Wei simply because he did not want the Jing dynasty to change its name to Chu, not expecting such a deeper reason. "Impossible, impossible. How can you be my father?" Jiang Ziyu slumped onto the dragon throne, unable to accept it. Jiang Changsheng said, "If Jing Wuzhu could switch me, why can't I switch the son of the emperor he established?" Jiang Ziyu looked up and gritted his teeth. "The calamity Buddha watched over my mother when she gave birth to me." Jiang Changsheng calmly replied, "I don't kill the calamity Buddha just to let him testify to this matter so that people won't suspect it." Jiang Ziyu screamed in despair, "I don't believe it. What proof do you have?" As soon as he asked, his expression froze, and Li Gonggong's eyes widened as well. The Dao patterns of Jiang Changsheng were exactly the same as the birthmark on Jiang Ziyu's forehead. Jiang Ziyu was stunned. Jiang Changsheng said, "Your mother is the white-clothed guard Hua Jiangxin, who watched over you day and night. Although I put you under someone else's name, I have always accompanied and protected you with your mother." Jiang Ziyu had to accept the truth. He painfully asked, "Why did you do this?" Jiang Changsheng replied, "At that time, I was unaware of the strength of the Daxing Longlu. Ziyu, you have wanted to be emperor since you were young. Now that I am sending you to the throne, do you still cling to past grievances? You only need to know that if you become emperor, I will be your greatest support. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Isn't that enough?" His words were deafening, causing Jiang Ziyu to tremble all over. Li Gonggong followed up, "Yes, Prince Wei, more than 20 years ago. If His Highness the Crown Prince had not switched you for the Emperor's son, you would now only be a Taoist at Longqi Temple. Although you had the teachings of His Highness the Crown Prince, that was only in martial arts, without staying in the palace for years. How could you grasp the affairs of state? Just like the current Emperor and the current Crown Prince, they have followed the Daxing Longlu to practice martial arts since childhood, with terrible civil and military skills. Aren't they just martial men becoming emperors? What help do they provide to the country and the people? The Daxing Longlu could force the late emperor to bow down. Prince Wei, you have now witnessed the strength of the Daxing Longlu. If you were the crown prince at that time, what would you have done?" Jiang Ziyu felt a pang of guilt. All these years, although he had been kept in the dark, Jiang Changsheng had always been with him, teaching him, along with his true mother. When he was unhappy in the crown prince's residence as a child, she would always comfort him, and he had even joked about calling her mother. "Yes, I want to be emperor. How can an emperor be stubborn about these things?" Jiang Ziyu took a deep breath and looked back at Jiang Changsheng, saying, "Father, it is the child who is cowardly, causing you distress. But even if you support me in ascending the throne, the Daxing Longlu will surely come back. And the current emperor has more than just 2 sons. The wise men of the 4 seas have told me that the Daxing Longlu is an extraordinary sacred place that controls several dynasties. And Yi Ju is just one of its disciples. Such a colossal entity. Father, can we really fight against it?" Jiang Changsheng turned around and looked at the bright moon outside the Jinwan Hall, saying, "Now is not 20 years ago, Just watch how I suppress that arrogant Chaozong. You only need to be a good emperor and govern this country well. From now on, the imperial power of the Jiang family will only be in the hands of the Jiang family. Chapter 56. Reign titled Qianwu. Why aren't you old yet? The night was like water, and the wind carried a hint of heat. A large number of soldiers rushed into the palace. Some were Jiang Ziyu's subordinates, and some were Jiang Zichen's. When they saw Jiang Zichen's corpse, their expressions changed drastically. Hua Jiangxin stood on the eaves and said, "Tonight, His Highness the Crown Prince brought evil people into the palace, intending to harm His Majesty. Fortunately, Prince Wei came to the rescue." Her words naturally drew angry curses from the Crown Prince's faction. In their view, the Crown Prince must be insane to attempt to assassinate the Emperor. After all, he was the Crown Prince. Su Tianji smiled widely. "Zhong Tianwu, we should act now. Tonight we should have more deaths." Zhong Tianwu nodded with excitement in his eyes. Tomorrow, the Emperor would announce that Prince Wei would ascend the throne, and the great undertaking would be accomplished. On the other side, it had cultivated for 100 years, with eyesight far surpassing that of martial artists of the same realm. In tonight's battle, it saw everything clearly. When Jiang Changsheng appeared, Yi Zhu's subordinates quickly fled, and although Jiang Changsheng seemed to ignore them, those experts were killed by weapons flying from all directions before they could escape the palace. Additionally, Yi Zhu's aura made by Qi feel that he was no match for him, but Yi Zhu was like an ordinary person in front of Jiang Changsheng, utterly defenseless. It increasingly felt that Jiang Changsheng was not a deity, but rather the legendary golden body realm. Jiang Changsheng glanced at it, smiled slightly, and did not speak. In the 7th year of Jinyu, Crown Prince Jiang Zichen and the expert Yi Zhu from Daxing Longlu besieged you. You successfully survived under their encirclement, overcoming a calamity and gaining the survival reward of becoming adept in the great accomplishment of the heavenly and earthly 8 directions sword array. The name is really long. Jiang Changsheng silently inherited the great accomplishment of the heavenly and earthly 8 directions sword array. This was his first exposure to formations, and he found it quite interesting. This sword array was applicable to spiritual power and true qi. It could be performed by one person with multiple swords or by multiple people. And he decided to leave it for the disciples of Longqi Temple to practice. Most major sects in the Jianghu had some noteworthy protective formations, but most of their formations were merely for show and could not compare to the great accomplishment of the heavenly and earthly 8 directions sword array. That night, Jiang Changsheng was in a good mood, as he had recognized his own son and would announce Prince Wei's ascension to the throne tomorrow, which also settled a matter on his mind. He was happy, but the city's elite could hardly sleep. The crown prince had tragically died in the palace, and the emperor had sustained serious injuries, suspected to abdicate tomorrow. One piece of news after another left them dumbfounded. With Jiang Zichen's death, this struggle could be considered over. Even if the crown prince might have died at Prince Wei's hands, no one dared to question it, for with the crown prince's death, Prince Wei could only ascend the throne. Various residences frantically dispatched spies to gather information, and the more they inquired, the more alarmed they became. Tonight, the immortal master of longevity actually made a move, and the strongest expert under the crown prince, Yi Zhu, was beheaded by him. The white-clad guards collectively sided with King Wei and sealed off the imperial palace. The Yang and Chun families took the opportunity to win over various officials, both to strengthen themselves and to give those families that picked the wrong side a chance. Everyone was lamenting. Overnight, the situation in the Great Jing changed dramatically. The next morning, when the officials gathered for court, the palace was filled with white-clad guards, and the imperial guards were carrying bodies, making the civil and military officials feel apprehensive. When it was time for the court meeting, Jiang Yu was helped by a eunuch to the dragon throne, and everyone noticed he looked extremely weak, his face devoid of color, and he had lost a lot of weight, as if he were gravely ill. Jiang Ziyu stood in front of the military officials with a blank expression. After that night, he had adjusted his mindset and accepted the truth. Now, he was filled with ambition. The officials fell silent, not daring to speak, as they realized many familiar faces were missing. With the crown prince's death, many would inevitably accompany him to the grave. Not everyone had the chance to change sides. Jiang Yu looked up at the officials, weakly stating, "Last night, I was attacked in a rebellion by the crown prince, but thankfully, King Wei rescued me. However, I am unable to govern the country today. I hereby announce that King Wei will ascend to the throne. This decree took effect today, and before the coronation, all matters of the court will be managed by King Wei." After saying this, he coughed violently, clearly in distress, and then signaled for the eunuch to help him down. The officials knelt and sent Jiang Yu off. Watching Jiang Yu's hunched, weak figure, they felt a mix of emotions. Just a day ago, Jiang Yu had been imposing. Now he seemed to have aged 30 years. The struggle for imperial power was indeed terrifying. Jiang Ziyu stepped directly onto the dragon steps, sat down on the dragon throne, planted his sword into the ground, and rested his hands on the hilt, surveying the officials. Su Tianji, Zhong Tianwu, and other soldiers of King Wei showed proud expressions. Standing tall, the prime ministers of the 3 provinces and the ministers of the 6 departments felt that King Wei was somewhat disrespectful but did not dare to remind him. As the palace was still filled with the smell of blood, Jiang Ziyu squinted and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "So this is the throne, the highest seat above all people." He disregarded the officials and spoke freely. He was the emperor. He no longer needed to care about others' opinions. Jiang Ziyu retracted his smile and said, "From today onwards, I shall call myself I. The grand ceremony for my ascension must be prepared before the end of the year. And on the first day of the new spring, I will ascend the throne and celebrate with the people. My reign title will be established as Qianwu. In the year of Qianwu, we shall prioritize martial strength." The officials bowed and shouted in unison, "Long live our emperor." The news of the great Jing emperor abdicating and King Wei ascending spread like a storm throughout the world, even reaching neighboring dynasties, causing a stir. Because of King Wei's achievements, the common people cheered, and neighboring dynasties did not dare to create chaos during the transfer of the throne. They feared King Wei even more than Jiangyu. Although King Wei had not yet fully ascended, he was full of fighting spirit, issuing various new regulations, strongly supporting martial arts, and categorizing the martial arts imperial examination from villages, counties, prefectures, to the capital, detailing the qualifications and benefits for obtaining martial arts titles, which excited martial artists. Most people who wander the martial world do so out of necessity. Who wouldn't want a legitimate position? In addition to promoting martial arts, King Wei also formulated a series of policies beneficial to the people and businesses, making the capital even more prosperous. King Wei specifically sent people to assist in the expansion of Longqi Temple, repairing the lofts, even renovating the old buildings. Compared to Jiangyu, King Wei was wholeheartedly focused on improving the Jing dynasty. He was often buried in the imperial study and had no time to visit Jiang Changsheng. But he frequently sent gifts, and everyday eunuchs would deliver snacks from the palace to Jiang Changsheng. King Wei promoted Hua Jianxin to the position of right guard chief, ranking second, overseeing the white-clad guards and the Tianwu supervisory office. In the courtyard, Hua Jianxin, dressed in plain clothes and no longer wearing a mask, smiled broadly and said, "Ziyu, though busy, you haven't neglected me. A few days ago, a royal concubine scolded me, and you directly stripped her of her title without even consulting the emperor." Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, "Jiang Yu won't live much longer. He has no time to manage such matters." Jiang Yu had absorbed too much true energy, and his meridians were already weak. Now, with all his true energy drained and poisoned, it would be difficult for him to live until next year's spring festival. Hua Jianxin looked at Jiang Changsheng and said, "I want to resign from my position and come to Longqi Temple to accompany you. Is that okay?" Jiang Ziyu's ascension had fulfilled her wish, and she had begun to view power with indifference. She was already over 50, though not old. There was not much time left for her in Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Changsheng nodded. "As long as you're happy." Hua Jianxin smiled brightly, her face filled with happiness. She felt her life was sufficient. Under the earth spirit tree, Bai Qi looked at Jiang Changsheng, deep in thought. Bai Long was gone, running around the mountains with Huang Chuan, Wang Wuqing, and others. At first, Bai Long scared the workers who came to repair the place. But after the disciples of Longqi Temple comforted them, they got used to it, and because of them, Bai Long's reputation grew. The heavy snow was about to melt, and the new spring was approaching. The emperor passed away before King Wei's ascension, posthumously titled Emperor Wen, having reigned for 7 years. Historical records referred to him as Emperor Wen of Jing. On the day of the new spring, King Wei Jiang Ziyu ascended, becoming the 3rd emperor of Great Jing, with the reign title Qianwu. In the first year of Qianwu, Jiang Changsheng and Hua Jianxin stood at the cliff, gazing at the coronation ceremony in the palace, where the palace was filled with singing and dancing, quite lively. Hua Jianxin turned to look at Jiang Changsheng's profile and asked, "Why don't you let Ziyu restore your identity?" Jiang Changsheng chuckled lightly. "Is it that important? I said before, helping Ziyu ascend is just a short-term goal. What I truly pursue is cultivation and longevity." Jiang Yu died without knowing that Ziyu was not his son. What a pity. He should have been disgusted, considering he was the father of Jiang Pingyuan. Let him have fewer regrets as he departs. Why should the living argue with the dead? Hua Jianxin nodded, finding it reasonable. And she sighed. Are there really people who achieve longevity in this world? Perhaps there are. Jiang Changsheng calmly replied. As for his infinite lifespan, he would not tell anyone, including his wife and children. This secret could only be known to himself, and once it spread, it would inevitably lead to great trouble. He did not want to become Tang Seng. Having crossed 60, he had become an old minister, wearing a smile on his face. This past half year had been a time of great success for him. Due to his contributions, he had directly become the chancellor of the Ministry of Personnel, assisting the emperor in making decisions, truly a high-ranking minister. He was among the first to support the emperor and had persuaded the Qin family. Yang Che of the Yang family was also promoted to Chancellor of the Ministry of Personnel, his status equal to that of Chunli. Jiang Yu remained the king of Qin, and Jiang Ziyu entrusted him with managing the Kanzhou to guard against the invasion of Guhan. Changsheng. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk, Chunli exclaimed, feeling excited as he reached the peak of his career at the age of 60. Jiang Changsheng smiled and nodded. The two clinked their cups in the courtyard, with Wang Wuqing pouring them wine, while Huang Chuan and Jiang Pingyun had already moved out, each having their own courtyard. As the drunkenness set in, Chunli suddenly asked, Changsheng, why don't you age? Jiang Changsheng shook his wine cup and laughed. It's from cultivating. I'm already 51. I'll age soon. Chunli chuckled and then collapsed on the table. Jiang Changsheng had Wang Wuqing help him to a side room to rest. Not long after, Eunuch Li rushed into the courtyard, approached Jiang Changsheng, and whispered, there have been movements at the Deshang Dragon Tower. Many sects in the western regions have been slaughtered, and all the dead have had their true energy drained. This old servant suspects it is the doing of the Deshang Dragon Tower. The evil martial arts controlled by Jiang Yu and Jiang Zihan were passed down from there. They are likely absorbing true energy everywhere, trying to create more beings like the heartless god monk. Chapter 57, Millennia of Heritage, the Heart of an Emperor. Upon hearing Eunuch Li's words, Jiang Changsheng was not concerned and found it normal. He could easily kill divine beings. How could the Deshang Dragon Tower dare to act recklessly? As for creating more divine beings like the Absolute Heart Monk, Jiang Changsheng is not afraid. Divine beings are simply not enough to be concerned about. That day when he killed the Absolute Heart Monk, he actually used the sword control technique, merely to showcase the reputation of the Tai Ching sword technique, let alone divine beings. Even creating a golden body realm expert would not be noteworthy. Jiang Changsheng said, I understand. Eunuch Li followed up. Recently, the martial world has been quite exciting. The Burning Heaven Pavilion wants to unify the martial world, but ended up hitting a wall at Wu Peak, where a master was born. With his divine skills and the natural advantages of the terrain, he single-handedly stood against the entire Burning Heaven Pavilion. He began to talk about the affairs of the martial world, and Jiang Changsheng listened with great interest. Since the establishment of the Jingwu dynasty by Ancestor Jiang Yuan, the martial arts of the 13 states have been reviving, continuously growing stronger. After the Absolute Heart Monk opened the divine realm with his death, top experts are no longer limited to the Tongtian realm. The pursuit of divine beings has become a fervent goal for the entire martial world. Currently, there are even sayings, to achieve divinity is to be the supreme of the martial world. At present, there is only one divine being in the great Jing martial world. That is the longevity immortal master from the capital. To give birth to a second one, in the eyes of most martial artists, it cannot be done in 3 to 5 years, and it might even take longer. Jiang Changsheng glanced at Eunuch Li, who was already in his 70s or 80s but could still stir things up and gather information for him. It was not easy. According to Eunuch Li, he practiced the boy's skill, and as long as his yang essence does not leak, he can maintain a vigorous state until the end of his lifespan. Eunuch Li curiously asked, may I ask, Taoist, what is the use of this? It can extend life. It nourishes the body, cultivates the essence, and indeed has a life-extending effect. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Li was immediately delighted, quickly accepted it, and then thanked Jiang Changsheng. Jiang Yuan had relied on Jiang Changsheng's medicine to hang on for several years. Eunuch Li had witnessed it personally, so he naturally trusted Jiang Changsheng's alchemy skills. Jiang Changsheng was not stingy with such pills for familiar people, but he knew that pills could only prolong life. Parting from life and death is something that must be faced sooner or later. Perhaps this is the greatest distress of immortality. However, he felt that this was also a process of cultivating the heart, with joy and melancholy, which is what life is about. The azure sky was clear without a cloud. In the endless wasteland, there were ruins scattered everywhere, filled with corpses. A group of warriors dressed in purple robes with dragon patterns were absorbing the life force of the dying people, and these warriors all appeared elderly, numbering over 30. Inside a dilapidated palace, a man in red stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the giant Buddha statue before him. The difficult fortune Buddha quickly entered the hall, half kneeling behind the man in red, cupping his fists and saying, the Sword Chi sect has been completely eradicated. Once the elders have absorbed the life force, the Sword Chi sect will cease to exist. The man in red was the master of the great Ascension Dragon Tower, named Xiao Daotian. His red robe was like blood, embossed with golden dragon patterns, and his white hair was coiled beneath a golden crown, which featured 2 dragons playing with a pearl, exuding dominance. Xiao Daotian turned around, his face weathered, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. With handsome features, but indifferent eyes, devoid of spirit. He looked down at the difficult fortune Buddha and asked, how is the great Jing? The difficult fortune Buddha replied solemnly, The longevity Immortal Master still resides in the capital. The emperor wishes to open a prosperous era for martial arts, and now, the surrounding dynasties, upon hearing of the treatment of martial artists in Great Jing, had warriors rushing there from all sides, which was indeed a sign of prosperity. The emperor even issued secret orders for the white-clothed guards and the heavenly martial supervisors to secretly assassinate officials from the Chu people in various regions. When the difficult fortune Buddha spoke these words, his expression was grim. He had to admit that King Wei was ruthless enough. Xiao Daotian said, "This is what an emperor should do. If the great Ascension Dragon Tower wins, and this great Jing emperor is willing to submit, I can give him a chance." The difficult fortune Buddha hesitated. Xiao Daotian walked towards the outer hall, and the difficult fortune Buddha hurriedly followed. They arrived outside the main door, and looking out, the Sword Chi sect had already turned to ruins, the landscape desolate, a scene after a great battle. The difficult fortune Buddha felt quite distressed seeing this. The once proud Great Ascension Dragon Tower had fallen to such a state, all because of one person. The longevity Immortal Master. Although the difficult fortune Buddha was eager for revenge, he still retained his rationality. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, with all the dynasties eyeing us, if we lose this battle, then the Great Ascension Dragon Tower cannot afford to lose. This battle must be fought. If we win, we can change the martial strategy of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. If we lose, it will only mean a temporary disappearance. The foundation built over 1,000 years cannot be uprooted by just one person." The difficult fortune Buddha fell silent. An old man in a purple robe approached and cupped his fists. "Master, if we absorb another sect, we can all enter the divine realm." Xiao Daotian said, "Then let's head to Great Jing. Randomly find a sect in Great Jing, and it will also serve to declare war on the Great Jing Emperor, letting the Great Jing martial world see the true martial arts and open their martial wisdom." "Understood," the purple-robed old man replied, then turned to convey the orders. Xiao Daotian looked towards the direction of Great Jing and murmured, "One sword to slay a divine being. I want to see if you have really reached the legendary Golden Body Realm." Golden Body Realm? The difficult fortune Buddha trembled. Is there a higher realm above divine beings? In the imperial study, Jiang Ziyu leaned back on the dragon throne, flipping through the memorials in his hand, appearing quite lazy. Chunli entered, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue has asked me to propose that although Your Majesty is compassionate towards the people, the policies you have issued are too lenient, especially towards merchants, being too tolerant. If this continues, the people will prosper, merchants will grow wealthy, but the national treasury will suffer, which will be detrimental to Your Majesty's future grand plans." Jiang Ziyu replied nonchalantly, "What grand plan do I have?" Chunli was taken aback, suddenly unsure of how to respond. Although he was straightforward by nature, having lived over 60 years, he knew some words should not be spoken directly. Jiang Ziyu set down the memorial, scribbled some notes, then picked up another memorial and continued reading. "Minister Chun, let those below stop inquiring about my thoughts. You must also learn to discern. I am the ruler of a nation. If everyone can guess my thoughts, how can Great Jing not be riddled with holes? You are different from them. You are a friend of my master and have great merits for me, so I must trust you. But do not be used as a tool. Why doesn't he, the Minister of Revenue, speak directly to me, requiring you to relay the message?" Jiang Ziyu glanced at him, and that glance made Chunli feel a bit dazed. He seemed to see Ancestor Jiang Yuan. Jiang Ziyu said meaningfully, "The identity of the Chu people is the biggest stain on the Qin family. Be careful not to be plotted against." Chunli broke into a cold sweat. Jiang Ziyu closed the memorial and smiled. "Forget it. Considering your relationship with me, I won't hide it from you. But you must not spread it. If a third person finds out, I will have to cut off your head. The reason I do this is not entirely out of compassion. I know the treasury is tight, but the Jing dynasty has just experienced 20 years of war, and everything is in disarray. If I increase taxes on the people now, it will surely cause bad effects. I still need the people to unite with me. So I am also tolerant towards merchants. Merchants are flexible and close to the people. Once they become wealthy, there will inevitably be a gap between them and the people will surely envy them. At that time, I can find an excuse to deal with them. The treasury will be enriched, and the people's hearts will be more aligned with me. Isn't that even better?" Chunli looked at him in astonishment, not expecting Jiang Ziyu to have such thoughts at such a young age. Jiang Ziyu then added with a smile, "My goals are not limited to within Great Jing. Minister Chun, keep an eye on the Qin family. Make sure they pull back on their ties with the Chu people. Recently, the Qin family has been getting a bit too carried away." Chunli quickly bowed, saying, "I will remember." He understood that Jiang Ziyu was giving him a warning. After Chunli left, Yang Che also arrived. Facing the grandmother of the empress, Jiang Ziyu was unreserved and explained the purpose of his decisions to Yang Che, then proceeded to give him a warning. Although the Yang family had not allied with the Chu people, they were too tight on military power. After Yang Che left, a young eunuch came in to bring him some snacks. Jiang Ziyu asked, "How does the longevity immortal master feel about the palace's flavors?" The young eunuch accepted the order and quickly left. Jiang Ziyu stood up, approached the windowsill, gazing at the blue sky, his brows furrowed, and his eyes still showed a hint of worry. He was not afraid of the thoughts of the civil and military officials, but as long as the great Ascension Dragon Tower was not eliminated, he would always feel uneasy. October. The Xianxia sect, which ranks among the top 10 in the martial world of dying, was slaughtered, with over 2,000 disciples having their powers drained and dying in a tragic manner. This incident shocked the entire Jianghu, and the news reached the capital. The white-clad guards, under the emperor's orders, personally went to investigate. "The Desheng Longlu is coming," Li Gonggong said with a serious expression, feeling frightened by the actions of the Dejing Longlu this time. Jiang Changsheng calmly replied, "Let them come." Lu Wuyin, who was sitting nearby practicing, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is the Dejing Longlu?" Ling Xiao also opened his eyes. Although he had already entered the spiritual awareness realm, he still practiced in this courtyard from time to time. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "A sect that attempts to reverse the universe." He looked at Li Gonggong and said, "You can go now?" Li Gonggong nodded and turned to leave. Bai Qi approached Jiang Changsheng and whispered, "Taoist, the Dejing Longlu should not be underestimated. I've heard of their unique skill that drains people's powers. It's the Zhou Tian divine skill, said to be learned from the legendary Xianxian cave." Xianxian cave? Jiang Changsheng did not expect Bai Qi to know about this force and asked, "How much do you know about Xianxian cave?" Lu Wuyin and Ling Xiao also perked up. Very curious. Bai Qi lay on the ground and helplessly said, "How would I know? I've just heard that Xianxian cave is a sacred place for your human race's martial arts, and even the top 10 dynasties dare not provoke it." Jiang Changsheng replied irritably, "Then you can leave. You're just talking nonsense." Bai Qi stared at the snacks on the table and asked, "Can I?" Jiang Changsheng casually picked up a piece of cake and tossed it to the earth spirit tree. Bai Qi leaped into the air to catch it, then lay down and licked it, unwilling to finish it in one bite. "So delicious. I need to sneak into the palace to steal some, otherwise, it's too little." Bai Qi thought silently, feeling very satisfied with its current life. Relying on the earth spirit tree, its demon power was constantly increasing, and with Jiang Changsheng protecting it, along with such delicious treats, it didn't want to leave. Of course, it didn't let Jiang Changsheng raise it for free. Whenever martial artists came to cause trouble, it would secretly intervene. After all, it was a demon comparable to the divine heart realm. If it were a martial artist, it would be a master-level figure. Jiang Changsheng then checked his incense value. Current incense value. He hesitated whether to calculate the current strength of the Dejing Longlu. As time had passed, and the Dejing Longlu was also getting stronger. Let's give it a try. Can I easily suppress the entire Dejing Longlu? Need to consume 2,000 incense value. Continue. It's doubled, but it's not that strong. Jiang Changsheng directly chose no, deeming it unnecessary to calculate further. If it exceeded 5,000 incense value, he could handle it steadily. The Dejing Longlu was getting stronger, but he was not idle either. His spiritual power had increased by more than just a factor of 1. Chapter 58. The Arrival of Longlu, Despair Among All Beings. After the Dejing Longlu slaughtered over 2,000 martial artists, the Jianghu was in a state of panic, and even the previously invincible Finshan Pavilion quieted down. Although the white-clad guards were investigating, they could not trace the real culprit. At this time, news about the Dejing Longlu spread throughout the Jianghu, a 1,000-year sacred place, controlling dynastic changes, master disciples, divine elders, unparalleled divine skills, etc. Various rumors spread wildly, and no one knew who was spreading them. The entire martial world was shaken, feeling it was exaggerated and ridiculous. How could there be a martial arts sect that had existed for 1,000 years? How could imperial power possibly be controlled by a martial arts sect? In the capital, in the Golden Lawn Hall, Jiang Ziyu, dressed in a dragon robe, glared at the officials and said in a deep voice, "Haven't you found anything yet? Are you all useless?" The rumors from the Jianghu had reached the common people's ears, which was extremely detrimental to imperial power, easily lowering its status in the hearts of the populace. The hall fell silent. Suddenly, a general asked, "Is the existence of the Dejing Longlu real?" Upon hearing this, the other officials turned to Jiang Ziyu. Yang Che scoffed, "Even if it is real, doesn't it just mean that the Dejing Longlu can't do anything to your majesty?" His words made many officials feel it was reasonable. It was no secret that the emperor had the backing of the immortal master Changsheng, who was a legend in the martial world. Jiang Ziyu calmly replied, "Yes, it is real. The late emperor and the former crown prince were supported by the Dejing Longlu. The crown prince was tempted by the Dejing Longlu to assassinate the late emperor, intending to obey the Dejing Longlu's orders to restore Chu. Everyone was moved. Restore Chu. The late emperor had once proposed this absurd idea, which was ultimately suppressed, but they had heard of it. As officials of dying, they naturally could not tolerate the restoration of Chu. They dared not think further and felt a sense of crisis. Seeing the change in expressions among his ministers, Jiang Ziyu continued, "The Daijing Longlu is declaring war. Since they want to fight, I will wait for them. But those who spread rumors for the Daijing Longlu must not be spared." He began issuing orders to increase the search efforts. Meanwhile, Jiang Changsheng also learned of this matter through Li Gonggong. Jiang Changsheng raised an eyebrow, not understanding why the Daijing Longlu was doing this. Did they want to humiliate the Jiang family? Li Gonggong whispered, "This old servant suspects that the Daijing Longlu wants to attract spectators. If they win, they will take control of the Jing dynasty in one fell swoop, showcasing their strength to the world. If they lose, it seems to enhance your prestige while also creating enemies for you. As far as I know, these rumors have already spread to surrounding dynasties." Jiang Changsheng suddenly understood. This move was truly ruthless. If other dynasties knew that Jiang Changsheng could easily suppress the Daijing Longlu, they would inevitably be on guard against him, even forming alliances. Jiang Changsheng was not anxious. Other dynasties were not so reckless. As long as Jiang Changsheng did not threaten them, they would not collectively attack him in the short term. It was not easy for various dynasties to unite against him. The actions of the Daijing Longlu would at most sow the seeds of future conflict. The Golden Body realm was legendary for the dynasties, let alone the Qinkuan realm. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself that he still needed to work harder to become stronger. The cultivation pills on the heavenly material pill list should be prioritized, and he planned to have the emperor help him gather medicinal materials. The elixirs for cultivating immortality could only be consumed by him, and he was not afraid of being discovered. For example, the spirit-increasing pill could only be eaten by him or powerful physical demon beasts. He alone had the resources for cultivation. This was also an advantage that made him stronger than martial arts. Yes, keep an eye on it. If there are any developments, contact me at any time. Jiang Changsheng nodded. Li Gonggong bowed and left. Jiang Changsheng suddenly felt grateful to have Li Gonggong by his side. He indeed needed to cultivate an intelligence network. Not just focus on cultivation, but also be aware of worldly affairs to prevent unknown crises in advance. Starting with Li Gonggong, passing it down through generations. It would surely spread throughout the world in hundreds of years. Jiang Changsheng began to daydream. The news released by the Daijing Longlu was increasing, ultimately revealing their ambitions. The Daijing Longlu would descend upon the capital, letting the dying martial world witness the power of the thousand-year sacred place. Coupled with the incitement of interested parties, more and more martial artists began to flock to the capital. A thousand-year sacred place battling the martial world legend. A battle of divine beings. Various headlines spread wildly through the Jianghu, and even martial artists from neighboring dynasties came at the sound of it. Gradually, even the disciples of Longqi Temple learned of this matter. They were also shocked by the strength of the Daijing Longlu, but they were not anxious. They believed in Jiang Changsheng. The Taoist is the #1 in the world. Time flew by. In the second year of Qianwu, the capital's forbidden army expanded, increasing its forces to 200,000, with the city gates heavily guarded by the forbidden army. The number of martial artists coming and going in the city increased, and one could see practitioners everywhere in the streets. Since there were no forbidden weapons in the capital, it was easy to distinguish martial artists from common folk. In mid-February, Jiang Changsheng was refining pills in the courtyard. He had ordered Jiang Ziyu to have a special person forge a large cauldron, imposing and able to withstand higher temperatures. Bai Qi lay at Jiang Changsheng's feet, constantly sticking out its tongue like a dog. It was almost overwhelmed. The spiritual fragrance from the cauldron drove it crazy. But with Jiang Changsheng nearby, it did not dare to act recklessly. Jiang Changsheng glanced at it and said, "Do you want to eat?" Bai Qi nodded vigorously, its wolf-like eyes shining. "This won't do. Such elixirs are extremely precious." Jiang Changsheng shook his head. Bai Qi became anxious and gritted his teeth, saying, "Taoist, as long as you can grant me this elixir, I can transform into any female form you desire. Any body type will do." Jiang Changsheng's face twitched, and he replied irritably, "Nonsense. Do you take me for what? This elixir cannot be leaked. If you wish to consume it, you must completely submit to me." Bai Qi hurriedly said, "Bai Qi is willing to serve you as the master forever. Its only pursuit in life was to survive and become stronger, which could be achieved by staying beside Jiang Changsheng. It had no family to worry about, as they had long been slaughtered by the warriors of the Donglin dynasty." Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "Then I will reluctantly accept you. Just right to test the elixir on Bai Qi. After all, the white dragon was raised by him. If it died from the elixir, it wouldn't be good, but Bai Qi was different. If it died, then it died." Inside the cauldron, there were 3 elixirs. Jiang Changsheng used spiritual power to shape them, and then began a large fire to refine them, increasing the speed of spiritual energy infusion into the elixirs, which would take several days. You can't consume this elixir yet. Can you feel the richness of the spiritual energy in the world? If you forcefully consume it, your demonic power will run rampant, and you will explode and die, Jiang Changsheng warned. Bai Qi nodded and said, Master, this servant knows. Jiang Changsheng helplessly said, Why must you refer to yourself as a servant? Bai Qi smiled and replied, Servants see human women address their masters this way. Between us, there's no need for that. Just continue to call me Taoist in the future. This servant understands. Just as Jiang Changsheng was about to say more, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the northern city gate, squinting his eyes. They're coming. Bai Qi asked, Taoist, what's wrong? Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, The ones seeking death have finally arrived. Dark clouds suddenly surged from the distant horizon, like a black curtain sweeping in, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately became tense, its fur standing on end. It swallowed hard and said, The Great Ascension Dragon Tower is considered a powerful presence among the various sections. This servant is not sure how strong the Great Ascension Dragon Tower really is, but if an entire sect comes out, it will be terrifying. This servant has lived for 100 years and has never seen anything like it. Master must be careful and not be careless. Jiang Changsheng nodded and then refocused his gaze on the cauldron. After an incense stick's worth of time, the dark clouds covered the capital city. It was noon, but it felt like night was approaching. The citizens, warriors, and the imperial guard in the city all noticed the abnormality in the sky. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, startling many people. The dark clouds turned into thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and a pressure that was hard to describe enveloped the capital. More and more nobles and citizens stepped out of their doors, looking up at the sky. Emperor Jiangxiu was no exception. Standing in front of the Golden Luan Hall, he looked up with a serious expression, murmuring, So it has finally come? Hua Jianxin appeared beside him and softly said, He told you not to go out. Just stay in the palace and watch. He will handle everything alone. Jiangxiu nodded. Seeing that there were people around, he could not address Hua Jianxin as mother and had to ask in a low voice, Do you think he can safely get through this tribulation? He had also heard the rumors in the martial world that the Great Ascension Dragon Tower was going to mobilize all its forces to descend upon the capital and showcase the might of 1,000 years of sect power. Hua Jianxin wore a mask that concealed her expression, but her gaze was resolute as she said, Trust him. He is the strongest in the world. Just then, the thunderclouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart, and figures descended, each surrounded by strong winds, resembling tornadoes swirling around them. The scene was spectacular and imposing, gathering together in a way that made everyone in the city feel suffocated. Divine beings. Many who had witnessed Jiang Changsheng battle the Juexin monk were moved. This oppressive sensation was reminiscent of the Juexin monk from the past, instilling fear. Only divine beings could float in the air. 1, 2, 32. Jiangxiu counted, and his expression turned extremely ugly. 32 divine beings. These divine beings wore purple robes with dragon patterns, clearly from the same faction, all appearing old. Their winds mixed with blood energy, looking down on the capital like gods in the sky. Today, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower will battle the current martial arts myth of the Great Jing. You all watch closely. The true martial world will be revealed to you for the first time. In a courtyard within the city, the wise and virtuous looked up and murmured, My goodness. These old fellows are coming to fight with their lives. It seems they are truly determined to die. TSK, that kid Changsheng is in danger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng suddenly felt that the Great Ascension Dragon Tower had a sense of martial virtue. They did not stealthily attack the capital, but instead descended openly, targeting only him. However, upon further thought, it made sense. The purpose of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower coming to kill him was not revenge, but to gain control over the Great Jing. How could they slaughter their own people? Jiang Changsheng stood up and began to stretch his muscles and bones, showing respect. Bai Qi was trembling in fear from the 32 divine beings. It had never seen such grandeur and wanted to remind Jiang Changsheng, but didn't know what to say. Wang Chuan, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, Pingyan, and others entered the courtyard one after another. Seeing Jiang Changsheng rarely stretching, they became even more anxious. It's the first time I've seen the master like this, Huang Chuan said solemnly, while the others dared not speak further and could only pray for Jiang Changsheng in their hearts. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower has come to challenge with 32 divine beings and this transcendent being. Changsheng, why not reveal yourself for a battle? That authoritative voice rang out again, shaking the heavens. Countless warriors were moved. What realm was transcending divine beings? Under their watchful eyes, a bolt of lightning split the thunderclouds, and amid the intertwining lightning, a figure slowly descended. Dressed in red, with a noble and domineering attire, wearing a crown like an emperor, his body emitted a faint glow. Like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, his aura overshadowing all divine beings. If everyone felt fear facing 32 divine beings, then facing him, no one could muster even a shred of fighting spirit, only despair. Martial arts. How could it be so strong? Jiang Ziyu trembled all over, gripping his hands tightly in his sleeves, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. With such a realm in martial arts, how could he, as an emperor, feel at ease? Chapter 59. The Arrival of the Tathagata, a 1,000-year dynasty. The realm of transcending divine beings. All warriors were shocked, especially in the great Jing martial world, who had just experienced the shock brought by the divine beings, thinking that divine beings were the pinnacle of martial arts, the limit of mortals. They never expected that Xiao Daotian would say there was a higher realm above divine beings. He had even reached it. Outside the city, at the edge of the woods, stood a scholar who had been gently waving a fan and smiling while watching the show, but upon seeing Xiao Daotian's appearance, his expression froze. How could he have reached the legendary golden body realm? No wonder he hadn't shown himself in recent years. The scholar murmured to himself, his handsome face turning gloomy, fear evident in his eyes. The golden body realm. A realm that all sects dream of, a legendary realm. Not only him, but other sects had also sent warriors to watch the battle. They hid in various corners, watching from a distance. All of them were frightened by Xiao Daotian. 32 divine beings were already terrifying, but they could understand that those were divine beings who had exhausted their lifespans and would die today. But Xiao Daotian was different. He showed no signs of consuming the supreme elixir and had reached a higher realm. A living golden body realm expert was far more terrifying than 32 divine beings. Could this Changsheng immortal win? So many divine beings. What realm was transcending divine beings? It's over. The great Jing is finished. No matter how strong the Changsheng immortal is, he cannot defeat so many transcending mortals. No wonder the great Ascension Dragon Tower could control the changes of 13 states. With such strength, how could they be defeated? If the Changsheng immortal loses, won't we? Inside the capital city, discussions were rampant, panic spreading, making everyone feel cold. Even high-ranking officials felt powerless at this moment. This world was originally a world of martial arts. Xiao Daotian stood high above, higher than the position of 32 divine beings. If the 32 divine beings were celestial beings, then he was the chief of all gods, the most dazzling existence in the world. He and the 32 divine beings all looked towards Longqi Temple, waiting for Jiang Changsheng to appear. Outside the city, the unfortunate monk, mingling among the martial artists watching the battle, silently prayed. With such a lineup at the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, they should be able to capture the immortal master of longevity, right? Have you truly surpassed the divine beings? A light laughter echoed from Longqi Temple, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this sound, the citizens of the capital and the martial artists felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Upon hearing it, Xiao Daotian's expression changed slightly as he stared intently in the direction of Longqi Temple. Since you at the Great Ascension Dragon Tower seek death, then I shall send you on your way and inform the world that from now on, the great Jing will not be controlled by the imperial court, and the Jing dynasty will last for 1,000 years. Anyone who dares to touch the Jiang family's imperial power will meet the same fate as the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. Jiang Changsheng's voice rang out again, this time devoid of any laughter, only endless killing intent. As his words fell, a strong light erupted from the mountain peak of Longqi Temple, illuminating the world, causing everyone to squint their eyes and drop their jaws in shock. What is that? A swordsman gasped, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just him. The other citizens and martial artists on the street were the same, with some even collapsing to the ground, staring dumbfounded at the direction of Longqi Temple. They saw a sun rising at the mountaintop of Longqi Temple. Indeed, a sun. The sun, radiating brilliant light, restored daylight to the dim capital beneath the thunderclouds, overshadowing everything and dispersing the thunderclouds at a visible speed. All beings felt their own insignificance in the presence of this bright sun. Inside the palace, Jiang Ziyu also stared with his mouth agape, and the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids were stunned. The masked Hua Jiangxin was equally astonished, murmuring, "What kind of ultimate skill is this?" They were not alone. Xiao Daotian and the 32 divine beings were even more frightened because they could feel Jiang Changsheng's aura, vast and boundless, a power they had never experienced before. At this moment, Xiao Daotian, who thought he had attained the golden body realm, felt despair. It was completely incomparable. Xiao Daotian roared in his heart, how is this possible? Who on earth is this person? He could not understand how, after decades of seclusion, such a figure could emerge from the great Jing under his command. All the disciples and worshippers inside Longqi Temple knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed at the figure transforming into the bright sun above. An immortal, an immortal, a worshipper uttered incoherently, repeatedly saying these 3 words. In the courtyard, Wang Chun, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, and Bai Qi felt the most shocked, the vast power leaving their minds blank. The foolish Pinyin, on the other hand, excitedly shouted and waved at Jiang Changsheng. This is an ultimate skill of cultivating immortality. The Radiant Sun. It was the ultimate skill Jiang Changsheng obtained when he defeated half of the martial world, which he had never had the opportunity to use until now. Since the great Ascension Dragon Tower wanted to kill him, he would show the power that would bring despair to the 10 directions of the imperial court. As long as he was strong enough, he could crush all ambitions. Jiang Changsheng stood in the Radiant Sun, which was transformed from his spiritual power, nearly 100 feet in diameter, radiating light that extended far and wide. When the Radiant Sun hung high above Longqi Temple, the entire capital and the mountains and forests were all visible to Jiang Changsheng. At this moment, he experienced what it meant to be high above all. This is merely cultivating immortality. If one day he truly became an immortal, what kind of powerful feeling would that be? Jiang Changsheng's gaze turned to Xiao Daotian and the 32 divine beings. They did not flee, although their eyes were filled with despair. They had already made up their minds to die. Xiao Daotian and the others could not see the figure within the Radiant Sun. To them, Jiang Changsheng was so unfamiliar, so blurred, and so terrifying. The great Ascension Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We go to our deaths. The true dragon endures. Xiao Daotian suddenly shouted, his voice like thunder. The 32 divine beings echoed in unison. The great Ascension Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We go to our deaths. The true dragon endures. The great Ascension Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We go to our deaths. The true dragon endures. The great Ascension Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We go to our deaths. The true dragon endures. The entire city fell silent, all gazing at this scene, shocked by the great Ascension Dragon Tower's spirit. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the great Ascension Dragon Tower did not show weakness but instead revealed their determination to die. This is the foundation and pride of 1,000-year holy land. Xiao Daotian's face was twisted with rage as he roared, "Kill!" He struck out with both palms, and surging true energy transformed into a massive dragon-shaped true energy attacking forward. The 32 divine beings did the same. 33 true dragons soared across the sky of the capital. Even the light of the Radiant Sun could not overshadow their figures. The scene seemed frozen. Everyone was stunned by this moment, a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. From within the Radiant Sun, a towering giant Buddha rose, formed from condensed golden light, its true appearance unclear. The giant Buddha raised a palm and pushed forward with an incredibly domineering force, shattering the 33 true dragons. A palm shadow shot out, its speed suddenly increasing, soaring across the sky, crashing into Xiao Daotian and the divine beings. With a thunderous roar, blood mist filled the sky, and the divine beings fell like rain. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, divine beings smashed through buildings, causing the ground to collapse, like meteorites falling, raising dust throughout the city. The giant Buddha withdrew its palm, and the bloodied Xiao Daotian was pulled towards it. As the giant Buddha slowly lowered its head, he vanished into the Radiant Sun, which suddenly shrank and disappeared into thin air, and the world returned to normal, with no sign of Jiang Changsheng or Xiao Daotian. All the divine beings of the great Ascension Dragon Tower were sent to the hero's tomb. The entire city fell silent, and the disciples of Longqi Temple were also stunned. This is not martial arts. This is the realm of immortals. An old woman in the city cried out in a trembling voice, and then knelt down, breaking the silence in the city. The entire city erupted in uproar, shouts of surprise, cheers, and cries wanting to overturn the heavens. Inside the palace, Jiang Ziyu swallowed hard, instinctively reaching for the birthmark on his forehead. He could not understand why his father was so powerful. Could it be that only an immortal could leave him such a mark? He remembered that Jiang Changsheng's Tao patterns could manifest, indicating that this mark was not as simple as a birthmark. Outside the city, while all the martial artists cheered and knelt, the unfortunate monk collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, his face ashen, filled with fear. At this moment, he no longer wanted revenge. He was truly afraid. Before coming, he had thought that he might lose. But he never expected to lose so absurdly. The great Ascension Dragon Tower sent out its strongest force, and all seemed vulnerable. The unfortunate monk quickly got up, scrambling to escape the place, when suddenly, a swordsman's sword unsheathed from thin air, taking him by surprise, attacking from behind, and piercing his throat, blood spilling everywhere. Even a celestial realm master would die if their throat was pierced. This scene frightened the surrounding martial artists. He looked down at the fallen Xiao Daotian. Listening to the cheers outside, Xiao Daotian did not feel ashamed. At this moment, he stared numbly at the ceiling of the room. Jiang Changsheng, expressionless, said, "Why did you risk your life to seek trouble with the great Jing?" Xiao Daotian smiled bitterly. "Seek trouble with the great Jing? When I became the master of the tower, your Jing martial ancestor had not yet been born. Who was seeking trouble with whom?" Jiang Changsheng replied. You manipulate imperial power, suppress martial arts, cut off the future of martial artists, and recklessly kill the innocent. This is your retribution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Daotian's smile grew even more desolate. Yes, retribution is indeed retribution. Such actions have earned the great Ascension Dragon Tower its supreme status, but ultimately, they go against the will of heaven. In this realm of martial arts, I understand now. Other dynasties have begun to release martial arts, and geniuses are emerging, yet the great Ascension Dragon Tower, though filled with experts, consists only of an old and dying generation. Hearing him say this, Jiang Changsheng fell silent. Although Xiao Daotian had come to regret, it was already too late. At this moment, Xiao Daotian suddenly turned to Jiang Changsheng, his face contorted, growling like a beast. Immortal Master Changsheng, the vast 13 states cannot be enjoyed solely by you. You do not even know what is hidden in the 13 states. Although you are strong today, how long can you live? Once you die, without the protection of the great Ascension Dragon Tower, the great Jing will surely be devoured by the surrounding dynasties. Because of your strength, all the dynasties will unite, viewing the Jing dynasty as the greatest threat, and so will the other dynasties. The Jing dynasty cannot last 1,000 years. It exists because of you and will also perish because of you. Moreover, it will not just be the downfall of a dynasty. The 13 states will surely be plunged into misery, and the human race will face extinction. Other dynasties will not allow someone like you to appear again. Xiao Daotian trembled all over, blood surging, his neck tilted, and he fell completely silent. Jiang Changsheng coldly looked down at him, thinking, what if I could live for 1,000 years? Chapter 60. The Purple Micro-Prison Heaven Divine Path Palm, Martial Dao Longevity. He summoned Wang Chuan and ordered him to drag the corpse away. Wang Chuan moved carefully, glancing at Jiang Changsheng with awe. Even though he had witnessed Jiang Changsheng's astonishing battles several times, today's battle still refreshed his understanding. So powerful. After a while, a line of text finally appeared before Jiang Changsheng. In the second year of Qianwu, Xiao Daotian of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower attacked with 32 pseudo-divine beings. You successfully survived their siege, passed through a disaster, and received the survival reward of the Immortal Cultivation Secret Skill, Purple Micro Prison Heaven Divine Path Palm. Immortal Cultivation Secret Skill. Jiang Changsheng smiled. The Radiant Sun Buddha was also an Immortal Cultivation Secret Skill, and its power had been proven. He naturally looked forward to more and stronger Immortal Cultivation Secret Skills. He began to inherit the Purple Micro Prison Heaven Divine Path Palm and quickly became moved. It was indeed called Prisoning Heaven, and when practiced to great perfection, it could indeed imprison heaven. Of course, the so-called great perfection also required a high level of cultivation. Jiang Changsheng silently comprehended this secret skill. Meanwhile, Longqi Mountain attracted many martial artists and dignitaries to watch as the disciples of Longqi Temple buried the divine beings of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. The hero's tomb was filled with legendary masters, such as Jichuan of Tianshan, the Mad Blade Yin Long, the Tiangang Taoist, and the Heartless Monk, among others. The gravestones stirred the blood of the martial world. The first person in the great Jing martial world, no doubt about it. Not just the first person. He was clearly the greatest person throughout history. However, the Great Ascension Dragon Tower made me gain a new understanding of martial arts. Indeed, it suddenly felt like we were only playing small tricks before. Perhaps the great Jing martial world is truly about to soar. It wasn't just those on Longqi Mountain discussing it. The same was happening in the capital. Martial artists from other dynasties quickly left, fearing discovery by Jiang Changsheng. At night, Jiang Changsheng sneaked into the royal palace, transforming into a sparrow to enter the imperial study, then changed back to his true form. Jiang Ziyu, who was reviewing memorials, was startled. How did you appear just now? Jiang Ziyu stammered, his eyes wide. If he hadn't seen wrongly, a sparrow had just flown in, and he had even caught a glimpse. Could it be that his father was a sparrow spirit? Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, just an illusion. Jiang Ziyu didn't believe it, feeling that Jiang Changsheng could truly change his form. Today's battle had not only shocked martial artists, but also the common people. Even he felt that Jiang Changsheng was no ordinary person. Jiang Changsheng approached the table and said, if you want to truly promote martial arts, you need a lot of secret skills. I learned the address of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower's sect and weapon storage location from Xiao Daotian. Write it down, and later send someone to investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Ziyu quickly set aside the memorial, took out pen and paper, and diligently noted it down. After Jiang Changsheng finished speaking, Jiang Ziyu looked at the address on the paper, his heart surging with excitement. Although the Great Ascension Dragon Tower was utterly defeated, he had witnessed its power firsthand. If he could master such a martial arts force, how could he not sweep across the world and conquer the surrounding dynasties? Jiang Changsheng then pulled out another piece of paper and said, help me gather the herbs on this list. The more, the better. Jiang Ziyu took it and curiously asked, what are these herbs for? Jiang Changsheng smiled and replied, "An immortal appeared in my dreams and granted me a pill recipe. I want to see if I can successfully refine it." Jiang Ziyu nodded. Although he had some words he wanted to say, he held them back. Afterwards, Jiang Changsheng transformed into a sparrow in front of him and flew out of the window, leaving him dumbfounded. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The turmoil of the decisive battle with the great Ascension Dragon Tower finally calmed down, but the martial world became even more lively. Wow, Taoist! Your reputation has spread to other dynasties. The martial world is now filled with various rankings, such as the top 10 masters, top 10 sect leaders, top 10 swordsmen, etc. But you stand alone, being called the martial god, said Eunuch Li, sitting beside Jiang Changsheng, excitedly. The greater Jiang Changsheng's fame, the more face he had. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "It's just a false name." The corner of his mouth lifted. He could feel the growth of his fame. In just half a year, his incense value had multiplied fivefold and was still increasing. This battle was a huge profit. Eunuch Li continued, "My subordinates discovered that the great Ascension Dragon Tower has not disbanded. Many experts are still active. It's really difficult to eradicate the great Ascension Dragon Tower since they have been a holy place for 1,000 years, and no one knows exactly how many disciples they have." Jiang Changsheng naturally knew this, as the great Ascension Dragon Tower had only sent a batch of older experts. The battle 6 months ago did not involve the younger disciples of the great Ascension Dragon Tower. It seemed that the great Ascension Dragon Tower was heading to death, but actually had a backup plan. Eunuch Li then shared some news before leaving. Jiang Changsheng got up and sat down in front of the alchemy cauldron. He spoke, "The elixirs will be ready soon. Bai Qi, prepare to test the medicine." At first, it was very excited, but after once taking an elixir, the domineering effects nearly caused it to explode. Fortunately, Jiang Changsheng intervened. After that incident, it developed a psychological shadow. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "This time, the elixir is not so domineering, give it a try." Bai Qi felt distressed, but dared not refuse again, so it could only agree. Jiang Changsheng opened the cauldron lid, extracted 3 elixirs from the air, and handed one to Bai Qi. Bai Qi took a deep breath and swallowed it, its body tense, fearing something would go wrong again. However, this time it only felt the elixir dissolve in its throat, bringing a refreshing and extremely comfortable sensation. It widened its eyes, realizing that its senses had become clearer. It looked at Jiang Changsheng in disbelief and asked, "Taoist, what is this elixir?" Jiang Changsheng cheerfully replied, "It's called the Spirit Cultivating Pill." Spirit Cultivating Pill. Bai Qi repeated the name, grasping its meaning. In half a year, Jiang Changsheng had refined 4 kinds of elixirs. Besides the spirit elixir for his own cultivation, he also refined the marrow washing pill, which could enhance the physique of the meridians. He had already given it to those he cared about, including Jiang Ziyu. After taking the marrow washing pill, everyone showed stronger martial arts aptitude, and even Hua Jinxin had recently become obsessed with martial arts. However, Jiang Changsheng discovered that even with the marrow washing pill, there had been no qualitative leap in their cultivation of the Qian Kuan Tian Jing, and they couldn't even achieve perfection with the Qian Kuan Tian Jing, let alone cultivate immortality. The most talented Arakawa had once said that when breaking through, one always felt a sense of pressure, as if they would be turned to ashes. Jiang Changsheng speculated that this was the rule of martial arts in the world. After all, this was a martial arts world. This was fine. Only he could cultivate immortality, which ensured his advantage. Jiang Changsheng even had an idea. He could use incense calculations to determine someone's reincarnation, so it wouldn't be a vast sea of people with no way to find them. Life went on peacefully like this. Jiang Changsheng practiced every day, occasionally taking time to refine elixirs. His disciples had grown up, so he didn't have to worry about them, only needing to offer a few pointers from time to time. In the following month, the emperor established the true martial pavilion in the capital, issuing a public edict that anyone who passed the martial arts examination could enter the true martial pavilion to select secret skills based on their results. The origin of the true martial pavilion was also announced, the martial arts treasury of the great Ascension Dragon Tower. In an instant, martial artists from across the world went wild, enthusiastically signing up for the martial arts examinations. In just 1 year, the number of martial artists recorded in the court has exceeded 200,000, and the martial arts culture is spreading in every corner of the 13 states. Even the cowherds in the fields are practicing their punches and kicks. The martial arts of the Great Jing are growing at a visibly rapid pace, causing anxiety among the surrounding dynasties. In the 4th year of Qianwu, the empress finally gave birth to a dragon son, and it was even a pair of twin brothers, bringing joy to the world. With the emperor having an heir, the Jing dynasty is more stable. Jiang Changsheng has no special expectations for his 2 grandsons, but Hua Jinxin often visits the palace to see them. On this day, the sage of the 4 seas came to visit, holding a baby in his arms. Jiang Changsheng felt that the baby's aura was somewhat similar to his own, so he had a sense of certainty. After Wang Chun took his disciples away, only Jiang Changsheng, the sage of the four seas, Bai Qi, and Bai Long remained in the courtyard, as they were enjoying the worship of the devotees. This is the second prince, Jiang Luo. I have obtained His Majesty's consent to take him away from the great Jing to practice martial arts in the sacred cave of enlightenment. The sage of the four seas placed the swaddled baby on the table and stroked his beard, looking at Jiang Luo with a loving gaze. Jiang Changsheng noticed that there was also a pattern mark on Jiang Luo's brow. He spoke, "Then I will trouble you to take good care of him." Jiang Changsheng fell silent, staring at Jiang Luo, not knowing what to think. The sage of the four seas mustered his courage and said, "Immortal Master Changsheng, why not follow me to the sacred cave of enlightenment? Your power has already surpassed that of the 10 directions. Staying here, although you are strong, your martial arts will not grow any further." Jiang Changsheng shook his head and laughed. "Thank you for your kind intentions, I appreciate it. But I still don't want to go. Are you kidding? I just cleared the novice village, and you want me to go to a high-level map with you?" Jiang Changsheng was not interested in the sacred cave of enlightenment at all. He only needed to guard his own territory and diligently cultivate to continue getting stronger. The sage of the four seas said, "The higher your martial arts realm, the longer your lifespan will be. If you stay here, how long can you protect the Jing dynasty? 100 years? 200 years? Jiang Changsheng curiously asked, "Can martial arts lead to immortality?" The sage of the four seas rolled his eyes and replied, "Immortal master, don't joke. There is no one in this world who is immortal. Martial arts only prolong life. Since ancient times, the longest lived was the martial ancestor, who lived for 800 years, but that was thousands of years ago. I have seen the longest lived martial arts master, and he only lived for over 300 years. That old predecessor was truly a celestial being in the human world. But unfortunately, he has already passed away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Changsheng felt relieved. Chapter 61, The Legend of the 13 States, The Inheritance of the God of Killing. The sage of the four seas took Jiang Luo away, and Jiang Changsheng began to look forward to Jiang Luo's future. He wanted to see what achievements Jiang Luo could reach after practicing martial arts in the sacred cave of enlightenment. The departure of the second prince went unnoticed, and the emperor did not mention it to the outside world. "What sacred cave of enlightenment? Isn't it better to practice martial arts with you?" Hua Jianxin said with a worried expression. She watched the birth of the two princes and felt very reluctant. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "It's good. The Jiang family also needs someone to see the broader world. Besides, I can't cultivate future generations for Xiu indefinitely. Each generation has its own blessings." Hua Jianxin sighed and said, "True. It is said in the market that twins in a royal family are an ominous sign, especially when there is no crown prince. Jiang Luo being sent away can stabilize this kingdom even more." Jiang Changsheng laughed and said, "Don't think too much. Speaking of which, the crown prince of the Jing dynasty is indeed a curse. They never end well." Hua Jianxin looked even more worried, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at the sky, clearly lost in thought. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "No need to worry. I am here. I am here too. Okay, if the absolute heart monk can live for 100 years, so can you." Hua Jianxin's worries faded as she smiled and asked, "Recently, Ling Xiao is going to lead a team down the mountain for training. Aren't you worried?" Ling Xiao is Jiang Changsheng's young disciple, the most talented disciple selected by Meng Qiushuang, and a candidate for the next chief disciple. However, his personality is shy, and he feels awkward even in front of his master, Jiang Changsheng. The conflicts in the martial world still exist, but due to a large number of martial artists taking the imperial examinations, grievances have decreased significantly compared to before. Hua Jianxin smiled and said, "I'm starting to look forward to what kind of transformation he will undergo." Jiang Changsheng's gaze also turned to the courtyard outside. The number of disciples at Longqi Temple had exceeded 500. Even without Jiang Changsheng, with Ping En and Huang Chuan around, it could still be considered a major sect in the martial world, and with him there, Longqi Temple is even more of a sacred place in the martial arts of Great Jing. He suddenly had an idea. Should he step aside and select a Taoist priest to take the lead? After all, he usually does not handle affairs and can completely act as a senior mentor, remaining behind the scenes. He cannot allow Longqi Temple to become too dependent on him, and holding the position of Taoist priest for a long time could easily expose his secret of immortality. There is another benefit. If Longqi Temple does not have him, martial arts masters might come to attack, and he can quietly farm for survival rewards. Once Meng Qiushuang and this batch of old disciples pass away, he can start the succession plan. For now, he must continue to observe. Jiang Changsheng thought silently, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. Time truly flies. He couldn't help but think of Taoist Qingxiu, wondering whether his master is alive or dead now, and if alive, where he might be. In the 5th year of Qianwu, many merchants were raided for oppressing the common people, evading taxes, hiring assassins, and other crimes. The common people felt relieved and believed that the current emperor is a sage ruler who cares for the people's sentiments. In the 6th year of Qianwu, the third son of King Qin, Jiang Yu, went missing at the ancient Khan border, and after half a month of searching, he could not be found. King Qin reported to the emperor, suspecting it was the ancient Khan's doing. The emperor was furious and sent a delegation to inquire, while also mobilizing the army. A month later, the emperor issued a public edict to the world, clarifying the matter, denouncing the ancient Khan for not upholding righteousness and attacking the son of King Qin. The great Jing would wage war against the ancient Khan to avenge the prince and promote the martial spirit of Jing. This time, no one among the common people of the 13 states opposed, nor was anyone afraid. Instead, they were filled with ambition. Since the emperor ascended the throne, tens of thousands of martial artists have already joined the military, and the military strength of Great Jing has returned to its peak, even surpassing it. Since the ancient Khan dared to invade, how could Great Jing not strike back? The last sentence of the imperial decree excited the people, and even martial artists admired the emperor's boldness. Those who harm the people of Great Jing, even if far away, shall be punished. This saying was naturally something Jiang Ziyu heard from Jiang Changsheng. When he first heard the stories of the Han dynasty, this phrase left the deepest impression on him. And now it was applied to Great Jing. On the cliff, Jiang Changsheng looked at the assembled army outside the North City Gate, his expression calm. Bai Qi squatted beside him, exclaiming in amazement, "Humans are truly competitive. They have only been quiet for a few years, and now they are going to war again. But I have to say, the Great Jing army is really strong now. The commander is actually a master-level figure, and there are nearly 10 who are transcendent, which is completely different from when I first entered Great Jing." The commander leading the army was Su Tianji, and Pingyan was also conscripted to follow the campaign. Jiang Changsheng said leisurely, "Yes, indeed, people are truly competitive, and emperors are even more so. The emperors of the Jiang family are indeed the same in temperament." Jiang Yuan wanted to annex the ancient Khan, and Jiang Ziyu was even more so. Moreover, Jiang Ziyu's ambitions are clearly greater. With large troops stationed in both the eastern and western borders, ready to attack neighboring states at any time, Jiang Changsheng did not discourage Jiang Ziyu's thoughts. Such warfare may provoke dissatisfaction from other dynasties, but since it has come, he might as well farm for survival rewards. Any ambitious emperor wants to achieve a legacy that surpasses their predecessors, and Jiang Ziyu is no exception. Since childhood, he has shown ambitions to dominate other dynasties. And Jiang Changsheng naturally cannot stop him. For Great Jing to maintain its position, it must continue to grow stronger. Development is just one way to become stronger, and warfare is the most core method. After all, the resources and productivity of any dynasty are limited, and being strong enough allows them to wage war against others, improve the living standards of their people, and reduce potential threats. Jiang Changsheng would not sympathize with the common people of other dynasties. If the ancient Khan or Jin dynasty were stronger than Great Jing, they would similarly annex Great Jing. This is the inevitable way of heaven. With the help of elixirs, his cultivation has been continuously growing. Although he is still some distance from the 7th layer of the Taoist law of nature, at least it is no longer unattainable. 17 years have passed since the last breakthrough, and Jiang Changsheng has almost forgotten the feeling of breaking through. Spring and summer have gone, and autumn has arrived. Jiang Changsheng is cultivating under the earth spirit tree when Li Gonggong hurriedly runs in, approaches him, and whispers, "Daozhong, Emperor Yang Zhao is suspected of becoming a divine being. The Wenianj has greatly increased its power and captured Wufeng a month ago, unifying the southern martial arts world. It is true that Emperor Yang Zhao possesses the strength of a grandmaster, but it's only been a few years. He has actually succeeded in breaking through. This old servant suspects it is the remnants of the great Ascension Dragon Tower at play. They might even use the shell of Wenianj to make a comeback." Jiang Changsheng, upon hearing this, is indifferent and casually replies, "Even if he is a divine being, does he dare to come to the capital? There are often unparalleled masters in the martial world and young geniuses emerging, but no matter how strong their achievements are, they cannot be considered the best in the hearts of martial artists unless they dare to fight the martial god in the capital and prove themselves." After the defeat of the great Ascension Dragon Tower, no masters have come to challenge Longqi Temple. The martial artists who come are very orderly, honestly paying their incense money. Li Gonggong chuckles. He naturally does not dare to come. This old servant is only here to remind you, after all, there has never been a divine being in the martial world of dying. Jiang Changsheng thinks this makes sense and says, "Investigate where Emperor Yang Zhao broke through. I suspect he may have used some kind of treasure to achieve his breakthrough." He had previously heard that the great Ascension Dragon Tower suppressed the martial world of dying for martial resources. He had inquired with Xiao Daotian, who spoke of many things like the Enlightenment Stone, Millennium Yuan Ginseng, Qilin blood scales, and 10,000-year cold silkworms, among others, with a rich variety. He also informed Jiang Ziyu, But Jiang Ziyu had not collected many treasures over the years. According to Xiao Daotian, thousands of years ago, the 13 states had a flourishing martial art scene, with powerful warriors capable of moving mountains and seas, and rare and exotic beasts roaming the world. At that time, there were no dynasties, only clans and sections. Then, for some unknown reason, the martial arts of the 13 states declined, and those rare treasures and martial arts legacies hid in the dark corners of the world. The Great Ascension Dragon Tower took advantage of this to seize the 13 states and monopolize its resources, thus growing strong and even gaining control over surrounding dynasties. Establishing a holy land for 1,000 years. Martial artists can enhance their vitality and break through realms using rare treasures, but each martial artist's physique is different, requiring a certain degree of compatibility. Forcing someone to consume a certain treasure could lead to death. Even the Great Ascension Dragon Tower cannot accurately determine what treasure a particular martial artist needs. To achieve a divine being, they often sacrifice dozens or even more geniuses. But as long as one divine being is born within 100 years, it is enough for the Great Ascension Dragon Tower to establish its position among the 10 directions. Li Gonggong replies, "All right, I will arrange to investigate this matter after I descend the mountain." He then shifts his eyes and says, "Daozhong, this old servant has one request. Not sure if I should speak." Jiang Changsheng glances at him and says, "Speak." This old servant is already old and does not have many years left. The forces I have can be passed on to someone. Although I cannot bear children, I am still born of parents. I have a younger brother who also lives in the capital, and his grandson has good talent, having passed the martial arts examination. This old servant wishes to introduce this grandson to you. If you could guide him a bit, he will become stronger and better serve you in the future. Li Gonggong says cautiously, fearing Jiang Changsheng's displeasure. Jiang Changsheng smiles and says, "Tomorrow, bring him up the mountain." It is human nature. And he can understand that Li Gonggong has indeed been diligent over the years. Li Gonggong immediately thanks him and excitedly descends the mountain. At noon the next day, Li Gonggong brings the grandson to pay his respects. This person is named Li Min, looking about 17 or 18 years old, tall and handsome, dressed like a chivalrous hero. Compared to the hunched and respectful Li Gonggong, it is hard to imagine they share blood ties. Li Min is also very excited to meet Jiang Changsheng, but he restrains himself well. Li Gonggong nods, then looks at Li Min and admonishes, "You must listen. Do not argue with me like you do. If you anger Daozhong, you won't need him to take action. I will beat you to death first." Li Min nods, his expression quite helpless. After Li Gonggong leaves, Jiang Changsheng examines Li Min. This boy is young but is already close to the spirit awareness realm. His aptitude is indeed good. "What kind of martial art do you want to learn?" Jiang Changsheng asks. Li Min touches the dagger at his waist and replies seriously, "I want to learn the knife." He is somewhat anxious, as he has not heard of Changsheng xianxia using a knife. Jiang Changsheng smiles and says, "Good. I have a set of knife techniques that happen to have no one to learn them. This knife technique is exceptionally fierce and can be considered a fast-track martial art. In dire situations, it can even unleash combat power beyond one's realm, but it will shorten one's lifespan." Li Min's eyes light up. Only in dire situations will it consume lifespan? Naturally, it does not consume much in normal times, so it won't shorten your life. Then I want to learn. Hearing that it is a fast-track martial art, Li Min is excited. Jiang Changsheng begins to teach the Killing God Demon Knife to Li Min. The reason for passing on the Killing God Demon Knife is that although Li Min's aptitude is good, it is not exceptional, and he is already of age. Cultivating other martial arts would be difficult for him to reach the heavens, let alone higher realms. Jiang Changsheng needs Li Min to be strong enough to venture into dangerous territories. Thus, another person begins to practice martial arts in Jiang Changsheng's courtyard. When Huanchuan sees him, they spar a bit, and Li Min is no match for him, which makes him even more in awe of Jiang Changsheng. Just a casual disciple can easily defeat him, which is truly impressive. As time goes by, Huanchuan and Li Min find that they have a lot in common and become friends. Half a year later, Li Min has initially grasped the Killing God Demon Knife, and Hua Jiangxin brings news. The Jin dynasty has undergone a change. A month ago, the Jin emperor was killed at night, and the entire royal family was slaughtered, their bodies hung at the city gate, suspected to be the work of martial arts experts. The frontline military camp also received a mysterious letter warning dying that if they dare to cross the border again, the dying emperor will die in the palace. Following the fate of the Jin emperor, Jiang Changsheng listens, his expression unchanged, thinking that after a few years of calm, someone has finally lost control. Chapter 62. The 10,000 Dynasties Compete for Fortune, opening the reincarnation panel. Jiang Changsheng asks, what was Ziyu's attitude upon learning of this? He and Hua Jiangxin are in the room, with spiritual energy isolating them, so they are not afraid of the disciples outside hearing. Hua Jiangxin looks worried and says he is indifferent, claiming that there is no need to worry about the Jin dynasty. Dying's current goal is Gahan. We should first swallow Gahan. Jiang Changsheng smiles. That's right, calm and collected. This is our dying emperor. You need not worry. As long as I am in the capital, no one can kill Ziyu. The other party might be deliberately provoking Dying. Hua Jiangxin thinks this makes sense. If Dying gets angry and insists on marching into the Jin dynasty, it would lead to a quagmire. She adds, recently, the White Robe Guard discovered that experts from various dynasties have infiltrated Dying. They seem to be searching for something and have not participated in the martial arts disputes. Jiang Changsheng ponders. Perhaps they are here to search for the rare treasures of the 13 states. Without the great Ascension Dragon Tower to intimidate the various dynasties, their courage has naturally increased. Although Dying has me, I am the only one. No matter how strong I am, I cannot guard every corner of the 13 states. Hua Jiangxin curiously asks, are the treasures of the 13 states really that remarkable? I heard that the White Robe Guard confiscated a treasure last year. But after submitting it to Ziyu, there has been no news. Jiang Changsheng smiles. After all, Ziyu is the emperor. How can he inform you and me about everything? Let him handle it. He also keeps an appropriate distance from Jiang Ziyu, not becoming too affectionate or asking too many questions, as Jiang Ziyu is now the emperor. Even as biological father and son, one cannot interfere too much in imperial matters. Hua Jiangxin sighs. That's true. I just worry he might act recklessly and harm himself. Jiang Changsheng smiles. Don't overthink it. Take the pills on the table and consume them now. Hua Jiangxin nods, then picks up the medicine bottle and sits cross-legged on the bed. Jiang Changsheng silently checks the incense value. Current incense value. Not bad. Can afford to splurge a little. Can I easily suppress the mysterious forces that slaughtered the Jin royal family? Need to consume 3,000 incense value. Continue. That's 1,000 more than the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. No wonder they are so arrogant. But it's just 1,000 more. That's it. There's no need to squander. The world is truly not lacking in people who are ignorant of their own abilities. Jiang Changsheng sighed inwardly, then chose to decline and focus on his cultivation. The turmoil in the Jin dynasty had not spread across the 13 states, and the people were also unaware of the threats against Emperor Dying. Dying continued to concentrate on attacking Gahan. Since the establishment of the Jin dynasty, the martial arts had flourished, and it had been even more so since the current emperor ascended the throne. After 56 years, the martial arts strength of Dying had greatly improved, and now a large number of martial artists joined the army, making Gahan no match for them. In the 7th year of Qinwu, General Xinwei Pingyun single-handedly broke through an army of 300,000, unstoppable, and charged into the capital of Gahan. By the time the Dying army arrived, the capital was already a river of blood, and Pingyun's name spread throughout the world, causing neighboring dynasties to tremble in fear. Good, good, good. No wonder he is my senior brother, huh? In the Golden Lawn Hall, Jiang Ziyu laughed loudly, displaying his spirited demeanor. The civil and military officials were equally delighted. If this continued, the annexation of Gahan and the expansion of the Jing dynasty's territory was a foregone conclusion, a feat that no dynasty in the 13 states had achieved since ancient times. They were witnessing history. At that moment, a eunuch came from the side hall, knelt before the dragon throne, and whispered something. Jiang Ziyu smiled and said, "Today is indeed a double joy. Summon the person outside the hall." Upon hearing this, the eunuch at the foot of the steps shouted loudly, "Summon the person outside the hall." The imperial guards outside the hall echoed the words, passing them far and wide. The entire court was discussing the battle against Gahan, praising Pingyun's divine might. After a while, a figure entered the hall, attracting everyone's attention. This person was dressed in white, tall and handsome, with one hand behind his back, exuding a calm and confident aura. For some reason, as soon as he entered the hall, no one's gaze could leave him. He walked to the foot of the dragon steps, bent down to bow, and smiled. "My surname is Han. My name is Tianji. At the request of the Four Seas wise and sacred, I have come to assist His Majesty Dying in creating an unprecedented achievement in the 13 states." Four Seas wise and sacred. The civil and military officials all knew this person, who had contributed to the rise of the dragon. During the current emperor's campaigns, the Four Seas wise and sacred was his strategist, planning and observing celestial phenomena. He was indeed a remarkable person. Jiang Ziyu looked at Han Tianji and smiled. "Are you also a disciple of the Xianxiaaudiobooks?" Xianxiaaudiobooks? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, having never heard of such a name. Han Tianji smiled and said, "That's right. I am a disciple of the Four Seas wise and sacred. He is my senior brother." He praised Dying for being able to overthrow the martial arts rule, and Dying is qualified to ascend as a dynasty of fortune. Although I practice martial arts, my greatest ambition in life is to support the fortunes of a region. Since ancient times, all dynasties have competed for fortune. A dynasty that does not control fortune cannot be considered a true dynasty. The continent where the 13 states are located is merely a corner of the world, And this corner has a total of 42 dynasties, controlled by the 10 Directions dynasty, with all fortunes belonging to the 10 Directions dynasty. Therefore, martial arts cannot flourish. The Deshang Longlu is one of the 10 Directions dynasties. Just take martial arts as an example. Why was Daying's martial arts world considered top-notch with the spirit sense realm as the peak and the divine heart realm as the master several decades ago? It was precisely because the fortune was seized and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, making it difficult for martial artists to refine their bodies and comprehend the heavenly way. Once Daying masters the fortune 100 years later, divine beings will no longer be the pinnacle. At that time, Daying will stand proudly above the 42 dynasties and even unify the world. His words opened the eyes of the civil and military officials. The world was indeed so vast. Chun-Li curiously asked, "What is fortune, and how can one control fortune?" Han Tianji looked at him and smiled. Fortune is the combination of fate and destiny, concerning the principles of heaven and earth and the livelihood of the people. All of this may seem abstract, but it can indeed condense into a force, manifesting as fortune. The stronger the fortune, the smoother the dynasty's affairs, and it is less likely to suffer from great epidemics. The spiritual energy of the land will also increase. How to condense fortune and assist the Jing dynasty in transforming into a dynasty of fortune is what I have studied. If your majesty trusts me, I am willing to lend you a helping hand. He turned his gaze back to Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Ziyu had already heard the Four Seas wise and sacred mention this matter. He had met Han Tianji in advance and verified his identity. Today's meeting was to open the eyes of the officials. A general could not help but say, "You speak grandly, like a performance. How can you prove yourself?" Han Tianji turned around and waved his hand toward the outside of the Golden Luan Hall. In an instant, a violent wind rose outside, even blowing into the hall, startling everyone. Han Tianji smiled and said, "This is the wondrous use of fortune, capable of calling the wind and summoning the rain. Of course, it will also shorten one's lifespan. I can only use it simply. Everyone, the establishment of a dynasty of fortune for Daying is an inevitable trend. If we do not control fortune, we will ultimately end up like past dynasties, turning into smoke. If we do not advance, we will retreat, and retreat leads to demise." Now, no one dared to question him. Jiang Ziyu laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Announce my decree. From today onward, establish the Department of Fortune, with Han Tianji as the Minister of Fortune. From now on, Daying will have 7 departments to assist me in governing the state. Han Tianji knelt and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will do my utmost, and will not shy away from any sacrifice." In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng looked at the imperial palace, his gaze curious. Someone can actually manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it is borrowed, it is indeed impressive. An ordinary martial artist cannot accomplish this. He glanced over and saw Han Tianji, also hearing Han Tianji's words. A dynasty of fortune, so that's how it is. Besides rare treasures. This is also one of the reasons why the Deshang Longlu dominates the 13 states. Han Tianji's cultivation is at the divine heart realm, but he hides it well, appearing like a scholar. Xianxing Dantian is indeed powerful. Sending just one person here possesses such strength. But that's fine. Daying should indeed rise. Jiang Changsheng thought quietly. Just like now, even though he has the power to shock the world, he is still alone. Experts from various dynasties dare to infiltrate and search for rare treasures, and mysterious forces dare to threaten Daying. In their eyes, the immortal master of Changsheng is strong, but how strong can he be to sweep through the world? For safety's sake, Jiang Changsheng decided to calculate. Does Han Tianji truly wish to support Daying? Requires 500 incense value. Do you wish to continue? TSK. He can indeed do it. I can use this to detect lies in the future. Continue. Jiang Changsheng thought to himself. Yes. Just one word. But it was enough to reassure Jiang Changsheng. Han Tianji is sincere, which also indicates that the Four Seas wise and sacred will treat Jiang Luo sincerely. Jiang Changsheng smiled. Daying does not rely solely on him. However, he cannot relax. Han Tianji's words have also opened his eyes. The 10 Directions dynasty actually controls the 42 dynasties. This is just this continent, and the world is even larger. Just like Jiang Changsheng learned about the Qinquan realm before, since there is a name like Qinquan realm, there must have been someone who has reached it. No matter how strong the survival system is, it cannot fabricate the realms of heaven and earth martial arts and impose them on all beings. That would be too absurd. He must work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the 7th layer as soon as possible, far surpassing the Qinquan realm. Jiang Changsheng firmly resolved in his heart, and then closed his eyes. Previously, the reason he could always be stronger than his enemies was the result of his own efforts. He practiced diligently every day, never carelessly revealing his information. His enemies would never understand his strength, and he would not appear before them without absolute confidence. This is the reason he has been smooth sailing and defeating enemies effortlessly. This path must continue to be walked to avoid dying on the path of cultivation. In the 8th year of Qianwu, Gahan fell, and a large number of scholars and military generals were sent to Gahan to take over the territory. The entire dying was jubilant, and the people's hearts reached a peak. The current emperor has already surpassed Jing Wuzu and Jing Wendi in the hearts of the people, and even the martial world admires him greatly. In the same year, various counties in the 13 states began to establish fortune towers. Han Tianji was also expanding the personnel of the Department of Fortune on a large scale. The people were quite curious about the Department of Fortune, but to make the concept of fortune widespread, it still required time. That year, in July, Meng Qiushuang passed away. The disciples knelt in front of the memorial hall, crying softly. Jiang Changsheng silently offered incense, feeling emotional. Even though he had given Meng Qiushuang many pills, they could not withstand the fate, which brought him enlightenment. Everyone has their own destiny, and the limit of lifespan is difficult to surpass. If we are destined to meet again, we shall see each other in the next life. Senior sister, Jiang Changsheng murmured, the sadness in his eyes gradually fading away. The death of Meng Qiushuang made the older generation of disciples realize that time was pressing on them. Although a friend had passed away, life must continue. Longqi Temple was no different. It would not stop operating just because one person was gone. In the 9th year of Qianwu, Dying did not continue to wage war, but instead consolidated its control over Gahan. The emperor ordered the division of Gahan into 9 outer provinces, resulting in a total of 22 provinces in the world. On this day, Jiang Changsheng was meditating under a tree. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. In the 9th year of Qianwu, Meng Qiushuang, marked by Yu, has successfully reincarnated and was born in the 9 outer provinces of Dying. Chapter 63, The Rise of Dying. How many more years can it suppress the martial world? Senior sister reincarnated really quickly. Jiang Changsheng silently sighed, having just died a year ago, while his mother had yet to be reincarnated. Perhaps the distance was too far, or maybe each soul had a different time for reincarnation. Jiang Changsheng was merely curious and did not spend incense value to calculate. As for Meng Qiushuang's reincarnated self, he did not wish to seek it out. If they were fated, they would meet again. In this life, Jiang Changsheng had not wronged anyone. Why should he chase after someone to please them for generations? On the contrary, he had already provided a better life for those around him. If they met again and her situation was dire, he could certainly lend a helping hand. Should he make her toil for Longqi Temple for all her lives? Jiang Changsheng thought of this and couldn't help but feel amused. Stretching lazily and sighing. A day on the mountain, the spring and autumn below. The world is truly full of changes. Bai Qi, lying nearby, looked up and asked, Taoist, are you feeling bored? Do you want to go down the mountain for a walk? I can accompany you. In the courtyard, there were only the two of them. Bai Long was not in the courtyard but was dozing on the hillside behind the courtyard, resembling a white city wall, quite majestic. Jiang Changsheng patted its wolf head and smiled. Never mind, let's continue cultivating. If I go down and become enamored with the scenery of the mortal world, that would ruin my Tao heart. He was already invincible within Dying. If he indulged in pleasures, he might get lost and obsessed. After all, he was only invincible in Dying, not truly unmatched in the world. Bai Qi widened its wolf eyes and said, how many years does a person's life span? You are already strong enough. Cherish your time. Jiang Changsheng glanced at it, asking meaningfully, you want to wait until I die to monopolize the spirit tree, right? Bai Qi awkwardly shook its head. Monster beasts live longer than humans, but they will die eventually. The legendary 1,000-year-old monsters in the world are just tales. I have never seen one, Bai Qi said seriously. Jiang Changsheng chuckled. Since it's a legend, it might just be true. Cultivate well, perhaps you will be the next legend. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi suddenly ignited with hope. Is it really possible? In the 10th year of Qianwu, Jiang Changsheng turned 60 years old. His peers had all turned gray, yet he still maintained the appearance of an 18-year-old. This matter spread in the market, causing his incense value to grow rapidly. Li Min finally mastered the killing god demon blade, and no longer practiced martial arts frequently, but helped eunuch Li with tasks. One day, Hua Jinxin brought a young boy into the courtyard. It was none other than the current crown prince, Jiang Xiao, who was 6 years old this year. Jiang Changsheng had naturally seen Jiang Xiao before when Jiang Ziyu brought him over. Why did you bring him here? Jiang Changsheng asked with a smile, opening his arms. And Jiang Xiao immediately rushed into his embrace. Master Ancestor. Jiang Xiao also had a birthmark in the shape of a pattern on his forehead, a fact that had spread throughout the world, with people saying that the Jiang family's emperor had a heavenly mandate mark. Jiang Xiao calling him Master Ancestor was also Jiang Changsheng's intention. He planned to conceal his relationship with Jiang Ziyu, allowing the Jiang dynasty to pass down through generations. If it became known that he was the son of Jiang Yuan, it would likely cause too much trouble in the future. Compared to enemies, Jiang Changsheng feared the troubles of trivial matters even more. Hua Jinxin smiled and said, "He is already 6 years old. I plan to start teaching him martial arts today. Don't worry, I won't trouble you. I will teach, and you can guide him when you have time." Jiang Xiao shouted, "I don't want that. I want Master Ancestor to teach me." His delicate little face was puffed up in anger, quite resembling a little girl. Jiang Changsheng was amused by him. Laughing, "Master Ancestor want to teach you. You Haven Tea brought anything good to eat for Master Ancestor." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and grinned. "I will definitely bring delicious food next time." He began to act spoiled, causing laughter to fill the courtyard. Bai Qi rolled its eyes and thought, "You say you are afraid of trouble, but you look quite happy." After a while, Hua Jinxin began to teach Jiang Xiao how to practice, focusing on the Qian Kuan Tian Jing, laying a solid foundation for his internal energy. Unfortunately, this kid's martial arts talent was not as good as his father's, making it difficult for him to achieve great things in martial arts. As autumn approached, Longqi Temple was filled with yellow leaves, presenting a unique scenery. There were still many pilgrims coming up and down the mountain, including officials, common people, and martial artists from the Jianghu. In the courtyard, Jiang Changsheng was refining alchemy. Li Min stood beside Jiang Changsheng and whispered, "Recently, there has been an increase in martial artists in the capital, and many of them possess powers that my subordinates cannot see through. The martial examination is not currently taking place, so there may be changes." Jiang Changsheng asked, "Where is Uniquely? Why hasn't he come?" Jiang Changsheng nodded slightly, not asking further. He had already given Uniquely plenty of elixirs, but the end would eventually come. Taoist, this matter really requires caution. Those mysterious experts often linger near Longqi Mountain, Li Min reminded again. Jiang Changsheng smiled. "Rest assured, I am aware." Li Min continued, "The secret of Emperor Yang Zhao becoming a god is now known to the world. He claims to have consumed the blood of the Mountain Jin beast, and many sects are searching for Mountain Jin everywhere. Emperor Yang Zhao has not expanded the Burning Heaven Pavilion and continues to dominate the southern martial world without plans to move northward." Mountain Jin. Jiang Changsheng heard this name for the first time and inquired about the origins of Mountain Jin. It is said that Mountain Jin resembles a tiger or leopard, has several tails and horns on its head. How exactly it looks, I have not seen, either. Unlike monster beasts, Mountain Jin appears in the world to help mortals, which is why it is called a strange beast. Some even refer to it as a deity, Li Min pondered. Jiang Changsheng looked at Bai Qi and asked, "Have you heard of it?" Bai Qi raised its head, yawned, and said, "Naturally, I have heard of it. Mountain Jin is indeed not considered a monster beast. They are inherently powerful and willing to help others. Although I have not seen Mountain Jin, I have seen other strange beasts. They are elusive, just catching a glimpse, and that fellow disappears into the deep mountains." Jiang Changsheng found it interesting. There were truly many hidden things in the world of martial arts. Li Min was no longer surprised that Bai Qi could speak. Instead, he followed up with inquiries, wanting to learn more legends about Mountain Jin. After a stick of incense's time, Li Min left, and Jiang Changsheng continued refining alchemy. Bai Qi said, "There are indeed more and more experts down the mountain. Someone is likely pushing from the shadows. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them all to revolve around Longqi Temple. Do you need me to intervene?" It licked its lips, remaining in Longqi Temple, where it displayed a gentle personality, but in reality, it was a ferocious monster beast. Jiang Changsheng smiled slightly, looking at the alchemical cauldron, and said, "No need. There aren't enough people yet." 8 years had passed since the battle at the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. For Jiang Changsheng, 8 years was not much. But for the martial world, it was a new era. It seemed that some people had forgotten just how strong Jiang Changsheng was. Indeed, the Jiang dynasty did not have the internet, nor video evidence. At dusk, in an inn in the capital, Lu Qingfeng, carrying a wooden box, sat down at a table, took the box off and placed it on half of the table, then called for a waiter to order dishes. After ordering food and drinks, he quietly listened to the idle chatter of other Jianghu people on the first floor. Has Emperor Yang Zhao really become a deity? Who knows, he said it himself. But now in the Jianghu, indeed, no one is his opponent. Who says no one? The martial god at Longqi Temple is still around. Master Changsheng has not appeared for 8 years. Who knows what his power is now? It has been more than 20 years since Master Changsheng claimed the title of supreme in the martial world. How old must he be now? It is rumored that Master Changsheng is proficient in the art of retaining youth, and he himself is in existence over 100 years old. TSK. I don't know how many more years he can suppress the martial world of dying. Listening to these words, Lu Chengfeng showed a complex expression. The one who saved me back then must have been that Changsheng Xianxia. He thought silently to himself that he was the Tianxia sect warrior who had pursued Bai Qi, and was heavily injured at that time. Coupled with the terrifying presence of the golden scales and jade leaves, he fled from the great Jing. After his injuries healed, The Tianxia sect assigned him a task, because he was one of the few disciples who had been to the Great Jing. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. What is Changsheng Xianxia? Just a show of mystery. I ask you all, have you seen the Great Ascension Dragon Tower? Have you seen Changsheng Xianxia himself? Everyone turned to look, and saw a man in blue sitting by the window, swirling a wine glass with a face full of disdain. A swordsman mocked. Oh, you don't believe? Then go check out the hero's tomb, and see if you recognize those martial arts masters. The man in blue glanced at him, and said, in the martial arts world, the top figures change every 10 years. The martial arts masters from decades ago can't compare to those of today. Back then, even those in the spirit sense realm were considered top experts. What do those masters from before the founding of the Jing dynasty amount to? Everyone, do not belittle yourselves. The world has changed. The Great Jing has been established for 60 years now. 60 years is a lifetime for most mortals. His words resonated with many martial artists. Since the time of Jing Wuzu promoting martial arts, the martial world of the Great Jing has been growing stronger. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he further promoted martial arts, and with the existence of the true martial pavilion, the number of experts in the court has reached a terrifying level, with many ultimate skills circulating in the Jianghu, which also propelled the development of the martial world. Every month, new heroes and young geniuses emerge, and even the martial artists within feel the grand waves of the martial arts era. A middle-aged warrior said impatiently, "You're so confident. Do you dare to challenge Changsheng Xianxia at Longqi Temple?" The man in blue snorted, "Of course not. While I may question Changsheng Xianxia, the Achuan of Longqi Temple is indeed a top expert, beyond reproach." A few months ago, Achuan descended the mountain to find disciples like Ling Xiao, defeating a Jianghu sect single-handedly, gaining fame across the Jianghu. Upon hearing this, the martial artists in the inn began to mock the man in blue, saying he was just bragging and thought he was some expert. The man in blue, angry, said, "While I may not dare, I know the thief god will come to Longqi Temple in 7 days to steal the legendary ultimate skill, the Qian Kuan Tianjing. Just wait and see. In no more than 7 days, Longqi Temple will be sealed off, or even report to the court. After all, Changsheng Xianxia has an excellent relationship with the current emperor." This remark piqued the interest of others, who began to ask questions. The inn was filled with martial artists, including the innkeeper, so they always pretended not to hear the bravado of Jianghu people. If they directly reported to the authorities, their reputation would suffer, and the business behind them would suffer as well. Lu Qingfeng quietly listened, thinking to himself, the Great Jing, which has obtained the legacy of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower, is indeed different. When I came here 12 years ago, it was still a martial arts desert. Now, the martial arts atmosphere is thick, and the rise of the Great Jing is indeed unstoppable. His gaze was suddenly drawn to 2 martial artists in the corner, both wearing gray clothes adorned with the pattern of a strange beast. Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted, his eyes fixed on that strange beast pattern, resembling a tiger and leopard with 3 heads, and horns like lightning on their beastly heads, with wings on their backs. The 2 had identical strange beast patterns. The totem of Shirshan Mountain. How did they come here? Shirshan Mountain is thousands of miles away from the Great Jing. Chapter 64. The thief god enters the temple. Retreating for 10 years. The moon is bright, and the stars are few, in the courtyard on the mountain. 22, 23, 27, 28. Jiang Changsheng sat on the trunk of the Earth Spirit tree, looking at the night view of the capital city, counting. Nowadays, the capital has a very late curfew, and it is still brightly lit. Jiang Changsheng was counting the number of top experts near Longqi Mountain. He was counting the inns around Longqi Mountain. The capital is vast, and there are countless inns, but so many experts gathering in the neighborhoods near Longqi Mountain must have some ulterior motives. 3 divine hearts and 36 top experts. Quite a formidable force, which could not be seen 30 years ago. Jiang Changsheng murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. It has been a long time since he received a survival reward. It was about time. This was the reason he allowed Jiang Ziyu to take the legacy of the Great Ascension Dragon Tower. On one hand, it was to strengthen the Great Jing, and on the other hand, it was to cultivate resources. Practitioners of martial arts are competitive, and over time, some naturally forget Jiang Changsheng's strength or do not believe it, and then come to deliver themselves. Jiang Changsheng waited in anticipation for a while, then practiced under the moonlight, the luster of his Guochen Tiangong robe receding as he completely merged into the darkness, hidden by the leaves. Half an hour later, the candlelight of Longqi Temple gradually extinguished. Darkness enveloping the entire Longqi Temple. A figure dashed through the woods, leaping over rocks, tree trunks, and pavilion rooftops, like a dragonfly touching the water, without a sound. He leaped up, soaring into the air. In the moonlight, he was dressed in black, his entire body covered except for his eyes and nose, which were filled with excitement. Today, if I steal the legendary Qian Kuan Tianjing, it will surely become a beautiful tale in the Jianghu. What's sacred ground, in front of me, is like a mere illusion. The black-clad man thought excitedly as he leaped over the mountain gate, moving quickly, unnoticed by the disciples practicing in their courtyards along the way. In recent days, he had disguised himself as a worshipper and had figured out the layout of Longqi Temple. Although he had not seen Changsheng Xianxia, it was evident that the places he was not allowed to enter must hide Changsheng Xianxia's residence. He would search them all. However, he was extremely lucky. As he directly stumbled upon Jiang Changsheng's courtyard, the white wolf sleeping under the tree opened its eyes, startling the black-clad man, who immediately retracted his head and hid behind the courtyard wall. He held his breath, focusing his energy according to his technique, making his presence null. The white wolf murmured, "Is it just a strange illusion?" It glanced at Jiang Changsheng in the tree, saw that he was still there, and relaxed, with a Taoist present. What was there to fear? It lowered its head and continued to sleep, dreaming of being a great demon dominating the world, where it had already transformed. With Changsheng Xianxia serving as its male slave, massaging its shoulders and legs, feeling extremely pleased, the black-clad man patiently waited for a full half an hour before peeking out. Seeing that the white wolf had fallen asleep, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder it's a demon path. It even raises a demon wolf. It seems the rumors are true. The white wolf's sense of smell is so sharp. Where is that white dragon giant python? Said to be able to transform into a dragon? The black-clad man was secretly alarmed. He looked up, and his pupils constricted. He saw the white dragon coiled at the mountain top, its terrifying serpent body making him feel cold. He had never seen such a massive snake. Nearly half a meter thick. Damn it. Could this beast really transform into a dragon? The black-clad man cursed inwardly, tensing his nerves as he slipped into the earth spirit tree, climbing up the trunk, his gaze fixed on the few houses in the courtyard. One of the houses had candlelight, where Hua Jianxin and Jiang Xiao were, with Hua Jianxin softly telling a story to coax Jiang Xiao to sleep. What a pair of mother and child. The demon path even raises women. Isn't that breaking the rules for a Taoist? How audacious the demon path is. I truly envy it. The black-clad man thought with emotion as he crawled forward along the tree trunk. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on his head, causing him to tense up all over, cold sweat pouring down as he dared not move. Having roamed the Jianghu for so many years, he had encountered all sorts of things, even having been in tombs and faced jumping corpses. His experience and intuition told him that it was definitely a hand pressing down on his head. A living person? A dead person? If it was a living person, why did they not continue moving? If it was a dead person, why were they hanging in the tree? In that instant, the black-clad man thought of many things. He cautiously raised his head, his gaze meeting a remarkably handsome face, which bore a smile. In the dim light of the leaves, he was scared to the point of almost screaming, but Jiang Changsheng directly sealed his acupoint, silencing him. The black-clad man's eyes widened, filled with terror. Jiang Changsheng lifted him up and dropped him to the ground, waking Bai Qi. When Bai Qi saw him holding a person, he immediately widened his wolf-like eyes and shouted, "There really is." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Changsheng making a shushing gesture with one hand and immediately shut his mouth. He almost forgot not to wake that little tyrant, or else there would be more noise about wanting to ride it. Jiang Changsheng took the man in black out of the courtyard, and Bai Qi, curious, hurriedly followed. They arrived at the edge of a cliff, and Jiang Changsheng released the pressure points of the man in black. The man in black jumped straight down the cliff, laughing derisively. "Ha! Demon, didn't he expect this? My lightness skill is unmatched in the martial world. Even a 1,000-foot cliff, I can come and go as I please." Before he could finish laughing, he was horrified to find his body rising up. Jiang Changsheng used his spiritual power to pull him back from the cliff, bringing him back to the edge. Right in front of Jiang Changsheng, Bai Qi lay on the ground, eyes full of mockery. The man in black felt awkward, but more than that, he felt fear and despair. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "State your name. Why did you sneak into Longqi Temple?" This man had come to Longqi Temple several times, and his cultivation in the Tongtian realm was quite conspicuous among the worshippers. Though only Jiang Changsheng could see through his power, ordinary people couldn't perceive it at all. If it weren't for the fact that the man in black hadn't harmed any disciples, he would already be a corpse. The man in black took a deep breath and said, "In the Jianghu, I am known as the god of thieves. I wanted to test the foundation of the sacred place of martial arts and see if I could steal the senior's unique skills. Besides being honest for leniency, he felt that any other explanation would lead to certain death. After all, breaking into someone else's territory in the dead of night is a huge taboo." Jiang Changsheng did not kill him, giving him a glimmer of hope. Jiang Changsheng asked, "Don't you have a name?" The man in black awkwardly replied, "I have been an orphan since childhood, and my master, a mad but highly skilled person, named me Scraps." "Cough, senior, I truly mean no harm. I just want to make a name for myself. In our line of work, the more powerful the things we steal, the higher the status of the targets. The greater our fame, and then more powerful wealthy patrons will seek us out. He suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Changsheng, desperately kowtowing. Please spare my life. I am willing to spread the word in the Jianghu that I, the god of thieves, will no longer enter Longqi Temple. Bai Qi laughed and said, Scraps. Your master is quite talented. The god of thieves felt humiliated but did not dare to retort. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, Have you heard of Su Tianji? The god of thieves looked up and said, I have heard of him, one of the top 10 masters in the Jianghu, and the highest-ranking martial artist in military service. Back then, Su Tianji caused a ruckus, and the reason he survived was that he worked as a sweeper at Longqi Temple for 10 years. Do you choose death? Or to sweep for 10 years? 10 years. The god of thieves trembled in fear, thinking how many 10 years there are in a lifetime. Jiang Changsheng injected the life and death seal into him, and the god of thieves shivered, feeling extremely tense. He could sense that terrifying power roaming within him. This is the life and death seal. No matter how far you run, as soon as I use my power, you will die. Be a good boy and guard the mountain. You're still young. Su Tianji was only 40 when he descended the mountain, yet he still accomplished great things. Jiang Changsheng patted the god of thieves' face and chuckled before leaving. The god of thieves pressed his forehead to the ground, tears of humiliation and despair flowing down. Bai Qi said, Little brother, hang in there. 10 years will pass quickly. I was in the same situation as you back then, and now 10 years have gone by, yet I still don't want to leave the mountain. It turned around and happily followed Jiang Changsheng. The god of thieves trembled all over, feeling that life was dark. In the morning, there was a new person sweeping in front of Longqi Temple. It was the god of thieves. Wang Chun gave him a set of Taoist robes. And now he looked just like a disciple of Longqi Temple, his face handsome and youthful, looking only a little over 20. The god of thieves had a numb expression, feeling immense pain inside. A young disciple approached him and asked, This brother looks unfamiliar. Which courtyard are you from? The god of thieves replied irritably, Get lost. How can you curse? What is wrong with cursing you? You're bullying me. I'll go find Master Huang to seek justice. Master Huang? Could it be the famous Huang Chuan? The god of thieves quickly stopped him, smiling. Sorry, junior brother, I was just a bit hot-headed. How about I take you down the mountain for roast chicken tonight? The young disciple's eyes widened. Sure. The god of thieves was surprised. You agreed just like that? Longqi Temple can eat meat? Of course, we just practice Taoism. We're not monks, unlike traditional Taoist temples. We can even marry and have children. But that must be after we become masters. The young disciple understood that he was not a senior brother, but rather a junior brother. The god of thieves became interested and started chatting with him. The two swept the ground while chatting, and the young disciple's attitude became increasingly high. As the sun gradually rose, worshippers began to ascend the mountain. Near noon, a group of martial artists came up the mountain, and among them, a man in blue saw the god of thieves, widened his eyes, and hurriedly walked up to him, whispering, Big brother, why are you sweeping here? The god of thieves glared at him and whispered, Shut up, hurry and get down the mountain. Don't say you've seen me. The man in blue was puzzled and asked quietly, Big brother, what happened to you? I fell and have to be a sweeper at Longqi Temple for 10 years. You just say that I'm going to retreat for 10 years. After 10 years, I will definitely find you, and we will pull off a big score. The god of thieves said seriously, then shot a glance toward the palace. The man in blue was shocked, not daring to think too much. Quickly turned around and ran down the mountain, fearing that he would end up like the god of thieves. The god of thieves looked at his retreating figure and sighed. Lu Qingfeng walked up the mountain along the stone steps and saw the man in blue from yesterday, who was bragging at the end hurriedly descending the mountain. He was secretly puzzled, but didn't he think much of it, and continued up the mountain. He brushed past the god of thieves, bought incense, and entered the temple directly. He sighed, regretting coming to Longqi Temple. Chapter 65. The situation of the trapped dragon, riding the clouds and mist. At noon, Jiang Changsheng was sighing in the courtyard. Bai Qi curiously asked, Taoist, why are you sighing? Jiang Changsheng shook his head, not explaining. He was sighing for the god of thieves. It seemed that last night he didn't trigger the survival reward, indicating that the god of thieves really had no murderous intent and just wanted to steal something. He walked to the spirit tree and began taking medicinal pills. Bai Qi suddenly smelled something and immediately ran out of the courtyard. Hua Jinxin began to teach Jiang Xiao martial arts, and Wang Chun carried a hoe toward the back mountain. The autumn wind gently blew, and as the fallen leaves were about to land on Jiang Changsheng, they were blown away by an invisible force, scattering on the ground. Jiang Changsheng closed his eyes and said, I already know, don't disturb the snake. Although Bai Qi didn't understand his intention, he chose to obey. After all, he was so strong that even a Lu Qingfeng would be defeated, let alone the entire Tianshi sect. In the palace, inside the imperial study, Jiang Ziyu stared at the sand table on the desk, frowning deeply. The territory of the Great Jing has expanded, but in the east, west, and north, There are still many dynasties, while in the south lies an endless ocean that the great Jing has yet to explore. Han Tianji stood beside the sand table and said softly, "Your Majesty, this is the situation of the trapped dragon. The royal families of the surrounding dynasties have been slaughtered one after another, clearly by the same force. The control of these dynasties has been seized by an unknown enemy. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. We must not be careless." Jiang Ziyu nodded, "I know. But the trouble is that as these dynasties are controlled, the great Jing's trade with the outside world is cut off. If we want to go to war, we can only develop internally, stockpiling a large amount of military equipment and food. I want to wait a bit longer. Currently, Great Jing has 1 million troops, preparing to reach nearly 150,000 in military service. After a few more years, I am confident we can sweep away the surrounding countries. Your Majesty, you need to cultivate a secret army composed of unparalleled experts to deal with the mysterious force that is slaughtering the royal families of the dynasties," Han Tianji reminded, his gaze falling on the map of the Jin dynasty. Jiang Ziyu smiled and said, "I have long had this idea. Besides, I plan to use the rare treasures collected over the years on one person to create a divine being. Once the divine being emerges, that mysterious force will have to take action themselves." Han Tianji raised an eyebrow and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have a candidate?" Pinyin General Pinyin? Indeed. He has an incredible physique, able to endure pain that ordinary people cannot. He is also more likely to achieve divinity, and he only listens to your Majesty. Thinking of Pinyin, Han Tianji couldn't help but sigh. What a formidable person. Even though he comes from the sacred cave of manifestation, his talent amazes me. If someone like him had trained in the sacred cave from a young age, it's hard to imagine his achievements. Perhaps breaking through to the legendary realm wouldn't be impossible. However, it's a pity that heaven is fair. While it granted Pinyin a physique beyond that of ordinary men, it also stripped him of his human spirit. At this moment, a white-clad guard hurried in and handed a sealed letter to Jiang Ziyu. Jiang Ziyu opened it, and his expression instantly turned cold. "Humph, trying to violate the ban with martial prowess, looking for death," Jiang Ziyu murmured to himself. He looked at the white-clad guard and said, "Go to the Jinwu Pavilion and summon Su Tianji." The white-clad guard immediately left. Han Tianji was very interested in Su Tianji, because both of them shared the name Tianji. He curiously asked, "General Su has been at Jinwu Pavilion for so long. Has his martial arts improved significantly?" Jiang Ziyu smiled and said, "Of course. Back in the day, he was a renowned young genius in the martial world, almost becoming the supreme martial artist. Unfortunately, in his youth, he was reckless and challenged my master, the immortal Master Changsheng." Han Tianji's eyes lit up. He had always admired this top figure in the martial world of dying. Unfortunately, Jiang Changsheng was not seen in the court by civil and military officials, and he couldn't force the issue. Knowing this was a move to avoid suspicion by the immortal Master Changsheng. Over the years, those who wanted to please the immortal Master Changsheng among civil and military officials had all been investigated by the Heavenly Martial Supervisory Office, and some had even been quietly dealt with. Longxi Temple was the force most valued by the emperor, and he did not allow anyone to harbor greed towards it. In the dead of night, Lu Qingfeng was meditating in an inn when he suddenly heard a whistling sound from outside the window. He immediately opened his eyes, got up, and shouldered a wooden box before leaping out of the window. He landed on the street and saw the windows of nearby inns opening one after another, with martial artists jumping out. After a while, the streets were filled with martial artists, each exuding an extraordinary aura. "Everyone, after we ascend the mountain, create chaos as much as possible. Do not concentrate, so as not to be caught in one net by the demonic path. Understood?" A martial artist holding a spear from Shirshan Mountain spoke. His voice was not loud, but under the operation of true energy, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone nodded, and then followed the two towards Longxi Mountain. Once they entered the mountain path, they quickly dispersed and infiltrated the woods, rushing towards the summit from different directions. The spear-wielding martial artist and the knife-wielding martial artist walked side by side. The knife-wielding martial artist said in a deep voice, "Elder brother, that white dragon is so large. Moving it is not an easy task." The spear-wielding martial artist replied, "It doesn't have to be moved. The main thing is to investigate what kind of strange treasures are in Longxi Temple that can nurture such a demonic snake." The knife-wielding martial artist lamented, "Dying has produced such a demonic path. It is not in vain for the dynasty to stand. Most of the experts coming here are not from dying. And in a century, there has only been this one demonic path that can shake the world." The spear-wielding martial artist did not respond further and focused on the journey. Meanwhile, other martial artists were extremely tense as their purposes were similar, either for Jiang Changsheng's ultimate skill or for the Earth Spirit Tree. The name of the White Dragon had spread throughout the world, and any sect with a bit of foundation guessed that Longxi Temple must have some extraordinary item that could cultivate such a spirit snake. Such extraordinary items held a deadly attraction for martial artists. Lu Chengfeng from the Heavenly Master sect came for this matter as well. Lu Chengfeng sprang from the leaves, leaping into the air. He had already seen Longqi Temple on the mountain, devoid of candlelight and eerily quiet. Just then, he suddenly saw a golden light rising from within Longqi Temple, reaching a height equal to that of the full moon, causing Lu Chengfeng and the other martial artists to instinctively look up. That was Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered that night 12 years ago. Not good. Terrified, Lu Chengfeng immediately turned and ran down the mountain, while the golden light rushed down at high speed, piercing the throats of martial artists one after another. With screams echoing, many were merely frightened, and those pierced in the throat would die in a very short time. The disciples inside Longqi Temple were alarmed. Chuan, Wanli, and Ling Xiao quickly ran out of their respective rooms. The golden light spiraled around Longqi Mountain, descending in a spiral, killing martial artists along the way. Not a single martial artist could withstand it, nor could they evade. The two martial artists from Shirshan Mountain were also terrified by the golden light and fled at full speed. Help! The spear-wielding martial artist heard the screams of his brothers behind him and instinctively turned his head. The golden light pierced through his throat, his pupils dilated, and before dying, he didn't even see what had killed him. The two bodies fell and rolled into the woods. Lu Chengfeng heard the screams getting closer to him, indicating that the thing was rapidly approaching. No, if this continues, I will surely die. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and thought. He quickly landed on the mountain path, turned, and set down the wooden box. He urged his true energy, striking the wooden box, and a wooden sword shot out, embedding itself in the soil around him. Forming a formation, he saw the golden light charging towards him and immediately deployed the sword formation, quickly forming hand seals. However, the golden light was simply too fast, so fast that even his divine heart couldn't keep up. When the golden light reached him, time seemed to freeze, and he saw a golden leaf. Puff! Lu Chengfeng's throat was pierced, blood splattered everywhere. His eyes widened, and his body fell straight back, rolling down until he fell off the cliff, ultimately crashing at the foot of the mountain, bloodied and mangled. On the mountain, Chuan, being the strongest and fastest, dashed out of the mountain gate to search for enemies. Soon, he discovered the bodies. He frowned and continued to look down. These martial artists were all dead, and their deaths were the same, pierced through the throat by some sharp weapon. As he descended the mountain, Chuan gasped in shock. So many people are dead. Since the screams had started, he had set out immediately, but he hadn't been as fast as their rate of death. Master has made a move. Chuan thought silently, filled with a sense of awe. He felt quite complicated inside. He had always wondered if he could catch up to his master's abilities, but now he felt he couldn't. Bai Qi looked up curiously and asked, "What is that?" It remembered this thing. It was this thing that brought it to Longqi Temple, and it still couldn't understand it. Even if it was a divine weapon, it couldn't possibly have such abilities. Jiang Changsheng smiled and said, "You'd better not ask. Those who know what it is have all died." Bai Qi shuddered and quickly shook its head, then asked, "Aren't you going to leave a survivor to ask them why they came?" Jiang Changsheng closed his eyes and said, "No need to ask. So many people are going up the mountain, armed with weapons. They must have murderous intent. Their purpose is either aimed at me or at other valuable things. This will not be the last time. I look forward to more people coming. Tell Wan Li to find the government and have them collect the corpses. These people do not deserve to enter the hero's tomb. How can sneaky fellows be considered heroes?" Bai Qi nodded and left immediately. It hurried down the mountain and saw many disciples examining the bodies, creating quite a stir. Wan Li had already reached the foot of the mountain. When Bai Qi arrived and saw Lu Chengfeng's body, it was delighted and softly said, "Others may not know how strong he was, but you still don't. Truly greedy." He brought this upon himself. Lu Chengfeng had saved people from danger and could be considered a good person, but he would also kill for his sect, killing demons. Different stances always made people appear complex. Jiang Changsheng had saved him before, but now he came with malicious intent. Perhaps this was fate. On the other side, Jiang Changsheng finally saw the prompt. In the 10th year of Qianwu, martial artists from various dynasties, coveting the Earth Spirit Tree and the White Dragon, stealthily infiltrated Longqi Mountain at night. You acted in time, killing them all and overcoming a massacre, receiving the survival reward spell, Cloud Riding. After 8 years, he finally received the survival reward. Jiang Changsheng looked at the prompt and smiled. This was also the reason he left no survivors, as the prompt revealed the opponent's motives. He began to relish the memory of the spell Riding the Clouds and Mist, which was a great spell. Flying with a sword was a signature move of cultivators, while riding the clouds and mist was the hallmark of immortals. The next morning, the area below Longqi Mountain was crowded with people, and many soldiers were carrying corpses. While Wanli was negotiating with officials, hundreds of martial artists had died overnight, which was truly frightening. The common people were discussing it, and the martial artists were horrified, as they could tell that all the deceased were experts. A man in blue witnessed this scene among the crowd and secretly rejoiced, glad that he had encountered the thief god beforehand and was dissuaded. Otherwise, he too would have been among the many corpses. Master Changsheng is truly strong. It seems he is not just a name. The man in blue sighed inwardly and then turned to leave. In the palace, inside the imperial study, Jiang Ziyu learned from a white-clad guard about the incident at Longqi Temple last night. He frowned and said, "Have someone investigate where these martial artists came from." Yes. The white-clad guard left. Jiang Ziyu's frown deepened. He believed these people were coming for Jiang Changsheng. Although he had full confidence in Jiang Changsheng, the actions of these individuals undoubtedly sent a signal. The enemy wanted to eliminate his biggest support first. Chapter 66. The Siege of the Imperial Court, the Monster's Safety. Above the sea of clouds, a figure swept through like the wind. It was Jiang Changsheng. He stood on a white cloud, soaring in the sky, nearly 1,000 zhang above the ground. The strong wind blew his grand feather robe and black hair, and his face was full of smiles, feeling extremely joyful. This was even more exhilarating than flying with a sword, and it was faster. The ordinary technique of riding clouds and mist was already so fast. How much faster could the somersault cloud, which could leap 10,000, 8,000 li, be? Was it really possible to leap 10,000, 8,000 li in the time of a somersault? Jiang Changsheng mused, looking down through the sea of clouds. He saw the landscape of dying, with green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by clouds and mist on the peaks, resembling a fairyland. He had only wandered near the capital before and had never truly seen dying. He spotted a city nestled among the mountains, with official roads leading in all directions, faintly seeing figures of cars and people. Dying was truly prosperous now, with people everywhere. Jiang Changsheng also saw a child herding sheep on the hillside practicing martial arts. He took out a very thin manual from his pocket, which he had written while bored practicing calligraphy. He used spiritual power to send the manual down. It contained a martial arts technique, a gift from the heavens. Jiang Changsheng laughed heartily, soaring away, and the child on the hillside did not hear his laughter. When the manual entered his sight, he couldn't help but stop. Could this create a legend in the martial world? Jiang Changsheng silently anticipated, beginning to spin and tumble, trying to adapt to the technique of riding clouds and mist as much as possible. In the 11th year of Qianwu, in May, Su Tianji went south to Jiangnan.